Old Wang, how is your practice these days? Are there any problems with your body? Ling Yun finally asked Wang Feihu. He had promised to help Wang Feihu break through the barrier after 7 days. Young Master Ling, thanks to you, my body has fully recovered now, and my physical condition is just at its peak. Of course Wang Feihu knew what Ling Yun was going to say. Whenever he thought of breaking through these 2 days, he would laugh from ear to ear. Okay, how about tonight? There is no problem. The matter of Ling Yun helping Wang Feihu break through was settled just like that. Xiao Miao, those herbs in the yard should be ripe soon, right? Ling Yun looked at Miao Xiaomiao again. Of course Miao Xiaomiao and Shui Mining were both there. Miao Xiaomiao chose to practice in Villa No. 1, and at the same time helped Ling Yun take care of the small medicine garden. Shui Mining is very self-willed in her cultivation. She practiced the consonants art when she remembered it, and stopped practicing it when she couldn't remember it. The little girl was busy delivering herbal meals to Ling Yun all day long. During these days of retreat, Ling Yun mainly ate the medicinal diet prepared for him by miracle Dr. Shui. Miao Xiaomiao smiled and said, "There is so much aura in this yard, those herbs are of course ripe, and I have picked many of them for you." Ling Yun nodded. Although these medicinal herbs are rare medicines in the world that miracle Dr. Shui has worked so hard to find, but they are not very useful to him now. But they can just be used to cultivate the marrow-washing pill and cleanse the tendons of those 72 guys' marrow. There are more than 70 people. Of course it is impossible for Ling Yun to wash their tendons and cut their marrow one by one now. He must use elixir. Thank you then. Ling Yun smiled and gave Miao Xiaomiao a wink, and said that you understand. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but think of the scene of Ling Yun giving him an injection in the days when he had just recovered, and she blushed and scolded, "I don't want to talk to you." Ling Yun smiled, stood up, left the sofa, and took Ning Lingyu's shoulders. "Ling Yu, come out with me for a walk." Ning Lingyu's tender body tightened. The beautiful pretty face flew into a blush. But she knew that Ling Yun must have something to say to her alone, so she followed Ling Yun to the outside of the courtyard. After leaving the door, Ling Yun turned to the right, directly hugged Ning Lingyu, and walked towards the small medicine garden to the west. Well, it really is almost mature. Looking at the piece of medicinal herb, Ling Yun muttered. After walking a little further, he asked Ning Lingyu in a low voice, "Lingyu, how is your practice recently?" Ling Yun asked Ning Lingyu about his cultivation. Why did he avoid everyone? Naturally, it is because Ning Lingyu can now control the water sword with his thoughts. Although it is a water sword, it can be regarded as controlling a sword. If this is heard by everyone, it will inevitably be too shocking. Who knows that Ning Lingyu smiled and said, "Brother, so you are asking me this? Let me tell you, my aunt has already taught me the art of sound transmission into secrets, so I don't need to come out deliberately." Ling Yun suddenly showed embarrassment. For Ning Lingyu's practice. Although he taught Ning Lingyu Wanshuixian Ju, Dian Juxing Bao Jue, and other cultivation methods, and guaranteed that she would not lack pills and practice unimpeded all the way, but the one who really stayed with Ning Lingyu every day was Qin Dongxue. Tell Ning Lingyu about the secrets of the world. It tells about the ancient martial arts family, the distribution of Chinese forces, and some commonly used martial arts in the world, such as lightness kung fu, the technique of sound transmission into secrets, and so on. They were all taught by Qin Dongxue. To be honest, Ling Yun's understanding of China's ancient martial arts forces is far inferior to Ning Lingyu's. He spent too little time with Ning Lingyu. Why did I forget my aunt? Ling Yun said something casually to cover up his embarrassment. Ning Lingyu turned sideways, looked at Ling Yun's embarrassed look, and chuckled. Like spring flowers blooming, brother, I can control up to 12 water swords now. Well, probably about the same. Ling Yun nodded. Since Ning Lingyu could use the power of water control to control 2 water dragons to circle and dance in the air, he expected to make more than a dozen water swords. Then, what about the speed of the water sword? What about the attack power? This is what Lingyan cares about. Since it is a flying sword killing people, the two most important points are the extreme speed and the sharpness of the water sword. That is the attack power. Controlling 12 water swords is precarious. It is better to control only one water sword and kill the enemy with one move. Well, multitasking, it's still a bit reluctant now. The speed is not as good as when controlling 2 flying swords, but if you control 6 water swords, the effect is much better than controlling the 2 water swords back then. Lingyan nodded and said, then you will only practice 6 now, and focus on improving the speed and attack power of the water sword. In addition, you must also learn to change. Since it is controlled by the mind, the sword moves with the heart. The more tricky the angle, the harder it is for the enemy to resist. Seeing that Lingyan cared about her so much, Ninglingyu was secretly happy, and said softly, brother, I understand. Lingyan patted Ninglingyu's fragrant shoulder, that's good. Lingyan is of course concerned about Ninglingyu. He will go to the capital this time, and there will be several battles. During this period, he will definitely not be able to take care of her. Therefore, the stronger Ninglingyu is, the stronger his self-protection ability, and the more at ease Lingyun will be. They didn't stay outside for too long. After finishing the matter, they returned to the living room of the villa. Then it's much clearer now. As soon as Lingyun returned to the living room, he said directly to everyone, Tang Meng, you are in charge of contacting the city in the past 2 days and asking them to help you to acquire the remaining 7 companies as soon as possible. Okay, Brother Yun. Xiaohu, you continue to help me train those guys. You can continue to increase their exercise according to their physical tolerance, so as to ensure that they can break through their limits every day. I understand, Brother Yun. Paul, Jester, the 5 prisoners in the backyard will be handed over to you. You can watch over them, none of them can die, and none of them can be lost. Understood, boss. Ling Yun explained the tasks one by one, and his thinking was extremely clear. When everything was arranged, he glanced at everyone and asked Tang Meng, who is that, Mo Wudao? Tang Meng chuckled, don't mention it. Now he is eating and living in Lingyun building. The feng shui bureau you asked him to set up, this guy asked to buy this and that. He just finished his tossing yesterday. Oh? How is it? Does it feel effective? Lingyan asked with a smile. I can't see the effect, but don't tell me, during this period of time, with his feng shui bureau, the people working in Lingyun building look much better, and they are full of energy and lively when they work. It seems that it is really true. Useful. Lingyan smiled, and said to himself that although Mo Wudao's martial arts are not very good, but if you want to talk about the ability in this area, you don't need to think about it, you definitely have a set. If such a genius, even the feng shui tricks he puts on are useless, then there is something really wrong. Even Lingyan believed that after he left the customs, everything went so smoothly, it must have a lot to do with Mo Wudao's feng shui bureau. Okay, then let's all go away, and I will go out on my own and go out by myself. Lingyan asked everyone to do their own thing, and he drove a car in the garage of the villa, and left Villa number 1 leisurely. Lingyun's first stop after going out was Lingyun building. Fuck, Tang Meng is too impatient, isn't he? Driving to the gate of Lingyun building, Lingyun glanced over and found that the company's signboard had already been changed, and the name of the company's new signboard had unexpectedly changed to Tiandi Group Company, Limited. Lingyan looked through the car window and looked at the building in the distance, and found that the name of that building had also been changed. The original Lianqing real estate has now become 4 golden characters, Lingyun building. It has only been about 10 days since Lingyun came here to take over Lianqing real estate. Now, there is no trace of Lianqing real estate here. Tiandi Group, Lingyun building. Coincidentally, the person in charge of the door this time was the same doorman from last time. He saw a vehicle approaching the door and immediately walked out. When he saw the driver, he staggered. "Oh, Mr. Ling, why are you here when you have time? Please wait a moment, I will open the door for you." Sitting in the car, Ling Yan carefully scrutinized the guard's appearance, and found that this man's spirit was completely different from the last time he came. People have become more energetic than before, without the feeling of domineering, and their dealings with others are obviously different. Ling Yan released his consciousness slightly, covering the entire Lingyun building, and found that all the staff working in the whole building were full of complexion, flushed, energetic, walking steadily and briskly, and everything was in order. No wonder even Tang Meng is convinced, Mo Wudao is amazing. Ling Yan sighed in admiration, but then frowned and said, "It's just that Mo Wudao, it's already this time, what's the matter lying in the president's office and sleeping?" At this moment, Mo Wudao was wearing his clothes, lying on the luxurious big bed in the president's office, sleeping soundly. Ling Yan's condensed spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire building. He casually observed the offices where several executives worked, and found that there were flowers, grass, rocks, and running water in these offices. Don't look at the details, but look at the whole building. The entire feng shui setting coincides with the green hills behind and the green water in front of the door. The jade belt circles the green hills, and the Lingyun building is full of momentum, soaring straight to the sky. Even Ling Yun couldn't find any faults in such a feng shui pattern. It's amazing. Such a big building can be built like this in a week. It's really hard for this guy. Thinking of this, Ling Yun decided not to bother Mo Wudao anymore, and let him sleep. "Hey, you don't need to open the door, I'll come over and have a look, don't go in." Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness is strong now, so where does he need to go in and see it? Just glance at the door to see clearly. "Ah? You won't come in? Mr. Ling, the whole appearance of our Chendi group is different from before. Why don't you come in and have a look?" The guard was puzzled. "I saw it, let's go." After speaking, Ling Yun turned the car around and went straight to the second destination. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At 9:30 in the morning, Ling Yun arrived at Pingfan Clinic. This time, Ling Yun parked the car directly in front of the clinic and got out of the car. Inside the ordinary clinic, the decoration team is rushing to work. Naturally, it is still the original decoration team, and the foreman of the decoration team is also the same XCMG. Under the leadership of XCMG, the entire decoration team has been busy working day and night for 7 days and 7 nights. Yao Rou is naturally staring here. Besides the decoration team, there are actually 3 other people here, coming to help. These 3 were of course the 3 beautiful nurses hired by Ling Yun. Sun Yujiao, Li Jinlian, Shang Xiaoming. When Ling Yun walked into Pingfan Clinic, the 3 of them were rushing around like butterflies wearing flowers under Yao Rou's command. They should clean up and help out. The sound of the chainsaw cutting wood and the clanging of nails made by the decoration team, the combined sound is not as loud as the voices of these 3 people. "Ha, it seems that I came here by accident, are you all busy?" As soon as Ling Yun came in, he greeted everyone with a smile. "Ouch, my big boss, it's really not easy to see you now." Before Yao Rou could speak, Li Jinlian was the first to greet her. She had a slender figure, her waist twisted, and her eyes were alluring. "Oh, the handsome boss is here. This is Shang Xiaoming." Only Sun Yujiao trembled when she heard Ling Yun's voice, and hesitated for a long time before finally turning her head, obviously after an inner struggle. Ling Yun smiled wryly in his heart, saying that this girl is too reserved. "Didn't he just take advantage of you by treating your illness?" Ling Yun waved at the 3 beauties. "Well, don't I miss you, come over to see the progress of the construction." "Ling Yun, have you left the customs?" Yao Rou saw Ling Yun coming. Immediately put down the work at hand and come forward. Well, I'm out of customs. The effect is good, about 80% of my recovery has been recovered, and in a few days, my body will be back to normal. Ling Yun looked at Yao Rou, and said, through sound transmission. Boss, I'm afraid you are not here to visit us, but to visit our lady boss? Li Jinglian is bold and bold. He spoke unreservedly and deliberately teased the two of them. Hear this sentence. Sun Yujiao bit her lower lip lightly, and looked at Li Jinglian with an unkind look. Fortunately, at this time, someone came over and changed the subject. Oh, Dr. Ling, you are here. Come in and see how our decoration is doing this time. If you find anything wrong, just tell me. Su Gong, the foreman of the decoration team, came over and said with a smile. Ling Yin glanced at it, smiled and said to Su Gong has worked hard, this time, your decoration is better than the last time, and the progress is not slow. Of course not slow. This is the third time for XCMG's decoration team to decorate ordinary clinics. Su Gong is an honest man, he said with a smile. Dr. Ling, it's hard to say goodbye, last time you gave us 200,000. It's enough for us to pay for 6 or 7 renovations, and you saved our lives. If you don't care, you will feel sorry. Ling Yin laughed and didn't care at all. He asked with a smile, I think the decoration is almost done. How long until it's finished? Xu Gong smiled and said, maximum 2 days. No, your employees have also come to help, and they are very diligent. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. The last decoration took 10 days, this time it was done in 9 days. Ling Yin said, then you guys are busy, I'll come over and take a look, don't worry about me. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin turned to look at Shang Xiaoming. Why are you here today? Shang Xiaoming Tong Yen, seeing Ling Yin talking to her, couldn't help giggling happily. Boss, you gave us a big holiday and gave us high tech. We feel sorry for you. Now I heard that our clinic is going to be renovated, can you come over and help? It was hot in summer, and Shang Xiaoming was wearing a light-colored t-shirt. As she smiled coquettishly, the 2 soccer balls on her chest trembled up and down, which made Ling Yun almost have a nosebleed. Li Jinglian's words were not slow, besides, we are all looking forward to going to work 1 day earlier. If your clinic is closed, where can we find such a good job? While speaking, Li Jinglian blinked at Ling Yun, obviously to seduce him. Ling Yun yelled in his heart, saying in his heart that he really made money by coming here today, feasting his eyes. He originally came here to see the progress of the construction, but he didn't expect all 3 nurses to come. If you have the heart, thank you very much. With Yao Rou present, Ling Yin still had to do a good job on the surface, he said to everyone with a smile. He took a good look at the environment of the clinic, and then said to Yao Rou, is this decoration similar to last time? Yao Rou smiled and said, basically the same, only a few details have been changed, and the layout is more reasonable than before. Okay, after the decoration is finished, clean it up, and then I'll find someone to set up a feng shui bureau. Let's try to open at the same time as Tiandi Group. Ling Yun made a final decision. The fate of this ordinary clinic is too miserable, and feng shui needs to be changed. Anyway, Mo Wudao is also idle when he is idle, so there is no need to use it for nothing. Tiandi Group? This time even Sun Yujiao, who had been silent all this time, couldn't bear it anymore, and the 3 beautiful nurses asked Ling Yun in surprise at the same time. Well, you will know by the 8th. Ling Yun didn't hide it either, the opening of Tiandi Group this time will definitely be in the news, and it will be the headlines on the front page, so he doesn't need to hide it. Then you are busy, I'll go first, Rower, don't be too tired. Ling Yin didn't stay here for too long, he told Yao Rou a few words, and then he left the ordinary clinic. If you miss me, just tell me, I don't mind. This sentence was said to Sun Yujiao alone by Ling Yun before getting into the car through sound transmission, and the words really entered Sun Yujia's ears. Her delicate body shook. After leaving Pingfan Clinic, Ling Yan directly drove out of Qingshui City and went straight to Qingshuiwen. He went to a place that no one would have expected, Villa Number 1 in Clearwater Bay. This Number 1 villa is not Ling Yan's Number 1 villa, but the residence of Zhuang Tianda, the richest man in Qingshui City. After Zhuang Meifeng was taken away and went to Jingxi Nunnery, Zhuang Mina changed a lot, which gradually changed Ling Yun's view of the Zhuang family. Although Ling Yun deliberately snubbed the dealer. But no matter what, with Zhuang Meifeng's relationship, it is impossible for Ling Yun to really ignore Zhuang's family. At least, when the Tiandi group opened, he had to invite Zhuang Tianda over, out of emotion and reason, for this sake. Ling Yun had no choice but to give it. At 10:30 in the morning, Ling Yun arrived at the gate of Zhuang Tianda's villa. Ling Yun stopped the car and got off. Ring the doorbell. Ling Yun, why are you here? Soon, Ling Yun saw Zhuang Mina running out of the villa, her face full of excitement. Ling Yun noticed that Zhuang Mina ran out with bare feet, without even wearing shoes. He could only smile wryly. Then, seeing Zhuang Tianda alone, Ling Yun also ran out of the villa. Nana, run slowly. You girl, you don't even wear shoes. The two of them, one behind the other, welcomed Ling Yun into the villa. When walking into the house, Ling Yun raised his eyes to look at the yard, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, things are different. Back then, he came out from under the Tianqing. Hearing that Zhuang Meifeng was taken to the Jingxi Nunnery by Miayu Shirtai, Ling Yun was furious and directly killed here. With the 5th level of body training, with the help of Cui Lao and Dugu Mo, he fought against the 3 innate masters and beheaded Sun Tianbiao. Killing Taoist Master Wuchen of Maoshan, forcing Master Xingqi of Shaolin to death, turned the tide and saved Tang Tianhao. It was also that night that Qin Dongxue floated in, drank the Huaxia Condor group, and broke into Ling Yun's life ever since. But to this day, Ling Yun's beloved woman, Zhuang Meifeng, is still missing, trapped in Jingxi Nunnery, waiting for him to rescue her. Thinking of this, Ling Yun felt touched, and followed Zhuang Tianda and his daughter to the living room in silence all the way. Zhuang Tianda didn't speak either, but Ling Yun noticed that in just a few months since the opening of Pingfan Clinic, Zhuang Tianda has already bent slightly when walking, and his back is already a little hunched. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. It is estimated that in his heart, he is also infinitely regretful. Uncle Zhuang, why haven't you seen Aunt Zhao? Coming to the living room and sitting on the sofa, Ling Yun couldn't help asking about Zhuang Meifeng's mother, Zhao Baomen. Oh, she went to Lingjue Temple to burn incense, at least 3 times a week, nothing can be done. Embarrassment appeared on Zhuang Tianda's face, and he said with a sarcastic smile. After a pause, Zhuang Tianda took the initiative to ask, Ling Yun, I don't know why you are here this time? Ling Yun said bluntly, Uncle Zhuang, on August 8th, my Tiandi group will be opening the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I don't know if you have time on that day, so go over and support the scene? What Ling Yun said was very polite, since he is here, there is no need to judge others. Oh, what are you talking about? This matter has spread throughout Qingshui City and even the entire Jiangnan province. I heard that you are buying a large number of enterprises in Qingshui City, and at any cost. This matter has made the entire Jiangnan province business community, it's shocking. It's a big deal, it's really a big deal. At the end of Zhuang Tianda's speech, he praised again and again, Ling Yun, thank you for inviting me. It is such a big happy event, even if you don't come to invite me, I will go there bravely. When he said this, Zhuang Tianda's face was filled with shock, envy, and a trace of remorse and loneliness. Uncle Zhuang is too modest. You are a famous person in our Jiangnan province. Of course I have to invite you in person. Ling Yun responded with a smile, speaking in a polite manner, neither humble nor overbearing. Zhuang Tianda smiled again and said, Uncle Zhuang is not only going to go this time, but I also have a big gift to give, but I don't know, will you accept it? Ling Yun was a little puzzled. Isn't it just to start a business, cut the ribbon in the past, and just give a gift? What kind of gift is it worth asking Zhuang Tianda? However, Zhuang Tianda's next sentence surprised Ling Yun, and he stood up straight away. Zhuang Tianda pondered for a long time, his face changed again and again. Finally he gritted his teeth cruelly, stared at Ling Yun and said, Uncle Zhuang has made up his mind. We want to merge our Zhuang's pharmaceutical group into your Tiandi group, and the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group will. What do you think of your 51% stake? Ling Yun never dreamed that Zhuang Tianda would make such a decision. He was dumbfounded. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Zhuang's pharmaceutical group merged into Tiandi Group, and Ling Yun holds 51% of the shares. This is definitely a gift. Can Ling Yun not be shocked? Well, why did he invite Zhuang Tianda to cut the ribbon? He came to collect his family's property. Uncle Zhuang, this is impossible, I absolutely can't have it. Ling Yun stood up, shook his head and refused without thinking. His attitude was very firm. Copy address access. With Ling Yun's character and temper, he would accept something that was sent for nothing without hesitation, and he would definitely not refuse, except for the assets of the dealer. Although Ling Yun was in Qingshui City, and Zhuang Meifeng was thousands of miles away in Jingxi Nunnery, Ling Yun felt that Zhuang Meifeng was not far away. She was watching him silently, waiting for him. At this time, Zhuang Mina couldn't help but want to speak, but Zhuang Tianda glared at her, and she immediately shrank back. No matter how pampered Zhuang Mina is, she has no say in such a big matter as the dealer. Ling Yun, don't rush to refuse, just listen to me. Zhuang Tianda stopped his daughter. He smiled lightly. After making this decision, he seemed to relax a lot. He looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, do you still remember what gift I gave you when your ordinary clinic opened? Ling Yun didn't think about it. Uncle Zhuang, I remember it very clearly. It's 1 billion in cash, and there are shares worth 500 million in Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. In fact, it was 900 million in cash at the time, but Ling Yun heard the conversation between Zhuang Tianda's father and daughter and wanted to give 1 billion, but the check could not be written, so he only filled in 900 million. Some time ago, Ling Yun gave away hundreds of millions for free, so how could he care about this at this time? Zhuang Tianda smiled slightly. Well, that's right, that's the number. But, do you know, since that day, how much has the stock of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group increased? Ling Yun's heart moved, and he asked curiously, how much has it increased? Zhuang Tianda raised his hand and said with a faint smile, pure increase, 5 times. It was only 6 yuan a share at the beginning, but now the stock price of Zhuang's medicine is 36 yuan a share. Ling Yun was stunned, and said in disbelief, so fierce? Zhuang Tianda chuckled. Said, it seems that you don't pay attention to these at all, it is indeed so fierce. But, do you know why? Ling Yun shook his head. He could probably guess that the skyrocketing stock price of Zhuang's pharmaceutical was probably related to him, but he was not sure, so he didn't say anything. It's because of you. Zhuang Tianda relaxed, and started talking. On the day the clinic opened, you treated 22 dying patients, and all of them were revived on the spot. This scene, at that time, was witnessed by many important figures in Qingshui City. Your reputation as a fairy doctor, although ordinary people may not understand it very well, it has already been spread in Qingshui City and even the upper circles of Jiangnan province. Do you know how much money these people have? They have seen your astonishing medical skills, and they also know that you hold 5% of the shares of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. Do you think they will snap up our company's stock? Let me tell you this, since the opening of your clinic, the stock of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group has not fallen much. Also, it's because the current market is not good. If the market is good, even I don't know how much it can go up. At the beginning, my company only had a market value of more than 10 billion, but now it is worth more than 60 billion. Even if I give you half of the shares, I still have 30 billion. My worth is twice as much as before. Talk about happy things. The haze on Zhuang Tianda's face finally dispelled most of it. He said with a smile, "That's only 5% of the shares you hold. What if you directly merge Zhuang's pharmaceutical group into your Tiandi group? How much will the stock price go up?" So, speaking of it, I still took advantage of you. Ling Yan still shook his head, and was about to speak when Zhuang Tianda stopped him. That's just one of them. Another reason, Ling Yan, you also know that at the beginning, in order to develop the company and occupy the market north of the Yellow River, I made friends with the Sun family, and even betrothed Mei Feng to Sun Xing, the prodigal son of the Sun family. Confused, wrong step. Zhuang Tianda did not hide the mistakes he made, his face was full of remorse. However, at that time, the Sun family was so easy to make friends with. Do you know what conditions they proposed? They proposed that as long as Mei Feng and Sun Xing get married, I have to give 49% of the shares to Sun Xing, that is, to the Sun family, as Mei Feng's dowry. Besides, I was obsessed with ghosts at that time, and I even agreed to this condition. Speaking of this, Zhuang Tianda smiled in a daze, and rubbed his face. Ling Yan, now that Sun Xing is dead, the Sun family will also be defeated by you. As long as you can rescue Mei Feng, I believe she must not marry you. And, Uncle Zhuang believes that you will be able to save Mei Feng. Let me take another look at her. I could even give these shares to the Sun family back then, so why don't I give them to you now? Yu Qing, you have a deep love for Mei Feng, so I don't need to say more about it. This half of the family property originally belonged to Mei Feng, and it's the same for you, Yuli. Because of you, my stock has risen so much. I still earn half of it to you, and I earn more after I give it to you. Why don't I give it to you? So this great gift, you should want it both emotionally and rationally. That's the second point. Ling Yun was fooled by what Zhuang Tianda told him, so he wondered if there was a reason. I only heard Zhuang Tianda say with a smile, Uncle Zhuang knows that your Tiandi group has reorganized the 6 pharmaceutical companies of the Shui family, and the city government has also given you 100 acres of land to build a large-scale medical and drug research facility funded by the government. Center. Think about it, according to your medical skills, ability, and current power, and the help of the city government, once your pharmaceutical business starts, where will there be a market for our Zhuang's pharmaceutical group? The business will be snatched by you in minutes empty. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Furthermore, with Mei Feng's relationship, it is impossible for me to confront you in the business field. Ling Yun, tell me, if I don't take advantage of the present and merge the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group into your Tiandi group, what are you waiting for? When? What Zhuang Tianda said made Ling Yun speechless. Even if Ling Yun wanted to break his head, there was really no reason to refute him. Uncle Zhuang, then. What about this and that? This matter is settled like this. Zhuang Tianda made the decision on the spot, and Zhuang Meina was extremely shocked. She looked at her father in a daze, and said to herself, is this still my father who is greedy for money? I will definitely go to the opening of the Tiandi group. Before the opening, just these 2 days, you find a few people to come and complete the procedures as soon as possible. After talking about the matter, Zhuang Tianda actually felt relieved, and felt a sense of joy in clearing the clouds and seeing the sun. His eyes were wet, and he said silently in his heart, Girl, Mei Feng, Dad did something wrong before, I'm sorry, but this time, Dad believes in his decision and will never be wrong. Zhuang Tianda wiped away his tears and waved his hand at Zhuang Meina. Nana, it's almost noon now, go and let Aunt Li cook. Of course Zhuang Tianda wanted to stay with Ling Yun for dinner. Originally, Ling Yun didn't intend to eat here, but since he accepted such a big gift, he really had to eat this meal. After lunch, Ling Yun left, regardless of Zhuang Meina's efforts, to persuade her to stay. Zhuang Tianda's father and daughter were sent to the door, and when Ling Yun got into the car, Xuan Tianda said to Ling Yun, you must rescue Mei Feng. Uncle, don't worry, that day won't be too long. This was the heaviest gift Ling Yun received, not because of the assets worth more than 30 billion, but because of Zhuang Mei Feng. In Ling Yun's heart, let alone 30 billion, even 300 billion, 3 trillion is not as good as Zhuang Mei Feng. Mei Feng, wait for me, it won't be too long. On the way back to Qingshui City, Ling Yun seemed to be venting, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove wildly, saying in his heart. Ling Yun believes that his current level of strength and qi training is enough to crush the Chinese ancient martial arts world, and Jingxin Temple is nothing. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City. Ling Yun called Wang Feihu to him, and the two sat on the sofa. He began to explain to Wang Feihu the key to breaking the barrier, and also told him some things about cultivation, which benefited Wang Feihu a lot. Breaking through is not difficult, but what Ling Yun thought was, this time at least let Wang Feihu break through the 7th level of innate in one fell swoop. At night, Wang Feihu got everything ready. Ling Yun took out Dragon Tiger Pill, Millennium Ginseng, Millennium Shouwu, and the Magic Gourd. Then he asked Wang Feihu to sit cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing the sky, holding yuan and keeping 1. First eat the ginseng and shouwu, and then activate the exercises, and wait for the medicine to dissipate, then go all out. I will protect you. Wang Feihu did as he said, breaking through the 6th level of the innate directly, and reached the peak of the 6th level of the innate in one fell swoop. Eat Dragon Tiger Pill. Dragon and Tiger Pill is the pill that once allowed the masters of the 7th level Xiantian to reach the peak of the 8th level Xiantian in an instant. How overbearing is the medicinal power? Wang Feihu took the Dragon and Tiger Pill, and suddenly felt a surge of medicinal power explode in his stomach. He had just rushed to the peak of the 6th level of innate, his realm was unstable, and he couldn't control the overbearing medicinal power of the Dragon and Tiger Pill. Ling Yun protected the law in time, and he shot like lightning. He pressed his single palm against Wang Feihu's back, and immediately controlled the chaotic qi in Wang Feihu's body, continue to charge. Congenital 7-level peak. Drink the dragon saliva. Let's go again. With the help of Millennium Ginseng, Dragon Tiger Pill, and Dragon Saliva, coupled with Ling Yun's great help, Wang Feihu actually broke through the 8th level of Xiantian in one fell swoop, and barely stopped at the early stage of Xianba. But Ling Yun did not withdraw his hand, and continued to send spiritual energy into Wang Feihu's body, not to help him break through the barrier, but to help him stabilize his realm so that he would not go crazy. It wasn't until Wang Feihu used the Kung Fu method that the true qi traveled through the body for 36 great cycles, that Ling Yun withdrew his palm. Old Wang, congratulations. Young Master Xiaoling. Ling Yun didn't say much, he just smiled. Wang Feihu's level is enough to protect Tang Meng for the time being. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun helped Wang Feihu break through the pass, and before he knew it, it took more than 4 hours. VODTW. Old Wang, I will leave Tang Meng's safety to you in the future. I hope you will not let me down. Ling Yun looked at Wang Feihu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said seriously. Young Master Ling, please don't worry. I, Wang Feihu, can swear that as long as I am alive, I will guarantee Tang Meng's safety. Having received Wang Feihu's promise, Ling Yun nodded, and then drove away from Villa No. 1. At midnight, Ling Yun came to the hot spring villa area of Fuhua Manor and parked the car at the gate of Lin Minghan's villa. With a sweep of his consciousness, he saw Lin Minghan, who was cultivating in the villa, and then performed sound transmission and said, Minghan, open the door for me. Lin Minghan was practicing the Wuji Xianbingju desperately. When she heard Ling Yun's voice, she immediately opened her beautiful eyes, she looked happy, got out of bed, and quickly opened the door for Ling Yun. Husband. A look of anger appeared on Ling Yun's face, and he said in a deep voice, you still know how to call me husband. I think you almost forgot about me. No wonder Ling Yun was annoyed. Since Ling Yun woke up from the coma, Lin Minghan never showed his face again. How can he not be angry? Honey, are you really angry? Lin Minghan saw that Ling Yun's expression was unkind. He didn't seem to be joking, so she was unavoidably a little timid. She carefully observed Ling Yun's reaction. Humph. Ling Yun sat down on the sofa, crossing his arms. Husband, don't be angry. You should also understand him. When you were in a coma, in order to take care of you, he told my aunt everything about us in a hurry. After you wake up, why do you still have the nerve to stay there? It's so embarrassing. Ling Yun was speechless. As expected, the reason was the same as Yao Rou's, and he knew that among all the beauties around him, the one with the thinnest skin, it was Lin Minghan. Okay, you can say that, but after so many days, why don't you even know how to call me? Ling Yun still asks the teacher for the crime. Don't give up. Embarrassment appeared on Lin Minghan's face, and she stroked her hair lightly. He said anxiously, my husband, you really wronged me. In the first few days, I was also worried about you, but I couldn't get through when I called you. As for the later, if I said that I forgot to practice, won't you forgive me? Forgot to practice, according to Lin Minghan's stubborn temper, this is really possible. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, and said jokingly, practicing so hard? Why, do you want to break through? That's right, husband. You said that she has better aptitude than younger sister Yao Rou, but younger sister Yao Rou is already at the 3rd level of innate talent. I haven't broken through the innate talent yet, so I'm worried. Lin Minghan bit his lips lightly. A look of anxiety appeared on his beautiful melon-seed face. It was obvious. Yao Rou's breakthrough stimulated her a lot. Worrying? There's no use in being anxious. Cultivation is not only a matter of aptitude and understanding, but also of chance. You only saw Yao Rou break through that night, but have you ever thought about the chance she got? Yao Rou practiced the Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, and was assisted by the xuanhuan immortal spiritual energy of the Earth Emperor. This is the only way to make a strong breakthrough. Ling Yun taught the lesson unceremoniously. Besides, you are a beginner and you just want to break through, and you don't know what the surrounding environment is like. What environment? Summer, dog days, the hottest time of the year. The highest temperature every day is 37 or 8 degrees. And Lin Minghan practiced the Wuji Xianbing art. Get twice the result with half the effort. Without Ling Yun's guidance, Lin Minghan couldn't break through even if he was exhausted. Seeing Lin Minghan's anxious look, Ling Yun couldn't bear to teach her any more, but explained the reason to her in detail. Minghan, if you really have achieved great success in your Wuji Xianbing Ju, it really doesn't matter where you practice it, but now, you are still easily affected by the surrounding environment. Wuji Xianbing Ju, you cultivate Xianbing Zhenqi. In such a hot day, you still think of breaking through a big realm with your own strength. This is simply wishful thinking. All cultivation should pay attention to 4 words: wealth, law, land. Wealth, the ancients said, no wealth is not enough to cultivate the Tao. That is to say, there must be certain economic conditions, because in the initial stage of cultivation, one must devote one's mind and time to cultivation to the greatest extent, and correspondingly there is no more time to cure life. If there is no certain material foundation, it is difficult to cultivate. Imagine if a person has to go to work today and travel tomorrow, and also earn money to support his family, repay the mortgage, and take care of the elderly and children. How can he practice? Of course, we don't lack this now. Ling Yun eloquently said. The law is the cultivation method, and the method of cultivation. If you don't know the law, you will practice blindly. It is difficult to see the way. We don't lack this. The ground is the place of cultivation. Different environments have different geomantic omens or auras, and they are also different for everyone. including aptitude and exercises. Yao Rou practices xuanhuan to huang kung fu, so I let her live in Nangqi courtyard. Why? Because there are mountains around there. I asked Tai Xiaohu to practice the inner strength of the raging waves day and night on the embankment of the Qingshui River. Why? Because there is a big tide of the Qingshui River, he can experience the method of the movement of true energy. Lingyu practiced the Wanshui Immortal Ju, and I always let her practice by the sea, because there is water there. Speaking of this, Lingyan paused, and looked up at Lin Menghan. As for you, do you need to ask if you are practicing Wuji Xianbing Ju? The place where you practice must be a world of ice and snow. The Wuji Xianbing Ju is a skill that Lingyan stole from the Wuji Ice Palace in the great world of cultivation. Of course, it is only suitable for cultivation in the icy world. Is that drought man strong? Even if it is that strong, it will be afraid of water, and it will be frozen when it encounters ice. The drought man is still like this. Because of its mutual restraint, it repels it. The entire environment in Qingshui City is not suitable for your cultivation at all. It is even more difficult to break through. You still want to build a car behind closed doors at home and try to break through. Isn't this a dream? Ling Yan's words suddenly made Lin Menghan realize what he said, and he was not so eager. Husband, I understand, the rich couple is lawful, and what about the couple? Ling Yan laughed and stood up. As soon as he moved, he came to Lin Menghan. He bent down and hugged Lin Menghan. As for your partner, let's go to bed and I'll explain it to you in depth. Lin Menghan immediately knew what Ling Yun was going to do. Her delicate body softened and her face turned red. I dare not speak any more. Of course, the couple in the land of wealth and couples is not what Ling Yun is talking about now. It refers to fellow practitioners and Taoist friends. Book of Rites says, if you study alone without friends, you must be ignorant and ignorant. It means that when you cultivate, you have to have someone to confirm with you and make progress together, so that you can complement each other. An hour later, Lin Menghan was dripping with sweat. The bright eyes are as gentle as water, staring at Ling Yun, who is on his body. Husband, you mean that I have to find a cold and icy place to practice, right? Who is free to tell you that at this time? As soon as Ling Yun leaned over, he blocked Lin Menghan's delicate mouth. The night passed. Husband, where do you think I should go to practice? How about Iceland? While eating breakfast. Lin Menghan hesitated to speak several times, but finally he gritted his teeth and presented his thoughts to Ling Yun. Iceland? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and the island country in northern Europe, which was close to the Arctic Circle, suddenly appeared in his mind, which sounded very cold. You really know how to choose a place. However, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. According to the geography knowledge I have learned, although Iceland is close to the Arctic Circle, it is not actually cold, especially in summer. There are only glaciers. If you don't believe me, go to check. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, and said teasingly. Lin Menghan became anxious when he heard this. Husband, where do you think I should go to practice? It's summer in China now. Is there any place for people to practice? If you really want to practice in a cold place, I suggest that you go to Canada first. The northern part of Canada is already within the Arctic Circle, and there is really a world of ice and snow all year round. Moreover, Paul and Jester are both from the United States, so they must have some experience in Canada. Relationship, I can ask them to arrange someone to take care of you. What do you think? After listening to Ling Yan's suggestion, Lin Menghan thought about it seriously, and finally nodded. Okay, then I will go to northern Canada. Ling Yan could feel Lin Menghan's urgency. He knew that Lin Menghan was stubborn and very strong, and it was hard to change what had been decided. In Ling Yan's heart, the sky is big and the earth is big, it is better to practice the most, so he supports Lin Menghan's decision. Then it's settled. However, you can't leave now. Wait for 2 more days. After Tiandi Group opens, you will go to Canada to practice. In this period of time, I can also tell you more about the details and key points that you should pay attention to in terms of cultivation. Thanks, husband. For the next 2 days, because the 3 spiritual grasses in Villa number 1 were about to mature, Ling Yun didn't dare to be careless. He stayed in Villa number 1 all the time, taking care of these 3 spiritual grasses. Of course, Ling Yun also began to pay attention to the medicinal herbs in the small medicine garden, picked them as they were ripe, and collected them by category, ready to use them to cultivate the marrow pill. At the same time, because Lin Menghan was going to go abroad to practice alone, Ling Yun directly called Lin Menghan to Villa number 1, where he ate and lived with Lin Menghan, and the two were almost inseparable. Practicing alone, once you get out of breath and go mad, it's no joke. Even though Ling Yun is an immortal doctor, he is far away from the Pacific Ocean. If something happens to Lin Menghan, he will be beyond his reach. And Ling Yun also specifically asked, Paul and Jester really have good contacts in Canada. They assured that there is no problem in taking care of Lin Menghan. 2 days later, Tianyang grass, earthine grass, and ambergris grass matured successively. Ling Yun was overjoyed, picked the 3 spiritual grasses, and carefully put them into the space ring. Within 2 days, there were frequent reports of success. Tang Meng came to Villa number 1 almost twice a day to report to Ling Yun the progress of the acquisition of the 7 companies. Because the municipal government came forward, the negotiations in the past 2 days went very smoothly, and 6 more companies signed contracts and successfully completed the acquisition. Just one last business left. On the morning of August 6, Ling Yun called Tang Meng to Villa number 1. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At 8:30, Tang Meng came to Villa number 1. Yuan. Hey, brother Yun. When Tang Meng saw Ling Yun now, he couldn't help grinning. The excitement on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Because Tiandi Group will cut the ribbon and open the day after tomorrow. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng's bloody look, and couldn't help but tease, how about it, can you still sleep these 2 days? Hey, brother Yun, I can't sleep, I really can't sleep. I count the days on my fingers every day, just waiting for August 8th, when our Tiandi Group will open. Don't worry, it will definitely open, and you will be the president of Sheng Tiandi Group. You should eat and sleep. Ling Yun patted Tang Meng's shoulder and told him with a smile that there was no need to be so excited. Now, Tiandi Group has actually gone through all the procedures at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and is only waiting for the day of the ribbon cutting for the opening. There are still 2 days left. As for the last company, whether it can be successfully acquired or not, it will not affect the ribbon cutting of Tiandi Group's opening. However, since it was Ling Yun's decision, there was no possibility of giving up halfway. All 40 families have been collected, but this one can't. Isn't that a slap in the face of Ling Yun? The 2 brothers Ling Yun and Tang Meng came to the living room, sat down on the sofa, sipped fragrant tea, and talked freely. I have something to tell you here, don't get excited after hearing it. Ling Yun cut to the chase and decided to surprise Tang Meng. Tang Meng's eyes lit up immediately. Brother Yun, what's the matter? He knew that Ling Yun said, so, there must be a good thing, and it is a very good thing. You give Qian Ruhai a call. He doesn't need to participate in the negotiation today. He has other tasks to do. You let him take the legal experts and accountants of our Tiandi Group to Uncle Zhuang's Villa number 1 in Qingshui Bay, and take over the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. 2 days ago, Uncle Zhuang decided to merge his Zhuang's pharmaceutical group into our Tiandi Group, and he gave me a total of 51% of the shares. We take the lead. Tang Meng was in a daze at the time, his whole body was dumbfounded, he was dumbfounded. Uncle Zhuang's pharmaceutical group? Brother Yun. That's right, the richest man in Qingshui City. Is it Zhuang Tianda's pharmaceutical group? Here, give you 51% of the shares? Merge into Tiandi Group? Tang Meng's face was full of disbelief, and he stuttered. He scratched his scalp with one hand and tried his best to think, while the other hand couldn't help climbing onto his thigh, and twisted it hard. He was afraid that he was dreaming. Hiss. The severe pain in his leg told Tang Meng that he was not dreaming. You don't need to pinch your thigh. It's not a dream. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled and said, Don't forget, Uncle Li has to be notified about this matter, and the city government must come forward. We need the full cooperation of all their departments, and strive to complete all procedures within 1 day. A company with a market capitalization of 60 to 70 billion will change hands within a day. This is also an earth-shattering event for the city government, and it will even alarm the entire Jiangnan province. Zhuang's pharmaceutical group is a listed company, which was acquired and reorganized. During the reorganization, the stock will be suspended. Tang Meng was in a dreamlike confusion. Ling Yan finished speaking in one breath, and then asked with a smile, Is there any problem if I don't make you excited? Although Tang Meng was stunned, he could hear Ling Yan's words clearly. He murmured to himself, This matter is too big, and Uncle Li must intervene in person. The situation is under control. Brother Yun, did you know that the current market value of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group is nearly 70 billion yuan, and the current assets of our Tiandi group are only 1/3 of theirs? This is the snake Tuansheng. I guess, even if Qian Ruhai is told about this matter, he must be in a daze and don't know what to do for a while. Ling Yan laughed, Anyway, I've told you the matter, and you can do your best. Even if it can't be resolved within 2 days, the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group is already ours, both in substance and in name. I believe that in the past 2 days, Uncle Zhuang has already prepared everything that needs to be prepared. It's just a matter of course. Ling Yan believes that it won't be too much trouble. Tang Meng could only nod blankly, and after a long while, he asked excitedly, Brother Yun, what happened? Why did Uncle Zhuang suddenly decide to give you the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group? I'll tell you the specific reason for this matter later. You should call Uncle Li and Qian Ruhai first. So Tang Meng picked up his cell phone and started calling, even his voice was trembling. Okay. This is a big deal, you tell Ling Yun. I will personally coordinate and rush forward as much as possible. Xiao Meng, you must remember that this matter must be kept secret by all parties involved, remember? Li Yifeng's voice came from the phone. Ling Yan could hear it, and Li Yifeng's voice trembled slightly, unable to hide his excitement. It seemed that he was shocked. Secretary Wang, please notify the leaders of all departments to hold an emergency meeting in the conference room. I will personally host it. After hanging up Tang Meng's phone call, Li Yifeng immediately called the secretary in and said to him. Here, Tang Meng immediately called Qian Ruhai again, and according to Ling Yan's instructions, explained the situation to Qian Ruhai, and asked him to take people to Qingshui Bay quickly. Of course, Tang Meng did not forget to tell Qian Ruhai to keep Qin Jiantao out of this and keep it secret. When he received the call, Qian Ruhai and Qin Jiantao were discussing how to negotiate today in order to acquire the last company. After hanging up the phone, Qian Ruhai was speechless for a long time. His heart was overwhelmed, almost turned upside down. Old Qian, what's the matter? What happened? Qin Jiantao saw that Qian Ruhai's face was not right after answering the phone, so he couldn't help asking with concern. Qian Ruhai woke up like a dream, looked up at Qin Jiantao, and said in a trembling voice, Old Qian, we may have to send it. After saying this, a look of joy appeared on Qian Ruhai's face, followed by ecstasy. He asked Qin Jiantao, how much money do you have now? Qin Jiantao wondered, money? Why, are you short of money? Qian Ruhai frowned, and said angrily, who wants to borrow money from you? I mean, you can get as much money as you can get now. You are going to buy stocks. Buy stocks? why buy stocks? The market is not good now. Besides, I still have a sum of money in the stock market until now. Xuanhuan was too lazy to listen to Qin Jiantao's ramblings, so he said directly, you listen to me, God knows this matter, you know it, and I will sell all the stocks in your account as soon as the market opens, and then buy them immediately. A stock, Zhuang's medicine. Remember, you have to grab the daily limit price. If there is no accident, at most 5 minutes, the stock of Zhuang's pharmaceutical will be sealed and will not be opened again. Moreover, after today's market closes, it will be suspended urgently. Qin Jiantao was a little unconvinced, and joked, Old Qian, you who almost never speculate in stocks, why did you suddenly mention stocks to me, and you are so sure, do you have definite inside information? Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously, and suddenly came to Qin Jiantao's side, whispering in his ear, President Tang called just now, and he told me that Zhuang's pharmaceutical group is going to be merged into our Tiandi group. I'll go over later and see Zhuang. The chairman of Sher Pharmaceutical Group has gone through procedures in the past, and people from the city government will come forward, and they will fully coordinate and request that the merger be completed within 2 days. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan straightened up and looked at Qin Jiantao excitedly with a you understand expression. Fuck. Qin Jiantao almost jumped up from his chair, he was so shocked. After being stunned for a while, Qin Jiantao murmured, I said this year's stock market is so bad, why the stock of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group has been soaring, it has risen 5 times in a few months, and it is almost the best. It's here. Buy, even if you sell everything you want. Qin Jiantao rubbed his hands excitedly, thinking that following the new boss, it's only a few days, and the benefits will come. And it's a super bonus. That old money, do you want to buy it? Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously again, you know, I don't speculate in stocks. Besides, I have to bring people over there now. When Qin Jiantao heard this, he looked at Xuanhuan with an unbelievable expression, as if looking at a brain dead. Xuanhuan chuckled, I'll call and ask my wife to buy it. Qin Jiantao immediately rolled his eyes. Because of Tang Meng's phone call, the entire Qingshui city was in full swing in an instant. Inside Villa 1. Tang Meng finished the phone call and said to Ling Yun, Brother Yun, it's all settled, it shouldn't be a big problem. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded, and changed the topic, what kind of company is that? Tang Meng frowned and said, it's Jishitang Pharmacy. They have hundreds of stores in Jiangnan province. In Qingshui city alone, there are about 20 of them. And every business site is very profitable, so their boss is unwilling to sell it. Ling Yan's heart moved after hearing this, how many times have we talked? Tang Meng shook his head and said, 7 or 8 times, Qin Jiantao runs there almost every day, his mouth is worn out, it doesn't work. So, how much do you pay them? On average, each store is 2 million yuan, and we will give them a total of 200 million yuan. Brother Yun, our price is very reasonable. You know, they only earn 1.8 million a year for a single store. Well, pharmacies, apart from houses, are how much is the medicine worth? Speaking of this Jishitang pharmacy, Tang Meng couldn't be happier, and his face was frowning. Ling Yun pondered slightly, then, give them an extra 100 million, can we talk about it? Tang Meng scratched his head, I see enough, that boss is not an ordinary shaft. It doesn't work if the city government comes forward? It doesn't work, they have connections in the province, and they don't care about people from the city government at all. No matter how awesome we are, we can't really buy and sell by force, can we? Ling Yan stood up slowly, and asked Tang Meng with a smile, this is not okay, and that is not okay. Judging from what you mean, it seems that I really have to do it myself. Tang Meng immediately opened his eyes and smiled, hey, Brother Yun, don't you just have to do it yourself, as the saying goes, if a fairy doctor comes in, one is worth 2. To be continued. Jishitang Pharmacy, just because of its name, Ling Yun will definitely buy it. The hanging pot is good for the world. Ling Yun is a fairy doctor, he can't see it, he just pays it back, since he saw it, he must buy it. After a series of acquisitions, Ling Yun currently owns a medium-sized private hospital. As for the 6 pharmaceutical companies given to him by Miracle Dr. Shui at the beginning, including 4 pharmaceutical factories, of course they produced all kinds of traditional Chinese medicines. In addition, there are 2 medical device companies, mainly in sales and operation. Also, the 100 mu of land approved by the city government shows that it is used to build a large medical and drug research center. Medical and drug research centers, hospitals, pharmaceutical factories, medical device companies. Ling Yun has them all. Just short of the pharmacy. Ling Yun wants to provide 3-dimensional and comprehensive medical services to the citizens of Qingshui City. How can it do without a chain pharmacy? Could it be that the medicines or elixir he made in the future will be sold in other people's pharmacies, and others will take a share of the profits? That's not Ling Yun's style. Therefore, Ling Yun decided to go out in person, even at all costs, to get the Jishitang Pharmacy into his pocket. Anyway, he has money now. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng, "Where is Mo Wudao now?" Mo Wudao? Tang Meng mentioned Mo Wudao, with an expression of resentment on his face. That bitch? Now he is staying in Ling Yun building every day, so tell me that his feng shui bureau is still flawed. Wandering around the building in a Taoist robe, it is true that that bitch wants to pick up girls. Ling Yun was stunned. Fuck, so cheap? Tang Meng nodded. Yes, it's that cheap. He said that this person's complexion is not black for Intang all day long, and that person is covered in dark clouds, and he always takes the hands of female employees to show people. Ling Yun was furious. Damn it, you actually picked up the employees of my Tiandi group. Tang Meng, you call Chen Jiantao right now and ask him to bring Mo Wudao to my place. Chen Jiantao? I'm afraid Chen Jiantao can't invite him. He is now a big celebrity in our Ling Yun building. I'm afraid he won't come back. Ling Yun chuckled. You tell Chen Jiantao, if Mo Wudao doesn't come back, call the police. Just tell me what I said. Tang Meng immediately called Chen Jiantao again. Yes, call Mo Wudao to come back together. Brother Yun said, if Mo Wudao dares to refuse, you can call the police directly. Hang up the phone. Tang Meng and Ling Yun looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Ling Yun looked at the time. It was already 9:10, and he said to Tang Meng, okay, that's it, today's Jishitang Pharmacy, I will take the 2 of them to talk. As for the merger and acquisition of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, there are 3 parties involved, the city government, Zhuang's pharmaceutical, and us. There must be a person in the middle to contact, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be out of touch. Needless to say, this person is Tang Meng. Brother Yun, I'm going to Uncle Li's side now. Zhuang Tianda and Ling Yun have already talked about it, they just need to go through the procedure, so it is said that they will communicate in the play. Tang Meng mainly went to the city government. Old Wang, come here. Ling Yun called Wang Feihu in, pointed at Tang Meng and said, Old Wang, from now on, you will personally protect Tang Meng's safety, is there any problem? Wang Feihu vows to protect young Master Tang's safety. Ling Yun nodded. He smiled, okay, then you 2 can get along slowly from now on. After Tang Meng and Wang Feihu left, Ling Yun sat on the sofa and meditated, with a smile on his lips from time to time. Zhuang Tianda really deserves to be a giant in the business world, old fox, he doesn't take any losses. He really made money. So that day, Zhuang Tianda left Ling Yun for dinner. During the 2 hours, they were not chatting all the time, and they also finalized a lot of details of the merger and acquisition. Zhuang Tianda's Zhuang's pharmaceutical group was listed as a sole proprietorship. Later, after several splits and bonus shares, the total number of shares of Zheng's pharmaceutical has reached 1.82 billion shares. Zheng Tianda is of course the largest shareholder. He owns more than 85% of the company's shares. It has been like this for so many years, and it hasn't changed. Until the opening day of Lingyun Ping Fan Clinic, he gave Lingyun 5% of the equity. Even so, he still owns 80% of the total equity. Therefore, the tradable shares of Zheng's medicine in the secondary market are less than 15%, which is less than 300 million shares. There are less than 300 million shares. According to the current stock price of Zheng's medicine at around 36 yuan, the market value in circulation is exactly around 10 billion. Lingyun gave Zheng Tianda 2 days, not for nothing. In the past 2 days, taking advantage of the decline in the market and the unstable stock price, there is a mysterious fund that has been quietly absorbing the shares of Zheng's pharmaceuticals in the secondary market. In 2 days, no more, no less, just bought 4.99% of the shares. No announcement is required. This mysterious fund, no need to ask, naturally serves Zheng Tianda all the year round. In other words, now, in the hands of Zheng Tianda and Lingyun, they jointly hold 90% of the equity of Zheng's pharmaceutical group. With a total market value of more than 60 billion, 90% of the equity is more than 54 billion. As long as the secondary market raises a daily limit, Lingyun and Zheng Tianda's worth will increase by 5.4 billion. It only takes 1 day. Don't forget, Lingyun bought so many companies in one go, and up to now, he only spent 4.4 billion in total, and he got them all back in 1 day. And the facts are indeed true. The stock market is in a downturn. The stock price of Zheng's pharmaceutical opened slightly lower today. In 5 minutes, it was firmly sealed on the daily limit by a huge amount of funds. At this scene, even the bankers who operate Zheng's medicine in the secondary market are stunned, and they don't know what's going on. At this time, Li Yifeng had just held an emergency meeting on the merger of Zheng's pharmaceutical group into Tiandi Group. Mr. Chen, why are you so happy all of a sudden? Hey, don't just look at your phone, concentrate on driving. At this time, Mo Wudao and Qin Jiantao were on their way to Villa No. 1. When Mo Wudao saw Qin Jiantao playing with his mobile phone, his eyebrows suddenly became bright, and he couldn't help asking. Hey, you've earned more than 1 million in the blink of an eye, aren't you happy? Mo Wudao was even more puzzled. Are you still making money driving a car? Qin Jiantao laughed and said, the stock I just bought has reached its daily limit. Mo Wudao rolled his eyes, and said in his heart that he deserves to be the general manager, but you are the ones who make money. Qin Jiantao drove. Mo Wudao showed the way, and the two soon arrived at Villa No. 1. When Lingyun saw Mo Wudao, the first thing he said was, why, Ken is back. Mo Wudao was furious on the spot. Fuck, Lao Chen will call the police if I don't come back. Lingyun, you are really bad. Lingyun laughed loudly, and he wrapped his arms around Mo Wudao's shoulders. Let's go. I have something to do with you today, let's talk about a shop with me. An immortal doctor in the Qi refining period. With the addition of a feng shui master, Lingyun couldn't believe that he couldn't handle a mortal. President Chen leads the way, let's go. Qin Jiantao has been to Jishitang Pharmacy many times, and he is not familiar with the road, so of course he is responsible for leading the way. Mr. Ling, the boss of Jishitang, is named Yan Keming. He is 56 or 7 years old. He is a very low-key person. He guards the largest pharmacy in the city. He is also a well-known Chinese medicine practitioner. It is said that he is from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. It is said that he is often invited by some leaders in the province to treat his family members, so he has some connections in the province. He's not short of money, and he doesn't care about the price we offer. No matter who comes forward, it's just 2 words. He won't sell it. That's why it's a headache. On the way, Qin Jiantao explained the situation of Ji Shitang very clearly in a few words. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao sat on the back seat of the car. They looked at each other. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Okay, then let's meet him." 20 minutes later, 10 o'clock in the morning. The three of them came to the entrance of the Jishitang in Shizhong district and stopped the car. Before getting out of the car, Ling Yun's spiritual sense swept away, and he saw the situation inside Jishitang thoroughly. This Jishitang pharmacy is quite large, covering more than 300 square meters, and there are more than a dozen staff members in white clothes standing behind the counter, responsible for selling medicines. Innermost. It was a rather large office, in which sat an old man in his 50s, not tall and thin, drinking tea and reading newspapers there. The three of them got out of the car, and Mo Wudao looked around and muttered, "Why is this pharmacy opposite the Municipal People's Hospital?" Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Mo Wudao a shudder. "Nonsense, such a big pharmacy is not open opposite the hospital, it is also open in your Maoshan." The three of them walked into Jishir Hall and went straight to Yan Keming's office. Mo Wudao walked the slowest, looking around all the way. It looked like walking on the street. Ling Yun knew what he was doing, so naturally he didn't care. "Master, I'm here to disturb you again." The office door was open, and Qin Jiantao came to the door and stood still, with a respectful expression, greeting Yan Keming. Yan Keming turned his head, glanced at Qin Jiantao, and said calmly, "Not for sale." Just this sentence. Ling Yun shook his head slightly. He went directly into the office, and said with a smile, "Mr. Yan, I have known you for a long time. My name is Ling Yun, and I am the chairman of Tiandi Group. I took the liberty to come here today to discuss some business with you." Yan Keming still didn't raise his head. "Don't sell it. If you say you don't sell it, you don't sell it. It's useless if anyone comes." He didn't even intend to ask Ling Yun and others to sit down. Of course Ling Yun wouldn't stand, he just sat down opposite Yan Keming. He didn't bother to beat around the bush anymore, and went straight to the point. "Old man, 300 million, what do you think?" Yan Keming finally looked away from the newspaper, looked up at Ling Yun, then shook his head slowly. "Not for sale." 400 million. Ling Yun is rich and powerful, so he spends money first. A look of hesitation finally appeared in Yan Keming's eyes, but after thinking for a while, he still shook his head. 600 million. Hey, Ling Yun really doesn't believe in evil. And have a grudge against money? Ling Yunqin said that you took the 600 million, and you can't afford to open such a big pharmacy in any city? When he heard 600 million, Yan Keming stopped breathing, raised his head again, and looked at Ling Yun seriously. "Young man, it seems that you are really rich and sincerely want to buy my chain pharmacy, but it's not about money. The word Jishitang is a signboard passed down from my ancestors, so I really can't sell it." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It's useless to throw money at it. Originally, they were talking about 200 million, but when Ling Yun came, it rose to 600 million in the blink of an eye, twice the increase, but he didn't expect that Yan Keming would hold back. If the 600 million yuan is not sold, then it is really not a question of money, and there is no way out. Of course, Ling Yun can also increase the price to 800 million, 1 billion, or something. Yan Keming is not convinced, but in that case, Ling Yun is not Ling Yun anymore, he is Biao. It's true that Ling Yun is rich, but he hasn't reached that level yet. Moreover, Yan Keming used the signboard passed down by his ancestors to talk about things, and Ling Yun talked about money, which did not conform to his status. To put it bluntly, the price dropped. Ling Yun pondered for a while, took his heart into account, and switched to a roundabout tactic. "Old man, I believe that your signboard was passed down from your ancestors, but I don't believe that the inheritance of your family has never been broken. How long has it been since the reform and opening up? It's true that your ancestors opened the Jishitang pharmacy, but it was discontinued for many years. Your Jishitang has only reopened in the past 10 years, right? Ling Yun was shrouded in spiritual consciousness, so he naturally saw the business license of Jishitang. The registration date on it was clearly 1995. When Ling Yun said this, Yan Keming's face was a little ugly. Obviously, he used the signboard to talk about things, and Ling Yun exposed his old background on the spot. Therefore, Yan Keming's tone became blunt. The signboard is the signboard. I reopened it. That's my skill. It's the protection of the ancestors. If you want to buy it with money, there is no way. Out of anger, Yan Keming directly sealed off the negotiating space, leaving almost no room for Ling Yun to maneuver. Ling Yun just smiled lightly. Old man, our Tandy group has acquired more than 40 companies in the past 10 days. You must have heard about this matter, right? Ling Yun glanced at the newspaper in Yan Kexing's hand, which contained the news that Tandy Group purchased various enterprises in Qingshui City at any cost. Yan Keming put down the newspaper and smiled slightly. It is reported every day in the newspaper. I also read it every day. Ling Yun clasped his fists together. The 40 families are all sold out. Now that you are the last family, I dare to ask the old man to save face? Yan Keming shook his head. If others sell it, that's their business. I really can't sell it. It's not a matter of losing face. Ha ha. Ling Yun laughed loudly. Old man, let me tell you the truth. My Tandy group will cut the ribbon and open the day after tomorrow. Frankly speaking, it doesn't matter much to me whether you buy or not to buy this chain pharmacy. I will come here today. It doesn't mean you have to buy it. Yan Keming did not speak, quietly waiting for the next sentence. Ling Yun didn't keep it secret, and went straight on, but, you know my Tandy group. What is it mainly for? Yan Keming sneered and said, I know you are rich, and you have acquired so many companies in one go, it seems like you can do everything. Ling Yun nodded, yes, it is true that you can do whatever you want. But today I want to tell you that my main business is still in the pharmaceutical industry. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched lightly. I think, you probably don't want to. Before my Tandy group opens, why not set me up as a giant opponent like me? Ling Yun's gaze gradually became sharper. Grandpa, now I own a hospital, 4 pharmaceutical factories, and 2 medical equipment companies. Moreover, the city government also gave me 100 acres of land to build medical and drug research center. Also, I might as well tell you today. Have you heard of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group? It will soon be merged into our Tandy group. This group mainly sells pharmaceuticals. They are in our Qingshui City, and even in our, how many pharmacies are there in Jiangnan province? I believe you know better than me. Ling Yun leaned forward, his eyes were extremely confident, and he looked at Yan Keming with a crushing posture. Do you think it will be interesting to fight with me in Jiangnan province in the future? Yan Keming was shocked when he heard this, and his expression changed. Tandy Group bought Zhuang's pharmaceutical group? This is definitely an earth-shattering event. Ling Yun really didn't want to bully others, but this old man was really too tough. If he didn't crush him a bit, he really thought his signboard was worth a lot. Yan Keming's face changed again, and he said sharply, Ling Yun, you want to threaten me? Ling Yun smiled lightly. The old man is serious. I can't make a threat to you. If I really want to threaten you, I won't show up today. What Ling Yun said is true. If you really want to threaten, just say hello to Qinglong and guarantee that Yan Keming's pharmacy will not be open. It's very simple. Find someone to come to the store to buy medicine, and then say that someone died after taking it, and make a fuss. Comparing connections, power, money, and means, Ling Yun can crush Yan Keming's 100 streets. He just didn't want to do that. In order to buy a chain pharmacy, he didn't want to bully an old man like that. Ling Yun smiled, Old man, I came here today because I don't want to see your pharmacy being crushed by me after the opening of Tandy Group. So, let's have a good discussion now. You sell the pharmacy to me, then change the city, change the store, and continue to open it. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he didn't continue talking. He was playing hard just now, and he had to give Yan Keming enough time to think about it. Then, Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Mo Wudao. How about it? You have been watching it for a long time, have you noticed anything? Ling Yun chose to bring Mo Wudao here, not for nothing. When he was in Longmen Mountain, Mo Wudao didn't know Ling Yun's birth date at all. Just by looking at Ling Yun's face, he could tell that villain number 1 was a big murderer. Hurrying back quickly, Ling Yun hurried back in time to resolve a crisis. Therefore, he believed in Mo Wudao's means. As the saying goes, every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite, there is feng shui in every family, and there are ancestral graves. Whose feng shui is not a problem? Just finished the hard one, now it's time for the soft one. Mo Wudao nodded, and also passed the sound transmission to Ling Yun. Secretly, I can see that this old man has something hard to say. Looking at his face, he is indeed rich and powerful. He has been blessed in this life, but unfortunately, he has all the blessings taken by himself. If I look right, his wife and children have problems. Maybe one of them is living in the opposite hospital now. Got it. That's enough. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he was overjoyed. It would be much easier to handle this way. At this moment, Yan Keming's face was gloomy, and his forehead was sweating. It was obvious that Ling Yun put a lot of pressure on him just now. As for pharmacies, as long as their medicines are good and famous, who still buys them in their own stores? Didn't the business plummet? There is no business in the store. What's the use of guarding a pharmacy all day long if the medicine can't be sold? For a while, Yan Keming was at a loss, and couldn't make up his mind. Ling Yun felt that the time had come, so he said, "Old man, you said it wasn't about the money. It seems that you used the signboard to talk about it just now, but it was also an excuse. I think you must have something to hide?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stopped talking and observed Yan Keming's reaction. Hey! Really? After Yan Keming hesitated to speak several times, he finally raised his head slightly and sighed deeply. Ling Yun saw that there was something going on, and immediately stepped up his offensive. "Old man, if there is really something unspeakable, you might as well tell me, maybe I can help you solve it?" Yan Keming shook his head, sighed and said, "You can't help me. My troubles are not money troubles. Mr. Ling, since you're talking about this, I'll tell you. This chain pharmacy can say I have worked hard for most of my life, and I have a clear idea of how much it is worth. 200 million is reasonable, and if I am a bit greedy, 300 million is the most. It is not worth 600 million. However, I really can't sell it. If I sell it, I will have no income in the future. I will have no money to support my wife and children. It's okay to say that my wife has been lying there for several years. She must be ahead of me, and my wealth can support me. However, I am worried about my son. When the child was 20 years old, his spine was injured and his lower body was paralyzed. It has been 9 years. If I die in the future, what will this child eat and drink?" Finally he said it. After Ling Yun heard it, he finally let out a long breath and said to himself, "Why didn't you say it earlier, and made me talk so much?" Yan Keming's wife is in a vegetable state and his son is paralyzed. Tang Meng really had the foresight, and the immortal doctor came out. One was worth 2. Ling Yun smiled calmly. "Old man, you don't have to sigh, I can cure their illnesses." Oh. Yan Keming's expression was in a daze, and he subconsciously thought that Ling Yun was comforting him, so he couldn't help answering, but in an instant he felt wrong. "What did you just say?" "You said that their mother's illness, you." Ling Yun smiled brightly. "Yes, I said, I can cure their illnesses, and I guarantee that they will be cured." Just kidding. Back then Ling Yun was only at the 7th level of body training, and he easily cured all 22 dying patients on the spot, let alone the first level of Qi training. Bow, I promise it can be cured? Did I hear you right? You won't lie to me, will you? Yan Keming stood up straight away, trembling all over, his lips trembling, as if grasping at straws. Ling Yan also stood up. Grandpa, let's not talk about business for now, it's important that we go get medical treatment first. Let's go. Leave as soon as you say? Yan Keming didn't expect Ling Yan to be so straightforward that he couldn't react for a while. Old man, if you are willing to let them lie on the bed for a while, I guess after today, you will not be able to see them like this. The four quickly left Jishitang Pharmacy, and under the leadership of Yan Keming, they actually went straight to the opposite side and went to the Municipal People's Hospital. When he came to the intensive care unit where Yan Keming's wife lived, under Yan Keming's dubious eyes, Ling Yan made a move. With the help of the refining God Taishu stone, it only took 20 minutes to wake up Yan Keming's wife and bring her back to life. The husband and wife hugged each other and cried. Half an hour later, Ling Yan came to Yan Keming's home, used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, cured Yan Keming's son, and made him walk on the ground on the spot. Yan Keming's family knelt on the ground, thanking Ling Yan for saving his life. Yan Keming immediately stated that he would not receive any money, and handed over the 96 pharmacies of Jishitang to Ling Yan as a reward. Of course Ling Yan would not do this kind of thing. In the end, he acquired Jishitang with 200 million funds. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Boss, please show me quickly, what's wrong with my body? After leaving Yan Keming's house, Qin Jiantao looked at Ling Yan differently, as if looking at a god. Ling Yan's self-confidence and strength, Ling Yan's negotiating skills, and Ling Yan's celestial doctor skills all left an indelible impression on Qin Jiantao. Qin Jiantao knew that he had hit the big luck, and if he didn't want anything else, he just wanted to follow Ling Yan's immortal doctor's methods, which was worth following Ling Yan for the rest of his life. Why, this means that I and my family have lost several lives. As long as people don't die, Ling Yan has a way to cure people. What kind of benefit is this? No amount of money can buy it, okay? Did I say you're not done yet? I said you're in good health and there's nothing wrong with you. If you're really sick, I'll cure you when we were drinking that day. Well, as long as you drink less flower wine in the future. Ling Yan became a little impatient when Qin Jiantao was so verbose. Emma Wudao is indifferent, he has seen all the crazy things about Ling Yan, and it is just a drizzle to treat someone's illness. I said madman, I saved you 400 million yuan, should I share some of the saved money? Emma Wudao said with a hippie smile. Damn it, I just let you see your face, and you want to split the money? Believe it or not, I kicked you off the car? Ling Yan glanced at Emma Wudao and said with a smile. Mo Wudao could only sigh, hey, after finishing the work, you will turn your face and deny anyone. Well, in the future, I don't care if you ask me for this kind of thing. Ling Yan laughed loudly, okay, you also have merit today, I will give you 1 million, is it enough for you? Emma Wudao is the master who can just give the money, seeing Ling Yan agreed, his eyes lit up immediately, and his mouth grinned to the base of his ears. However, the money is not for nothing. There is still one thing you need to help with. Emma Wudao's smile suddenly froze on his face. The corner of the grinning mouth was retracted little by little, and he stared at Ling Yan. Don't look so constipated, okay? Don't worry. It's a trivial matter, my ordinary clinic was renovated yesterday, you go over this afternoon to take a look and help me set up a feng shui bureau. That's fine. Emma Wudao agreed immediately. Old Chen, after lunch. Come back again and go through the necessary procedures with Yan Keming. Our Tiandi group will open the day after tomorrow, and we can't afford to waste time. Now that he was familiar with Qin Jiantao, Ling Yan began to call him Lao Chen directly, but he wanted to call him Brother Chen, but Chen Jiantao probably wouldn't dare to agree. Boss Ling, I understand. Now Chen Jiantao is absolutely in admiration for Ling Yun, and he is completely determined and obedient. The three of them found a restaurant together and had lunch. Mr. Ling. Do you still remember that this restaurant is now owned by our Chandi group? Okay, then let's eat Overlord meal today. As expected, this meal was an Overlord's meal, full of food and drink, and when it came time to pay the bill, Ling Yin just asked Chen Jiantao to sign, and then came out. And it was sent out respectfully by the hotel manager. Madman. I think the whole of Qingshui City has become your home. You just need to build another roof over Qingshui City. Emma Wudao said sourly. Ling Yin laughed happily. Don't say that, it makes me feel embarrassed. Emma Wudao looked contemptuous, and, do you still know that you are embarrassed? After lunch, Emma Wudao went to Ping Fan Clinic to set up a feng shui bureau, and Chen Jiantao went to Yan Kemming's house to go through procedures. And Ling Yun. Then go straight back to Villa Number 1. After entering the villa compound, Ling Yin came to the side of the small medicine garden with a flash of his figure. Most of this batch of herbs has matured, because they are picked as they are ripe, so the remaining half of them are not yet mature. Looks like it's too late. But it's just right, I'll use you guys to practice Supreme Qingdiju these few days. Supreme Qingdiju, before Ling Yin reached the first level of Qi training, he had already cultivated to the 5th level, and it was the 3rd small realm of the 5th level. At that time, Ling Yin could already use the Supreme Qing Emperor art to ripen medicinal herbs. But now, as Ling Yin has reached the 1st level of Qi training, his Supreme Qingdiju has also increased, reaching the 5th peak. Now he can completely ripen medicinal herbs in a large area. This technique was obtained by Ling Yun in exchange for 9 immortal spirit veins at a cultivation auction when he was cultivating in the Great World, and it is most suitable for him as an immortal doctor to practice. Since he is an immortal doctor, he must deal with medicinal herbs, spiritual herbs, and elixirs every day. Ling Yun travels all over the world and finds useful spiritual herbs, but he is not familiar with them. What should he do? Use the Supreme Qingdi formula to ripen it, then pack it up and take it away. It's time to refine pills or talismans, and all the spirit herbs are ready, only one spirit grass is not yet ripe. What should I do? Just ripen it. Anyway, the spiritual grass and spiritual wood ripened by the Supreme Qing Emperor art are no different from those that grow naturally, and there is no side effect at all. That's why Ling Yun was willing to buy this non-combat skill, with 9 fairy veins. But now, Ling Yun is not only effective in ripening herbal medicines such as Supreme Qingdiju, he has also learned Xianhuan, and he has Xianhuan through cultivation. According to Ling Yun's speculation, the Xianhuan scripture is not an ancient martial art at all, but a top-level cultivation technique that can be compared with Ichi Inyang Ju. As soon as he thought about it, Ling Yin sat cross-legged on the spot, and directly activated the Supreme Qingdiju, performing a collective ripening of the herbs in the small medicine garden. Although it was the first time for Ling Yin to use the Supreme Qing Emperor art, the effect was astonishing. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. Under the urging of the Supreme Qingdiju, the medicinal herbs in the small medicine garden, depending on the degree of growth, quickly grow into flower buds, and the flower buds bloom within a few minutes. It's ripe. And those herbs that have been picked after they are ripe, as long as they are not uprooted, start to take out green shoots again, just like spring. If someone stands here, he will definitely have a sense of life that has passed by, because he has seen the growth of plants for a year within 1 hour. So did anyone see it? Of course someone saw that Miao Xiaomiao was in Villa Number 1 at this time. She was in her bedroom when she heard Ling Yun came back. I couldn't help taking a look, only to find that Ling Yun had gone to the small medicine garden. During this period of time, Miao Xiaomiao took care of this small medicine garden. When she saw Ling Yun passing by, she thought that Ling Yun was going to forcibly pick unripe herbs, so she got angry and came out of the villa directly. Followed over. Then she saw the shocking scene. Dreamlike. It took Ling Yun an hour to ripen half of the herbs in the small medicine garden in one go. Then he slowly recovered and stood up. This hour consumed 30% of Ling Yun's spiritual energy. The supreme Qingdi tactic can ripen plants. The fundamental reason is that through the use of this tactic, the aura in the monk's body can be released, and then the aura can be transformed into the plant. Then the aura can play a role, so that the plants can absorb the nutrients from the earth. Moisture grows quickly. Shorten the growth cycle of plants. Without consuming spiritual energy, just holding a copy of the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju there, even if you recite it 10,000 times, the plants will not change in the slightest. After Ling Yun stood up, he didn't look back, still looking at the small medicine garden in front of him, admiring his masterpiece, but said lightly, "Is it fun?" Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun suddenly turned around. A pair of handsome eyes stared at Miao Xiaomiao. Her heart was pounding. She smiled brightly and said, "Want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you." Miao Xiaomiao. At this time, Xiao Jin, who was hovering in the sky, flew down and stopped directly in front of Miao Xiaomiao's face, flapping his wings and singing. Anxiously chirping and screaming. You could tell from its appearance that it was urging Miao Xiaomiao to agree quickly. Cut. Who cares? Miao Xiaomiao's pretty face changed again and again. She suddenly raised her hand and swept Xiao Jin away, and Ling Yun, who had turned white, turned her head and left. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, thinking that there is no need to be so proud. Hey, don't forget to pick these mature herbs. Ling Yun did not forget to shout at Miao Xiaomiao's pretty back. 3:00 in the afternoon. Tang Meng called Ling Yun and said that the merger and acquisition process with Zhuang's pharmaceutical group has basically been completed, and the rest is just some details, and Qian Ruhai can take care of it tomorrow. At the same time, after the market closed, Zhuang's pharmaceutical group stock immediately issued an announcement, announcing that the company's stock had been suspended due to an emergency. Special suspension. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jiantao, who went to Jishitang Pharmacy, also called Ling Yun specifically, saying that the contract had been signed, the acquisition was successful, and the money had been paid, and all procedures had been completed. At this point, everything before the ribbon-cutting of Tiandi Group's opening is tantamount to all the dust has settled, and it will only wait for the day after tomorrow to open. An hour later, Tang Meng, Qin Jiantao, and Qian Ruhai arrived at Villa No. 11 after another. Tang Meng and Qian Ruhai carried 2 thick stacks of contracts from the car and came to the living room. The two put the 2 stacks of contracts in their arms heavily in front of Ling Yun, and Tang Meng handed Ling Yun a signing pen. "Brother Yun, you are involved, sign it. This is the acquisition of 42 companies, as well as all the acquisition contracts signed by Zhuang's pharmaceutical group with us." Ling Yun didn't expect Tang Meng to come up with such a move. He felt a headache just looking at those 2 stacks of thick contracts. He frowned slightly and said, "Isn't it all handed over to you as an agent? You are the president of Tiandi Group, okay? I don't need to sign, trouble." Tang Meng chuckled, "Hey, Brother Yun, the president is a senior worker these days, the president is the president, but you are the chairman." Seeing this, Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai laughed at the same time. The task assigned to them by Ling Yun was finally completed by the 2 of them before the opening of Tiandi Group, and today they both made a fortune because of the daily limit of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group stock. Of course they are happy. Tang Meng is even more complacent now, and he said to Ling Yun with a playful smile, "The chairman is troubled. You have been a big shopkeeper for too long. We have been running back and forth for half a month. Let you sign a few words to pay back, don't want to?" Ling Yun had no choice but to pick up the signature pen and asked impatiently where to sign. "Every contract here has a special place reserved for the chairman's signature. just sign there. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yin can use the Phantom Fish Dragon step to transform himself into 12, and he can also use various natural materials and earth treasures to help Wang Feihu upgrade to 3 levels overnight, and he can also use the Supreme Qingdi Ju to ripen medicinal herbs in a large area. But for things like signing, you still have to turn over page by page, one contract signed. Ling Yin frowned, suppressing the fire, and with infinite hatred for Tang Meng in his heart, he buried his head in signing there. Every time he raised his head and looked at Tang Meng, his eyes would become more serious. You know, there are more than 40 companies, but for such a formal acquisition, a company does not just have a simple acquisition contract. That would be too casual, and these are all legally binding documents. Which company is not allowed to sign 7 or 8 contracts for the acquisition? 7 or 8 contracts, are all those or few? Of course, there are really few, such as the military and civilian bun shop. But for a listed company like Zheng's Pharmaceutical Group, there are dozens or even hundreds of contracts alone. There are hundreds of documents. No matter how fast Ling Yin is, it still takes more than an hour to sign. Fortunately, he still has spiritual sense, picked up a document, and just scanned it with his spiritual sense, and he knew which page to sign on. Tang Meng, do you know my temper? If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. After more than half of the signings were signed, Ling Yin raised his head in a daze, and looked at Tang Meng sitting there drinking tea leisurely, and his heart became even more angry. Now he can't wait to kick Tang Meng into the clear water lake. Hey, Brother Yun, come on. Tang Meng was not afraid at all, and even cheered Ling Yin on. Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, who were sitting on the side, could only smile apologetically and dare not say more. This is a conflict between the chairman and president of Tiandi Group, and they dare not participate at all. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yin finally signed all the contracts with his name, and then he lightly grasped that poor signing pen into powder. Is that all right? Ling Yin sneered at Tang Meng. Seeing that Ling Yin had really signed everything, Tang Meng stood up and winked at Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai. Take the documents. Go back to Ling Yin building and withdraw. Tang Meng's heart was also trembling. There was no one else in the villa now. If Ling Yin really wanted to beat him up, those 2 mortals would not be able to stop him. Get out of here. Seeing that Tang Meng was about to flee, Ling Yin didn't get up, but just stretched out his hand and scratched Tang Meng's back. The vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi reversed, and Tang Meng was unable to move an inch. Tang Meng couldn't leave. He could only turn around, and immediately put on a flattering smile. Hey, Brother Yun, please forgive me. This is a necessary procedure. After all, this is all your property. Ling Yin snorted coldly. Now you know you're afraid? What are you going to do? Look at your courage. Don't worry, I won't deal with you now. I have something to discuss about keeping you. Oh. Tang Meng suddenly settled down. Immediately returned to the sofa and sat down. Tiandi Group will cut the ribbon and open the day after tomorrow. Do you know who you need to invite? How are the preparations going? Ling Yin stopped joking with Tang Meng and directly talked about the business. The 2 of them had worked so hard to prepare for such a long time, and the last trembling was short of it. Naturally, Ling Yin didn't want anything to go wrong on the opening day. Hey, Brother Yun. You really asked about this matter. I have already prepared for it. Tang Meng took out a few sheets of paper from his pocket as if conjuring, folded them squarely, and handed them to Ling Yin. This is a list of people I need to invite. There are people from Qingshui Municipality, business people, major media in Jiangnan Province, and some of our own friends. They are all classified and clear. A large part of them, I didn't bother you. I decided to send invitations to them a long time ago. Those with check marks on the paper are the ones. Those that are not checked, need to wait for you to decide. At the same time, see if there are any omissions. Ling Yun nodded, opened a few pieces of paper, and scanned them with his divine sense. Needless to say, Ling Yun was very relieved by Tang Meng's handling of affairs. On the few sheets of paper, the names, identities, positions, and work units of the people who needed to be hired were clearly listed and clear at a glance. For example, in the political field, the first one is naturally Li Yifeng, the top leader of Qingshui City, whose position is the work unit of the Municipal Party Committee compound, and a check mark has been drawn on the back, which means that the invitation has already been sent. Then it was naturally Tang Tianhao. As for those in the business world, the first one is of course Xuan Tianda. This is a must. The media is naturally the major TV stations, major portal stations, and some famous financial reporters. Then, of course, they are their own people. Where is Miracle Dr. Shui's seniority? He will naturally bear the brunt of it, ranking first, followed by Murong Wencher, Song Jingyang, and so on. Ling Yun was quite satisfied with the invitation list. He nodded with a smile, and said, "That's right, from your point of view, it's really complete, there's nothing missing." Tang Meng added, "Brother Yun, I made my own decisions. I didn't invite the military. My dad said that they are more sensitive recently." Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's right. We are opening the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and we are not going to march to fight a war. What are we doing with them so much? This is very good." However, Ling Yun looked at the list and asked with a frown, "Why did you invite so many people you don't know? I haven't even heard of these people before." There were hundreds of people on that list. Ling Yun knew only a few of them, that's why he asked this question. Tang Meng laughed and said, "Brother Yun, if we open the door to do business, can we still think we have too many friends? Let me tell you the truth, I did not draw up this list alone. There are suggestions from professionals here." So Tang Meng explained to Ling Yun, for example, who would be invited in the political circles. He specifically asked his old man, Tang Tianhao, who to invite in the business world. He specifically asked Song Jingyang and others, and which media to invite. He specifically asked Su Lingfei. And so on. Brother Yun, after taking over Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, our plate is really big. The total assets of our Tiandi group are now about 100 billion in assets. Although the scale, we can't compare with the central enterprises, but for our Qingshui city, and even the entire Jiangnan province, it can be called a giant aircraft carrier in the business world. Pull the radish and bring out the mud. The relationship between every head and brain is intricate. Can they not think about such a big thing as the opening of our Tiandi group? Which side we neglect is tantamount to slapping others in the face. When Tang Meng said this, Ling Yun thought he was right. Do you think you have too many friends if you open the door to do business? After all, it's just a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening ceremony, and it's not good for anyone to be left out in the cold. After all, this is not the time when Ling Yun's ordinary clinic opened, and it is not the same as before. Then what are you thinking about? Please invite everyone. Anyway, Qingshui City has no enmity with us now. Ling Yun said with a smile, however, we must distinguish between priorities, and we must consider clearly which ones are our own and which are important people. Tang Meng laughed and said, Brother Yun, I understand, that is necessary. However, Brother Yun. Tang Meng thought about it, although we haven't issued an invitation card, I estimate that someone from the province will come to this ribbon-cutting opening ceremony. The implication is that Li Yifeng may not be the biggest boss in the political world. Ling Yun only smiled lightly when he heard this. You don't need to say, there will definitely be someone from the province this time. As for the level, it's hard to say. Tang Meng frowned and said, Come uninvited? Then what shall we do? Ling Yun smiled and said, This is not something we have to worry about. I think Uncle Li and Uncle Tang have already thought about it. When the time comes, they will help us deal with it. As for us, just adapt to the circumstances, what else can we do? At this moment, Ling Yun's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Ning Lingyu calling. Ling Yun answered the phone immediately, but it was Qin Dongshua's voice. "Brat, where are you?" "Auntie, it's in Villa number 1. Tiandi Group opened on August 8th, right?" "Yes, it's the day after tomorrow. Don't blame me for not reminding you about something. Qin Chongqing will come the day you open." Ling Yun was taken aback, and immediately asked, "Qin Chongqing? Who is Qin Chongqing?" Qin Dongxue smiled, coquettishly. "Forget about being stupid, who else can it be?" "My father. In terms of seniority, both you and Ling Yu have to call him grandpa." "What?" Ling Yun stood up straight away, his voice raised an octave. What is he doing here?" Ling Yun was in a hurry at the time, thinking that he was just starting a business. Why is Mr. Qin joining in the fun at this time? At the same time, Ling Yun was also shocked. Qin Dongxue actually called his father by his first name, which was too violent. Qin Dongshua's voice came from the phone again. "What else are you doing here?" "You're opening, and he'll cut the ribbon for you." "Hang up." Ling Yun was dumbfounded at that moment. Qin Chongqing, the father of Qin Chuyue and Qin Dongxue, is the current head of the Qin family. Although Ling Yun didn't ask Qin Dongxue about the Qin family's situation, he now knows some generalities. The power of the Qin family is not in the capital, but in the south of the Qinling Mountains in China. The Qin family is located at the junction of Sichuan, Shaanxi, and Hubei, which is considered to be in the heart of China, but its secular power spreads all over the provinces south of the Yangtze River. As soon as this old man came, those characters mentioned earlier were crushed to nothing in an instant. How to greet, how to face, how to address. "Do you really call me grandpa when you meet each other, or do you call me grandpa?" However, the reality did not give Ling Yun much time to think, because there was another call. This time it was Lin Minghan calling. "Ling Yun, let me tell you something." Ling Yun suddenly felt a little dizzy. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's the matter?" "Our old man is fine at home after retirement. Hearing that your Tiandi Group opened, he decided to come over in person." "Lin Hongjun, Mr. Lin." Again. Ling Yun was even more confused, thinking that these old men, why do they like to get together? Well, if there is another one, they can play mahjong with Master Shui at the same table. If no one comes, let Morong Wencher take the top seat. How to do? Brace yourselves and welcome. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The capital, the Ling family. My precious grandson has worked so hard in Qingshui City for such a large family business, and it is about to cut the ribbon for opening. Why do you stop me from going? Ling Lai's tall figure was pacing back and forth quickly in his small courtyard. His face was flushed, his beard and hair were all splayed out of anger, and he exploded into thunder and fury. In front of him, there are now people kneeling on the ground: Ling Zhen, the head of the Ling family, Ling Yu, the second child, and those juniors, Ling Xiu, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li are all there, and of course Cui Old. Since Ling Yun left the capital, although Ling Lai kept a low profile at home, he has been paying attention to the news of Qingshui City all the time, of course because of Ling Yun. Tiandi Group has carried out a series of acquisitions in the past half-month, and the media news is reporting every day, so Ling Lai can naturally see it. After confirming that the Tiandi Group will open on August 8th, Ling Lai couldn't sit still immediately. He made a decision to go to Qingshui City and personally cut the ribbon for his grandson's opening. But, how can that work? Now, the Ling family has become the focus of attention in the entire capital, and all forces are watching the Ling family's every move. If Ling Lai goes to Qingshui City with such a big fanfare, and also appears at the opening ceremony of the Tiandi Group, in that case, all the secrets of the Ling family will naturally be revealed to the world. Then, all the Ling family's efforts to hide their strengths and bide their time in the past month will be for naught because of Ling Lai and Ling Yun's meeting. Therefore, Ling Zhen and Ling Yu, after hearing the old man's decision, expressed their opposition on the spot, knowing that the old man was acting on his own will. Father, in the final analysis, Ling Yun is just a ribbon cutting for the opening of the business. Just for this ribbon cutting, the relationship between our Ling Yun and our Ling family has been exposed. It's really not worth it. Ling Lai raised his head and snorted coldly, humph. So what if it's exposed? Do you really think that the current Ling family is still the original Ling family? With the help of Ling Yun back then, not only did Ling Lai recover from his injuries, but he also broke through the 8th level of innateness in one fell swoop. After keeping a low profile for this period of time, he practiced continuously day and night. Now, he has broken through the middle stage of the 8th level of innateness, and is only one step away from the peak of the 8th level of innateness. There is naturally a reason why Ling Lai cultivated so quickly. You know, after Ling Lai broke through the 8th level of innate, the Dantian was full of true energy, and in it, the Emperor's immortal spirit energy accounted for 70%. Ling Yun used his own black and yellow true energy, the divine willow tree of the Ling family, and the fairy aura of the Earth Emperor helped Ling Lai break through the barrier. These three things all have the same origin with the inheritance of the Ling family and the xuanhuan scriptures that Ling Lai practiced. While speaking, Ling Lai let out an aura that was close to the peak of the 8th level of congenital. It's just looking down at the sky. No wonder the old man is so domineering, he knows it very well, he is already so powerful, plus his heaven-defying baby grandson Ling Yun, this strength can already give it a go with any force in the capital. What's more, what about Ling Yun's almost immortal vampires? The rise of the Ling family is just around the corner. What is there to hide at this time? As soon as Ling Lai said this, Ling Zhen and Ling Yu stopped talking. The Ling family has been suppressed and depressed for too long. Over the past 18 years, they have suffered countless losses, both openly and secretly. Thinking of being able to rise, who can really calm down? Old man, I understand your current mood. Our Ling family is indeed not afraid of anyone now, but you have to think about the third young master. Cui Lao knelt down on one knee, he knew this time. That's why he can persuade Ling Lai. Ling Lai's outward momentum faltered suddenly. You mean the third child? Ling Xiao. Although the Ling family had been sending people to search for clues secretly for a month, they still couldn't find Ling Xiao's whereabouts. This made Ling Lai desperately think that his third son had already fallen into the enemy's hands and was brutally killed. Hey! Thinking of Ling Xiao, Ling Lai couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Gaining a precious grandson, but losing the most beloved son, how can this make the old man feel so embarrassed? Elder Cui was also saddened, but still persuaded. Old man, the third young master is still missing, and after Ling Yun's Tiandi group opens, he will definitely come to the capital immediately. As long as he comes, he will definitely find a way to save his father, although we can't find the third young master, but that child Ling Yun is extremely witty, so he may not be helpless. However, if you go and expose the relationship between Ling Yun and you to the world, then the safety of the third young master will be difficult to say. After Ling Lai heard this, he immediately put away his outgoing aura and hesitated. At this time, Ling Yu hurriedly said, Father, what Elder Cui said makes sense. If you just go like this, it will definitely be bad for the third brother, and it will also bring countless troubles to Ling Yun. We really can't do it. Hey! Ling Lai pondered for a long time, sighed again, and finally cancelled his decision to go to Qingshui City. Okay, I'll listen to you this time, and I won't go there. Seeing that the old man finally figured it out, everyone in the Ling family breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Ling Lai say again, however, I don't have to go, but our Ling family can't pretend that we don't know anything. We still have to send someone over. Grandpa, I'll go, I'll go. Seeing that Ling Lai said that he wanted to send someone there, several younger generations of the Ling family, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and others immediately rushed to go. This was to see Ling Yun. They couldn't wait to see Ling Yun for such a long time. To shut up. Ling Lai stopped these guys from drinking with a single throat. You guys, just stay at home and practice honestly. How about this, Mr. Chui, it's you, take Ling Xiao to Qingshui City. Ling Xiao is a girl, and it's normal to go out, so it's hard to attract others. Mr. Chui will take care of other things, such as his attention. Grandpa, don't worry, I promise there won't be any problems. Ling Xiao was ordered by Ling Lai, and she was extremely happy in her heart. She glanced at those brothers triumphantly, and then saw their envious and jealous eyes. In the end, the people sent by the Ling family were Cui Lao and Ling Xiao. Okay, you are all gone, what should you do? Ling Lai waved the crowd to disperse. He stood in the same place and pondered for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, Humph, old fox, Qin Chong Qing, so what if you go? Ling Yun is my grandson. It's still the capital, the Ling family's outer house, which is the courtyard house where Ling Yun lived. Now, naturally, the people from the Chao family are temporarily hiding here. At this time, all members of the Chao family were here, and of course, Chao Tianlong was also there. Grandpa, father, there are two things that need to be reported to you. Chao Tianlong said to Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong on the opposite side. First, Shanshan called and said that Ling Yun has found a way to cure you. The first thing he did when he came to the capital was to cure our whole family. This is naturally a great joy for the members of the Chao family. After hearing this, the whole family was extremely excited. After the family's emotions stabilized, Chao Tianlong talked about the second matter. The second thing is that Ling Yun's Chendi group will open for business soon. Shanshan said that Grandpa will decide everything. Chao Juanxiong fell into deep thought after listening. After a long time, Chao Juanxiong looked at his only grandson and said slowly, Tianlong, you have to come forward for our Chao family on this matter. Chao Tianlong was surprised. Oh? Grandpa, you said, can we go to the Chao family? Chao Juanxiong smiled slightly, and said decisively, Tianlong, you are wrong. This time, our Chao family can't go, but must go. That boy Ling Yun will come to the capital soon, probably in 3 to 5 days. At this time, it's time to stand in line. Our Chao family has been greatly favored by Ling Yun. Now that his company has opened, we are just there by Shanshan. It's outrageous. Tianlong, remember, after you go to Qingshui, you don't need to hide anything, just stay with Ling Yun openly, the closer you are, the better. Our Chao family, from now on, declare to the whole world that we will fully support Ling Yun. Chao Tianlong didn't expect Chao Juanxiong to make a decision so quickly. He nodded and said worriedly, Grandpa, I was fine in the past, but you? Chao Juanxiong laughed. He looked around, looked at the family who had completely turned into a blood clan, and laughed at himself. Our family has become like this now, what else do you have to worry about? Tianlong, don't worry about us, tomorrow you will take the blood bodyguard left by Ling Yun to Qingshui. Then, Grandpa, what gift should I bring? Chao Juanxiong smiled and said, you don't need to bring any presents, you go, it will be the biggest gift the Chao family gave Ling Yun. What Chao Tianlong brought back was the support of the Chao family, so this gift was naturally heavy enough. But it's really not good for the kid to open the business without bringing any presents. How about this, you take your father's bank card with you and transfer it to him, 10 billion. Unlike the Ling family and the Chao family, all the major families in the capital have naturally received news about the opening of the Tiandi group, and an emergency meeting was held within the family to discuss it. At the meeting, the different factions within the major families were arguing with each other, and the debate was red-faced, but in the end there was no result of the discussion. The reason is simple, they don't know what the Long family and the Yi family mean. The two big families in the capital are actually very consistent, and no news has been released, which makes other big and small families a little at a loss. When the capital is so turbulent, if the Long family does not move, the Yi family does not move, who dares to act rashly? It's opened again, this guy, the development is really fast. That night, in a mountain forest in Xuanhuan, beside a waterfall, a woman with a black veil covering her face and a black veil all over her body was sitting on a stone bench, muttering to herself while holding her fragrant cheeks. This time I won't mess with you. Just, what gift should I give you this time? Yi Xingchen came to the place where he had negotiated with Ling Yun at some point. His beautiful eyes blinked lightly, the eyes were brighter and more charming than the stars in the sky. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Why don't I send you money? Yi Xingchen sat on the stone bench he used to sit on, and looked across the stone table with his cheeks in his hand, as if Ling Yun was sitting there right now. No, it's too vulgar, and you don't need money at all now. Yi Xingchen actually let out a coquettish laugh, her beautiful eyes were full of cuteness. If Ling Yun could see this scene at this moment, why would she still think that she was the murderous demon sect saint? Then, I'll give you the treasures of heaven and earth? No, you don't need these. I don't know how many treasures you have in that magical ring. This doesn't work, that doesn't work either. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, feeling worried. It really takes a lot of thought to give a gift to someone who needs almost everything. Yi Xingchen thought hard, one idea after another was rejected by her. In a flash of thought, suddenly, a thought pierced the sky in her mind. Then just send you alone. Yi Xingchen's black eyebrows stretched out, and a narrow but charming smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She immediately took out a very delicate and compact communicator and contacted someone. Aunt Qing Feng. Little Lord. Hearing the address of the other party, Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, and said in a delicate tone, Aunt Qing Feng, haven't you said it many times? You can just call me by my name. Qing Feng on the other end just smiled lightly, young master, the rules set by the master still have to be followed, what's the matter? Yi Xingchen was helpless, so she stopped dwelling on this question and asked directly, Aunt Feng, how is Xiao Mimi's cultivation doing now? Qing Feng smiled and said, oh, I thought it was something. You say her? Breaking through the innate realm a month ago. Now it is at the peak of the second level of innate. Yi Xingchen nodded, then, what about the heavenly demon formless charm technique she cultivated? Qing Feng said directly, it's already the 5th level. Yi Xingchen exclaimed, so fast? Qing Feng also seemed to be quite happy. Well, she is naturally charming, with impeccable aptitude, and with the help of that mysterious aura, she naturally enters the world very quickly. What's wrong? The young master is looking for her? Well, since she has broken through the innate realm, then let her come out, before tomorrow night. Hurry back to Qingshui City. Okay, please obey the young master's instructions. Aunt Feng, you are here again. Yi Xingchen hung up the phone, turned his head slightly, and looked in the direction of Qingshui City. His eyes seemed to have penetrated many mountains. Ling Yun, I don't know this gift, are you satisfied or not? Dilla number 1 in Qingshui City. Brother Yun, we cut the ribbon for the opening of Tiandi Group, do you want to invite some celebrities to help out? Evening. After Ling Yun answered 2 important calls in a row, he sent Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai away, and asked them to return to Tiandi Group with the 2 piles of contracts. But he still stayed with Tang Meng for dinner, the two had too many things to discuss. No, not long after dinner, while Tang Meng was picking his teeth, another idea popped into his mind. Ling Yun frowned suddenly. He glanced at Tang Meng and said, is your head crowded by the door? We're cutting the ribbon for the opening, and we're not going to make a movie. What are you doing with all those fancy things? Why, this is starting to swell. Tang Meng was taught a lesson by Ling Yun, and immediately shouted his grievances loudly. Brother Yun, these days, what kind of powerful company opens, and doesn't invite a few celebrities to help out? This will have a very strong publicity effect, okay? Also, Brother Yun, don't forget that our Tiandi group has acquired the largest movie theater in Qingshui City, and dealing with these stars will be indispensable in the future. These years, the movie box office is rising steadily, and the film and television business is showing explosive growth, and the profits behind it are astonishing. Therefore, Tang Meng not only wanted to acquire cinemas, but also wanted to set up a film and television company, so he came up with this idea. Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng anxiously, and couldn't help laughing inwardly, thinking that Lao Tzu is a star. Why should he invite a star? Just not movie stars. Well, you can do whatever you want with these small things, I don't care anyway. But don't blame me for not reminding you, on the day of the ribbon cutting, these stars probably won't even have a chance to show their faces. Tiandi Group opened, why do you need those stars, to help? Qin Chongqing was coming, Lin Hongjun was coming, there was also Miracle Dr. Shui, and there might be provincial leaders coming. In front of these people, those celebrities probably wouldn't even dare to breathe. However, Ling Yun still agreed to Tang Meng's proposal. He could see that Tang Meng was already thinking about the company's business. He would not interfere with specific business matters, let alone pour cold water on Tang Meng. It's just that I heard that the schedules of those big stars are very full. If you invite them now, do they have time? Let me tell you, on the day of the opening, don't find some second and third-rate stars to embarrass me. What? Tang Meng chuckled and said, don't worry, Brother Yun, I'll contact Su Lingfei, she knows all big names. Su Lingfei? Does she know these people? After being reminded by Tang Meng, Ling Yun suddenly thought of the popular actress in Jiangnan province, and naturally also remembered the matter of giving her an ice sculpture. Then, he immediately remembered another thing he had promised others. Damn it, how did you forget about her? Yi Xingchen won't come and take the opportunity to make trouble this time, right? That's bound to cause a big mess. Although Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen have already made a high-five alliance, but this little witch is always elusive, and her personality is even more domineering. Thinking of what happens when she comes out, Ling Yun doesn't dare to bet. Do you have anything else to do? If not, get out, I'm going to get busy. Ling Yun started to chase people away. Tang Meng thought about it carefully, and felt that he had said almost everything he had to say, so he hurried away. After Tang Meng left, Ling Yun went directly to his room. Ling Yun's room is very large, at least 70 or 80 square meters, very comfortable. After closing the door, Ling Yun couldn't help thinking of that beautiful figure, wrapped in black gauze, with long hair reaching his waist, perverse and domineering. Naturally, it is Yi Xingchen. After we parted, I was either fighting or healing. I was so busy that I forgot about her. Ling Yun shook his head, and smiled wryly. I don't know where she is now, and what's the situation. However, I want to go back to thinking. What should be done, still has to be done. With the thought of Ling Yun, he directly took out the Emperor Green Stone King from the room, and gently held it in the air with one hand, so as not to let it fall to the ground. Landing? Just kidding, the Imperial Green is so heavy, once it hits the ground, the floor of Ling Yun room will not be able to hold. Brush. As soon as the Imperial Green came out, the smooth mirror-like incision section, under the reflection of the light, instantly illuminated the entire room with green light. With another thought, the dark blood demon knife appeared in his hand. Ling Yun supported the Stone King with one hand, and with the other hand, he slashed across the Stone King's section with the dark blood demon saber like lightning. The tip of the knife cut into the Stone King, and went in more than a foot. Size of Imperial Green Emeralds. Then Ling Yun put the Stone King into the space ring. As soon as his figure floated, he sat on the sofa in the room. Ling Yun held the dark blood demon knife in one hand and the piece of emperor green that he had dug out with the other, thinking of Yi Xingchen's appearance again in his mind. Then he was dumbfounded. Fuck, let me carve you a sculpture, but don't show me your face. Isn't that embarrassing? Use the Imperial Greenstone King to carve a sculpture for Yi Xingchen, plus a set of extremely red emerald jewelry, which Ling Yun promised Ling Yun. If Yi Xingchen comes to make trouble again this time, this will be Ling Yun's trump card. When the time comes, put the jade statue and jade jewelry in front of Yi Xingchen, and it is estimated that the little witch can be taken down directly. But Yi Xingchen didn't let Ling Yun see his face. How could this be done? However, this did not trouble Ling Yun. Eyes, momentum, charm. Ling Yun sat there contemplating for a long time, and finally decided to still sculpt Yi Xingchen's black veil, mainly to portray her eyes, momentum and charm. Thinking of this, Ling Yun closed his eyes. His mind was full of Yi Xingchen's appearance, her arrogance, her every frown and smile, her peerless charm, her domineering. Yi Xingchen gradually came alive in Ling Yun's mind. That's it. Ling Yun still closed his eyes tightly, but lightly tossed the Emperor Greenstone King in his hand into the air, and raised the magic knife in his left hand. The tip of the knife directly stuck to the piece of Emperor Green Jadeite. Now that Ling Yun is practicing Qi at the first level, the powerful and unparalleled spiritual consciousness is only concentrated within 3 meters around him. The mind is so powerful that there is no need to open your eyes to carve. At this moment, there was only one vivid figure in his heart, Yi Xingchen, and he followed his heart with the knife. Swipe swipe. Ling Yun used the tip of the blood demon knife to stick to the piece of imperial green. His wrist was shaking non-stop, cutting and slashing like lightning. The movement was easy and freehand, smooth and natural, but it was so wonderful that it was not bad at all. This is what he promised Yi Xingchen, and he must carve it with all his heart to satisfy her. Now, Ling Yun really sat down, not using his eyes, but closing his eyes tightly, and sculpting with his heart. Large and small fragments of imperial green jade fell to the ground, but Ling Yun didn't feel sorry for them, just because he liked them. Soon, the basketball-sized, green and crystal-clear emerald gradually turned into a human figure. Although the mask was covered with a light gauze, the proportions of the figure, the charm of the aura, and the unparalleled aura were exactly the same as the living Yi Xingchen, lifelike. Brush. After finishing the last cut, Ling Yun stretched out his hand like lightning, and held the fallen statue tightly in his hand. Start smooth and moist. Only then did Ling Yun open his eyes. He stared at the lifelike Yi Xingchen, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart, and said with a chuckle, Yi Xingchen, this time, you are finally in my hands, right? Well, but Ling Yun thought it wrong, and gave Yi Xingchen the statue of Yi Xingchen. What kind of gift is this? Simply do one thing, and keep doing it. Ling Yun took out the Stone King again, and then gouged out a piece of jadeite the size of a basketball from it, processed it according to the law, and soon carved a statue of himself. Nature is still alive and well. He placed his own statue and Yi Xingchen's statue side by side so that the two statues faced each other. Well, that's what makes sense. After the carving was completed, Ling Yun moved his mind again and took out the super candied Haws again. Compared with the Imperial Green Stone King, this is the real Stone King. These 5 gray stone balls strung together are extremely emeralds of purple, white, yellow, red and black, 5 colors. As long as their gray stone skins are peeled off, they will bloom with stunning brilliance. Ever since Song Jingyang unwrapped that extremely red jadeite, Ling Yun has never touched this super candied Haws. Now, he wants to create a complete set of jewelry for Yi Xingchen. It's just that one set is enough? If you want to give it away, you can give it 5 sets. 5 colors, 1 set for each color, you can match it with Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, when we meet again, this is my gift to you. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Stay up all night to present the second update. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a recommendation ticket. Thinking of Yi Xingchen's appearance, Ling Yun couldn't help smiling and talking to himself. He stretched out his hand and made a move, and all the jadeite fragments that fell on the ground flew into Ling Yun's hands, and were conveniently incorporated into the interspatial ring. After all, they are 2 pieces of imperial green jadeite the size of a basketball. After the carving is completed, the scraps of jadeite that have been peeled off vary in size, but Ling Yun is all useful. Then Ling Yun swung his saber again. He was peeling off the remaining 4 extremely emerald gray stone skins. Following Ling Yun's movements, the gray stone skins fell like rain one after another. Soon, he peeled off all the stone skins of the 4 stone balls. Purple, white, yellow, red and black, 5 colors of extreme emeralds. Finally, in Ling Yun's hands, she took off her ordinary and ugly coat, and her real body reappeared. Under the illumination of the lights, it was colorful and dazzling, blooming with extreme brilliance. Hey, it's so beautiful. Even the well-informed Ling Yun couldn't help admiring such a colorful scene. This kind of treasure is absolutely rare in the world. It is a generous gift of nature and a real rare treasure. However, I have no problem with carving, but we are not professional in making jewelry. We need to find professionals for this matter. While talking, Ling Yun put away the statues of himself and Yi Xingchen, then put away the colorful super candied haws, and left the room. As for the gray stone skin on the ground, that thing is worthless, so someone will naturally clean it. I'm going out for a while. Ling Yun yelled at the top of his voice, then left the house and went straight to Qingshui City Antique Street. Of course Ling Yun went to Yidingshuan to find Prince Yu. Before the college entrance examination, Ling Yun gave out benefits once. At that time, he made more than a dozen sets of imperial green jewelry in one go, and gave away a lot of them. Those jewelry were all made by the best carver found by Lord Yu. It can be said to be beautiful, and the design style is ingenious. Ling Yun is very satisfied. And no matter who you send it to, everyone is full of praise. I really like it. So this time, Ling Yun still came to Lord Yu for help. Yidingshuan was brightly lit, and Ling Yun came here. With a habitual sweep of his consciousness, he found that not only Prince Yu was there. Moreover, Morong Wenshi, Han Laosan, and Song Jingyang were all there, and there was also a strange old man in his 50s sitting in the living room. The 5 of them were sitting there at this moment, chatting over fragrant tea. Ling Yun paid a little attention, and found that these 5 people gathered together, and they were talking about the opening of Tiandi Group, so he couldn't help laughing. Prince Yu, I have come to visit you, but please forgive me for being presumptuous. Ling Yun stood outside the door, with a loud voice, and directly sent the words to the living room where the 5 people were. Except for the strange old man, the other 4 immediately stood up when they heard the voice. Looked at each other. Of course they could hear that it was Ling Yun's voice. What are you still doing in a daze? You said Chow 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 will be here, hurry up and meet him. Song Jingyang and Ling Yun were the ones who were the most familiar. He was the first to come back to his senses, reminded him, and walked out at the same time. The strange old man didn't know why. But when he saw that the other 4 had gone out to greet him, he had no choice but to go with them. Oldly, don't you want to go to Tiandi Group to congratulate Ling Yun? Now that the real master is here, this is Ling Yun. Ling Yun, let me introduce you. This is our first-class jewelry carving master in China, Master Li Yuza. The dozen or so sets of jewelry you had last time were all made by him. 5 people invited Ling Yun to the living room, and after some pleasantries, Prince Yu took the initiative to introduce the 2 of them. Ah. This is really dozing someone to send a pillow. Li Yuza saw that Ling Yun was indeed a dragon among men, and he immediately stood up and clasped his fists. I've been waiting for a long time. Ling Yun also quickly stood up and returned the gift. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ling Yan said in his heart, "Is it a pleasure to meet you? This time, the person you are looking for is you. We are all our own people, so we don't need to be polite, let's all sit down and talk." Lord Yu greeted the two of them to sit down, and said directly, "Ling Yan, your Tiandi group will open the day after tomorrow. You must be busy these 2 days, right? Why are you here at this time? What's the matter?" Ever since Ling Yan moved Qinglong Chushui in Yidingxuan, he has never been here again. With this sudden visit, Prince Yu knew that something must be wrong with Ling Yan. Ling Yan got straight to the point. "Hey, Prince Yu, to tell you the truth, I really want to ask you for something this time. However, it's also a coincidence that the person I'm looking for is exactly this Master Li." "Oh?" Song Jingyang, Lord Yu, and the others looked at each other, only to realize that Ling Yan was not looking for them this time. Boss Ling has something to do, but it doesn't matter, as long as the old man can do it, he will definitely go all out. From Prince Yu and others, Li Yuza had heard that Ling Yan's name had been around for a long time, and now that Ling Yan had something to ask him for, he readily agreed. "Then I won't be polite, it's like this." Ling Yan quickly explained the reason for his visit. "Bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and pendants. There are 5 sets of jewelry in total, and they will be delivered the day after tomorrow, at the latest." After listening to Ling Yan's request, Master Li Yuza pondered and said, "This is not difficult. If we work day and night, we can almost finish it tomorrow night." Then, he glanced at Ling Yan, who was empty-handed, and asked wonderingly, "The key is, what materials are used to make it?" Ling Yan came here empty-handed, so why should he choose materials now? "I brought the materials, here they are." Ling Yan left his seat, came to the middle of the house, smiled slightly, and with a thought, that colorful super candied haw suddenly appeared in his hand, blooming in the living room with dazzling brilliance. Silence. The 5 bigwigs in the jewelry and jade industry in the living room were all dumbfounded in shock. After a long time, Prince Yu's face changed from shock to a bitter expression. The expression was as if his newly married wife was about to enter the bridal chamber, but someone broke in and robbed her. The difference. Who is not bitter? What's more, Lord Yu loves jade like his life. "Ling Yan, is this the bunch of super candied haws you bought from me?" Apart from Li Yuza, the other 4 people were present at the time, and they knew with just one glance that this was the bunch of super candied haws. The extremely red jadeite that was the size of a basketball was solved by Song Jingyang himself. It's not just a red jadeite, but 5 colors, 5 colors. It's unexpected that nature's uncanny workmanship is like this. This time I really opened my eyes. It turns out that this is the real Stone King. Although the size is not as good as that of the Dragonstone's Imperial Green. But in terms of value and rarity, it is far more than that piece of Imperial Green. See these treasures. I didn't live in vain this time in my life, it's worth it." The other 4 people also came to their senses. They couldn't hide their shock, and they couldn't help standing up, as if they were fatally attracted, and walked towards Ling Yan, or in other words, walked towards the bunch of super candied haws. Without Ling Yan's consent, the 5 people stretched out their hands to caress this rare treasure. The exclamation and praise came out one after another, and the excitement was beyond words. "Prince Yu, this is indeed the bunch of candied haws. If you think it's a loss, you can make an offer, and I can compensate you right now." Seeing Prince Yu's bitterness and loss. Regretful, shocked and excited at the same time, Ling Yan also felt sorry for the unspeakable expression with mixed feelings, so he opened his mouth and said. He used 500 million to get 3 treasures from Prince Yu. The King of Dragon Stones, the King of Green Stones, this bunch of super candied haws, and the treasure of Lord Jade, Qinglong Chu Shui. It can be said that Ling Yun definitely took advantage of it. On the other hand, Lord Yu of course suffered a great loss. At this time, he saw the real body of this super candied Haas for the first time. Can it be uncomfortable? However, Ling Yan's current social status is very different from what it was back then, that's why he asked for compensation. Back then, Ling Yan wouldn't mention it even if he was beaten to death. Hearing what Ling Yan said, Lord Yu suddenly woke up, he immediately put away his uncomfortable expression, and said solemnly, "It's nothing like that. Ling Yan, what I do is business, and business is business, and if you sell it, you sell it. Let's return 1 yard to 1 yard. Besides, I really didn't pay attention to this strange-shaped stone at the beginning. To tell you the truth, if someone came to buy a stone at that time, I probably bought it at the price of the strange stone, which was tens of thousands of dollars at most. If that's the case, it's my fault that jade gave birth to gold, because this rare treasure may have been buried in the world for a long time. As for just now, I really lost my composure, but I'm just a mortal, this is normal, please forgive me." Before Ling Yan could speak, Yu Xingjin waved his hand directly, "So, don't bring up the matter of compensation again." Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang and others also nodded one after another. This is indeed the case. It is very normal to bet on stones, and Ling Yan gave 500 million at the beginning, which is already multiple compensation. What's more, Ling Yan had promised at the beginning that as long as Yu Xingjin bought Dragonstone Emperor Green from him, he would give him a 10% discount on the market price and let him earn 10% more profit. Everyone in the room knew about it. "Mr. Ling, you said 5 sets of jewelry, so it seems that 1 set is made for each color?" Li Yuza was quick-witted, so in order not to let the embarrassment continue, he simply changed the topic and talked about the business. "Exactly. Master Li, I don't know how big a piece of jade needs to be cut for each color." With professionals present, Ling Yun naturally asked Li Yuza for advice. Li Yuza gestured for the size with both hands. Ling Yun directly took out the dark blood demon knife, gouged out a large piece from each color of emerald, and handed it to everyone in turn. "So, next, please ask Master Li to be troubled." Holding the extremely red jadeite in his hand, Li Yuza erupted with an indescribable confidence. "Thank you Mr. Ling for trusting me. I can assure you that these 5 sets of jewelry will be the most perfect pieces I have made in my life. Jewelry. The best craftsman meets the best materials, which can definitely inspire his inspiration." "Then thank you, Master Li, a small reward is not a respect, please accept it." Ling Yan took out a check for 2 million, ignored Li Yuza's refusal, and stuffed it into his pocket. For Yi Xingchen, Ling Yan really spent all his money. Who made Yi Xingchen the woman he was most tempted by? After finishing the official business, Ling Yun and Li Yuza explained the size and the general style of each jewelry in detail, and the master left the rest to his free play. Then Ling Yun got up to say goodbye, and went back to Villa number 1 to practice. He has no time to waste, because the next 2 days will be Ling Yun's busiest 2 days. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Hey? No. I was so excited just now, but I didn't see where Ling Yan took out the bunch of super candied haws. By the way, there is also that black knife, and this check. Could it be that he can do tricks? No? After Ling Yan left, Li Yuza seemed to just wake up from a dream, and asked wonderingly. Copy address access. Seemingly expecting Li Yuza to ask such a question, Song Jingyang and Lord Yu exchanged glances and said with a smile, well, you can pretend that Ling Yan can do tricks, or you can pretend that you haven't seen anything. For the rest, figure it out yourself. Li Yuza is an extremely serious person, he thought for a long time, and then he said dumbfounded, it really is a strange person, what a strange person. Although Ling Yan is not here, but his spiritual sense is still shrouded here, just want to hear these people's opinions on his ability to create something out of nothing just now. Now that Ling Yan has reached the first level of Qi training, he already has the absolute power to protect himself. Those secrets that are not very important no longer need to be deliberately hidden. As long as they are not too shocking, they can be revealed casually. So, just now he took something out of the interspatial ring in front of the 5 people, not accidentally, but on purpose. A trick? Ordinary people always have a way to explain things they don't understand, so let's treat it as a trick. Ling Yan laughed, performed lightness kung fu in the night, and returned to Villa number 1 in a few minutes. As soon as he entered the villa, Ling Yan saw a slim figure standing beside the small medicine garden on the west side of the villa, carefully observing the herbs. These herbs are all normal, and they grow very well, but, how is this possible? He can really pull the seedlings back? Miao Xiaomiao carefully inspected each herb, muttering to herself while frowning. Because she was too curious and thought too seriously, even Ling Yan came behind her, and Miao Xiaomiao didn't notice it yet. Hey, what are you doing? What? Ling Yan made a sudden cry, which directly startled Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao turned around abruptly. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she punched and kicked Ling Yan as soon as she came up. You are crazy, you appeared behind him silently in the middle of the night. Ling Yan didn't believe it. A person who can urge thousands of poisonous insects to attack Hanba with the sound of a flute can be frightened like this, by a word behind him. Miao Xiaomiao's fear is fake, but embarrassment and shyness are real. You want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan stepped past Miao Xiaomiao. Come to the side of the small medicine garden and sit cross-legged. Ripened by him during the day. Those mature herbs had been picked by Miao Xiaomiao at some point, and now he was going to do a second round of ripening. Miao Xiaomiao hesitated for a long time, looked around like a thief, and then suddenly whispered, can you really teach me? Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart. He knew that Miao Xiaomiao would find it hard to resist this temptation. It was already very good that she could wait until now to propose to learn. What are you talking about? It's too quiet for me to hear. Ling Yan sat, cross-legged. His handsome eyes were slightly closed, but he secretly observed Miao Xiaomiao's embarrassing beauty with his spiritual sense. Then I saw Miao Xiaomiao leaning down very gently, and put her mouth next to Ling Yan's ear. I said, can you teach me? Ling Yan flew straight into the sky, and quickly blocked his ears with his hands. Fuck. Half of the people in Qingshui City could hear this sound. The high decibels definitely broke through the limit of human beings. When Ling Yan fell back to the ground, I found Miao Xiaomiao with her hands on Xiaoman's waist, her chin raised, and she looked gloating. Did you hear this time? I heard. Ling Yan spread his arms and said, wanting to cry but without tears, I'll teach you. Miao Xiaomiao chuckled and said, wouldn't it be fine if this happened earlier? Brother Yan said in his heart that I am a typical representative of not dying if you don't die. The two sat cross-legged again, and Ling Yan began to teach the Dharma through sound transmission. Early the next morning, after Ling Yan practiced the Diyan Ju Xing Bao Ju, he went back to his bedroom, took a comfortable hot bath, and tidied up carefully before going downstairs to the living room. Snow-white shirt, casual trousers, shiny leather shoes. Ling Yan's whole person looks so spirited. Brother Ling Yan is so handsome today. Although Shui Mining has long since disliked Ling Yan's handsomeness, but seeing Ling Yan like this for the first time today, she still couldn't help being a nympho. Looking at Shui Mining who came to deliver herbal food again, Ling Yan's face was full of bitterness. Although the medicinal food cooked by miracle Dr. Shui was very nourishing, he had been eating it for more than half a month, and he was already tired of eating it. Ninger, I'm going to pick up someone at the airport today, so I have to dress more formally. He first explained, and then smiled and said flatteringly, Ninger, can we discuss it? My body has completely recovered now. Can I stop taking this medicinal diet from now on? Unexpectedly, Shui Mining put the big jar of medicinal food heavily in front of Ling Yan, and said seriously, no. Grandpa said, you have to eat this medicinal food for half a month, even if you miss a day. Yes. Sister Ninger, he is lying to you. I can assure you that his physical condition has not returned to its peak, so he must be allowed to eat. Mo Wudao came out of his room. Seeing this scene, he feared that the world would not be chaotic, so he started to add fuel to the fire. Ling Yan turned his head, looked at Mo Wudao's gloating face, and was immediately annoyed. Mo Wudao, are you courting death? Who knows that Mo Wudao is not afraid at all? He shrugged his shoulders. Sister Ninger, look, I'm doing it for his own good, but he wants to kill me. You can make the decision for me. Yes, Brother Wudao is right, Brother Lingyun, eat quickly, don't waste his heart. Okay, I will eat, and I will eat. Seeing that Shui Mining took out the big killer, Ling Yan had no choice but to surrender, and at the same time gave Mo Wudao a fierce look. You little Taoist, wait for me. So Ling Yan's breakfast was settled like this. After breakfast, Ling Yan rested for a while. Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, almost arrived. Seeing that it was Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan who came together, Ling Yan wondered, Lingyu, where's Auntie? Ning Lingyu shook her head, brother, Auntie told us to go pick up Grandpa, she won't go. Ling Yan was taken aback, huh? Auntie isn't going? Then. Qin Chongqing is Qin Dongshua's biological father. He came all the way here, but Qin Dongshua didn't go to greet him? Moreover, thinking that Qin Dongshua always called Qin Chongqing by his name, Ling Yan thought, could it be that the father and daughter are breaking up? Then how do you take it? Ning Lingyu said, brother. I have seen the photo of my grandfather, and I know which flight he took. Ling Yan nodded, that's fine. What time will you arrive? If the plane is not late, it will arrive at 1:15 in the afternoon. Then Ling Yan looked at Lin Menghan. Menghan, when is Grandpa Lin's plane? What Ling Yan asked was naturally Lin Menghan's grandfather, Lin Hongjun. At the level of Lin Hongjun. Although he is retired, he must travel on a military aircraft. Or take a special train, there is no doubt about this. Be there on time at 12 o'clock at noon. Ling Yan specifically asked again, they all landed at the same airport, right? Lin Menghan smiled and said, yes. Ling Yan knew that they all landed at Qingshui International Airport, so that was fine. Ling Yan had already received a message from Cui Lao through the communicator, and knew that he and Ling Xiu were coming, and the plane was around 11 o'clock in the morning. Shanshan, when will your brother arrive? Chao Shanshan said, my brother came here by car, from the capital, to Qingshui. It will be afternoon soon. But I told him to let him come here directly. Well, then don't go anywhere today, just wait for him at home. Ling Yan quickly asked everything clearly, and then he looked at Mo Wudao. I said you don't wear this Taoist robe today, change your clothes quickly, and Tai Xiaohu will come in a while. Let's go to the airport. Mo Wudao shook his head like a rattle. Don't change it, this is the symbol of my Maoshan Taoist priest, and you can't change it even if you kill it. Ling Yan took Mo Wudao to the airport to pick him up, so of course he had his intentions. He wanted to ask Qin Chuyua's birthday after meeting Qin Chongqing. Then ask Mo Wudao to help calculate the good and the bad. Okay, then it's up to you, you can just fool around all day long. Mo Wudao swore to the death that he would not change his Taoist robe, so Ling Yan didn't bother to care about it. At 9:30 in the morning, Tai Xiaohu and a Bing drove a car and arrived at Villa No. 1. 10 o'clock. Ling Yan, Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, Mo Wudao, Tai Xiaohu, and a Bing rushed to the airport in 4 black commercial vehicles. Tang Mei was in charge of preparing the specific matters for the opening of Tiandi Group today, and was so busy with Chen Jiantao and Qian Ruhai that Ling Yun would not look for him. Pick up Cui Lao and Ling Xiu first. At 11 o'clock, Cui Lao and Ling Xiu's plane arrived on time, and 10 minutes later, Ling Yun and others picked them up at the airport exit. Elder sister. Ling Yun was naturally very happy to see his eldest sister, Ling Xiu. To everyone's surprise, when Ling Xiu saw Ling Yun, she rushed forward and gave him a big bear hug. This is true blood kinship. Stinky boy, are you dressed so handsomely today? To be honest, do you miss me? After a long time, Ling Xiu let go of Ling Yun, took a step back, and asked Ling Yun teasingly. Ling Yun was actively embraced by Ling Xiu. Jun blushed slightly, and said honestly, of course I want to. After exchanging greetings with Mr. Cui, Ling Yun waved and called Tai Xiaohu over. Xiaohu, I have already arranged where Mr. Cui and my sister live. You can drive them there now. Cui Lao and Tai Xiaohu have known each other for a long time, so Ling Yun asked him to send them off. Ling Xiu knew that Ling Yun was going to pick up other people, so she didn't say much, and waved to everyone, followed Tai Xiaohu and left the airport. Watching the three of them leave, Ling Yun waved his hands. Meng Han, Ling Yu, the three of us will go pick up Grandpa Lin. Since Lin Hongjun came here on a military plane, the way out of the airport is naturally different from that of an ordinary flight. Ling Yun didn't let Mo Wudao and Abing go, because their identities were not suitable. At 12 o'clock, when a white-haired old man in ordinary clothes, but could not conceal his mighty aura, walked out of the special passageway of the airport, Lin Menghan immediately looked happy. Grandfather. She immediately ran towards the old man. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Needless to say, this white-haired old man, who just walked out of the airport passageway, is Mr. Lin Hongjun. VODTW. Lin Menghan plunged into Lin Hongjun's arms. Hee hee, girl, those who play outside are not going home anymore. Do you miss Grandpa? Lin Hongjun had a righteous face and a mighty aura. Although his head was covered with white hair, his face was red, but when facing his precious granddaughter, he only had a face full of love. There is only such a precious granddaughter in the Lin family, can Mr. Lin not feel bad? Of course I miss Grandpa, otherwise, can I pick you up at the airport? Lin Menghan slowly withdrew from Mr. Lin's arms, and said coquettishly. Grandpa Lin is good. Seeing that Lin Menghan and Mr. Lin had finished being intimate, Ling Yun immediately gave Ning Lingyu a wink, and the two stepped forward to greet each other respectfully. Mr. Lin suddenly stood up straight, and carefully sized Ling Yun from head to toe. His tiger eyes were piercing, and the aura of a superior person suddenly burst out. Ling Yun was fearless, calm, and looked at Mr. Lin with a smile. Just kidding, if Ling Yun erupts with his aura, Mr. Lin probably won't be able to stand up, so why is he afraid of this? Well, not bad, little baby, I have seen your photo, you are the Ling Yun who abducted my precious granddaughter, right? Seeing Ling Yun's calm and composure, Mr. Lin immediately withdrew his aura, restored his image of an ordinary old man, and said with a smile. Hey, Grandpa Lin, Menghan, and I. Ling Yun wasn't afraid of Mr. Lin's aura, but it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of his grandpa's accusation. He immediately felt guilty. Grandfather. Lin Menghan was ashamed, stomping her feet and acting coquettishly to express her dissatisfaction. Okay, you know that you love him. He sent my precious granddaughter to Canada all at once. Is it okay for me to say a few words to him? It seems that Lin Menghan went home these 2 days to prepare his bags for going abroad, and he had already told the Lin family about going abroad. Grandpa. If you talk again, I will ignore you. Throw you here and let your old men come to pick you up. Lin Menghan was extremely shy, and directly used his trump card. Okay, Grandpa, don't talk about it. Is it okay if you don't talk about it? Lin Hongjun fixed his eyes on Ning Lingyu, and changed his kind expression again. Little girl, you should be Lingyu, right? Ning Lingyu always had a smile on her face. At this time, she nodded. Grandpa Lin, I am Ning Lingyu. Lin Hongjun nodded kindly. Muhan praised, well, Lingyu is really beautiful, even more beautiful than my Menghan. Ning Lingyu said obediently, Grandpa Lin is too much, I am not as beautiful as Sister Menghan. This is of course a polite remark from the old man, so Ling Yun and Lin Menghan laughed it off. Ling Yun interjected, Grandpa Lin, Menghan's car is parked outside, shall we get in the car? Okay, this is not a place to talk, Xiao Chen. Behind Lin Hongjun. There was a young guard standing all the time. Ling Yin could tell that this little Chen was actually a master of the 9th floor. Xiao Chen bowed slightly, Chief. Today I will be with my granddaughter, and I will give you a day off. Xiao Chen was a little dumbfounded, and said anxiously, Chief, this. What? Are you still worried that my granddaughter will harm me? I will give you a day off to move freely, this is an order. Xiao Chen snapped to attention, yes. This scene made Lin Menghan and Ning Lingyu laugh. Thus, Lin Hongjun, Lin Menghan, and Ning Lingyu walked towards the outside of the airport, and Ling Yun naturally carried the old man's luggage behind him. Ling Yun sent Lin Hongjun and Lin Menghan to the car. After putting the luggage in the trunk, he also got into the car. Grandpa Lin, I have to pick up someone later, so I won't go back with you. Lin Hongjun nodded again and again, okay, I know you are very busy today, so you can do what you want. What a man the old man is. Of course he knew that Ling Yun Tiandi group opened, and he was here, so could there be no other important figures present? Seeing that the old man was not offended, Ling Yun smiled and said, Grandpa Lin, excuse me, may I pat your head? Lin Hongjun was taken aback for a moment, touch my head? But when he was in a daze, Ling Yun's left hand had already arrived at the back of Lin Hongjun's head like lightning. With a thought, a level 4 healing talisman appeared in his hand, and he gave a light drink, Pro. When Lin Hongjun joined the army to fight, he was seriously injured and unconscious. He knocked his head on the god of refining Taishu stone and saved his life. A scar. Now, Ling Yun is using the healing talisman to erase the scar on the old man's head. Lin Hongjun felt the cool and comfortable feeling coming from the back of his head, and immediately understood what Ling Yun was going to do. 2 minutes later, Ling Yun withdrew his hand, and Lin Hongjun touched the back of his head with his hand, and found that the scar had been completely removed. He couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Little baby, Minghan's father told me about you when he went back. I really didn't believe it. Now it seems that he is indeed worthy of the name of an immortal doctor. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, Grandpa Lin, I am the only descendant of the immortal doctor school. This small treatment should be a welcome gift to you first. Then Ling Yun took out another healing talisman and handed it directly to Lin Menghan. Menghan, Grandpa Lin must have had many old wounds when he marched and fought in the army. After you go back, heal Grandpa Lin. Ling Yun got out of the car and asked, Grandpa Lin, do you want someone to drive for you? Lin Hongjun smiled and waved his hands. No, I usually don't spend much time with Menghan, and she's going abroad soon, so you should give us a little more time to chat. Menghan, let's go, Grandpa is going to visit your house. After sending off Mr. Lin, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu turned back to the airport hall, and happened to bump into the security guard Xiao Chen at the door. Seeing Xiao Chen's worried and nervous expression, Ling Yun smiled and said, Master Chen, don't worry, Grandpa Lin will be fine in Qingshui City. The two had a brief chat, and Ling Yun called a Bing over. A Bing, you drive Master Chen to the Kaishan Hotel and open a presidential suite. You must make arrangements, understand? Xiao Chen even said no, but Ling Yun and a Bing couldn't resist, they were almost forced into the car and sent away. At this time it was already a little bit faster. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu entered the airport, joined Mo Wudao, and waited for the most important person of the day, Qin Chongqing, to arrive. At 1:15 in the afternoon, Qin Chongqing's flight arrived on time, and 10 minutes later, he showed up at the airport exit with an attendant. Qin Chongqing is in his 70s, but he looks less than 60. He has only a little white hair on his head, and a clear face. He wears a tang suit on his upper body, white loose trousers on his lower body, and cloth shoes on his feet. He walks steadily, natural bearing. Without Ning Lingyu's identification at all, Ling Yin recognized Qin Chongqing at a glance. This was originally the VIP channel of the airport, and very few people came out from here. The most important thing is that Qin Chongqing is an innate master, and a master at the peak of the 7th level innate. Grandpa. Ling Yin recognized it, and of course Ning Lingyu recognized it even more. She quickly took 2 steps forward, but immediately stopped her feet, and called Grandpa shyly. It's different from meeting Lin Minghan's grandpa and grandson. This is the first time in Ning Lingyu's life that she saw her grandfather. Even if she knew that this was her own grandfather, she would not be able to do what Lin Minghan did by jumping at Qin Chongqing all at once. Go in your arms. Spirit reign? Qin Chongqing was naturally seeing his granddaughter for the first time. He stopped involuntarily, and his eyes were moist at that moment. This scene reminded Ling Yun of the first time he saw Ling Lai. How embarrassing is it that my grandson or granddaughter has never seen each other since she was born 18 years ago? Sure enough, it's my granddaughter. Good boy, hurry up. Let Grandpa take a good look at it. Qin Chongqing quickly took 2 steps forward, raised his hand to wipe away the hot tears in his eyes, and looked up at Ning Lingyu carefully. Ning Lingyu's eyes were already full of tears. At this time, she not only saw her own grandfather, but also thought of her mother, Qin Qiuyue, who was far away in the Heavenly Sword sect in the Tian Shan Mountains. How good would it be if mother and aunt were here at this time? Really, Lingyu, you really look like your mother. Qin Chongqing looked at Ning Lingyu for a long time, couldn't help but put his hands on her shoulders, nodded repeatedly, and said with a sob. Lingyu also nodded quickly. She calmed down a little, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, then turned her head and said, Grandpa, this is my brother Ling Yun. Only then did Qin Chongqing look up at Ling Yun. Ling Yun took a step forward, outside. Regarding Qin Chongqing's title, he thought about it for a day, and finally decided to follow Lingyu and call him Grandpa. But Qin Chongqing waved his hand directly, and said with a smile, You are from the Ling family, you should call me Grandpa. Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the old man would simply change his words and call him Grandpa. Qin Chongqing glanced at Emma Wudao next to him again, and asked, casually, Who is this? Emma Wudao took 2 steps forward, and according to Taoist etiquette, he sang to Qin Chongqing, Wuliang Tianzuan, Emma Wudao of the Maoshan Shangqing sect, pay respects to senior. Qin Chongqing nodded slightly, but said in his mouth, Shangqing sect in Maoshan? They actually sent their disciples down the mountain to practice? Good. Then, he grabbed Ning Lingyu's hand and said to Ling Yun, this is not a place to talk, let's go. Ling Yun asked, Grandpa Qin, are you here alone? Qin Chongqing nodded, I came to see you, do you still want to hug each other? A group of 4 quickly left the airport and got into the car. Naturally, Ling Yun was driving, Emma Wudao was in the co-pilot, and Qin Chongqing and Ning Lingyu sat in the back. Ling Yun started the car, turned around and asked, Grandpa Qin, I have 2 villas, where are you going? Qin Chongqing smiled and asked Ning Lingyu, where is your aunt now? Ning Lingyu said, in Qingshui Bay. Qin Chongqing waved his hand, then go to Qingshui Bay. Ling Yun suddenly had a sudden shock in his heart. The daughter did not see her father, and the father was going to find her daughter. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. On the way from Qingshui City International Airport to Qingshuiwen Villa, Qin Chongqing held Ning Lingyu's hand all the time, asking questions all the way, asking east and west, asking and answering with Ning Lingyu, as if to save him for Ning Lingyu. Lingyu's concern and love for the past 18 years must be expressed in one go. Ling Yan had no chance to talk, so he could only concentrate on driving silently. Mo Wudao was even more so. When he got into the car, he took his newly bought mobile phone and played non-stop, ignoring the affairs outside of him. 40 minutes later, Ling Yan drove to the gate of Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay, but found that the gate was closed tightly. Ling Yan immediately scanned with his spiritual sense, and found that the villa was empty, and Qin Dongxue was not at home at all. Well, there is no need to ask. Qin Dongxue knew that Qin Chongqing would definitely look for her when she came, so she simply hid in advance. However, a full set of acting was required. Ling Yan immediately rolled down the car window, and shouted loudly, "Auntie, open the door quickly, we are back." Unexpectedly, Qin Chongqing in the back seat chuckled, "Stinky boy, don't act. How can you and I not know that there is no one in this villa?" Ling Yan immediately blushed. Qin Chongqing's innate 7th level realm, falling leaves can be heard within 100 meters, where can you not hear the breathing sound of no one in the villa? Ning Lingyu has realized the usefulness of divine consciousness more and more since she possessed it, so she already knew that there was no one in the villa. Fortunately, Ning Lingyu has the key to the villa. "Grandpa, I'll go down and open the door." Only then did Qin Chongqing let go of Ning Lingyu's hand, and said with a smile, Okay, let's sit in the room first." Then he sighed slightly and said, "You little ant, hey." It seems that Qin Dongshue's avoidance of seeing him still made Qin Chongqing feel very disappointed. Ning Lingyu opened the door. Ling Yan slowly drove the car into the villa compound, and parked in front of the villa. Everyone got out of the car one after another. After Mo Wudao got off the car, he said directly, "Ling Yan, I think the surrounding environment is good, so go out and have a look around." Mo Wudao is such a slippery person. His grandparents and grandchildren have gone to the house. Of course he will not be an eyesore there, just annoying. As soon as Ning Lingyu stretched his figure, he came to the crowd. Qin Chongqing's performance towards Ning Lingyu. Not the slightest surprise, obviously. Through various channels, he has a good understanding of the basic situation of Ling Yan and Ning Lingyu. The most important channel was not through Qin Dongxue, but Aunt Mei. Ning Lingyu fell beside her, and Qin Chongqing held her hand tightly again, and he was not polite, and walked directly into the house. The three entered the room. Qin Chongqing took Ning Lingyu to sit on the sofa, but Ling Yan stood aside. Qin Chongqing grabbed Ning Lingyu's hand. He looked at Ning Lingyu carefully for a while. His eyes were moist again, and he choked up and said, "My child, for so many years, Grandpa has made you suffer. This is the way of the family, and if you say this, it is considered to be a real kiss." Ling Yan used sound transmission to enter the secret, spiritual rain. Kowtow to Grandpa. Ning Lingyu was among them. Facing this grandpa whom she met for the first time, she didn't know what to do. Ling Yan naturally wanted to remind her. Ning Lingyu is so smart. She immediately stood up and walked 1 meter in front of Qin Chongqing. He knelt down on both knees and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Qin Chongqing. Lingyu met Grandpa. The 3 of Ning Lingyu kowtowed. Even if Qin Chongqing could hold back, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Qin Chongqing received Ning Lingyu's 3 slaps safely, then immediately stood up and pulled Ning Lingyu up. "Good boy, it hurts Grandpa so badly." "Does your head hurt?" "Grandpa, I don't hurt." After Ning Lingyu kowtowed, the ceremony of recognizing relatives was completed. Ling Yan met Grandpa Qin. After Ning Lingyu, his granddaughter, finished paying homage to Qin Chongqing, Ling Yan naturally knew that it was his turn. He had received Qin Chuyua's 18 years of nurturing grace, so he naturally knelt down on his knees. However, he only kowtowed to Qin Chongqing. After all, they are not close blood relatives. It is estimated that except Qin Chongqing, no one can bear Ling Yan's kneeling anymore. "Okay, I can bear your kneeling, so get up." Qin Chongqing also accepted Ling Yan's kneeling calmly, neither relying on his elders to sell his elders, nor caring about the difference in the way Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu kneeled him, he also stepped forward and helped Ling Yun up. Ling Yun stood up and thought to himself, "It seems that Grandpa Qin is a very sensible and straightforward person. How could my aunt be so abnormal and avoid him?" So Ling Yun tentatively asked, "Grandpa Qin, why don't you chat with Ling Yu for a while, and I'll go out and find a way to find my aunt?" Mr. Qin chuckled, waved his hand and said, "No need, because of your mother. Your aunt has always complained to me, but now because of some other things, she has lost her temper and is playing with me. Getting angry. You don't have to look for it, and even if you find her at this time, she won't come back with you." Qin Chongqing seemed to know his daughter's temperament well. "Ling Yun, sit down." After Ling Yun sat down, Qin Chongqing coughed, cleared his throat, and then said, "Ling Yun, because Qiu Yue has raised you for 18 years, so we are a family. I am an elder, and the family will not say anything. The two have talked." At this time, Qin Chongqing showed the aura of the head of the family, speaking and doing things, without any sloppiness. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Grandpa Qin has orders, just say so." Qin Chongqing chuckled and said, "Ling Yun, in the Battle of Longmen Mountain, you alone fought against the 8 great sects, causing the 8 great sects to die and injure, and the story of the 8 great sects returning home has been spread all over the world." This point, Qin Chongqing doesn't need to say, Ling Yun also understands, because that night, people from Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun Sword Sect, Excalibur Villa, and Xuanhuan Sect were all alive, and this matter cannot be concealed. "Grandpa Qin, it's not that exaggerated. I was just lucky to win that night." Qin Chongqing nodded, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he changed the topic. "However, your battle at Longmen Mountain made it difficult for Grandpa Qin." This point, Ling Yun knew better. The main thing was that he defeated Xinjian Villa, killed the big brother Gua Xiaotian of Xinjian Villa, and announced in front of all sects that Qin Dongxue left Xinjian Villa. The Qin family's past 18 years. But relying on Xinjian Villa, otherwise, the Qin family is probably not much better than the Ling family. "Hey, Ling Yun has caused trouble for Grandpa Qin, please forgive me." "Humph." Qin Chongqing snorted softly, but couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. "It doesn't matter to you that you let Dongxue betray Xinjian Villa. But you don't know how much trouble it has brought to my Qin family." What Qin Chongqing said was a little heavy. But he was an elder, and it was the first time we met. Ling Yun had no choice but to explain with a wry smile, "Grandpa Qin, you don't know the situation at that time." Qin Chongqing waved his hand, "I know the situation at that time, and I didn't come here today to blame you. So, you don't have to explain this to me." Then he suddenly turned his head, looked at Ning Lingyu, and said in a friendly tone, "Lingyu, Grandpa hasn't seen you once in the past 18 years. I haven't cared about you once. You must blame Grandpa in your heart, right?" When he said this, Qin Chongqing felt guilty. Ning Lingyu quickly shook her head, "Grandpa, I don't have one, I didn't even know that Mom still had. Didn't know there was a Qin family behind Qin Qiuyue. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's strong rise, he would stir up the situation in Qingshui City and kill countless enemies. Who would have thought that Qin Qiuyue, who had endured so much hardship, was actually a natural master, and she was also a member of the Qin family? It's fine if Ning Lingyu doesn't say this sentence, but Qin Chongqing burst into tears when he said this sentence. "Son, stop talking. I've wronged you. But back then, if your mother didn't listen to my advice and made a wrong move. Our Qin family. Why did we bear the burden of humiliation for 18 years? Hey, but having said that, if it wasn't for that step, there would be no Ling Yu. Qin Chongqing's expression was agitated, he choked up again, and what he said almost didn't make sense, but Ling Yun heard it, but he noticed the hidden information. Speaking of this, Qin Chongqing calmed down a little, wiped away the hot tears on his face, looked up at Ling Yun and said, "Stinky boy, you don't have to guess. I'm here this time, and I have a few very important things to do. I won't hide the ins and outs of many things back then, and I will definitely tell you. However, I know that your company will open tomorrow, and you will be very busy today, so now is not the time to tell you these things. You go and do your work first, and we will talk about it in detail after tomorrow." Old Master Qin has made his words so clear, what else is there for Ling Yun to guess? He immediately embraced it. "Okay, then I'll listen to Grandpa Qin." Qin Chongqing waved his hand. "Okay, then you can go back to Qingshui City to do some work. It is enough to have Ling Yu here to accompany me." He actually sent Ling Yun away directly. Grandpa Qin, look, it's already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, shall we find a place to eat first? Ling Yun has been busy picking up the plane, so he hasn't bothered to eat until now, and he is a little hungry. "Oh, no need, go out to eat with that little Taoist priest from the Maoshan school." Then Qin Chongqing turned his head, looked at Ning Lingyu with a smile and said, "Lingyu, I heard from Xiaomei that you learned your craft from your mother?" The Xiaomei in Qin Chongqing's mouth is naturally that Aunt May. Ning Lingyu smiled happily, stood up quickly and said, "Grandpa, I'm going to cook for you now." Okay, Grandpa is lucky today." Qin Chongqing laughed loudly, and suddenly seeing Ling Yun still standing here, he stared at him and said, "Boy, why are you still here? Do you want to grab food from me?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "Grandpa Qin, I'm leaving right away, but can you tell me my mother's birthday?" Qin Chongqing was taken aback. "Why are you asking this?" Ling Yun said directly, "Grandpa Qin, you also know that my mother has gone to the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan. I want Mo Wudao to test it out. Is it good or bad?" After hearing this, Qin Chongqing's expression collapsed, and he said in a deep voice, "There's no need to test it, Qiuyue will be fine this time, but just suffer a little bit and suffer a little bit of grievance." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the end, Qin Chongqing told him Qin Qiuyue's birth date. When Ling Yun drove away from the villa, his heart was very heavy. Driving to the foot of the mountain, Mo Wudao was already waiting by the side of the road. He got into the co-pilot, glanced at Ling Yun, and said immediately, "Madman, what's wrong? Are you in a bad state? Did you get beaten by the old man?" Ling Yun got angry and said directly, "Get out, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't talk." The secret of the Qin family back then was second to none. After all, that incident happened 18 years ago, but Ling Yun heard that Qin Qiuyue was wronged in Tianjianzong, so he quit in his heart at that time. Wronged? By whom? Heavenly Sword sect? If it weren't for too many constraints, Ling Yun couldn't act rashly. He wished he could kill the Heavenly Sword sect immediately and rescue Qin Qiuyue. What the hell, I can't let my mother be wronged. But where can this be done? Let alone Qin Qiuyue, Ling Zhao's whereabouts are still unknown. My biological mother was still imprisoned in the forbidden area of the Mazong, and she had no freedom for 18 years. Things can only be done one by one. This time when Tiandi Group opened, Ling Lai didn't come, but only Mr. Cui and Ling Xiu came. Ling Yun knew the meaning better than anyone else. Ling Lai didn't dare to move, and the Ling family didn't dare to move. The entire Ling family is waiting for him to go to the capital. As long as Ling Yun's biological father, Ling Xiao, is found, the Ling family will not suffer any more grievances. Boom. Thinking of this, Ling Yun stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom, and the car shot out like a shell fired from its chamber. Hey! I said you slow down, it almost gave me a concussion. Mo Wudao was caught off guard and knocked his head hard. Ling Yun ignored him, and on the way back to Qingshui City, he never let go of the accelerator, let alone slowed down. It wasn't until he entered Qingshui City that Ling Yun slowly released the accelerator and the speed of the car slowed down. Then he said, my mother's name is Qin Qiuyue. Her birth date is. She is now in Tianjianzong of Tianshan. You do the math. Emma Wu Dao was still dizzy from Ling Yan's racing. He swallowed and said, it would be great if there were photos. Ling Yan said, oh, there is Ling Yu there, let me show you later. Emma Wu Dao suggested, Ling Yan, it's almost 3 o'clock now, let's find a place to eat first. I'm so hungry that I can't die. It is good. The two found a restaurant and had a full meal. Back to Villa 1. Shanshan, your brother hasn't arrived yet? When Ling Yun entered the living room, he saw Chao Shanshan and asked immediately. Ling Yun, you're back? Are you tired? Come quickly, I'll rub your shoulders. Chao Shanshan could tell at a glance that Ling Yun was in a bad mood, so she stepped forward, dragged Ling Yun to sit on the sofa, and she came behind. He took the initiative to rub Ling Yun's shoulders. Ling Yun enjoyed Chao Shanshan's massage, and her mood gradually improved. Only then did Chao Shanshan say to Ling Yun, my brother contacted me just now, and he should be here in another hour. Oh, then we'll wait for him here for a while. Ling Yun picked up the phone, dialed Tai Xiaohu directly, and asked about Cui Lao and Ling Xiu's situation. Tai Xiaohu told Ling Yun that Mr. Cui still chose to live in the original place. And Ling Xiu lived in the Triumph Hotel. Then he said, however, Miss Ling Xiu said, if you are done with your work and have time in the evening, you can go find her. Ling Yun said he understood, and hung up the phone. Chao Shanshan asked puzzledly, Ling Yun. Sister Ling Xiu is not Jingqing Ling. Ling Yun said lightly, Shanshan, don't ask, I will tell you everything when we go to the capital. If Ling Yun goes to the capital again, he will kill all directions, so why hide the identity of the descendants of the Ling family? An hour later, a car stopped at the gate of Villa No. 1. Ling Yun swept his consciousness and knew that it was Chao Tianlong who had arrived. Shanshan, your brother is here, let's go pick him up. Ling Yun stood up, walked out of the living room with Chao Shanshan, came to the door, and beckoned directly to Chao Tianlong, signaling him to drive in. After the car stopped, Chao Tianlong got out of the car first, and then another foreigner got out of the car. Marquis Edward, meet my honorable master. When Ling Yun left the capital, he promised Chao Juanxiong that he would send a blood servant to protect Chao Tianlong's safety in the capital. The servant he sent was naturally Marquis Edward. Chao Tianlong was the only seedling of the Chao family, so naturally he could not afford to lose, so Ling Yun chose one of his strongest servants to protect him. Ling Yun smiled faintly, nodded, and asked, Edward, what level are you now? Honorable Master, I am now the Peak Marquis, and I am only a little bit close to being promoted to the Grand Duke. Here, Ling Yun caught Edward asking questions, and over there, Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong were reunited, so naturally they had to chat. Come on, let's go into the house first. The four of them entered the room, and the three of Ling Yun sat down, but they saw Edward standing behind him, so they smiled and said, Edward, you can sit where you want with me. Edward shook his head very gentlemanly, Master, your servant is willing to stand behind you. Ling Yun smiled and ignored him. Uncle, seeing you come safely, I can think that the Chao family should have regained control of some forces in the capital, right? That big uncle made Chao Tianlong feel a little helpless, but Chao Shanshan blushed. Chao Tianlong deliberately raised his head, looked at his younger sister twice, and suddenly changed his expression. Shanshan, you too, can't it be, already? Chao Shanshan was immediately ashamed, her pretty face flushed, she stomped her feet and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Ling Yun laughed and said, Haha, the big uncle shouted in advance, seeing how excited you are. Chao Tianlong glared at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, if you dare to bully my sister, even if I can't beat you, I will strangle you to death. Ling Yun spread his hands together, your sister has always bullied me, okay? Hey! Chao Shanshan pinched her waist with both hands angrily. I said, you too, can you stop making me a topic when we meet? Can you talk about business? Both of them were honest in an instant. Only then did Chao Tianlong answer Ling Yun's question. You look good, indeed. After a month of running around, our Chao family has regained control of part of the forces. That is to say, it is safe for the time being? Chao Tianlong nodded, it's safe. Then he looked serious, and said sincerely, Ling Yun, thank you. Ling Yun just laughed it off. Come on. You must be exhausted after a long day of driving. Drink some water and rest. I'll give you a present. Ling Yun took the initiative to pour tea for Chao Tianlong. Chao Tianlong picked up the teacup, not afraid of the heat, drank it down in one gulp, then stood up and said, you don't need to drink tea. I know Qin Jiangui is here with you, take me there quickly. Ling Yun was speechless. Xian said that Chao Tianlong was so anxious, it seemed that he was eager for revenge and couldn't wait. Okay, let's go now. Ling Yun stood up and led the three of them towards the backyard, the small warehouse where the 5 prisoners were kept. The 5 prisoners are Sikong Wuji, the son of Heaven of the Demon Sect, the Taoist priest of Longhushan Liang, and Chen Jiangui from the Chen family. Chen Sen, and Chen Sen's bodyguard Black 3. Ling Yun was useful to these 5 people, so he didn't kill any of them. Chen Jiangui, I don't like your uncle. Boom. When Chao Tianlong came to the small warehouse, he saw Chen Jiangui, who had been cut into a stick, and his eyes turned blood red. He rushed forward with one stride, kicked Chen Jiangui out of the door. Then before Chen Jiangui landed, Chao Tianlong twisted his body up, boom. Another kick. Bang 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 bang. Chao Tianlong kicked Chen Jiangui into the air, but never let him land again. Punching and kicking until he had vented enough, he stopped, panting like a cow. What does it mean to be extremely jealous when enemies meet? That's it. Chao Shanshan is a woman, she can't do some things, but Chao Tianlong is different. Haha. Chao Tianlong, how does it feel to be a blood clan? Ha 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 ha. Chen Jiangui was almost beaten to death, but he still provoked Chao Tianlong. Chao Tianlong was so enraged that he raised his foot to kick him, but Ling Yun said, don't hit him anymore, his life is still useful, so it won't cause trouble in the future. If something went wrong to save people, Chen Jiangui's blood would have to be used, so Ling Yun stopped the enraged Chao Tianlong. Ling Yun stepped forward and patted Chao Tianlong on the shoulder, don't worry, he won't live for a few more days. When the time comes, no one will stop you even if you beat him to pieces. Chao Tianlong's eyes were blood red, he stared fixedly at Chen Jiangui on the ground, and said with a sneer, crush him to death? How could he die so easily? That night, Tang Meng came here specially and told Ling Yun about the specific arrangements for the ribbon cutting of the opening. The two chatted for 2 full hours. After sending Tang Meng away, Ling Yun received a call from Prince Yu, came to Yudingshuan again, and took the 5 sets of jewelry that Li Yuza had made into his hands. Although these 5 sets of jewelry were made overnight, they were more perfect than the dozen or so sets of jewelry in terms of style and carving, so Ling Yun was very grateful to Li Yuza. At 10:30 in the evening, Ling Yun came to the Kaishan Hotel alone and met Ling Xiu. The two talked about family secrets, but no one knew what they talked about. Same night. In the villa where Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were imprisoned, Yi Xingchen waited for Xiao Mimi, who was urgently recalled to Qingshui City by her. When Xiao Mimi saw Yi Xingchen, she immediately knelt down and said, Slave Xiaomei pays homage to the young master. Get up. Yi Xingchen did not make Xiao Mimi kneel down, but directly sent out a burst of heavenly demon true qi, and lifted Xiao Mimi up. Ling Yun told me that you are his woman, if you let him know that you kowtow to me, then he must be crazy? Yi Xingchen said with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Mimi's heart was shaken, she immediately lowered her head and said, I don't dare. Yi Xingchen laughed like silver bells. Xiao Mei, who changed your name? Xiao Mimi didn't dare to raise her head. She answered honestly, she is the master of this servant, and this servant dare not call her by her name directly. Yi Xingchen laughed it off. It's Aunt Qing Feng, have you seen my master? Xiao Mimi's delicate body trembled. The status of a servant is low, and the forbidden area of the demon sect cannot enter. Yi Xingchen sighed deeply. You should prepare well tonight. Tomorrow, Lingyun's Tiandi group will cut the ribbon for its opening. You should go back to him. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. August 8th. Feng Shui fortune advisable, open the market, receive money, enter the house, hang a plaque. The god of wealth is southeast. According to that fellow Mo Wudao, this year is the best auspicious day for opening a business this year. And today is also a beautiful day. The sky is clear, blue sky and white clouds, the sun is shining brightly, and there is a slight breeze blowing. In the morning, Lingyun came to the roof of the villa. He practiced the Dian gathering stars Ju unshakably, then flew downstairs, washed up carefully, and changed into the clothes that Chao Shanshan carefully selected for him. When he returned to the living room, he found that Chao Shanshan and the others were already waiting for him there. Lingyun walked to the middle of the living room, stopped, straightened his waist, stood upright, and asked with a smile, "How are you, handsome?" Seeing Lingyun dressed up like this, Chao Shanshan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine brightly. "Handsome, really handsome." "Haha, that's fine, everyone hurry up and have breakfast, after breakfast we will set off to Lingyun building." Lingyun laughed and went straight to the dining table. Chao Shanshan asked from behind him, however, "Lingyun, why didn't you wear a tie today? Isn't it ready for you?" Lingyun didn't turn his head, and waved his hand behind. "The neckties are all tied for part-time workers. I'm the boss today." "Why do you want to do that? You're panicking." At 7:30 in the morning, after everyone had breakfast together, they took several cars and rushed to Lingyun building. Lingyun was riding in Shui Mining's car, which was the limited edition Maybach 62. On the way to Lingyun building, it caused sideways glances all the way. It was really cool. Damn it, Tang Meng did a good job. This feeling. From a distance, Lingyun saw the scene at the gate of Tiandi Group, and immediately couldn't help but praise. Today, the headquarters of the Tiandi Group, that is, the courtyard of the Lingyun building is wide open, ready to welcome visitors from all directions. Outside the courtyard gate. The huge red air-blowing arch has long been erected, spanning the entire courtyard gate, and the banner on it reads, "Tiandi Group has a happy opening." On both sides of the arch, colorful flags are fluttering, colorful and fluttering in the wind. Whether it is inside or outside the gate of Tiandi Group, all kinds of flowers are placed on the side of the road, and the fragrance of flowers is overflowing. And waiting for the big red firecrackers to be set off when it opens. There have already been piles piled up at the door of the security room, just waiting for the moment of opening the ribbon cutting. Even today, Tang Meng hired several dragon and lion dance teams, and the entire Lingyun building was dressed up beautifully. The Maybach was unimpeded, and drove directly into the compound, and stopped until it reached the steps of the main entrance of Lingyun building. Inside the courtyard gate, there is another scene. From the courtyard gate to the main entrance of Lingyun building. All are 18-meter wide red carpet paving. On both sides of the red carpet, there are also blooming flowers, and the fragrance of flowers is tangy. Under the stairs of Lingyun building, there is another huge red arch, which reads, "Warmly congratulate Tiandi Group for its auspicious opening." On both sides of the arch, there were 72 professional hostesses hired, almost all of them were models about 1.7 meters tall. They all wore red cheongsam dresses, with sweet smiles on their faces, and were responsible for receiving guests. Looking up and looking at the top, the entire front of Lingyun building is covered with congratulatory banners sent by various units in Qingshui City, colorful and neat. move with the wind. Around the red carpet, there are various news media, including TV stations, large portal stations, and cameras of magazines and newspapers. Reporters from all walks of life are walking around, and the flashes are buzzing all the way. Such a grand occasion. It can't be done without 10 to 20 million, which can be called the most luxurious. Burn money. That's right, it's definitely burning money. Fuck, is it necessary to make it like this? Ling Yan sat in the Maybach, admiring the slender breasts of the hostesses on both sides of the red carpet, and said jokingly. Xuanhuan, who was driving, pursed her delicate mouth and said angrily, big pervert. Ling Yan ignored it and laughed it off. The cool Maybach drove straight into the courtyard without hindrance, and stopped until it reached the steps of the main entrance of Lingyun building. All the employees of the company came so early today? Ling Yan discovered at the gate just now that there are dozens of high and middle-level cadres in the headquarters of Tiandi Group, headed by Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai. Everyone knows that today is the opening day of Tiandi Group, and everyone's face is filled with joyful smiles. Hello, Mr. Ling. Qin Jiantao was inexplicably excited when he saw Ling Yan coming, and immediately took the lead in applauding. Our chairman is here, everyone applauds and welcomes. In view of the excellent performance of Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai in the past half-month, Ling Yan handpicked them, and they will be the general manager and financial director of Tiandi Group in the future. Ling Yan got off the car, with a handsome smile on his face, and waved to his employees. Thank you for your hard work today. Come on, everyone come with me to the president's office to sit for a while, and we will come to the door to welcome guests later. When the people in the car behind got off, Ling Yan waved his big hand and directly greeted everyone to enter the Lingyun building. As for these people lined up here to welcome them, Ling Yan didn't care. Because Tang Meng said it all last night, today's opening ribbon cutting, all the procedures have been arranged long ago, and it has been rehearsed, who will do what at what time, it is all determined, and Ling Yan does not need to control it. As for Ling Yan, the hands-off shopkeeper, he only needs to show up on a few key occasions to greet the main guests. Don't tell me, what Tang Meng did is really like that. Ling Yan led everyone to the president's office, stood in front of the mirror like floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the whole scene of the Tiandi Group headquarters, and said with a smile. Where did he do it? He only needs to spend money to hire a professional etiquette company to operate it, okay? Now this kind of thing is directly found by the etiquette company. Chao Shanshan seemed to have seen this kind of scene too much. She sat on the sofa and said calmly. That's pretty good too. No wonder that guy told me that I just need to show up at a critical moment today. I thought it would be troublesome. Ling Yan turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and said with a smile. No trouble. From 9 to 10 in the morning, some important leaders from the province and city will come over, as well as those important guests. You need to go to the courtyard gate to greet them. Before 10:20 a.m. to 11 a.m., all the guests will go to the meeting room to hold the grand opening ceremony. Several important leaders from the province and city will be invited to speak. You are the boss, so of course you must be present. Then it's 11:18, and the ribbon cutting must be on time. You must be the first one to cut the ribbon at that time, and you have to come forward. After the ribbon cutting is over, there is nothing else for you. The rest is to hold a luncheon and drink with the leaders and guests. Chao Shanshan smiled and told all of Ling Yan's arrangements this morning. After finishing speaking, she chuckled, Don't worry, don't bother, you are the boss, how can you dare to trouble the boss? When Chao Shanshan said this, Xuanhuan, Miao, Xiaomiao, and others also laughed. Well, today is not at the same level as the opening day of Ping Fan Clinic. While speaking, Ling Yan raised his eyes and looked down, seeing several cars driving into the gate again. He swept his consciousness and said with a smile, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu have already arrived. Then, Ling Yan sent a direct voice transmission to call Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to the CEO's office. Brother Yun, how's it going, is this scene okay? Tang Meng's face was flushed, and the excitement and pride in his eyes could not be concealed at all. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to talk to Ling Yun. Not bad, this scene is good enough, but after today, including the stars you invited, how much money did you burn in total? Tang Meng said casually, hey, not too much, only 80 million. Damn it, 80 million? It's still only? Is this not much? Tang Meng laughed, Brother Yun, don't talk about me, you send hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm spending money on the blade, okay? Well, everything is up to you today. Ling Yun smiled and said nothing more. Tiandi Group opened the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Today is a big day for Ling Yun and Tang Meng. In society, this means that they have reached the pinnacle of success with their own foundation and appearance. Everyone chatted happily for a while, and when it was close to 9 o'clock, Tang Meng suggested, Brother Yun, let's go down now. Uncle Li and my father should arrive on time at 9 o'clock, and they will help us meet the provincial leaders. Then he put his mouth close to Ling Yun's ear and said in a low voice, Brother Yun, today the governor of our province, the one in charge of economy and commerce is coming. Oh? Tang Meng laughed and said, it's Su Lingfei's father, Su Jingming. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment. Damn, I never thought that Su Lingfei has a big background. Tang Meng laughed and said triumphantly, what do you think? At 8:55, Ling Yun led Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, a Bing, and all the beauties around him, out of Ling Yun building, and stepped on the red carpet all the way to the gate. It must be the gate, otherwise, if the leader's vehicle drove directly to the downstairs of Ling Yun building, how would he walk the red carpet? They didn't wait long. Just after 9 o'clock, Ling Yun saw a total of more than a dozen black cars approaching slowly, and as consciousness swept away, it was the high-level officials of the city government, Li Yifeng and his party. The dozens of black cars slowly came to the door and stopped. Li got out of the car in the limelight. He was full of energy, with a smile on his face, and strode towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun also took a few steps forward, tightly holding hands with Li Yifeng. Ling Yun, congratulations. Thank you, Uncle Li. It's all thanks to Uncle Li's support. The reporters from all walks of life swarmed out of the courtyard, and they had already pointed their guns and short cannons at Ling Yun and Li Yifeng, clacking and clapping wildly, recording this classic moment. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun, congratulations. At this time, Tang Tianhao also got out of the car. With a smile all over his face, he walked forward with his head held high and said loudly to Ling Yun. Ordinarily, Tang Meng is the president of Tiandi Group. As Tang Tianhao, he should avoid today, but today the owner here is Ling Yun, so he came. In fact, according to Ling Yun's current influence in Qingshui City, Tang Tianhao didn't need to avoid it at all. If he did, it would appear deliberate. Ling Yun hurried forward to shake hands. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Under the chirping flashlight, the two of them smiled knowingly, and everything was kept silent. Frankly speaking, among the political leaders who came to congratulate today, only Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao belonged to us, and the others didn't have much contact with Ling Yun. After Tang Tianhao congratulated Ling Yun, he immediately walked behind Li Yifeng. At this time, the other leaders in the car behind had already got out of the car one after another and came towards here one after another. Come, Ling Yun, let me introduce you to some leaders of our city government. Li Yifeng smiled, patted Ling Yun on the shoulder lightly, and led him forward to meet him. This is the standing committee member of Qingshui City, the mayor. This is the organization minister of our Qingshui City. Who is this? Congratulations. Li Yifeng didn't care what others thought about his relationship with Ling Yun, and kept introducing them frankly, while Ling Yun also smiled and shook hands one by one to express his gratitude, neither humble nor overbearing. Just kidding, there is a brother from Qingshui City standing here to introduce himself, but those other leaders seem a little restrained. Why is Ling Yun so nervous? After the leaders shook hands with Ling Yun, they didn't go directly inside under the leadership of Miss Etiquette, but stood behind Li Yifeng one by one. Obviously, they all know that there are leaders more important than them coming today. Naturally, it is the leader of the province. This round of greetings. Just over 20 minutes passed, and soon, another vehicle drove over from a distance. Tang Meng glanced up, only glanced at the license plate, and immediately leaned into Ling Yun's ear, and said in a low voice, "Brother Yun, that's Governor Su's car." Ling Yun nodded slightly, and then saw the car slowly stop. An old man in his 50s got out of the car. Wearing an ordinary Chinese tunic suit, with a friendly smile on his face, he waved to everyone and walked slowly towards Ling Yun. "Governor Su, are you here?" Li Yifeng winked at Ling Yun, then strode forward, and stretched out his hand to Su Jingming. Su Jingming nodded with a smile, and first had a brief chat with Li Yifeng. Then he immediately looked at Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, today, I came here uninvited, don't take offense?" Ling Yun's face remained unchanged, his mind was indifferent, and he smiled slightly. "Governor Su, the opening of a company like mine can surprise you. Let my place flourish, and it's too late for me to welcome you. How dare you think about anything else?" There was a hint of approval in Su Jingming's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Well, he speaks well and behaves generously. He is indeed a young talent, young and promising." Ling Yun smiled modestly. "Governor Su is overawarded." "No award, Ling Yun, I have heard of you and seen you, but only on TV, and saw the statue you carved for Ling Fei." Su Jingming talked eloquently. Looking at Ling Yun with scorching eyes, he meant something. Ling Yun said with a faint smile, "I was so excited that day, I was impulsive, please don't blame Governor Su." While talking, Ling Yun stretched out his hand on his own initiative. Su Jingming naturally stretched out his hand, held Ling Yun's hand together, shook it gently, and said, "After the opening, if you have time someday, you can go to my house to do it. Ling Fei's craftsmanship is very good." Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. "Thank you, Uncle Su, I will definitely pay a visit after I've been busy for a while." "What kind of person is he?" Seeing that Su Jingming took the initiative to invite him to visit him, he immediately changed his mind. Su Jingming raised his hand, patted Ling Yun's shoulder, then nodded, and stopped talking. During the time when the two met, talked, and shook hands, the surrounding flashlights kept ringing. Those reporters, how could they not know that this was the governor of the province, Su? "Governor Su, there are still many guests coming, do you think it's time for us to sit inside?" Li Yifeng saw that Su Jingming had no intention of speaking, so he immediately proposed. "Well, Yifeng, I heard that you are about to join our provincial party committee team, so I have to congratulate you in advance. Come on, let's go to the house together, sit down and have a good chat." After Su Jingming finished speaking, he immediately strode away, and walked side by side with Li Yifeng, Ling Yun, and the three towards the gate of Tiandi Group. At this time, the leaders and brains in the city began to follow. A crowd of people waited and entered the Tiandi Group in a mighty manner, and walked onto the red carpet. Accompanied by Ling Yun all the way, he sent these leaders into the specially prepared room, and then he left and returned to the gate. In this way, the leaders of the province and the city have all been greeted. "Hee, Ling Yun, some of us are here to congratulate you. Hee, today's scene is big enough." As soon as Ling Yun came out, he saw Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang, Prince Yu, Han Laosan, Li Yuza, and others. They had just got off the car, and Tang Meng and others had already gone up to meet them. "Thank you Grandpa Morong, thank you Uncle Song." Because everyone was too familiar with them, it was much easier for Ling Yun and Tang Meng to receive these people. After some courtesy, they asked Miss Manners to bring them in. After these people entered, headed by Zhuang Tianda, those bigwigs from the business world of Qingshui City began to pour in, wave after wave, to congratulate Ling Yun. From 9:25 to 9:50, in just over 20 minutes, Ling Yun and Tang Meng received nearly 300 people in total. The peak of the guests was over, and the number of vehicles gradually decreased. Stand up. This can really be called congratulations from all directions. Fuck, my face was swollen from laughing just now. Finally having time to rest, Tang Meng couldn't help rubbing his face with his hands, and said with a wry smile. Ling Yun laughed aloud. Who asked you to invite so many people? The conference room will not be able to hold it later. Ah, Grandpa Shui is here. In the distance, Ling Yun saw Miao Xiaomiao, driving a red Porsche, and came with Miracle Dr. Shui. When Miracle Dr. Shui arrived, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Shui Mining, and others naturally went up to meet him immediately. After talking for a while, Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao led Miracle Dr. Shui in. Immediately afterwards, Lin Menghan arrived with Mr. Lin. Then Ning Lingyu arrived with Qin Chongqing. Ling Yun and Tang Meng greeted them one by one, and sent them in respectfully, and then there were naturally special arrangements. Before 10 o'clock, after welcoming 4 or 5 waves of late guests, Ling Yun waited for his elder sister Ling Xiu. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiu came in Chao Tianlong's car. The two representatives of the younger generations of the Ling family and the Chao family in the capital actually sat in the same car and appeared at the gate of Tiandi Group. Ling Xiu and Chao Tianlong got out of the car, they turned a blind eye to the flashing lights on the side of the road, and came straight to Ling Yun. Haha, brat, you did a good job. Compared with those big companies in the capital, it is not inferior. Ling Xiu was wearing a decent dress, and she walked forward in style. The temperament of a lady who grew up in a big family simply overwhelmed the audience. Hey, it's just a small scene, how can it catch the eyes of the eldest sister? Ling Yun immediately went forward and hugged Ling Xiu in public. I said, it's really good. After Ling Yun and Ling Xiu finished hugging, Chao Tianlong raised his hand, patted Ling Yun's shoulder lightly, and said with a smile. Ling Yun smiled lightly, haha, it's okay for others to say that, so stop laughing at me, both of you. At this time, Chao Tianlong took out a bank card in public, raised his hand slightly, and said with a smile to countless cameras, the Chao family in the capital, congratulations to the opening of Ling Yun's Tiandi Group, with a gift of 10 billion. Fuck. IGI. Hearing this, the reporters around went crazy, and they snapped wildly at Chao Tianlong and Ling Yun, for fear of missing any tiny shots. 10 billion? Tang Meng was dumbfounded on the spot. This handwriting is really too big, and Chao Tianlong actually shouted in public? As if he had expected it a long time ago, Ling Yun was very calm, and he took the bank card from Chao Tianlong's hand as soon as he reached out. Thank you, brother-in-law. This sentence is even more shocking. Chao Shanshan stood aside, even more ashamed, and didn't know what to do. Chao Tianlong and Ling Yun did this scene, of course not for those reporters, but for interested people. Ling Xiu didn't express anything, just stood aside with a smile on her face. Shanshan, you go in with my eldest sister and your brother, and go directly to the CEO's office. It is good. Brother Yun, I think the ones who should come are almost here. There is no need for the two of us to stand here to greet the others. Let them be left to Chen Jiantao and the others? Seeing that almost all the guests were present, Tang Meng said to Ling Yun. It is good. Ling Yun just said hello, and before he turned around, his whole body stood still as if he had been immobilized. A slender woman with a hot figure broke into Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness without any warning. Ling Yun only took one look at that figure and knew who it was. Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi is wearing sunglasses and a red floor-length dress, which wraps her delicate body exquisitely and convexly. She has an extremely hot figure. She drives the car by herself, with long hair fluttering and dancing lightly. Just when Ling Yun was stunned in shock, Xiao Mimi had already driven to Ling Yun. She lightly raised her hand and took off her sunglasses, showing a beautiful face, lightly flicking her long hair, and smiled at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, long time no see. Ling Yun stared closely at Xiao Mimi, who was twice as beautiful as before, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, suddenly smiled brightly, and said, "Yes, long time no see." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Even if Ling Yun was killed, Xiao Mimi would not have thought that Xiao Mimi would appear here today. Shouldn't she be doing penance in the main altar of the demon sect now? Ling Yun naturally remembered that when he asked Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, about Xiao Mimi's whereabouts, Yi Xingchen told him that Xiao Mimi was cultivating in the main altar of the demon sect, and he could let her out when she broke through the innate realm. Xiao Mimi's cultivation speed is fast, Ling Yun is sure of this, but he really didn't expect that Yi Xingchen actually let her back. The current Xiao Mimi's appearance hasn't changed much, it's just that her skin is whiter and more tender than before. However, Ling Yun can see that Xiao Mimi has a special temperament, that kind of charm between gestures, even if others I want to learn, but I can't. Why, don't you welcome me? Or forget me? Sitting in the car, Xiao Mimi saw Ling Yun staring at her. She was secretly happy, her beautiful eyes rolled, and she asked softly. "Welcome, of course welcome." Ling Yun stepped forward, opened the car door himself, grabbed Xiao Mimi's arm with a sweep of his right hand, and helped her down. "Sister Xiao, it's really you. You, why are you back? You've become more beautiful." Only now did Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu recover from their incomparable shock. The two hurried forward and said excitedly. "Can you not be excited?" For them, Xiao Mimi has experienced life and death with them, so the relationship is naturally different. Xiao Mimi smiled coquettishly. "Well, I'm back, and I've worried you for a while." "It's good to be back, it's good to be back. It just so happens that today is the grand opening day of our Tiandi group. This is double happiness. Tang Meng's mouth is better than anyone else's." Ling Yun put his consciousness to the maximum in an instant, and the range of his consciousness covered a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. He searched carefully, but he didn't find Yi Xingchen around him, so he shook his head, smiled wryly, and withdrew his consciousness. Of course Ling Yun understood. Xiao Mimi's return today must have been done on purpose by Yi Xingchen. This should be Yi Xingchen's silent gift. Let's go in. It's past 10 o'clock now. I guess everyone has entered the conference room now and is waiting for us. 10:20. Tiandi Group is going to hold a grand opening ceremony in the multifunctional conference hall of Lingyun Building. Now, many ordinary guests have already entered the venue. This morning's arrangement did not leave Ling Yun any time at all. Even if he wanted to say a few more words to Xiao Mimi, it was impossible. However, since Xiao Mimi is back, there are plenty of opportunities to reminisce about the past, so don't be in a hurry. Xiao Mimi naturally understood this too. Ling Yun. When I left, the ordinary clinic you established had just been smashed to pieces. Unexpectedly, when you came back, you had already established the Tiandi Group. Xiao Mimi walked on the red carpet, watching the grand opening of Lingyun Building. She couldn't help feeling a little sad. Said with a sigh. Yeah, you've become an innate master too. Ling Yun was in a trance, and said casually. That night, Xiao Mimi was taken away when she went out to look for Zhuang Meifeng. She wanted to ask about Zhuang Meifeng's situation. But after thinking about it, I knew it was not the time, so I held back and didn't ask. Ling Yun, Tang Meng and others quickly entered the Lingyun Building and went straight to the conference hall. At this time, in the multifunctional conference hall of Lingyun Building, there were already no empty seats, and there was a chorus of voices. The flashes in the hands of 100 reporters were buzzing non-stop, and they were filming the whole way. As today's protagonist, as soon as Ling Yun entered the conference hall, he immediately became the focus of all guns and short guns. All the media reporters, the cameras were all aimed at him, and they shot wildly, almost blinded. Mr. Ling, your Chandy group is cutting the ribbon for its opening today. May I ask how you feel? Mr. Ling, as the youngest group boss in Jiangnan province, can you say a few words for us? President Ling, what kind of business does your Chandy group mainly carry out? Boss Ling. Faced with questions from various reporters, Ling Yun just smiled and walked directly to his seat. 5 minutes later, the important leaders of Jiangnan province and Qingshui city, headed by Su Jingming, began to enter the venue. Under the leadership of Miss Etiquette, they took their seats one after another. Please be quiet, everyone. After all the characters were seated, 2 hosts stepped onto the stage one after another and began to host the opening ceremony. Seeing these 2 people coming up from the backstage, there was a bit of a commotion in the conference room. The 2 hosts who came up, even Ling Yun knew each other. They were 2 popular CCTV talkers, and they both hosted the Spring Festival Gala. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng, smiled and gave him a thumbs up, and said, through voice transmission, "Awesome." Tang Meng smiled triumphantly. Hi everyone, it's a great honor to host the opening ceremony of Tiandi Group here today. I'm the host, Xiao Sa. Hi everyone, I'm the host. After the 2 hosts reported their families and finished their opening remarks, it was of course Su Jingming who spoke. Hello everyone, I am the governor of our Jiangnan province, Su Jingming. Since the host asked me to speak, I will say a few words. I am here today mainly because of the opening ceremony of Tiandi Group in Qingshui City, Jiangnan province. Tiandi Group is a large-scale conglomerate that mainly focuses on pharmaceutical business, supplemented by real estate business, and covers hotels, building materials, transportation, chain supermarkets, and other comprehensive businesses. It can be said that the Tiandi Group is an economic giant that can be counted in our entire Jiangnan province. Su Jingming didn't use official accents, didn't read manuscripts, and talked freely. Through his words, Ling Yun knew in his heart that this governor of Su must have a good understanding of his Tiandi Group. In fact, what Ling Yun didn't know was that Su Jingming didn't speak in an official style, mainly because he saw the 2 old people sitting in the audience. Mr. Lin Hongjun, others may not know him, but how could people like Su Jingming and Li Yifeng not know him? The other person is naturally Qin Chongqing. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Chongqing has power all over the south of the Yangtze River. Naturally, it is impossible for Su Jingming not to know him. These 2 are sitting down and listening now, how can he speak in an official style? And even if these 2 were not around, Su Jingming would not be bureaucratic, because he knew that when Li Jiujiang was captured, Tang Tianhao was investigated by people from the province. It was Ling Yun who made a phone call and fished Tang Tianhao out. Ling Yun was able to make this step today, not because of himself alone, but because of his background. Knowing this, no one would use bureaucratic accents here. After Su Jingming finished speaking, Li Yifeng spoke, and Li Yifeng was talking about Tiandi Group. When talking about Ling Yun, the language is very skillful. He directly packaged Ling Yun as a self-made man, and through his own efforts, he became a business genius step by step. Just like what our Governor Su said just now, Tiandi Group is not only in our Qingshui city, but even in Jiangnan province, it is also an outstanding, comprehensive livelihood enterprise. I believe that after the opening of Tiandi Group, it will definitely become an excellent taxpayer in Qingshui city, and will be able to bring high-quality services and excellent service experience to the people of Qingshui city. After Li Yifeng finished his speech, there was another round of applause. Then now, classmate Xiao Sa stretched out his hand in the direction of Ling Yun, and made an invitation, please invite our protagonist today. The chairman of Tiandi Group, Mr. Ling Yun Ling, come to the stage to speak. Ling Yun stood up with a smile, strode onto the stage with his head held high, and came to the front of the microphone. He smiled and said, speaking, the 2 leaders have already talked about it just now. I don't need to say anything more, but... Ling Yun changed the subject and said suddenly, I am here, and I have something to announce. Starting today, within 3 months, all businesses operated by our Tiandi Group, including the commercial properties we sell, medicine, medical equipment, and our hotels, restaurants, supermarkets, cinemas, car 4S shops, etc., 10% off everything. Wow. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, there was an uproar on and off the stage. Facing the buzzing flashing lights, Ling Yun always had a smile on his face, calm and composed. That's all I want to say, and please spread the word, and invite friends from the media present to spread the word, thank you all. After Ling Yun finished speaking, amidst the exclamations one after another, he stepped off the stage and returned to his seat. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun, who had returned to his side, wanted to cry but had no tears, and said helplessly, Brother Yun, you said this lightly, but I have lost more than 1 billion yuan in profit. Ling Yun smiled calmly, it doesn't matter, you will understand the effect after you try it. Great, Boss Ling is really generous. Tiandi Group just opened today, and he gave benefits to the majority of Qingshui citizens. Xiaosao was also extremely shocked. After admiring twice, he said with a smile, today is the grand opening ceremony of our Tiandi Group. We have also invited some popular stars to help the grand ceremony. Please applaud and welcome. Then naturally, those first-line big-name stars will appear. When seeing the first person come out, Ling Yun frowned slightly, Fan Rubing? Why is she here? Tang Meng laughed and said, Brother Yun, he offered to come through Su Lingfei. He didn't charge anything. That's okay. At 11 o'clock, the opening ceremony ended on time. Everyone left and walked out of the conference hall, ready to cut the ribbon for the opening. After more than 10 minutes, all the preparations before the opening ribbon cutting were ready. At 11:17, Ling Yun, Qin Chongqing, Lin Hongjun, Su Jingming, Li Yifeng, Dr. Shui, and of course Tang Meng, these 7 people came to the lady of etiquette holding the red silk, and picked up the pure gold scissors. At 11:18, the auspicious time has come. With the shout of the host, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening of Tiandi Group begins now. 7 scissors stretched out at the same time, cutting the red silk cloth. At the same moment, someone lit the red firecrackers placed at the gate, and the sound of the firecrackers was deafening. In front of the arch under the steps, a total of 1,888 balloons were launched into the sky at the same time. All the dragon dance teams and lion dance teams started to run, leaping and leaping. With the sound of gongs and drums and the sound of firecrackers, the entire Tiandi Group headquarters suddenly became extremely lively. But at this moment, today's protagonist, Ling Yun, stood there with a half-smile, looking extremely calm. Father, I can go find you now. Mother, I can go and save you now. Mei Feng, Longgu, you wait for me. Our Ling family is about to rise. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who was always standing beside Ling Yun, quietly held Ling Yun's hand. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Undoubtedly, the most eye-catching focus in Qingshui City today is naturally the grand opening ceremony of Tiandi Group, but another place related to Ling Yun is also very lively. This place, of course, is the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, Pingfan Clinic. Today, Wang Hongyuan, the former owner of Hongyuan clothing store, came here early, and led his staff to start arranging the blowing arches, and placed a lot of firecrackers bought long ago at the entrance of the clinic. Wang Hongyuan's face is full of spring breeze today, because the ordinary clinic and clothing store that were bombed at the same time a month ago will reopen for business today. Moreover, the families of the 2 employees of the clothing store who were killed that night also received tens of millions of compensation from Ling Yun. The family members of the deceased were very satisfied with the compensation, and they all chose to settle down. After all, the dead are dead, and the perpetrators have been brought to justice. It is infinitely better to receive tens of millions of dollars in compensation than nothing at all. It is extremely rare in China to pay tens of millions of compensation for a human life. Therefore, although it seems to be a loss, after the news spread, xuanhuan clothing store has earned a good reputation for being kind. No, after the renovation was completed and before the clothing store reopened, xuanhuan recruited salespersons. Once the advertisement was released, there were a flood of applicants, and he was dazzled by the selection. And another happy thing for xuanhuan, of course, is that he decided to follow his lifelong boss wholeheartedly, the opening ceremony of Lingyun's Tiandi group. Xuanhuan knew that he did not follow the wrong boss. Lingyun's overbearing behavior, kindness to good people, and fast development speed all far exceeded Xuanhuan's thinking limit. While he was shocked all the way, he also saw Lingyun's deeds in his heart, in my eyes, in my heart. But he knew that he was just an ordinary little person. Ability is management. Therefore, Lingyun's Tiandi group opened the ribbon-cutting ceremony. He did not join in the fun, but chose to be here, optimistic about his own business. Xuanhuan finished decorating the Ping Fan Clinic first, and then returned to his clothing store. Take someone to arrange yourself here. In Lingyun's eyes, ordinary clinic and xuanhuan clothing store are more important. He is still very clear. So even though they opened at the same time, he had to put the ordinary clinic affairs first. Boss Wang. Today's god of wealth is located in the southeast, remember to set off firecrackers at that position later. Xuanhuan was instructing his staff to hang banners when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. He quickly stopped what he was doing and turned around. With a smile on his face, there is sincere admiration in his eyes. Hey, Taoist Mo is here? Hey. Tiandi group opened today, why didn't you go there? The person who opened his mouth to give advice to Xuanhuan was none other than Mo Wudao, a Taoist priest from Maoshan Mountain. This magic stick was wearing a brand new blue Taoist robe, with a Taoist bun on his head. Standing at this busy intersection with a whisk in hand, it's as cool as it gets. 2 days ago, Lingyun asked Mo Wudao to come to Ping Fan Clinic to set up the Feng Shui Bureau. That afternoon, Xuanhuan happened to be helping in Ping Fan Clinic. As soon as he heard that Mo Wudao was a Maoshan Taoist priest invited by Lingyun, he took him directly to the clothing store opposite and asked him to decorate it. Not to mention, after Mo Wudao finished decorating, every time Xuanhuan entered the clothing store, he felt different from before, although that feeling couldn't be put into words. But just look where it is comfortable, giving people a comfortable and peaceful feeling. Therefore, Xuanhuan regarded Mo Wudao as a heavenly man, and believed that he was a real Feng Shui master and a master of Taoism. When Mo Wudao saw Xuanhuan asking him, he immediately shook his whisk, smiled slightly, and said lightly, "The poor Taoist is a person from outside the country, and the prosperity of this world is like floating clouds to me. That kind of place is too noisy and chaotic, and it will destroy the authority of the Taoist leader. Dao Xian, so I don't go." Well, if any of Lingyun or Tang Meng were here at this time, he would definitely step up and kick him, scolding you can't move your legs even after seeing a few nurses in Ping Fan Clinic. But of course Xuanhuan didn't think so. He spontaneously felt a kind of admiration, nodded and said, "The Taoist priest is indeed an expert. Please also ask the Taoist priest to take a look. Is there any other problem with my arrangement here today?" Mo Wudao smiled shamelessly in his heart, and coughed lightly. Boss Wang, the layout here is very good, but I don't know how the clinic opposite is doing now." Xuanhuan immediately said, "Oh, you mean the clinic? Mr. Yao has come a long time ago, and I have almost finished the arrangement there. I heard that there will be many guests coming today. Would you like to go over and see if there is anything? Question? This guy Mo Wudao came here today. Of course he didn't come here for the clothing store. His goal was the ordinary clinic, but he was really embarrassed to go there so directly. Well, the opening of the business is a major event, and we should really go and have a look, lest they operate improperly and run into the god of wealth again. After hearing this, Wang Hongyuan immediately smiled and said, Master Mo, you are a caring person. I just happen to be busy here, so let's go over and have a look. Then Wang Hongyuan gave some instructions to the staff, and then crossed the road with Mo Wudao and came to Pingfan Clinic. At this time, 3 female nurses, Sun Yujiao, Li Jinlian, and Shang Xiaoming, had already arrived at Pingfan Clinic. They were all on the first floor of the clinic, busy packing and cleaning inside and outside the door, making final preparations before opening. Hey, Master Mo is here? Please come in and sit down. What kind of tea do you want? Li Jinlian was cleaning at the door. When she saw Mo Wudao coming, she immediately smiled and invited him into the house. I have to say that the Maoshan Taoist priest, who is at the peak of the 9 levels in the day after tomorrow, can still bluff people when he walks in the world. He came to Pingfan Clinic to set up a feng shui bureau. Even ordinary people can feel the difference. Therefore, he is very popular with the 2 nurses here, except for Sun Yujiao, of course. Isn't Pingfan Clinic opening today? I'll come over and take care of it. Where's Mr. Yao? While Mo Wudao was talking, he couldn't help but glance at Li Jinlian's chest, but fortunately, he didn't forget to ask the owner here, Yao Ro. Shang Xiaoming spoke quickly. Oh, you said our boss, she is upstairs, chatting with guests. Master Mo, do you have something to do with our boss? Mo Wudao asked what I wanted to do with your boss. If Lingyan knew about it, wouldn't he have to break my 3 legs? He shook his head quickly. Oh. No, I'm just here to take a look, in case something goes wrong. Upstairs. It is already past 10 in the morning, and many people have come to the ordinary clinic, and all of them are big beauties, which can be said to be overwhelming. The country is beautiful and heavenly. Yao Ro is the master here, so she is naturally here. Bai Xianer is here. And she also brought Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong sisters. Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling also came here early because of the short distance. Miao Xiaomiao also drove here after sending her grandfather Dr. Shui to Tiandi Group, because she has been the attending doctor here since she learned the 9 needles of Ling Shu. As for Shui Mining, she used to fish for 3 days and spend 2 days in the sun. The Tiandi Group is so lively, and Ling Yun is there, so she wouldn't come here today even if she was killed. In addition to these stunning women, there are 2 other people here. Kong Xiaoru and Su Bingyan also came. Count the 3 pretty nurses downstairs. There are 12 beauties here. At this time, there was a lot of traffic at the intersection outside, but no one would have thought that so many stunning people gathered in this small and ordinary clinic at the same time. These beauties came together by appointment. Some came here by themselves, but no matter how they came, they were able to gather together today because of one thing: the ordinary clinic opened. Another reason is that when Pingfan Clinic opened last time, there were no sisters except Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong. Everyone else is there. At this time, 9 beauties were sitting on the spacious second floor, drinking fragrant tea, kneading melon seeds, chatting and chatting. It was really lively. Sister Yarrow, let me tell you, you should really go abroad to see it if you have time. This time I accompanied my mother and my aunt to travel to Europe. It was really an eye-opener. Zhang Ling was born with a clever mouth, and since she entered the door, that mouth has hardly stopped, and she has been talking about what she saw and heard during her trip abroad. That night at the Kaishan Hotel, after Zhang Ling told Ling Yun about her mother's divorce, after Ling Yun's comfort and enlightenment, she went directly to Liang Fingyi's house the next day, and accompanied her mother who was temporarily staying at her aunt's house. The 3 of them open up and talk all day. That day, Liang Fingyi suggested that the family of 3 go to Europe for a leisure trip, which was agreed by Liang Fengqin. They bought tickets to Europe that day and flew directly to Europe. Although Zhang Ling was thinking about Ling Yun, her mother and aunt both decided to go to Europe, and she had to go. This trip lasted more than a month, and he just came back the day before yesterday. Zhang Ling was jet-lagged at home, so he came directly to Ping Fan Clinic today. Listening to Zhang Ling talking about the rise of the trip to Europe, Yao Rou just smiled. Well, if you have a chance, go and see. Then she raised her head and looked at Liang Fingyi. Dr. Liang, I didn't expect you to come this time, thank you. Liang Fingyi smiled softly, glanced in the direction of Tiandi Group, and said, this time the opening, that guy doesn't care at all, we can't ignore it. Then she lowered her head slightly, bit her lip and said, I never thought so many things would happen in the past month or so. Yao Rou said lightly, yeah, too many things happened, but fortunately, they all came here, and now our Qingshui city is calm. After experiencing life and death several times, Yao Rou's whole temperament is quite different from before, and there is an inexplicable indifference in her eyes and words. After saying this, she suddenly looked at Liang Fingyi again. By the way, Dr. Liang, do you still remember the sister Lu Li who came to the opening last time? She is about to give birth and was admitted to the hospital a few days ago. It's in the obstetrics and gynecology department of your hospital, and the due date is these 2 days. Yao Rou knew Lu Li much earlier than Ling Yun, and now they are naturally closer than before. The relationship is very close. Lu Li is going to give birth, of course she will tell her. Liang Fingyi smiled and said, oh? Just live in our hospital? That's much more convenient. I'll call my colleague later and ask her to take care of her. The 9 beauties chatted like this, and soon everyone asked Miao Xiaomiao about the opening of Tiandi Group, and Miao Xiaomiao gave a general description with a smile. The time soon came to 11:10, not far from the auspicious time. 9 beauties went downstairs and came to the door of Ping Fan Clinic. At 11:18, Ping Fan Clinic lit firecrackers and officially opened for business. Amid the crackling sound of firecrackers, Qi Xiaohong walked up to Yao Rou and asked softly, Sister Yao Rou, why don't you go to Tiandi Group? Yao Rou glanced back at the plaque of Ping Fan Clinic, just smiled, and patted Qi Xiaohong's head. But he said in his heart, Ling Yun, you have your world, and I have my ordinary. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It is said that the relatively large ending plot is difficult to write. I didn't believe it before, but now I am convinced. It took 10 hours to write the 2 chapters, and it was finished at 5 o'clock in the morning. It was very hard, please support. DODTW. You have your world, I have my ordinary. Yes, ordinary. At this moment, most of these people here probably think so in their hearts, right? Before Ling Yun rises against the sky. Yao Rou turned out to be just a poor student who walked out of a ravine, and a nurse in a third-rate hospital. Kong Xiaoru is an ordinary teacher in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and the highest position is only the head teacher of a class. Zhang Ling is just an ordinary high school student in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Su Bingyan is a self-employed person, and she runs a family, maybe the proprietress. As for the sisters Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong, let alone, they come from a poor family and have experienced all kinds of hardships in life since they were young. Although Liang Fingyi has better conditions, she is only an attending doctor in the Department of Surgery of the provincial hospital. Today, Ling Yun's Tiandi Group opened, but they chose this place by coincidence, not because they didn't want to go, but because they didn't dare to go. They don't have a powerful family, a strong background, or a dazzling position. They are just ordinary members of this world. They went and didn't even know how to introduce themselves. At the beginning, when Ling Yun's ordinary clinic opened, they all came. It was because it was just an ordinary clinic. They came here without restraint. Even if they could not add luster to Ling Yun, they would not embarrass him. But now, Ling Yun is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and he founded Tiandi Group, whose business covers various industries. There are so many important figures going there, and when they go, they will do odd jobs at most. Ling Yun didn't even have time to talk to them. In this world, everyone has their own self-knowledge, and it is because they know themselves that they don't go. Ling Yun grew up really fast. It has exceeded the limit that everyone can imagine. When the ordinary clinic opened, who would have thought that Ling Yun could have such dazzling achievements today? Now, who are the people at Tiandi Group? Not to mention those provincial and municipal leaders. Not to mention celebrities in the business world, but only the women around Ling Yun. There are Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Shuang Mina, Su Lingfei. There was also Ling Xiu, who came from the capital. Whether rich or noble, or rich and noble, each identity background is stronger than the other. These people. If you pick one at random, the ones in ordinary clinics can't compare with others. Instead of going to Tiandi Group as an ordinary spectator, they might as well enjoy the warm and ordinary here. This is the true thoughts of these women who came here. It is Ling Yun's business that Ling Yun can treat everyone equally. People have self-knowledge. Of course, there are two exceptions. Bai Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao are different from them. The two of them appeared here today, because Bai Xianer was not greedy for the prosperity of the world, and had nothing to do with the world. Miao Xiaomiao was out of character, she thought she should appear here, so she came here. After the simple but lively opening ceremony ended, everyone returned to the ordinary clinic. Yao Rou smiled and said to everyone, "First of all, thank you all sisters for coming here to celebrate the opening of Ping Fan Clinic. I have booked a private room in Shangri-La, let's go there now, how about celebrating?" Yao Rou's proposal was immediately approved by all the beauties. Then Yao Rou Yingying turned around, looked at Mo Wudao, who was full of embarrassment, and said with a smile, "Of course I also thank Master Mo for coming today, I wonder if you want to go there together? There are exactly 12 beauties on my side." Mo Wudao didn't dare to go no matter how thick-skinned he was, he said with a coquettish smile, well, I won't go there. Boss Wang told me just now that he has something to do with me at noon, so I'll go first. Farewell. After Mo Wudao finished speaking, he ran away like a rabbit with its tail on fire. Looking at the back of Mo Wudao fleeing in a hurry, all the beauties couldn't help covering their lips and laughing coquettishly. "Sisters, let's go to the Shangri-La Hotel." "Let's go." Tiandi Group Headquarters. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, according to the established procedures, Tiandi Group also arranged some follow-up activities, such as cultural performances, visits to Ling Yun Building, and inscriptions, discussions, etc., but these do not need Ling Yun to participate in person. Just wait for someone to deal with it. "Mr. Ling, I didn't expect us to meet again. I wonder if I can be lucky enough to take a photo with you." At some point, Fan Rubing came to Ling Yun. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, she invited Ling Yun to take a group photo. Ling Yun raised his head, glanced at Fan Rubing faintly, and smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, I never take photos with anyone." He directly refused. Fan Rubing didn't expect that Ling Yun would reject this opportunity, which was dreamed of by countless ordinary people, without even thinking about it, and it was her initiative to ask for a group photo. However, Fan Rubing was not discouraged at all, and still said with a smile, "It seems that President Ling still has some misunderstandings about our encounter in the capital. Well, it just so happens that I was filming in Hengdian Studios recently, and I have 2 commercials to shoot in our Qingshui city, so I will spend more time here. I wonder if Mr. Ling would like to have a meal together if he has time. What about food? I'll be the host. In this case, it will give me a chance to clear up the misunderstanding." Seeing that Fan Rubing wanted to invite him to dinner, Ling Yun smiled again. "I'm sorry, I've been very busy recently and don't have time." Fan Rubing was rejected again. In the next few days, Ling Yun needs to make a series of preparations to go to the capital. It is indeed quite busy, but it is not that he is so busy that he has no time at all. He rejected Fan Rubing purely because he was unhappy with her and was too lazy to talk to her. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, being rejected by Ling Yun twice in a row, Fan Rubing's face also changed a little. She was extremely embarrassed. Hey, Boss Ling, I said that Fan Daxing took the initiative to invite you to dinner, so you can save face. Don't forget, I invited him here for you, and he didn't charge you a penny, okay? Su Lingfei happened to come over and saw the scene. Hurry over to rescue Fan Rubing. That depends on the situation. Ling Yun smiled and asked Su Lingfei, I don't know what order Miss Su has from me. Su Lingfei smiled and said, Mr. Ling, after the luncheon, our TV station wants to arrange for me to do an exclusive interview with you. Do you have time? Ling Yun smiled and waved his hands. The interview is skipped. If you really want to interview, go and interview Tang Meng. He is the president of our Tiandi group, so he is more suitable than me. Su Lingfei was anxious at the time. Hey? I said, why don't you give anyone face? They are trying to increase your popularity. They are not trying to harm you. Ling Yun smiled and said, Miss Su, it's not that I don't give you face. To tell you the truth, what I am most afraid of now is to increase my popularity. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Then he changed the subject. However, if Miss Su has any personal matters, you can come to me at any time. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun immediately flashed away. After Ling Yun left, the two beauties stood there looking at each other. Fan Rubing said sincerely, Ling Fei, thank you for helping me out just now. Su Lingfei shrugged her shoulders and laughed at herself. No, we're just in the same boat. The noon luncheon of Tiandi Group was not arranged in any hotel, but held directly in Ling Yun Building. The luncheon was divided into two parts. Important guests are arranged on the 28th floor of Ling Yun Building. There were 8 tables in total. And other celebrities in the business world arranged to dine in the multifunctional banquet hall of Tiandi Group. Of course, it was also a luxurious banquet, and the grade was no worse than that of a 5-star hotel. For this luncheon, Ling Yun couldn't run away. He definitely wanted to accompany him. But because this is a banquet in a public place, not necessarily close relatives and friends sitting together. Therefore, everyone at this kind of banquet is talking about scenes and polite words, which is purely entertainment, and there is no substantive communication between everyone. After the luncheon, Ling Yun and Tang Meng started to work again. They had to send those important guests away one by one. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the guests had almost left, and everything was coming to an end. This is the end of a prosperity. Ling Yun returned to the president's office. Sister, I don't think you feel much about this kind of scene. Ling Yun stood in front of the window, watching the busy staff downstairs, and asked Ling Xiu beside him with a smile. Ling Xiu smiled lightly. It's nothing, it's just too much, it's all superficial. After the end, we'll go our separate ways. Yeah, it's all superficial, and everyone has to go their own way in the end. Ling Yun had a rare emotion. Ling Xiu giggled coquettishly when she heard it, rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, You brat, how old are you, and you're feeling emotional right in front of me. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Without hesitation, Ling Yun said directly, Sister, in the next few days, I have to meet a few people and deal with some private matters at the same time, and then we will go to the capital together. Ling Xiu nodded, Okay, let's go back together. But, brat, don't you have a lot of Ying and Yin Yin around you in Qingshui City? Why didn't I see a few people today? Ling Yun sighed helplessly, and smiled wryly, They didn't come. Ling Xiu wondered, why? Ling Yun pondered, bit his lip and thought for a while, then said lightly, I think it might be because of low self-esteem. No matter how powerful Ling Yun is, he can't stop the inferiority complex in other people's hearts. It's someone else's own feeling, and only he can solve it. Understood. That night, Lu Li's child was born in the provincial hospital by cesarean section. The boy weighed 7 pounds and was named Li Jian. Ling Yan personally brought people over to visit, and forcibly left Luli a check for tens of millions. In the provincial hospital, Ling Yun met Liang Fingyi and offered to invite her to be the director of her private hospital. Liang Fingyi graciously agreed. The next day, Mr. Lin Hongjun met Ling Yun. After some conversation, Lin Hongjun took his granddaughter and left Qingshui City. He said that Lin Menghan had to go home before going abroad, and Ling Yun personally went to the airport to see him off. On the third day, Ling Yun went to Qingshitsui International City Garden, visited Liang Fengqin at Zheng Ling's house, and gave Liang Fengqin a set of Emperor Green Jadeite jewelry. Any statement? That night, after Ling Yun used the Supreme Qingdi formula to ripen the medicinal herbs, he left the villa and came to the sinkhole. He let go of his consciousness and observed the situation of the green dragon coming out of the water. The green dragon out of the water stone was still in place, everything was normal, so Ling Yun left the Tianqing. This night, Ling Yun did not return to his residence, but went to the small courtyard he rented before buying the villa alone, and spent the night here. The time soon came to August 11th, to be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Call. At dawn, Ling Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard alone and practicing, slowly opened his eyes, and the divine light in his handsome eyes flashed away. In the middle of the first level of Qi training, the body finally fully recovered. Ling Yun looked inside himself and said calmly. After more than half a month of recovery treatment, until today, Ling Yun's body has finally returned to its peak state. The dantian in the body rotates rapidly, the yin and yang zhenqi in the dantian vortex is formed, and the new yin and yang zhenqi is sprayed out from the yin and yang fish eyes, and then wanders in Ling Yun's 12 orthodox meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians, which are endless and endless. After reaching the Qi refining stage, Ling Yun's Ren and Du 2 veins have already been opened up. Now, all the true energy in his body has formed a perfect cycle. Now, all of Ling Yun's meridians have been restored to normal, and all the acupuncture points in his body have also returned to normal. The difference from before is that each of Ling Yun's acupoints and entrances is shrouded in a circle of faint white light. The white halo looks very weak, but it is pure and holy. It seems that this is the legendary power of faith. The black and white yin and yang zhenqi, and the golden dragon aura, 3 majestic auras swim rapidly through the meridians, unimpeded, up to the center of the eyebrows, where they flow slowly and transform into divine essence. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and expanded the range of his consciousness to the limit, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Within the range of his consciousness, if he wanted to investigate the situation in a certain place, he could know everything with just a movement of his consciousness. His realm has steadily reached the middle stage of Qi training. Ling Yun showed a smile on his face, crossed his knees without moving, raised his hand and stretched out his index finger, stretched it forward gently, and pointed out with one finger. Stab. A thumb-thick lightning shot out of nowhere from the tip of Ling Yun's index finger, and directly hit the tree 2 meters in front of him, making a popping sound, and the place on the tree trunk that was shocked by the electric shock was instantly shattered. Burnt black. This is the power of lightning in Ling Yun's body. Hey! This is the nirvana of Yin people. Next. Ling Yun practiced the Diyan gathering stars treasure for a while, and he didn't stand up until the sun was 3 poles, ending the practice. Mei Feng, this small courtyard holds so many good memories for us. Wait for me, and I will definitely rescue you back. Ling Yun suddenly came here alone. Naturally, it was because I missed Shuang Mei Feng. At that time, Ling Yun was still at the peak of the 3rd level of body training. Now, he is already a practitioner of the 1st level of Qi training, and has the strength to cross China. Then Ling Yunfei walked out of the small courtyard, quickly came to the road outside, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Villa No. 1. After returning to Villa No. 1, Ling Yun had breakfast. After explaining a few words to everyone in the villa, he drove directly to Qingshui Bay. Qin Chongqing had agreed with Ling Yun a long time ago, and the day of the two people's interview is today. At 8:30 in the morning, Ling Yun came to Villa number 9 in Qingshuiwen. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Qin Chongqing sitting alone on the sofa. "Drink tea there." "Grandpa Qin, where's Ling Yu?" Qin Chongqing glanced at Ling Yun, smiled, and said, "Ling Yu has something to go out and will come back in the afternoon. Today, there are only two of us here." Ling Yun smiled slightly, knowing that it was Ling Yu who was specially paid for by Mr. Qin. "Come and sit." Without any nonsense, Qin Chongqing asked Ling Yun to sit down and talk. Ling Yun came to the sofa opposite Qin Chongqing and sat down in a regular manner. He and Qin Chongqing came face to face, and at the same time put on an appearance of listening attentively. "I know you were seriously injured some time ago. How is your recovery now?" "Thank you, Grandpa Qin, for your concern. My body is now in good condition." Qin Chongqing smiled slightly and said, "That's good. Ling Yun, there is something that Grandpa Qin wants to ask you. You can answer it or not, it doesn't matter." Ling Yun laughed happily. "Grandpa Qin has something to ask, I will know everything, and I will say everything." "What state are you in now, can you tell me?" When Ling Yun heard it, it turned out that Qin Chongqing was asking him this question, and immediately said with a smile, "I dare not lie to Grandpa Qin, I am now at the first level of Qi training, and I have stabilized in the middle stage." Qin Chongqing's hand holding the tea stopped immediately. He glanced at Ling Yun and said with a smile, "Oh? One level of Qi training? It seems that Grandpa Qin's guess was right. You are indeed a cultivator." Qin Chongqing was very satisfied with Ling Yun's answer. Ling Yun didn't intend to hide it when he said it. He just nodded and said with a smile, "This junior is indeed a cultivator. He is a master of the immortal medicine school. The master travels all over the world all the year round. I am the only heir of the immortal medicine school." Ling Yun had thought about his sudden rise against the sky, and others would inevitably suspect him. Rather than keep concealing it, it is better to fabricate a reasonable identity for himself and give an explanation to the outside world. He was originally an immortal doctor, and every time someone asked about his background, he used this illusory fairy doctor to deal with it, so now he simply turned the fake into the real, and he was destined to die. "Grandpa Qin, you are not surprised when I say that I am a cultivator. It seems that you know something about us Chinese cultivators." Now Ling Yun really wants to know exactly if there are any cultivators in Huaxia now, and Qin Chongqing is undoubtedly the best person qualified to answer his question. Qin Chongqing smiled, nodded, and said, "Yes, of course I know about cultivators, because what I'm going to tell you next is related to cultivators. Now is the age of Dharma, and the earth's aura is exhausted. Our Chinese cultivators mainly focus on practicing ancient martial arts. Even if they have cultivated to the 9th level or above, even if they have supernatural powers, they basically think that this is the ultimate embodiment of martial arts." Qin Chongqing described the situation of the ancient Chinese warriors in a few words, and then he glanced at Ling Yun, "But Ling Yun, since you are a cultivator, you should know that they have only cultivated to the extreme, but there is no way to cultivate. Just don't know how to practice in the future. I don't know if I'm right." When Qin Chongqing said this, Ling Yun immediately knew that Qin Chongqing didn't understand cultivation, but rather understood it. Grandpa Qin said it thoroughly, and it's true. Dian Gathering Star Treasure Ju, Wanshuixian Ju, Supreme Qingdi Ju, Wuji Xianbing Ju, Huangquan to Wanggong. Tai Xiaohu, Ning Lingyu, Niao Xiaomiao, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou. Aren't these people all cultivating? It doesn't matter how high or low the realm is, because what they practice is to cultivate the truth, and of course they are cultivating the truth. Grandpa Qin, I didn't expect you to know so much about cultivators. Could it be, Grandpa Qin, have you seen a real cultivator? The two chatted for a long time, talking, and finally got to the point. Qin Chongqing smiled again, but did not answer the question directly, but changed the topic. Ling Yun, Dong Xue has stayed with you for so long, I wonder how much you know about my Qin family now. Ling Yun shook his head, and said frankly, Grandpa Qin, to tell you the truth, my aunt didn't tell me too much about the Qin family, so I don't understand it very well. Qin Chongqing nodded and said with a smile, then, do you know about Qin Shihuang's mausoleum? Qin Shihuang Mausoleum? Ling Yan's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately replied seriously, the mausoleum of Qin Shihuang is the mausoleum of Qin Shihuang, the Emperor of the Ages. In China, anyone who has studied history and geography will know it. Unexpectedly, Qin Chongqing's next sentence was shocking. Our Qin family is the tomb keeper of Qin Shihuang's mausoleum, which has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. What? Ling Yun suddenly stood up, with a look of shock in his eyes. He said in shock. The Qin family turned out to be the tomb guards of Qin Shihuang's mausoleum? No wonder the surname is Qin, no wonder Qin Chongqing knows so much about Chinese cultivators. How many secrets have been left behind in the inheritance of more than 2,000 years? Sit down and talk. Ling Yun was shocked, but Qin Chongqing was very calm, as if he had said a trivial matter. Ling Yun, it's actually not a secret that this matter is among the real big families in China, such as the Long family and the Yi family. I'm telling you now, just to let you know what's in your mind, but what we're talking about today has nothing to do with this matter. Ling Yun let out a sigh and sat down. It seems that Qin Chongqing didn't plan to say too much on this topic. When Ling Yun sat down, Qin Chongqing said again, Ling Yun, do you still remember that the day I first came here, I once said that you don't need to guess about Qiuyue? After your Chendi group opens, I will tell you everything that happened back then? Ling Yun came here for this matter, he nodded solemnly, I remember. There was a flash of pain in Qin Chongqing's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, then I will tell you now, what happened back then. 18 years ago. Under Ling Yun's expectant eyes, Qin Chongqing began to talk. It turned out that 18 years ago, after Qin Qiuyue reached the innate realm, she went out to travel, but during this travel, she met a man named Ning Tianya. Ning Tianya was handsome and imposing, and the first time he met Qin Qiuyue, who was overwhelmed by the country and the city, it was the golden wind and jade dew, and the two fell in love at first sight. At that time, both of them were around 20 years old, and they were just beginning to fall in love. By coincidence, they crossed the line of defense between men and women and joined together. Ordinarily, the male college should be married and the female college should be married, and both of them are sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes, so there is nothing wrong with it, but who knows, the development of the next thing is beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Qiuyue is a young girl, of course it's fine, but who knew that Ning Tianya came from a hidden family in China, the Ning family? Not only that, when Ning Tianya took Qin Qiuyue back to the Ning family and asked the elders of the family to come to the Qin family to propose a marriage, he realized that the elders of the Ning family had already arranged a marriage for him without telling him. For Ning Tianya and Qin Qiuyue who fell in love, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Ning Tianya immediately decided to divorce, even if he ran away from the family and eloped with Qin Qiuyue, he still wanted to stay with Qin Qiuyue. It was this decision that made the Ning family offend the woman they had a marriage contract with. And at that time, the woman who had a marriage contract with the Ning family was the daughter of the Lord of the Heavenly Sword sect of Tianshan Mountain. Having said that, Qin Chongqing suddenly stopped, with a look of humiliation flashing in his eyes, and said fiercely. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Grandpa Qin, what is the name of the daughter of the Lord of Tianjian sect on Tian Mountain? Hearing this and seeing Qin Chongqing's expression, Ling Yun knew that he was talking about the key point, so he asked with cold eyes. Di, Xiao, Zhen. Qin Chongqing almost gritted his teeth and said the name word by word. Di Xiaozhen. Ling Yan repeated the name, and continued to say in a cold voice, then it seems that this Di Xiaozhen does not agree with Ning Tianya's divorce? Qin Chongqing nodded with a gloomy face, and said in a deep voice, yes, of course Di Xiaozhen does not agree to the divorce. Not only does she not agree to the divorce, but she even took the Tianjianzong's men and horses directly to Ning's house under jealousy. She wants to kill Qiuyue herself to vent her anger. At this time, Ling Yan's handsome eyes were already as cold as a blade, and he asked lightly, oh? Then what happened next? Qin Chongqing said, at that time, Qiuyue found out that Ning Tianya had a marriage contract, and she was already heartbroken. Seeing Di Xiaozhen kill Ning's family, all thoughts were lost. The Heavenly Sword sect is a cultivation sect. With the power of the Ning family, they couldn't offend the Heavenly Sword sect at that time. After Di Xiaozhen arrived, he saw Qiuyue and slapped her without any explanation. Qiuyue vomited blood on the spot. Seriously injured. Ling Yan felt a pain in his heart, and asked coldly, then Ning Tianya didn't stop him? Qin Chongqing shook his head, and said painfully, stop it? At that time, Ning Tianya and Qiuyue together were not a match for Di Xiaozhen. How can we stop him? Is there no one in the Ning family? The marriage contract was made by the head of the Ning family and the Heavenly Sword sect. The Ning family had already agreed to the marriage between Ning Tianya and Di Xiaozhen. Now that Ning Tianya regrets the marriage, how can the Ning family take care of it? Qin Chongqing raised his hand to cover his face, as if he didn't want Ling Yan to see the painful expression on his face. It's a pity that my daughter was suffering outside at that time, and I, as a father, didn't know anything about it. The baby girl has suffered such a big grievance outside. As a father, he didn't know anything about it, let alone helping his daughter. Even though 18 years had passed, the pain was still painful in retrospect. But at this time, Ling Yan was quite calm. Even calmly scary. It is good. The Ning family didn't care. What happened after that? Qin Chongqing wiped away his hot tears. Fortunately, Ning Tianya really liked Qiuyue, and he saved your mother by forcing him to die. That Ning Tianya also paid a huge price to save Qiuyue. Di Xiaozhen forced him to swear a blood oath in front of Qiuyue. In this life, he is not allowed to see Qin Qiuyue again. I'm not confused. It is said that people have a marriage contract first, and Qiuyue and Ning Tianya make love later. When something like this happens, Qiuyue's slap by her can be regarded as the price Qiuyue paid for her mistakes. But Qin Chongqing's face gradually became serious, and he gritted his teeth and said, but, you shouldn't. I didn't expect that Di Xiaozhen to be so vicious. After Ning Tianya made an oath, he asked Ning Tianya to marry her immediately on the spot. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth twitched, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. This woman is too vicious. If Di Xiaozhen did what he did earlier, it was because of jealousy. It is understandable. What I did after that was to deliberately humiliate Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yan asked in a deep voice, Grandpa Qin, do you mean that Di Xiaozhen wants my mother to watch Ning Tianya marry her? Qin Chongqing said angrily, otherwise what else? Your mother was seriously injured just now. Even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't. Ling Yan was furious. The veins on her forehead popped up inch by inch. What a vicious woman. Qin Chongqing continued, Qiuyue had only one thought at the time, and that was to die, but the poisonous woman said, if your mother dares to commit suicide, she will bring people from the Heavenly Sword sect to destroy my Qin family. Hearing this, Ling Yan gritted his teeth and was already furious. Qiuyue couldn't die, and couldn't leave. She could only watch Ning Tianya and Di Xiaozhen get married. The wedding took 9 days from preparation to completion, and your mother endured 9 days of humiliation. 9 days later, Ning Tianya and Di Xiaozhen got married, and then Qiuyue escaped from the Ning family, leaving the place where she was humiliated. Originally, Qiuyue had lost all her thoughts at that time. Her plan was to go home and see me for the last time, and then find a place where no one was there to die. But after returning home, she found that she was pregnant, that is, the current spirit reign. Even after returning home, Qiuyue didn't tell anyone about the humiliation and grievance she experienced. Qin Chongqing burst into tears and choked up his words. Lingyun knew that there was a follow-up. Then, Grandpa Qin, how did you know these things later? Qin Chongqing said angrily, when Qiuyue was in Ning's house, didn't she get slapped by Di Xiaoshen? When Ning's family arranged for someone to heal Qiuyue, that person already knew that Qiuyue was pregnant. But this incident finally reached Di Xiaoshen's ears. That Di Xiaoshen is so vicious. Naturally, it is impossible for Qiuyue to give birth to this child, so she took another man and killed my Qin family aggressively. It was only at that moment that I realized that when Qiuyue went out to travel, such a big thing happened and she suffered so much humiliation. After our Qin family knew the ins and outs of the matter, naturally everyone was furious, and the two sides directly fought a battle. In this battle, Lingyun didn't need to think about it, the Qin family must have lost. The other party is from a sect of self-cultivation. Although our Qin family was powerful at that time and had many innate masters, no one could match Di Xiaoshen, not to mention that she brought so many people from the Heavenly Sword sect. I lost badly. My Qin family suffered heavy casualties. It was after that battle that I lost the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Long family. After Di Xiaoshen won the battle, he made a request to me. Either kill my Qin family, or kill the child in Qiuyue's belly on the spot. Lingyun unexpectedly calmed down at this time. He asked lightly, what about Ning Tianya? Did he just leave it alone? Or was he not there? Qin Chongqing snorted coldly. Then Di Xiaoshen had already made Ning Tianya make a blood oath not to allow him to see Qiuyue again. How could he let Ning Tianya follow? How did that work out in the end? Hearing this, Lingyun already understood the overall situation of the year, and he didn't want to hear any more. He was afraid that he couldn't help it. Later, Xinjian Villa came forward to mediate. They didn't know what they said to Di Xiaoshen, which made Di Xiaoshen change his mind. The poisonous woman said that the child in Qiuyue's womb can be born, but after the child is born, it must be sent to the Ning family to be raised by the Ning family. Lingyun smiled coldly. What a vicious heart. Of course Lingyun wanted it. If Ning Lingyu was handed over to the Qin family, it would definitely fall into the hands of Di Xiaoshen, and the end would be unimaginable. I couldn't just watch the Qin family be wiped out, so I discussed with Qiuyue that when the child is born, I will return the child to the Ning family. Who knows that Qiuyue would rather die than obey? She directly announced in public that from that moment on, she is no longer my daughter, and she has separated all ties with the Qin family. She will not give this child to anyone. I know, this is Qiuyue's helpless solution. She wants to get rid of the relationship with the Qin family, so that Di Xiaoshen won't make things difficult for our Qin family. When Di Xiaoshen saw this, he wanted to make another move, wanting to kill Qiuyue on the spot, but at this moment, Ning Tianya entrusted someone to deliver a letter and handed it to Di Xiaoshen. After reading the letter, Di Xiaoshen's face changed drastically, and he didn't do anything anymore. Instead, he told me that the blood of the Ning family should not be left outside. 18 years later, when Qiuyue's child grows up, she will come back again. Send someone to bring Qiuyue's child, now Lingyu, back to the Ning family. It was only later that I found out that the letter said that if Qin Qiuyue died, Ning Tianya would commit suicide immediately. At that time, it seemed that Di Xiaoshen had already had his child. If Di Xiaoshen kills Qin Qiuyue, then Ning Tianya must die, and once Ning Tianya dies, the child in Di Xiaoshen's womb will have no father. That's how the Qin family and Qin Qiuyue escaped. Ning Lingyu was born. Speaking of this, Qin Chongqing said sadly, Qiuyue's life is miserable, and she fell in love with someone she shouldn't like, but since it happened, my Qin family also recognizes it. I just feel sorry for Qiuyue. To tell you the truth, back then, I didn't want Qiuyue to have this child. After all, she was only 19 years old at that time, and she was not married, so what's the matter with giving birth to a child? Besides, I hope to wait longer. After this matter fades away, I will find someone to marry Qiuyue. Who knows that Qiuyue has a stubborn personality, would rather bend than bend, and swears to me that she will never marry for the rest of her life, and that she must give birth to the child and bring it up. Moreover, in order not to implicate the Qin family, after the people of Tianjianzong left, she herself quietly left Qin's house, and never went back to the house after that. It was that night that Xinjian Villa brought 10-year-old Dong Xue back to the sect and taught her martial arts. For Qin Chongqing, it was a night like a nightmare. The whole family of the Qin family was almost slaughtered and humiliated. This is the ins and outs of everything 18 years ago. Ling Yun was silent for a long time after listening. Got it all. Why Xinjian Villa is kind to the Qin family, why Qin Qiuyue has endured hardships for 18 years, why Ning Lingyu was seriously ill when she was born, why Qin Qiuyue's realm has been difficult to improve in the past 18 years, why Qin Dongxue has resentment against Qin Chongqing. After Qin Chongqing told all the events of that year, Ling Yun understood everything in an instant. Grandpa Qin, then why did my mother leave Qingshui City in a hurry at the beginning of April, but went to Tianjianzong? Ling Yun suddenly asked. Unexpectedly, Qin Chongqing shook his head. I don't know the specific reason, but it can only be related to one person to make your mother do this. Ning Lingyu's father, Ning Tianya. Qin Chongqing said lightly, I think something happened to Ning Tianya. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Speaking of which, it was still my fault back then. At the beginning, Qiuyue shouldn't have been allowed to go out and travel. After Qiuyue's accident, since everything has been settled, she shouldn't have been allowed to run away from home. Otherwise, at least Lingyu can be allowed to grow up in my Qin family. At least, Qiuyue and Lingyu, mother and daughter, won't suffer so much. The old man seemed to have exhausted all his emotions when he talked about the pain of the Qin family just now. Although his voice was flat now, he couldn't hide his sobs. There was no telling how much regret was hidden in his words. Copy address access. Obviously, in order to protect the Qin family from being wiped out, Qin Chongqing is still determined, so these years, he has not had any contact with Qin Qiuyue. It was precisely because of this that Qin Dongxue also felt cold towards his father, and there was some rift between the father and daughter. Grandpa Qin, you don't need to blame yourself, you are not wrong. My mother was not wrong either. Ling Yun sat down quietly at this time, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his tone was as cold as ice. Wrong, it's Tianshan Tianjianzong, it's their Ning family, it's that vicious Di Xiaoshan. It's obviously the other party's fault, so why take all the blame on yourself? This time, Ling Yun included the Ning family. In Ling Yun's view, this kind of thing is still not strong enough to break the sky. Grandpa Qin, don't worry, since I know about this matter, I will definitely avenge my mother. I will let Tianjianzong, and that Di Xiaoshan, pay a heavy price. I am also sure that I will rescue my mother from Tianjianzong as soon as possible. It turns out that the strength of the Qin family is in the eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect. Maybe it's nothing, but now, what about Ling Yun? An 18-year agreement? Send Ning Lingyu back to the Ning family? Going to be Di Xiaoshan's servant girl? This is simply a fool's dream. Ling Yun couldn't help sneering again and again. Qin Chongqing kept nodding, but remained silent. After he stabilized his mood for a while, he nodded and said, Ling Yun, since I chose to tell you everything about that year, I believe you have the ability. I will definitely be able to save your mother. However, I came to Qingshui City this time, and there is another important thing. Ling Yun said directly, Grandpa Qin, please tell me. Qin Chongqing pondered and said, Ling Yu, from birth to now, has never known that there is a grandfather like me, and even until today, he still doesn't know the name of the Qin family, so I came this time. I want to bring Ling Yu back to Qin, let her stay at home for a while. Also, get to know the Qin family. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Grandpa Qin, you are Ling Yu's grandfather. This request is of course reasonable, but there is an 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family, if that Di Xiaozhen comes to the door one day? Of course Ling Yun was worried about Ning Lingyu's safety. He was afraid that if something happened to Ning Lingyu, he would be in trouble if he could not catch up. Qin Chongqing shook his head slightly. Oh, you don't have to worry about this, don't forget. Qiuyue is still in Tianjianzong now. I guess that Di Xiaozhen can't take care of it at this time even if he really remembers the agreement. During this time, Spirit Rain is safe. Ling Yin thought about it seriously, and it was true, even if Di Xiaozhen really went crazy and wanted to bring Ning Lingyu back to Ning's house. We have to wait for the results of Tianjianzong's affairs before making a move. At that time, Ling Yin guessed that he had already gone to Tianjianzong and wiped out their entire sect. Yes, that's right, just destroy the door directly. To humiliate Qin Qiuyue like this, let alone 18 years, Ling Yin will avenge his mother even after 80 years. Alright, I'll be leaving for the capital soon, and I won't be able to take care of Ling Yu during this time. Why don't you take Ling Yu back to Qin's house for a while? Ling Yin agreed to Qin Chongqing's proposal, and asked again, it's just my aunt? She still doesn't want to see you? Qin Chongqing smiled and said, oh. You said Dongxue, there is a rift between her and me, but it's not that deep. As for avoiding me this time, it's because of other things. After a pause, Qin Chongqing continued, I chose a marriage for your aunt, and wanted to take her back to meet her. But before I arrived in Qingshui, she hid first. It said that female college students should get married. Dong Shui is also 28 years old this year. I'm afraid of her. What is Qin Chongqing afraid of? Naturally, she was afraid that Qin Dongxue would repeat her sister's mistakes, and the Qin family would not be able to bear it if it happened again. Ling Yin was speechless after hearing this. At this time, Qin Chongqing said again, that's all, since she doesn't want such a marriage, it's fine, the twisted melon is not sweet, hey. These two sisters, one by one, don't let me worry. Ling Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but, why did he breathe a sigh of relief? Ling Yin, I know that you are a descendant of the Ling family, and I know that you value love and righteousness. I heard that your father has disappeared. This is a big deal. You must find him first, otherwise your Ling family will not dare to move. However, Grandpa Qin still wants to remind you that when you go to the capital this time, you must be careful of the three parties. The Demon Sect, the Long family, and the Yi family. If my guess is correct, what happened to your Ling family back then was definitely not just because of your father and your mother's incident, but because someone has been secretly fueling the flames. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for good and evil to join forces to besiege your Ling family. Case. Back then, the three secular families of Huaxia, the Long family, the Ling family, and the Qin family, were three-legged confrontation, and they were neck and neck. Who would have known that your Ling family had an accident first, and my Qin family had an accident later, and they were wiped out one after another? It's really embarrassing to think about it. Having said that, Qin Chongqing looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. When Ling Yin heard this, his heart moved. Grandpa Qin, I know that the Long family has stood in China for thousands of years, so it must have a profound foundation. Since the Ling family and the Qin family can stand up to the Long family, why? Why is it so vulnerable? Leaving aside the Ling family, at least the Qin family is the guardian of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. The family has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. How can they not even beat a heavenly sword sect? Qin Chongqing smiled bitterly. Son, if you really want to talk about it, it happened more than 40 years ago. At that time, when your grandfather and I were very young, the Ling family and the Qin family could be said to be peerless masters. Countless, there are quite a few masters above the 9th floor, but all of your Ling family masters have gone to Kunlun, and our Qin family masters have all entered the imperial tomb. Having said that, Qin Chongqing seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and stopped abruptly. Of course Ling Yun refused to let go of such an important secret. He immediately asked, Grandpa Qin, what then? Qin Chongqing seemed unwilling to talk about this matter, then none of them came back. Ling Yun was shocked. No one came back? Qin Chongqing nodded, Then, what about the Long family? Qin Chongqing smiled and said, for more than 20 years, the Long family seems to have been looking for something, which should be related to dragons. It is said that many experts have been sent to Penglai. Penglai? Ling Yun's memory is correct. The giant green dragon out of water was said to have been discovered in Penglai. More than 40 years ago, the Ling family went to Kunlun, the Qin family entered the imperial mausoleum, and the Long family went to Penglai. Qin Chongqing nodded and said, in the process of searching, the Long family also lost a lot of people. As for whether they have gained anything, outsiders don't know. Then he raised his head, looked at Ling Yun seriously and said, Ling Yun, you don't have to ask me why. This is China's shocking secret. Even if you ask your own grandfather, I don't think he will tell you that you are a cultivator. It is true, but you are not strong enough now. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to say more, Ling Yun smiled casually. Okay, since Grandpa Qin said it so solemnly, then I won't ask. Ling Yunqin said, if you don't tell the old man, wouldn't I not investigate secretly? After finishing the business, wouldn't it be over to go to these places one by one? After speaking, Ling Yun stood up, and with a thought, he began to take things out of the space ring. 2,000-year-old ginseng plants, 2,000-year-old showu plants, a large bottle of dragon saliva prepared long ago, 3 dragon and tiger pills, etc., are all natural treasures. Grandpa Qin, Ling Yun, can't repay mother's kindness in nurturing now. This is my gift to respect you, old man. Amid Qin Chongqing's stunned expression, Ling Yun said seriously. No wonder your kid's cultivation speed is so terrifying, There are too many treasures in this world. It took Qin Chongqing a long time to come back to his senses, and he suppressed his excitement and said, but since you are the one who honors me, then I will accept them all. These are the supreme treasures of cultivation and breakthrough, which will greatly help the strength of the entire Qin family, and Qin Chongqing will not refuse no matter what. Then his expression turned serious. This should be the dragon's saliva, right? Ling Yun, this is something the Long family is determined to obtain. When you go to the capital this time, you have to deal with the Long family, so be careful. Ling Yun smiled and said, thank you Grandpa Qin for reminding me, I know it well. I wonder when Grandpa Qin plans to return to the Qin family? Qin Chongqing smiled and said, I've finished several important matters in Qingshui City, and I plan to take Ling Yu away this afternoon. Then he explained, I let Ling Yu go out, on the one hand, to prevent her from hearing some things, so as not to be sad, on the other hand, to let her make some preparations before leaving. But I guess, this child should go to your aunt. Ling Yun naturally understood this, so he smiled and said, okay, then I will wait for Ling Yu to come back, and then I will take you to the airport. Ling Yu returned to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay at noon. After the 3 of them had lunch, Ling Yun drove them to Qingshui City Airport. Ling Yu, don't delay your cultivation on this trip to Qin's house. During the cultivation process, if you need anything, just ask Grandpa Qin. Now that you've arrived, it's not so important to improve your realm. What you need most is to practice combat skills. Without actual combat, no matter how high your realm is, it's useless. Before Qin Changqing and Ming Lingyu got on the plane, Ling Yin reminded Ming Lingyu in every possible way. Even though she was going home with her grandfather, Ming Lingyu left Qingshui City for the first time. She held back her tears and said to Ling Yun, "Brother, you must be very careful when you go to the capital. Don't forget to contact me at any time." While speaking, Ming Lingyu shook the exquisite communicator in his hand. Ling Yin stroked Ming Lingyu's hair with a smile. "Sister, don't worry." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the evening, Villa Number 1, a small medicine garden on the west side. At this moment, beside the small medicine garden, Miao Xiaomiao, who was extremely beautiful, was sitting cross-legged on a big futon, preparing to practice the Supreme Qing Emperor formula. "Sister, what kind of exercise are you practicing now? Why do you always come here to practice every day?" Shui Mining stood aside, staring at a pair of big eyes, and asked, curiously. Miao Xiaomiao smiled and said, "That fellow Ling Yin said that this exercise is called Supreme Qingdiju." Supreme Qingdiju? What is it for? It can radiate the vitality of plants and trees, and can stimulate the rapid growth of plants and trees. Oh, huh. Sister, what do you mean, it's a ripening agent? Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. What ripening agent? But, if you really want to understand it that way, it's pretty much the same. Don't disturb me, let me practice for a while. After finishing speaking, Miao Xiaomiao closed her eyes slightly, and began to practice the Supreme Qingdiju earnestly. In front of Miao Xiaomiao, there is an emerald green medicinal herb, which is growing vigorously and full of vitality. Now, she wants to try to use the Supreme Qing Emperor art on this medicinal herb. The first step is to transform the aura in the body into the aura of vegetation full of vitality through the method. The second step is to use the formula to force the aura of vegetation in the body out of the body. The third step is to control the aura of plants and trees outside the body, fall around that herb, wrap the whole herb in it, let the aura of plants and trees moisten or nourish, and inject it into the roots, leaves, flowers, and fruits of the herb to give it new vitality and nutrients allow it to grow rapidly. This is the general content of the first 3 layers of Supreme Qingdiju. Speaking of the 5 element attributes of the body, Miao Xiaomiao is mainly based on the wood attribute, otherwise, Ling Yin would not have taught her this set of exercises. Ling Yin has always taught students in accordance with their aptitude. Therefore, the aura in Miao Xiaomiao's body is mainly based on the aura of vegetation. This is her innate talent. And because Miao Xiaomiao comes from the Miaojiang Miao village in the 100,000 mountains of Yunnan and Guizhou. Living in nature since childhood, I have a natural intimacy with flowers, plants, and trees. So she practiced Supreme Qingdiju, which has incomparable innate advantages. After practicing with Ling Yun for a few days, she has already touched the 3rd threshold of Supreme Qingdiju. Miao Xiaomiao held her breath, and quickly forced the aura of vegetation in her body out of her body. Then he tried his best to control the cloud of spiritual energy to wrap around the herb in front of him. As long as it can be injected into it, the medicinal herb can change instantly. However, that's the end of it, she still can't do it now, inject those auras into the body of the medicinal herb. But even so, the medicinal herbs wrapped in that group of spiritual energy became visibly more vigorous, and the green leaves became more green. Miao Xiaomiao really wanted to inject the aura of vegetation into the body of the medicinal herb, her smooth forehead was slightly sweating. After half an hour. Hey! Miao Xiaomiao gave up trying. Slowly opened his eyes, shook his head, a look of disappointment flashed in his beautiful eyes. Sister, failed? Seeing Miao Xiaomiao's expression, Shui Mining asked cautiously. Well, Ling Yin said that a single herb can be ripened only after the Supreme Qingdiju has been cultivated to the 3rd level. I have only cultivated to the 2nd level peak now. I haven't reached the 3rd level yet. The Supreme Qingdi is divided into 10 levels, and each level is divided into 9 small realms. Xuanhuan curled her lips, and said heartlessly, "Sister, what are you doing with this kind of exercise? And it can't be used for fighting, it's a waste of time and energy." Just listen to a lazy voice. A voice came from the gate of the courtyard. "Nonsense, who said that this exercise can't be used for fighting?" The next moment, Miao Xiaomiao and Xuanhuan felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Ling Yun had already flown towards him. The speed was as fast as teleportation. Then he raised his hand, and the futon that Miao Xiaomiao was sitting under suddenly flew up, and Ling Yun grabbed it in his hand. "Throw it far away." Although Miao Xiaomiao reacted very quickly, she didn't expect Ling Yunlai's move. She raised her breath suddenly and wanted to fly up, but she was enveloped by an invisible force, and she sat down on the slightly wet ground. Miao Xiaomiao's clean clothes were instantly stained with dirt, and she was extremely ashamed. "Ling Yun, what are you doing?" Ling Yun said lightly, "Miao Xiaomiao, you have forgotten the root of the Supreme Qing Emperor art." Miao Xiaomiao was stunned. "At all?" Ling Yun said indifferently, "The Supreme Qingdi, first of all, is the method of communication. The first thing is the heart, and then the technique. Everything in the world, as long as it is life, must have its spirit. Although the spirit may be strong or weak, it still exists. The spirituality of plants is actually not weak. Let's talk about the easiest to understand, such as piranhas, which are almost alive except that they can't speak. There are also mimosa, and so on." Speaking of this, Ling Yun raised his chin lightly, and pointed to the herbs in the small medicine garden. "The reason why these herbs are so vigorous is that first of all, they grew in the spirit-gathering formation of this number 1 villa. Recently, I have used the Supreme Qingdi every day, and the spirituality has long been different from ordinary plants. They can already be called spiritual grass. What about you?" Ling Yun's eyes fell on Miao Xiaomiao's face. "But you are afraid that your clothes will be stained with mud, and you are sitting on this futon, trying to stimulate these herbs. Your high-ranking posture, given your current state, even if you are exhausted, it is also impossible to inject the aura of plants and trees into the body of this medicinal herb. Because it does not want to accept it. You have to know that these medicinal herbs, or almost all plants on land, grow in the soil." Speaking of this, seeing Miao Xiaomiao's suddenly enlightened expression, Ling Yun smiled slightly. "Think about it carefully. When I was ripening them, was there a time when I didn't sit directly on the soil? Everything has a soul, and everything has roots. If you want this plant to grow quickly, even if you have the Supreme Qingdi in your cultivation, please put down your superior attitude first and try to be on an equal footing with them, so they will accept you. Will listen to you." After saying this, Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Xuanhuan, who was listening fascinatedly beside him. "Ninger, this Supreme Qing Emperor art is actually a method of fighting, and it will even be very strong if it is cultivated to the highest level. If my expectations are correct, this Supreme Qing Emperor art is the art of life, time, and even longevity. The Supreme Qingdi has 10 levels in total, of which the first to third levels are the basic stage, which can communicate with plants and trees, and use spiritual energy to stimulate the growth of individual plants. Fourth to sixth level can ripen a large area of plants in the world, and with the improvement of the realm, the speed of ripening will be accelerated. That is to say, 4th to 6th level, the cultivation is the number and speed of ripening plants. But starting from the 7th stage, things started to change. The 7th stage of the Supreme Qingdi is called the blooming of one thought, the 8th stage is called turning death into life, the 9th stage is called Qingdi summoning. What is the concept of a flower blooming with one thought? It means that only one thought is needed, and the flowers can bloom. Or the fruit can ripen. Turning death into life is even more terrifying. For example, furniture made of wood, such as a table you usually use for eating, sprouts and leaves. What is the concept? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded, and asked in shock, then, what about the 9th Qing Emperor's summon? Ling Yan smiled and said, didn't I just say that? The piranha knows, right? It probably means that you have become the Qing Emperor at that time, and you can make the plants in the world listen to you, and make the plants around you become like piranhas. The plants around you can live and move, and they all listen to you. What is the concept? This is the supreme Qingdi formula. Miao Xiaomiao asked in horror, what about the 10th weight? Ling Yan spread his hands, wordless heaven, the 10th level doesn't have any formulas, so it's probably for the practitioners to comprehend on their own. Ling Yunxin said that once I was the tallest, I had reached the peak of the 8th level of the supreme Qingdi Ju, and I could barely use the 9th level, and the 10th level is temporarily out of the question. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan casually sat on the ground, and then began to perform the supreme Qing Emperor formula. Next, Xuanhuan saw a terrifying phenomenon that subverted her outlook on life, as if she had experienced the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter in a short time. Ling Yan stood up, the medicinal herbs have been prepared enough, I will tidy them up tonight, starting tomorrow, I will make alchemy. After finishing speaking, regardless of the dumbfounded 2 beauties, they disappeared in a flash and returned to the living room of the villa. Ling Yan dodged again and came to the gymnasium of the villa. Here, dozens of sacks were densely piled up, all of which were medicinal herbs that Tang Meng had prepared for Ling Yan. They had been piled up here all the time, bathed in the spiritual energy in the villa, and received nourishment. These herbs, after being tempered, can be used to make various talismans, and of course they can also be used as auxiliary medicines for alchemy. The refining of elixir pays attention to the harmony of yin and yang. If there is a main medicine, there must also be auxiliary medicines. In the corner of the gymnasium, hundreds of metal weapons were randomly piled up, mainly swords. This is what Ling Yan used to refine the weapon. Ling Yan used his yin and yang divine eyes, one eye was pitch black, the other silvery white, and his gaze began to see through these metal weapons, mainly to observe their metal composition ratio. Metal weapons are naturally made of metals such as gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, and lead, but there are also some other rare metals. Well, it's as expected. After refining all the weapons, the refined materials can be used to make a flying sword. After reaching the first level of Qi training, Ling Yan can refine weapons, so he naturally wants to refine a flying sword before going to the capital. This is the necessary preparation before going to the capital. Early the next morning, Ling Yan called by Xianer, Miao Xiaomiao, and Mo Wudao to Villa No. 1. From this day onwards, for the next 3 days, Ling Yan stayed at home, sacrificed the Shenong cauldron in No. 1 villa, and concentrated on making talismans and refining elixirs. All the materials are available. With the help of the other 3 people, Ling Yan used 3 days to successfully refine 120 yin-yang pills, 100 dragon spirit pills, and 150 marrow cleansing pills. Moreover, while waiting for the alchemy to be completed, Ling Yan also took time out to draw thousands of talismans of various kinds, all of which were level 6 talismans. 3 days later, Ling Yan put all the metal weapons in the gym into the space ring, and took Bai Xianer to a metal smelting factory. He wanted to use the furnace there to refine a flying sword. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Early this morning, Ling Yan brought Bai Xianer to a metal smelting factory in the southern suburbs of Qingshui City. This is the largest metal smelter in Qingshui City. Through Tang Meng's efforts, this metal smelter has been fully owned by Ling Yan long before Tiandi Group was established, and now it belongs to Tiandi Group. The current Ling Yan, who is at the first level of Qi training, can't abandon the modern smelting equipment and just refine a flying sword out of thin air. Metals always have to be melted at high temperature, separated, purified, and the required materials are prepared according to the proportion, and then they can be melted into a furnace and refined into shape. After Ling Yan came to the metal smelter, he went straight to the general manager's office. Mr. Li, how is the progress of the work that Mr. Tang asked you to prepare? Report to Mr. Ling. According to Mr. Tang's order, 5 tons of steel and the workshop for the furnace are ready for you. That Mr. Li was so submissive, he didn't even dare to take a breath in front of Ling Yun, and kept raising his hand to wipe his sweat nervously. Just kidding, this is the chairman of Tiandi Group, the behind-the-scenes boss of the president. Ling Yun is here in person. He is the general manager of a small metal smelter. Can he not be nervous? 5 tons of steel is 10,000 gene of steel, and Ling Yun wants to extract more than a dozen gene of metal from this 10,000 gene of steel for emergencies. This is what Ling Yun said, to cultivate the wealth in the 4 words wealth couple method land. Strong financial resources cannot improve your realm, but it can provide you with all the convenience of cultivation. If you have no money, who will prepare the steel for you, who will prepare the workshop for you, and who will take care of you? Very well, then you can take me there now. Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense, he was in a hurry. When he came to the workshop, Ling Yun asked the workshop director to give him a detailed introduction to the operation methods and precautions of various equipment in the workshop. He has a photographic memory, and after mastering everything, he sent everyone out. Xianer. Let's get started. You should study hard. After only Ling Yun and Bai Xianer were left in the workshop, he flipped the switch on the furnace. The first step Ling Yun has to do is to refine the 5 tons of steel. Now that he has the strength of 10,000 caddies, it is easy to throw those steel into the furnace. There is no need for any lifting equipment at all. The fire was raging, and the temperature in the workshop quickly soared to over 40 degrees. Ling Yun and Bai Xianer remained calm. When the 5 tons of steel were all melted, Ling Yun turned on the diversion, diverted away all the red-hot molten steel that he didn't need, and finally extracted the metal materials he needed. What a waste of money! Looking at the final refined metal materials, Ling Yun couldn't help but be speechless. Out of 10,000 gene of steel, only about 10 gene of metal was extracted in the end. The ratio is 1,000th. Of course, after the molten steel that is not needed is cooled, it is still steel. You can also sell it for money, but the premise is that if you want to refine the weapon, you have to buy it first, right? These dozens of kilograms of metal are used for emergencies. Next, Ling Yun threw all the metal weapons in the space ring into the furnace to melt. Now is the real cash burn. You must know that those metal weapons are almost all weapons used by congenital masters. These metal weapons have been tempered for a long time, and the price of a random weapon is more than 1 million. If these weapons are put on the rivers and lakes, they would be snapped up by ancient martial arts masters, but Ling Yun melted them so casually, just to refine a flying sword. Still melting, diverting, and purifying, after a series of procedures, Ling Yun finally took the dozens of kilograms of metal materials needed. Got it all together. Well, including those just now, it weighs about 50 or 60 caddies, more than enough to make a flying sword. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, and lightly reprimanded, "Go." Dozens of kilograms of metal materials rose from the air and fell directly into a small furnace. Xianer, from now on, it depends on your fire. Bai Xianer smiled coquettishly, flew up, and came directly to the side of the furnace, pointed her palms at the furnace, pressed her palms one after another, and 2 fire snakes shot out from her palms in an instant. This is Bai Xianer's xuanhuan Yanju, Qi Yan, burning heaven palm. Since it is known as burning heaven, the temperature of the flame can be imagined. The metal material melted quickly and turned into a molten state, and slowly flowed out of the furnace and poured into a long and narrow sword-shaped groove. The sword-shaped groove was 1 foot long and 1 inch wide, which was naturally prepared by Ling Yun long ago. Ling Yun stood beside the sword-shaped groove, his expression concentrated, and when the metal solution filled the sword-shaped groove, he immediately performed a yin-yang formula to mobilize the cold qi in his body to directly cool down. As for the control of the fire, it is naturally the means of Ling Yun, the master craftsman. Rise. Before the flying sword was completely cooled down, Ling Yun used his spiritual thoughts to urge the sharp sword to fly up into the air, and it hung in the air in front of him, standing still. The dark blood demon knife appeared in Ling Yun's hands, and he wanted to carve a formation on the sharp sword before the sword completely cooled down. A sword without formations is at best a sharp sword, not a flying sword. What is a flying sword? It can be manipulated with the mind, can be changed in size at will, can be hidden in the body, is unparalleled in sharpness, and can kill people in the air. This is the flying sword. At this moment, Ling Yun pushed his spiritual consciousness to the limit, but concentrated all of it on the small sword, and then used the dark blood demon knife in his hand to carve formations on the blade with the tip of the knife. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yun swung his sword like lightning, and carved 8 spatial formations, 2 wind-defying formations, and 2 diamond formations on the sword one after another. Symmetrically distributed on both sides of the sword body, a total of 12 formations. Of course, the space formation this time does not allow space to appear within the sword body, but allows the sword body to change in size at will. As for the Yufeng formation and diamond formation, it is natural to increase the speed, hardness, and sharpness of the flying sword. Puff. After engraving all 12 formations, Ling Yun bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a few drops of blood on the blade, which quickly melted into the blade and disappeared. Formation and blood essence are the most critical parts for refining the flying sword. Without formations, the flying sword cannot change at will. Without essence and blood, the flying sword has no owner, and the master cannot establish a mind connection with the flying sword, and cannot use his mind to move it as he pleases. Only then did Ling Yun put away the dark blood demon knife. Hold the hilt of the sword with the thumb and index finger of the left hand, put the middle finger of the index finger of the right hand together, run the Wuji Shanbing art, and lightly swipe it from left to right on the body of the sword. The body of the sword instantly cooled down and became extremely hard, icy cold to the bone, and the whole body exuded a green brilliance. The flying sword was refined successfully. Ling Yun had a thought. Instantly felt the spiritual connection between the flying sword and him. It seemed to have life. Feel Ling Yun's thoughts. Haha, it turned out to be a spiritual weapon, not bad, not bad. There are 5 kinds of utensils, which are magic utensils, spiritual utensils, treasure utensils, Tao utensils, and fairy utensils, each of which is divided into the following: middle, upper, and pole. Ling Yun forged a spirit weapon for the first time. Although it was only the worst, it was enough to make him very happy. Go. With Ling Yun's thought, the cyan flying sword disappeared in a flash, and went straight to a pile of rebar as thick as a child's arm standing in the corner of the wall 8 meters away. Chi chi chi. The cyan flying sword slashed past. Wherever it passed, all the rebar was chopped off at the waist, and the section was extremely smooth, showing its sharpness. Back. With Ling Yun drinking lightly, the flying sword was summoned by Ling Yun, and immediately made a turning point in the air. Fly back. Receive. The cyan flying sword changed rapidly and shrunk in an instant, and soon became smaller than an embroidery needle, and it fell directly into Ling Yun's mouth and disappeared. When Ling Yun had just broken through the Qi refining stage, in the state of Dragon Elephant Divine Strength, he passed 10 times his combat power, and possessed the realm of the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. At that time, when he was fighting the Grand Duke Dracula, he once used a drop of divine energy to mobilize hundreds of large iron balls of several hundred kilograms in the number 1 villa, and instantly set up a cloudy sky maze to protect everyone in the villa. Now, although Ling Yun is only at the middle stage of Qi training, this flying sword has his essence and blood, and it is his natal flying sword, which communicates with his thoughts. Only within a range of more than 10 meters can it be controlled freely. However, no matter how far the distance is, the Ling Yun realm is not enough, unless a drop of divine energy is used. But after his body recovered to its peak, it took so many days for Ling Yun to condense a drop of divine energy in his eyebrows, and he was not willing to use it now. Ling Yun opened his mouth to spit out, took out the flying sword again, held it in his hand and kept playing with it. He could not put it down. "Congratulations, brother Ling Yun, so this is Fei Jian?" Baixiano looked at Ling Yun playing with great joy, her face was full of surprise, and she said enviously. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Well, this is the Fei Jian, hee. This is a must-have for traveling as a monk, a magic weapon for killing people and stealing goods." "Brother Ling Yun, don't you want to give this flying sword a name?" "Well, this is the first flying sword I refined. Since it is blue and as fast as a phantom, let's call it Qingying. The sword name is Qingying." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took Qingying back again, then put away all the remaining materials for refining the flying sword, and said to Baixianer, "We have wasted a day here, let's go." It was already evening when Ling Yun and Baixianer returned to Villa No. 1. After having dinner with everyone, Ling Yun led everyone from Villa No. 1 to set up a 1,000-shot 9-kill array for Villa No. 1 again. After setting up the formation, Ling Yun came to the training place of the 72 disciples of the Immortal Medicine sect, took out 72 marrow-washing pills, handed them to Tai Xiaohu for distribution, and asked them to swallow one on the spot. The Dharma protectors on the scene washed the tendons and marrow of these 72 people at the same time. That night, Ling Yun went back to Villa No. 9 in Clearwater Bay alone. Although Ning Lingyu went to the Qin family, Qin Dongxue came back. "Boy, are you going to the capital?" "Well, everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared. I have made an appointment with Mr. Chui for tomorrow, and I will fly to the capital in the afternoon." Qin Dongxue smiled. "I'll go with you this time." "What? Stinky boy, didn't you agree? I want to accompany you to kill all over the world." On the morning of August 16, Ling Yun bid farewell to everyone in Qingshui City. At noon, he called everyone in his family and went to the Kaishian Hotel for a meal, and set up 3 tables in total. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yun took Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and more than a dozen people on Ling Lai's private plane, took off on time, and rushed to the capital. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After a 3-hour flight, Ling Yun's plane landed at the Capital International Airport smoothly at around 8 p.m. Arriving in the capital at night, this is carefully calculated by Ling Yun, so it is not easy to attract attention. Before boarding the plane, Ling Xiu had already greeted the Ling family, and Ling Lai sent 3 cars, which had been waiting on the special runway at the airport for a long time. Among them were 2 black 7-seater commercial vehicles, and a solid bus, covered by curtains. After the cabin door opened, Ling Yun did not get off the plane immediately, but sat there and gave orders directly. "Paul, Jester, you two, throw these 4 prisoners onto that bus. Edward, put Qin Jiangue in that 7-seater commercial vehicle." On this trip, Ling Yun brought the 5 prisoners who had been hiding in the backyard of Villa No. 1, Sikong Wuji, Liang Daoist, Qin Jiangue, Qin Sen, and He San to the capital. After the order was finished, Ling Yun said to Ling Xiu, "Sister, as we have discussed, you and Mr. Chui will escort these 4 people first and return to Ling's house first. Paul and Jester will be responsible for this journey. Protect you. When you get home, throw these 4 people into the dungeon of the Ling family, and let Paul and Jester take care of them. Don't make any trouble." Ling Xiu nodded. "Don't worry." After a pause, Ling Yun smiled again and said, "Sister, go back and tell Grandpa that he doesn't have to worry about me. With my current strength, I don't have any problems in the capital." Ling Xiu covered her lips and smiled. "Then you have to be careful yourself. After you settle down, go to our house to visit Grandpa as soon as possible. Don't forget what I told you." "Thank you, big sister, for your concern." "I see. Let's go down." After the three Bloods brought all 5 prisoners off the plane, Ling Yin greeted them and walked out of the cabin first. After getting off the plane, Ling Yin pointed to the black business car with Chen Jiangui on it, and said to Chao Tianlong, "Uncle, you can drive this car." Chao Tianlong nodded and smiled, "Of course I will drive this car." Ling Yin smiled. Then with a wave, he took the rest of the people and boarded the first black business car. "Sister, I'll go first then." Ling Yin got into the car and greeted Ling Xiao. "Start the car directly and drive out of the airport." Chao Tianlong drove behind and followed closely behind. After watching the 2 black commercial vehicles go away, Ling Xiao said to Cui Lao, "Let's go too." As for the 2 crew members, Chang Jun and Su Rui, they temporarily stayed at the capital airport to go through some necessary procedures. Hey, as expected of the capital of China, this capital is really bustling, look at those lights. The black business car came to the airport expressway, Mo Wudao, who came to the capital for the first time. Attracted by the bustling scene of the capital, he couldn't stop looking around, full of praise. Ling Yin was driving the car, couldn't help throwing Mo Wudao a contemptuous look, and said with a smile, "Look at your ignorant appearance." Besides Mo Wudao, there was also Qin Dongxue in Ling Yin's car. Chao Shanshan, and Xiao Mimi, there are 5 people in total. Since Tiandi Group has just opened for business, a series of reorganization and integration is still needed, and someone needs to take care of the overall situation. Ling Yin did not bring Tang Meng over this trip. And Tai Xiao, who was busy training the 72 disciples of the Immortal Medicine sect, so he was also left in Qingshui City. Back in the capital again, Chao Shanshan felt uneasy, and kept staring at the night scene beside the road all the way, silent. Things are different and people are different, and the feeling of being close to the hometown is timid. "Shanshan, you don't have to worry. This time I will definitely heal your family." Of course Ling Yin knew what Chao Shanshan was worried about, he smiled and comforted her softly. The corners of Chao Shanshan's mouth curled up, she smiled sweetly, and nodded slightly. Ling Yin did not use sound transmission to enter the secret, because in this car, the people he brought over had no need to hide anything from them. The place he is going to drive now is the northwest corner of the capital, the courtyard where Ling Yin stayed when he came last time. 20 minutes later, Ling Yin drove the car onto the 5th Ring Road, and then headed west along the 5th Ring Road. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yin and Chao Tianlong drove to the gate of the courtyard and stopped the car. In the night, the courtyard was very quiet, and the gate was closed. "Edward, bring Chen Jiangui into the hospital." Seeing no one around, Ling Yin gave Edward an order, and then, holding Chao Shanshan in his arms, performed lightness kung fu and flew into the hospital. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing Ling Yunfei entered, Qin Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, Mo Wudao, and the others naturally performed lightness kung fu and entered the courtyard. When everyone came to the living room, Ling Yin said to Qin Dongxue, "Auntie, you can just sit here for a while, I'll go save people first." After finishing speaking, Ling Yin came to the yard again, and said to Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong, "It's not too late, let's go to the basement in the backyard and treat them. Edward, you also bring Chen Jiangui here." The first thing Ling Yin did when he came to the capital was naturally to treat the members of the Chao family who were in dire straits. Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong couldn't wait a long time ago, nodded at the same time, and followed Ling Yin to the backyard. Several people soon came to the passage outside the basement, only to see a vast expanse of whiteness inside, and nothing could be seen. This is naturally the cloudy sky maze set up by Ling Yin. "Edward, take Chen Jiangui and wait outside." After speaking, Ling Yin picked up Chao Shanshan, led the way, and directly entered the maze of heaven. Entering the basement, it is naturally another scene, dark passages, dim lights, and the rooms where the 10 members of the Chao family are hiding. "Grandpa, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Brother Ling Yun is here to save you." As soon as Chao Shanshan came in, she immediately said hello to her relatives. Swipe, swipe. Several tall black figures rushed out of the basement room immediately, and stood in the passage corridor. All of them looked excited. Ling Yun's consciousness was swept away, and his heart sank. After more than a month, the 10 members of the Chao family have been completely alienated. Now it is night, and they have all turned into vampires, with red eyes, green faces and fangs, and excited expressions on their faces. Stuck in the hallway. That kind of scene seemed to be a group of vicious spirits rushing out of hell. What? Although Chao Shanshan has met many blood clans, she suddenly saw her family members become like this one by one. Her face turned pale from fright, and she almost fainted from distress. Ling Yan's expression didn't change, and he silently injected a spiritual energy into Chao Shanshan's body to calm her down. Grandpa Chao is good. Ling Yun looked at the tall figure who rushed out first. Said with a smile. Chao Juanxiong nodded silently, and said, Ling Yun, are you here? Come on, come in and talk. After finishing speaking, Chao Juanxiong stepped back and returned to the basement room. Ling Yun put Chao Shanshan down, and said to her through voice transmission, Shanshan, don't be afraid, they are all your relatives, I will cure them tonight. Then he took Chao Shanshan and entered Chao Juanxiong's room. Grandpa. Dad, Mom. Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong came in one after another, and greeted the elders one by one. Naturally a few pleasantries were inevitable. After Ling Yun came in, he stood silently by the side, while observing the members of the Chao family, while practicing in his mind how to treat them. I only heard Chao Tianlong say, at this time, Grandpa. The biggest enemy of our Chao family, Qin Jiangui, has been brought back, and he is now at the door of the basement. What? Chao Juanxiong had already sat down, but immediately stood up after hearing it. Judging by that posture, he wanted to rush out to take revenge now. Seeing this, Ling Yun hurriedly stopped him. Grandpa Chao, be safe and don't be impatient. The reason why I didn't bring him in is because I was afraid that he would use tricks on you. Qin Jiangui has reached the pinnacle of the Earl, even though he has been tortured to the point of dying, but the people of the Chao family are all his first embraces. If he uses any means, Ling Yun is afraid that something will go wrong again, then he will be in big trouble. Grandpa Chao, I'm here tonight. The first task is to cure you first. As for revenge, when you return to normal, you can take revenge at any time. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he secretly observed Chao Juanxiong's expression, and found a look of hesitation in his blood-red eyes. Ling Yun's heart suddenly moved, and he thought that Mr. Chao wouldn't have other ideas, right? Sure enough, I saw Chao Juanxiong hesitated for a long time, and said in a deep voice, Ling Yun, after more than a month of getting used to it, I suddenly feel that my state is quite good. You see, why don't you treat them and I don't need it for now? What? Grandfather. Father, you. Seeing Chao Juanxiong say such words, Chao Shanshan, Chao Tianlong, and Chao Xingcheng were shocked and stunned. Ling Yan's heart sank instantly. Although there are all kinds of bad things about the body of a blood race, there is one thing that is good, and that is to have an immortal body and a long life. Can live a long time. Chao Juanxiong is 80 years old. Even if he has an innate state, how many years can he live after he returns to a normal person? It's amazing to live another 30 years at most. It is conceivable how attractive the long life of the blood race is to him? Ling Yun pondered and said, Grandpa Chao, I can understand that you have such thoughts, but think about it, if Qin Jiangui died, wouldn't you be? Wouldn't he also die soon? Ling Yan's words were very effective, and Chao Juanxiong's eyes really flashed with struggle and hesitation. Boy, please change your mind. Grandpa, please change your mind. Everyone in the Chao family quickly fell to their knees, hoping that Chao Juanxiong would change his mind. At this moment, Ling Yin stood aside, locked on Chao Juanxiong with his powerful spiritual sense, and was ready to strike as soon as he found any abnormal behavior in him. Ling Yin was on guard with all his strength, and was quietly waiting for Chao Juanxiong to change his mind. Chao Juanxiong also stared at Ling Yin with a pair of bloody eyes at this time, wondering what plan was brewing in his heart. Frankly speaking, Chao Juanxiong didn't want to leave after seeing that Ling Yin was really sure to save the Chao family, but he knew that he couldn't pass Ling Yin's test. At this moment, Ling Yin's voice reached his ears. "Old man, change your mind. If you really want to live forever, I have other ways." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yin knew how strong Chao Juanxiong's expectation of longevity was at this moment, and with the help of those members of the Chao family, it was impossible for him to change his mind. Ling Yin was really embarrassed to take action against Chao Juanxiong, so he had no choice but to throw out his trump card. If you really want to live forever, you can just practice cultivation. Although cultivation cannot survive for thousands of years like blood races, with Ling Yin's ability, it is no problem at all for Chao Juanxiong to live twice as long as ordinary people. In Chao Juanxiong's blood-red eyes, the expression changed again and again. After struggling for a long time, he suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed. Okay. The Chao family has suffered such an accident, and I am still thinking about my own life at this time. I am really stupid. Under Ling Yin's persuasion, or under the threat of Ling Yin, Chao Juanxiong finally changed his mind. Call. Seeing that Chao Juanxiong had changed his mind, everyone in the Chao family heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Yin immediately relaxed his guard. Chao Juanxiong sat back on the chair again, and raised his hand towards the kneeling crowd. "You all get up, then we are ready to receive Ling Yin's treatment now." Then he looked at Ling Yin, a look of shame flashed in his eyes, and said, "Ling Yin, I was fascinated by ghosts just now, don't take it to heart." Ling Yin smiled and shook his head. "Grandpa Chao, it's very normal to have your thoughts, I can understand." Chao Juanxiong asked, "Then, Ling Yin, what method are you going to use to treat us? Have you really researched the formula to change our blood?" Ling Yin shook his head and said thoughtfully, "Grandpa Chao, although I brought Qin Jiangui's blood, I didn't study any formula. I plan to use another method to treat you. However, if you treat them collectively, you may suffer a lot. Therefore, I am going to use a stupid method to treat you one by one." Chao Juanxiong asked, "What method?" "I have practiced a kind of exercise. After some experiments, I found that exercise can remove the toxins in the blood of the blood race, and the speed is very fast." What Ling Yin said now. Naturally, it is xuanhuan Zheng. Chao Juanxiong lowered his head in thought, and after a while, he raised his head and asked, "Ling Yin, are you really sure?" This is a matter of life and death. Chao Juanxiong had to ask this question. Ling Yin nodded solemnly. "I am 100% sure. It will be foolproof." Now that Ling Yin has cultivated the xuanhuan scripture to the level of Zheng, he can let the xuanhuan qi in his body overflow the entire basement, and he can treat 10 members of the Chao family in groups, but in that case, the 10 members of the Chao family will suffer unbearable pain. If it's Chen Sen, then Ling Yin doesn't care, he hurts as much as he loves, he deserves it. But everyone in the Chao family is not an enemy. They were Chao Shanshan's close relatives, so Ling Yin decided to treat them one by one. "Ling Yin, why don't you feel any pain when you treat one by one?" Chao Shanshan has experienced the battle in Villain number 1, and also witnessed Ling Yin completely restore Chen Sen from a vampire to a normal person, so of course she understands the pain. Ling Yin smiled and said, "It's not that there is no pain. It's just that the pain can be reduced to the minimum, at least within the tolerable range." After finishing speaking, he had a thought, and then opened his left hand towards Chao Shanshan, and there was a scarlet and bewitching, alluring and eye-catching blood-red bead in his hand. This is the inheritance of the Chen family. Blood Yuanzhu. This blood element bead is a bead of blood essence, which has various incredible functions such as blood production, hematopoiesis, blood coagulation, blood exchange, bloodthirsty, and blood sucking. This is the blood element bead. It has the effect of generating blood and coagulating blood. To turn the blood race back into a normal person, it is nothing more than removing all the toxins in the blood of the blood race. The process of removing toxins is very painful, but with this blood element bead, the blood and the body can be temporarily condensed together, and then I will clean up the toxins in the blood as soon as possible, and then use its blood-producing and hematopoietic effects to let you the body has almost the blood volume of a normal person. This is Ling Yun's treatment method. After listening to Ling Yun's method, everyone in the Chow family looked at the beads in Ling Yun's hand, silent but full of anticipation. Grandpa Chow, then I will treat you now, but who will start? Everyone in the Chow family immediately looked at each other. Since they are treating each one, someone must stand up and be the first, but no matter who is the first, they will risk life and death. Ling Yun, I'll come first. Chow Shanshan's father, Chow Xingchong, was the first to stand up. Xingchong. Let me go first. Seeing that Chow Xingchong was the first to stand up, his wife Lu Qiongfeng was inevitably a little worried. She grabbed her husband and decided to be the first person to be treated. Seeing this, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing and said, Uncle Chow, Aunt Lu, it doesn't matter who comes first, you don't have to worry, if I'm not sure, I won't come here today. Chow Xingchong couldn't hold back his wife, and finally decided to treat Lu Qiongfeng first. Shanshan, you and Aunt Lu go to the next room first, and I'll be right over. Grandpa Chow, Uncle Chow, don't maintain this mutated state, and return to normal people. Ling Yun dared to treat them only if everyone in the Chow family was restored to their original state. Otherwise, with his method, if they were cured, they would still look like blue-faced fangs, and could not change back. Then how could they go out to see each other, man? Ling Yun asked Chow Shanshan and Lu Qiongfeng to go over to prepare first, and he instructed everyone in the Chow family here, and then walked over immediately. At this time, Lu Qiongfeng had taken the initiative to change back to her normal appearance, no longer with a blue face and fangs, but her face was very pale, and her eyes were slightly red. Ling Yun looked at it, smiled slightly, and said to himself that he reminded him. Auntie, you just need to sit here and don't move, don't worry about the rest. Ling Yun smiled and comforted Lu Qiongfeng, then held the blood yuan bead in his hand, flicked his wrist, and the blood yuan bead flew out of his hand. Ling Yun knew that the blood clan's body was strong in defense, so he used a lot of force this time. The blood yuan bead directly penetrated Lu Qiongfeng's loose clothes, hit her body, and sank into her body. 3 points below the navel, which is where the sea of blood is. Lu Qiongfeng's body visibly shook as the blood yuan beads entered her body. Auntie, after such a long time, you should be able to control the blood in your body, right? Now that he has become a blood clan, even if there is no one to point him out. After such a long time, there must be some basic blood control methods, because this is the instinct of blood race. Sure enough, Lu Qiongfeng nodded and said, I will. Ling Yun smiled and said, that's easy, you try to condense all the blood in your body to where the bead is. Tell me when you're done. Lu Qiongfeng naturally complied, only after a while. She nodded to Ling Yun, okay. Transform blood and remove toxins. The reason why the pain is unbearable is because the blood is scattered all over the body. Now Ling Yun used the blood orb to condense Lu Qiongfeng's blood in one place, and complete the process of removing the toxin here, so the pain in this one place is naturally stronger than the pain in the whole body. Aunt Lu, please be patient. I'm starting. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun instantly circulated the xuanhuan mantra, and the majestic xuanhuan true qi in his body circulated rapidly. Under Ling Yun's guidance, he came to his right hand, and then Ling Yun made a decisive move, and slapped the place where the blood yuan pearl was. Under Ling Yan's deliberate urging, the surging black and yellow true energy flowed into Lu Qiongfeng's body continuously, and instantly enveloped the ball of blood. What? Just this one. Lu Qiongfeng cried out in pain on the spot. She couldn't bear the pain at all, and suddenly couldn't control the blood pooled in one place in her body. The ball of blood was about to scatter in all directions. Of course Ling Yun didn't allow this kind of thing to happen. He let out a soft drink, forcibly controlled xuanhuan's true energy, and tightly wrapped the ball of blood. Xuanhuan Zhenqi is the natural nemesis of the toxins in the blood of the blood. After wrapping the ball of blood, it immediately began to remove the toxins. The color of the strange bright red blood began to gradually weaken, and gradually turned into the bright red of normal human beings. Blood race can control the blood in the body, but normal people can't, and normal people can't be without blood for too long. Therefore, as the toxins were gradually eliminated and the color of the blood became more and more normal, Ling Yun also gradually let go of the enveloping range of true energy, allowing the blood to flow back to the heart and begin to flow to Lu Qiongfeng's whole body. Because with the reduction of the toxin, the pain will also become smaller, and Lu Qiongfeng can already bear it. It's easy to say, but it's unimaginable how complicated and difficult it is to operate in this way. Thanks to Ling Yun being an immortal doctor, he has a thorough understanding of the coordinated operation of all organs in the human body. Otherwise, Lu Qiongfeng would have died more than a dozen times in just this moment. After an extremely difficult half an hour, all the toxins in Lu Qiongfeng's blood were finally eliminated. Blood. It's just a blood element bead, and the method of using it is not difficult for Ling Yun. After studying it once, he can control the blood element bead freely. Under the action of the blood element beads, the hematopoietic mechanism in Lu Qiongfeng's body played a powerful role, and soon enough blood was produced to maintain Lu Qiongfeng's life. It's done. Lu Qiongfeng was successfully treated. Ling Yun withdrew his palm, then the vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi reversed, raised his hand and sucked it, and took the blood yuan pearl out of Lu Qiongfeng's body. Shanshan, use the healing talisman for your mother. Chao Shanshan immediately gave Lu Qiongfeng the healing talisman she had already held in her hand. The 6th-level healing talisman instantly healed Lu Qiongfeng's wound. Ling Yun, how are you doing? Chao Shanshan used up the healing talisman, looked at her unconscious mother, worried, and asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun swept away with his spiritual sense. Aunt Lu's heart beats normally, and her blood is also flowing normally. Now she has returned to a normal person. She is in a coma now. One is the pain just now, and the other is because the various tissues of the body have undergone reverse changes and need to readapt. The other is the lack of blood, which is caused by being too weak. Plop. Hearing that her mother had turned the corner and returned to normal, Chao Shanshan relaxed and sat down on the ground with a plop. She knew that the Chao family was saved. To be continued. P.S. Sorry, there are sensitive words in this chapter. After being reminded by netizens, I have revised it now. It's all right. Ben from Reading Net. Let me tell you, chapter 1113, which is the previous chapter, has some problems because of sensitive words when uploading, but it has been revised. Friends who can't see it in other places, please take a look bar. In addition, thank you for your monthly support. Ling Yun observed Lu Qiongfeng for a few more minutes, confirmed that everything was normal, and immediately called Chao Tianlong over and asked him to send Lu Qiongfeng out of the basement. In the first few months when a normal human being is first embraced by a blood race, as long as there is enough fresh blood, it will mutate and evolve very quickly. This is the same reason that a newborn human baby grows very fast before the first year of life. The members of the Chao family in the basement have been hugged by Qin Jiangui for more than 4 months, and their bodies have been completely alienated. No matter in terms of physical condition or mental thinking, they are no different from ordinary blood descendants. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening, and it's getting closer and closer to midnight. During this period of time, the bloodthirsty desire of the blood race will become very strong. So Ling Yun was very worried about a situation. That is, as Ling Yun cured more and more Chao family members, and the time approached midnight, those who had not been treated in the Chao family, what if they couldn't bear the strong desire for bloodthirsty and killed their own family members? If that were the case, it would be fratricide. It's true that Ling Yun is very strong, but he has to be busy with the treatment. If those who are in the blood clan of the Chao family really want to suck the blood of their own family during the treatment, what will Ling Yun do? Even though he could block it, his treatment method will inevitably be interrupted, and the person receiving treatment will almost certainly die. If this happened, Ling Yun would not save the Chao family, but harm the Chao family. Although the Chao family is a family, even if they are normal human beings, there are many examples of brothers fighting each other, and father and son fighting each other. What's more, they are all blood clans now. Ling Yun doesn't dare to bet on how big a blood race's brains are. How many normal human emotions do they have? The vampires face fresh human blood, just like drug-addicted humans face drugs. How crazy is that? So Ling Yun didn't dare to gamble. As long as one is saved, he must be sent out immediately. Ling Yun sat cross-legged, thought for a while, and suddenly stood up. Signaled Chao Shanshan to go out with him. Grandpa Chao, wait for me a moment. Shanshan and I are going out for a while and will be back soon. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun picked up Chao Shanshan, flew through the maze of sky, and came outside the basement. Edward, give me Qin Jian Gui, you guard here and don't let anyone inside escape. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission into the secret, and gave Edward a word. Then he carried Qin Jian Gui and came to the front yard in a flash. Letting Edward guard the basement naturally prevents Chao Juanxiong from having any further thoughts. Shanshan, you can't go down tonight, go and take care of your mother. Although Chao Shanshan didn't want to leave the basement just like that, she had no choice but to nod when she thought that her unconscious mother needed someone to take care of her. But Ling Yun, what about the basement? Ling Yun smiled and said, don't worry, I'll just ask your brother and Edward to help. When Chao Shanshan went upstairs, Ling Yun threw Qin Jian Gui to the ground and said to Qin Dongxue, Auntie, tonight I will leave this person to you to take care of. Qin Dongxue smiled and said, don't worry. After everything was arranged properly, Ling Yun returned to the basement with Chao Tianlong, but this time, he brought the Marquis Edward in as well. Sure enough, as soon as Edward entered the basement, he felt the absolute coercion of the high-ranking vampire. It directly made everyone in the Chao family dare not have any more thoughts. Edward, when I am treating you later, you guard me carefully, and if you see any abnormalities in anyone, suppress them immediately. Follow your orders, boss. Edward and Jester have been together for a few days, and they are used to calling Ling Yun the boss. Ling Yun gave Chao Tianlong a healing talisman, explained how to use it again, and then said, Brother uncle, you will help me by my side, and every time I heal a person later, you will immediately put he sends it out. Seeing Ling Yun being so cautious, Chao Tianlong vaguely understood Ling Yun's worry, he nodded in agreement, and at the same time was extremely moved. Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong came to the room where Lu Qiongfang was rescued again, sat cross-legged, squeezed the blood yuan bead and said, Grandpa Chao, Aunt Lu has been cured, and everything is safe. Next, anyone can come over. After Lu Qiongfang was cured, Ling Yun had a successful experience, and he was more confident in his heart, and everything will follow naturally. Ling Yun concentrated on the treatment, Edward guarded carefully, and Chao Tianlong was responsible for helping and transporting the cured Chao family. 1, 2, 3. Ling Yun's technique became more and more proficient, and the speed of treatment became faster and faster. By midnight, he had successfully treated 4 Chao family members. Ling Yun saved 4 people, and there were 4 people missing in the basement. When midnight came, sure enough, everyone in the Chao family, headed by Chao Ju and Zheng, began to have red eyes, with a bloodthirsty desire flashing in their eyes, and they all began to move around. Some people couldn't help, but the fangs in their mouths began to grow, and they wanted to transform. Although there is plenty of animal blood in the basement, but now there are two big living people, Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong. Ling Yun, what should we do now? Seeing this scene, Chao Tianlong also felt chills down his back. During the month of running around in the capital, he received Edward's warning that he never dared to come here at this time of night. Ling Yun smiled slightly. It's very simple, anyway, they can't let them drink blood anymore tonight. Ling Yun got up, went directly to the room where the other 6 people were, shouted that he was offended, and then shot directly, knocking these people unconscious. The method is simple and crude, but it definitely works. Okay, let's continue. In this way, as the time passed by every minute and every second, more than 4 hours passed, and the remaining 6 members of the Chao family were all successfully treated by Ling Yun. The last person Ling Yun treated was naturally the old head of the Chao family, Chao Ju and Zheng. Although it is the beginning of autumn now, the days are long and the nights are short, and it will be dawn at 5 o'clock in the morning, so after 3 o'clock in the morning, the Chao family is awake. But he is no longer manic, and he no longer has that strong bloodthirsty desire. So Ling Yun chose to treat Chao Ju and Zheng in the end. He had to let Chao Ju and Zheng be treated without any abnormalities, just because he was afraid of any sequelae, which would be troublesome. Now, only Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong are left in the basement. Chao Ju and Zheng and Edward. Ling Yun still sat cross-legged. He was playing with the blood yuan bead in his hand, quietly looking at the old man Chao Ju and Zheng who was lying on the ground, busy running the xuanhuan scriptures to restore the exhausted qi in his body. Ling Yun had been busy for a whole night, treating 10 people in a row, and consumed 90% of the strong xuanhuan qi in his body. Tired is really tiring, but Ling Yun is also really happy. This is not an ordinary way of saving lives and helping the wounded. This is to restore a big family from a blood race to a normal person, so that the members of the Chao family can survive. From now on, you can walk in broad daylight. Uncle, starting today, your Chao family can see the light of day again. Ling Yun turned his head with a smile, looked at Chao Tianlong, who was also silent, and said lightly, Ling Yun, don't thank me for your kindness. I don't care what you have in the future. My Chao family is willing to go through fire and water for you. Chao Tianlong's eyes were red, he looked at Ling Yun with grateful eyes, and said with a sob. Ling Yun smiled happily, we are all a family, so talking about this will make you feel alienated. Chao Tianlong nodded and didn't say anything more. Okay, you can take Grandpa Chao out first. Send him to the 2nd floor of the villa, find a bedroom, have a good rest, and he will be fine when he wakes up. Okay. Chao Tianlong responded, picked up Chao Ju and Zheng and left the basement. Ling Yun didn't get up, but played with the blood orb in his hand, concentrating on it. Think quietly. I didn't expect this bead to be so extraordinary. It is indeed a family inheritance. After using this blood element bead for a whole night, Ling Yun not only mastered the basic method of using this bead very skillfully, but also discovered some other wonderful uses. Of the 7 major families in the capital, Ling Yun now owns the inheritance of 2 of them. The Ling family has 2 sections of divine willows, and the Chen family has a blood yuan bead. The inheritance of the Long family must be related to dragons, and Ling Yun even guessed that it is very likely that they are dragons. The Li family definitely doesn't have one, so let's not talk about it. So what about the Yi family, the Chao family, and the Sun family? Is there any inheritance in their family, and what kind of inheritance will it be? Thinking of this, Ling Yun's eyes became playful. With a thought, Ling Yun put the blood yuan zhu into the space ring and stood up. Edward, before dawn, get those buckets of blood out, and find a sewer to dump them. These things are no longer needed. Oh, leave a barrel for Chen Jiangue to drink. Ling Yan gave the order, then came to the entrance of the basement, and broke the cloudy sky maze without any hassle. The sky was twilight, and a ray of light came in, and the basement suddenly became brighter, and it was no longer that gloomy appearance. Ling Yan flashed out and returned to the living room. Seeing him coming in, Qin Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, and Mo Wudao, who had been guarding the living room, all stood up. Qin Dongxue smiled and gave Ling Yan a thumbs up. Stinky boy, you did a good job. Are you tired? Ling Yan sat down on the sofa, stretched long, and said, It's okay. I'll rub your shoulders for you. Xiao Mimi took the initiative to stand behind Ling Yan and started massaging Ling Yan. Enjoying Xiao Mimi's massage, with a thought, Ling Yan took out several bottles containing Chen Jiangui's blood and threw them on the table. The blood was collected by Ling Yan when he broke Chen Jiangui's limbs in Villa No. 1, so it is naturally useless now. Also out of use, of course, is Chen Jiangui. Ling Yan looked at Chen Jiangui, who was like a dead dog on the ground, and smiled coldly. The surname is Chen, you hurt people, I save people, what do you have to say now? Chen Jiangui's face was ashen, and he was completely desperate. Edward, take Chen Jiangui back to the basement, watch over him carefully, and don't let him die. When Edward returned to the living room, Ling Yan asked Edward to take Chen Jiangui to the basement. Naturally, this person was reserved to avenge the Chao family, and had nothing to do with Ling Yan. Call. After everything was dealt with, Ling Yan finally let out a long breath. Rescuing Chao's family was the first thing Ling Yan came to the capital to deal with, and it was done in one night. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After resting for about 20 minutes with eyes closed, Ling Yan pressed Xiao Mimi's hand, and said with a smile, No need to press it, I will go to practice for a while. You can do what you want. Just now Ling Yan let go of his consciousness slightly, and observed the 10 Chao family members he had cured, and found that the 4 who were cured before 0 o'clock had now woken up from a coma, and everything was normal except for being weak. Especially Lu Qiongfeng, she was the first to be cured by Ling Yan, so she was also the first to wake up. At this time, she was already sitting on the bedside, talking to Chao Shanshan, who was with her. Lu Qiongfeng, who was the first to be treated, was like this, and the rest of the Chao family would naturally have no problems, so Ling Yan felt relieved to practice. For Ling Yan, the sky and the earth are big, and cultivation is the biggest. It can be said that as long as he has time, Ling Yan is practicing all the time, which is the biggest reason for his rapid progress. Ling Yan's physique is against the sky, but he has been practicing and improving all the time. Can you not be happy? Mo Wudao didn't sleep all night. At this time, he was a little bit weak and depressed. When he heard that Ling Yan was about to practice again, he couldn't help squinting his eyes and raised his head. He said, What a madman. Then he closed his eyes again. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly, followed Ling Yan out of the house and came outside. After 5 o'clock in the morning, of course, is the best time to practice the Diyanju Xingju. Ling Yan will not miss it, and Qin Dongxue will naturally not delay. The two of them practiced for 2 hours. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan stopped practicing and went back to the house. Chao Tianlong has been taking care of his family. Of course, the focus is on his grandfather and father. After Ling Yan's treatment, these people are now normal people. They are weak and need to be taken care of. But at this time, the sun was rising and the sky was bright, and everyone in the Chao family basically woke up. They did not show the characteristics of being afraid of the sun. This shows everyone in the Chao family really has completely returned to normal. Having received orders from his father Chao Xingcheng, Chao Tianlong came to the living room, where he had been waiting for Ling Yan for a long time. Ling Yan, my father, and the others said they felt hungry and wanted to eat. Look, what should they eat? as soon as Ling Yun entered the room. Chow Tianlong couldn't wait and asked anxiously. Ling Yun laughed. Is there any need to ask? They are all normal people now. Of course, they can eat whatever they want. You can just go out and buy according to their previous living habits. Of course, you must buy the most nutritious ones. Well, then I know. Chow Tianlong nodded happily, and then said, well, I have to hurry back home and get them some clothes and daily necessities. The Chow family is the top secular family in China, and now everyone in the Chow family has returned to normal. If you want to go out to meet people, you must pay attention to a decent appearance, and these things are naturally indispensable. Ling Yin said, then you go now, go early and come back early. Do you want me to go with you? Chow Tianlong naturally understood that Ling Yin wanted to protect his safety. He laughed and said, no need, this is in the capital. It's broad daylight now. If I need protection even when I go back to my home, then don't go out from now on. Obviously, after all 10 members of the Chow family returned to normal, Chow Tianlong was greatly encouraged, and now he has completely regained his confidence. Status is full. After a pause, Chow Tianlong said again, now the Chen family can't take care of themselves, and they can't take care of me. When mentioning the Chen family, Ling Yin laughed, that's fine, then you can go by yourself, I will go out and open the door for you. Ling Yin left the living room in a flash, and then performed apparatus. He seemed to appear outside the door out of thin air, directly took the key to open the gate of the courtyard, and then flashed back. The whole process did not take more than 5 seconds, and no one on the road noticed at all. Even if someone saw it inadvertently, at most they would think that they hadn't woken up and their eyes were dazzled. After Ling Yin opened the courtyard door, Chow Tianlong walked out immediately, then got into the black business car from last night, and drove away quickly. After Chow Tianlong left, Ling Yin immediately swept away his consciousness and found that everyone in the Chow family, including Mr. Chow Juanxiong, had all woken up. They were all staying in their own rooms, but there was no substantive communication with each other. Ling Yin smiled slightly, he spoke loudly, and said to Qin Dongxue and the others, Auntie, I'm hungry, let's go out and have breakfast now. Ling Yan's words were naturally intended for the Chow family to listen to. The Chow family had just returned to normal, and eating was the second priority, but they urgently needed a separate space. Wash, change clothes, organize yourself, groom yourself decently, and return to the usual decent life of a big family. They even need to hold a short family meeting. And those who are staying in the living room now, Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue, and Xiao Mimi, are all masters of 5 senses and 6 senses that are far superior to ordinary people, and all of them have super hearing, so the Chow family will be very embarrassed if they are here. That's right, Brother Yun is so understanding, so he proposed to leave. Well, my aunt is hungry now, let's go out to eat. Qin Dongxue Bingxue was smart, so he naturally understood what Ling Yun meant, so he responded immediately. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Chow Shanshan, and said, Shanshan, it's broad daylight now, there will be no safety issues here, my aunt and the others will go out for a while, and you can take care of the auntie and the others to clean up first. Call me if you need anything. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun waved, took Qin Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, and Mo Wudao, left the courtyard and drove away. After the black business car left the courtyard, Ling Yun spoke. According to the current physical condition of the members of the Chow family, it is estimated that they will return to their home tonight. However, the members of the Chow family do not want to deal with you at this time. There is no doubt about it. The Chow family is in trouble. They live in Ling Yun's courtyard. This is called living under the fence. Now everything is back to normal. Of course, they don't want to contact outsiders, for fear of losing face to the big family. You brat, you're talking like you're the only one who understands the world. Do you think we're stupid? Qin Dongxue said coquettishly, I know what you mean, drive us away, that's fine. Anyway, our Qin family has several houses in the capital, I just go back and live for a day. I just happen to have to deal with some of my own affairs. Xiao Mimi smiled coquettishly, then I'll go to the hotel. Then what should I do? Emma Wudao was stunned. The little Taoist came down from Maoshan Mountain without an ID card at all. Even if he had money, he couldn't stay in a hotel. Hey, what else can I do? Find a way for yourself, or you can go wandering around the street for a day and find a coffee shop to deal with it. Ling Yan said gloatingly. Who knows that Emma Wudao heard this, but he laughed nonchalantly. Okay, good idea. It's okay to wander around for a day, but as soon as I meet someone, I will tell him that Ling Yan from Qingshui City has come to the capital. Then he was full of pride, waiting for Ling Yan to make a move. Damn it, you're ruthless. Ling Yan wished he could kick this guy out of the car, raised his hands in surrender, and said, okay, I'll help you. 5-star luxury hotel, presidential suite, let you live as you like? Emma Wudao laughed, that's pretty much the same. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't use his ID card to open a suite, so he took out his mobile phone, called Tang Meng, and then it was done. Near the courtyard house where Ling Yan lives, there is a 5-star luxury hotel, 2 presidential suites, and an advance payment of 2 million. It really is a casual stay. Hearing that Ling Yan finished making the phone call, Emma Wudao put his arms around Ling Yan's arm, and kept rubbing his head against him. The local tyrant, I'll mess with you from now on. Ling Yan's face was full of chills, and he threw Emma Wudao away. Get out of here. Don't get excited, if I can't handle what I ask you to do, don't even think about the presidential suite, just wait to live in the kennel. Ling Yan brought Emma Wudao to the capital. What did he ask him to do? Of course it was Ling Xiao. Emma Wudao was pushed away, but he still had a flattering expression on his face. Hey, don't worry, I promise you'll be fine, it's a small matter. After breakfast, Qin Dongxue took a taxi and left. Ling Yan drove Xiao Mimi and Emma Wudao to the hotel they reserved, and then drove around the capital by himself. Yes, just wandering around, driving wherever he goes, because he needs to be familiar with the whole capital. The 5th ring, the 4th ring, the 3rd ring, Ling Yan let go of his consciousness. As long as he passed by, even though he was just passing by, he remembered them all in his heart. It wasn't until she received a call from Chao Shanshan that Ling Yan turned around and returned to the courtyard. At around 10:30 in the morning, Ling Yan parked his car at the gate of the courtyard, and Shirsha ran in. 12 members of Chao's family were all in the living room at this time, waiting for Ling Yan's arrival. Seeing Ling Yan coming in, Chao Juanxiong was the first to stand up from the sofa, and the others naturally got up immediately. Now, everyone in the Chao family had already had breakfast, and they all washed up, and changed into the clothes they usually wear at home. In Ling Yan's eyes, they were graceful and luxurious, with an extraordinary bearing. This is the aura of China's top big families. Although each of them is still very pale, their spirits are full, and the joy and satisfaction of being reborn after the catastrophe can be seen vividly on their faces. In addition to these, everyone's restored black eyes also flashed gratitude, endless gratitude. Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, Aunt Lu, congratulations. Congratulations everyone. After Ling Yan came in, he was taken aback by the situation of the Chao family, but he got used to it immediately and greeted everyone with a smile. Ahem. Chao Juanxiong coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and then said, Ling Yan, I won't say more about your great kindness to our Chao family. It's useless to just talk about it. We had a family meeting just now, and I decided that tonight, we'll go home. But before I leave, I have something to announce. Then Chao Juanxiong looked at Ling Yan with a half-smile, and said, Don't be afraid, it's nothing else, it's a happy event, you should get engaged to Shanshan as soon as possible. Got engaged? Ling Yan was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that the first decision made by the Chao family after seeing the light of day was to let him get engaged to Chao Shanshan. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan, who was standing pretty by the side, knew about the Chao family's decision a long time ago, but when she heard her grandfather tell Ling Yun at this time, her pretty face was flushed with shame, her heart was beating like a drum, her head was drooping, and she pinched herself hard. He didn't dare to look up at Ling Yun at all. However, although Chao Shanshan was shy and timid, she couldn't hide the happiness shining in her pretty face and beautiful eyes. Ling Yun turned red all of a sudden. There were quite a few women around him, but none of them proposed to be engaged to Ling Yun so far. Although Long Kuan mentioned it at the beginning, what he told Ling Yun was the baby kiss that he had made a long time ago, not this kind of engagement. Grandpa Chao, this engagement, don't be so anxious, right? Engagement is a matter of discussion between the parents of both parties, and a matchmaker is required. How does Ling Yun understand this? And it is inevitable that he will not know what to do for a while. Chao Juanxiong sternly said, "Why, you don't want to? Do you think that Shanshan is not good enough for you? Or do you think that our Chao family is not as good as before?" Well, as soon as Mr. Chao was cured, he started to be Ding Mao or Mao with Ling Yunding here. Grandpa Chao, I didn't mean that. Chao Juanxiong glared, then what do you mean? I betrothed my most beloved granddaughter to you, and Shanshan is so beautiful, like a flower. What are you dissatisfied with? Chao Juanxiong was blowing his beard and staring at Ilao, but the rest of the Chao family couldn't help laughing. The relationship between Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan is a lice on the head of the monk, it is obvious, and everyone present naturally knows what will happen sooner or later. Seeing this, Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, thinking that you are a big family bullying me. Is it interesting? This is in my house, okay? Hey, Grandpa Chao, I'm not dissatisfied with you bet-rotting Shanshan to me, of course I am willing. But don't talk to me about this matter, you go talk to my elders in the family. Ling Yun thought for a while, and kicked the ball directly to Ling's house. After hearing this, Chao Juanxiong held back his smile, but still kept a straight face. Ling Yun, don't mess with me, our family is here today. I don't ask others, I just ask you. Now in front of Shanshan, are you saying yes or no? I promise. When Ling Yun saw it, he really couldn't escape. He agreed without hesitation. Okay, good boy. Chao Juanxiong saw that Ling Yun agreed in person, he immediately felt relieved, and he stopped laughing, and laughed on the spot. There was also a burst of warm applause and laughter in the courtyard. Sit down, everyone sit down, Shanshan. Don't be shy, go and sit with Ling Yun, let's take a good look. No matter how generous Chao Shanshan was, she couldn't be more coy at this time. She dawdled for a long time before finally moving to Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun was not polite, and directly embraced Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulders. Just sat on the sofa. Look, everyone is a family now, how comfortable it is to sit and chat like this. When everyone sat down, Chao Juanxiong raised his beard happily, looked around and said, "Can you not be happy, a good son-in-law like Ling Yun? Where can I find it? I can't find it anywhere with a lantern." Lu Qiongfang sat on the side, scrutinizing Ling Yun with her eyes. The smile on her face was so thick that it couldn't melt. It was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more satisfied she became. Of course Ling Yun felt it, no matter how thick-skinned he was, everyone looked at him like that. He couldn't help but blushed his handsome face. Chao Shanshan was even more ashamed. She was holding Ling Yun's hand, her hand was covered with sweat. Everyone laughed at the young couple in a hurry, and after a while of chatting, Chao Juanxiong suddenly spoke. Ling Yun, just now you mentioned that we want our Chao family to discuss the engagement with your family. But, according to Shanshan, your mother is not in Qingshui City right now. Chao Juanxiong was obviously insincere, but he was seriously inquiring about Ling Yan's life experience. They are all a family now. Chao Juanxiong's question is not overstepping, and it gives Ling Yan a lot of room to maneuver. Ling Yan thought for a while, then raised his head, looked straight at Chao Juanxiong, and said seriously, "Grandpa Chao, you don't need to ask me this way, I guess you've already guessed about it now. I don't need to hide it from you anymore. Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, Aunt Lu. I'll tell you right now, my surname is Ling, and this courtyard house is an outhouse of our Ling family. And I, a descendant of the Ling family, my biological father is Ling Xiao, and my biological mother is Shang, the first demon sect saintess." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan stopped talking, but looked at Chao Juanxiong quietly. At the same time, Ling Yan also clearly felt that after he revealed his true identity, Chao Shanshan's delicate body tightened suddenly. Snapped. Chao Juanxiong suddenly slapped his thigh, and stood up immediately. He first laughed a few times, and then said, "Hey! I knew it, it must be like this. You are indeed a descendant of the Ling family, the son of Ling Xiao, and the grandson of that old fellow Ling Lai. Ha 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 ha, you belong to the right family. Shanshan, when I promised you to study in Qingshui City, it was really the most correct decision my grandfather made in his life." Chao Jun was so happy that he was almost dancing. When Mr. Chao said this, everyone in the Chao family couldn't help laughing again. The joy of being reborn after the catastrophe, coupled with the joy of getting a son-in-law like Ling Yun who took the dragon and turned his benefactor into a relative, the Chao family can be described as double happiness. Is fake. With joy in her heart, Chao Shanshan kept tightly holding on to Ling Yan's hand, and her soft body quietly pressed closer to Ling Yan's body. In Chao Shanshan's heart, since Ling Yan agreed to the engagement in front of the entire Chao family, it is a sure thing, and Ling Yan will be her legitimate fiancé from now on, so although she is shy, she doesn't have to have any scruples. Everyone chatted and laughed for a while. Ling Yan raised his head suddenly, glanced at the Chao family members, smiled slightly, raised his hand, and began to take things out of the space ring. 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old fleeceflower root that had completely turned into a human shape were taken out by Ling Yun and placed gently on the coffee table in front of him. The whole living room instantly became silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 elixir plants without blinking. This is... Even if Mr. Chao was well informed, he was dumbfounded at this moment. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Grandpa Chao, this is a ginseng plant that has grown for more than 2,000 years, and this other plant is a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Both are panacea. Especially Polygonum multiflorum, it can nourish blood essence, black beard and hair, strengthen muscles and bones, nourish liver and kidney. For your current physical condition, taking it is the most suitable." This was a big gift from Ling Yun to the Chao family. He didn't take it out, because everyone in the Chao family had just recovered from the Blood Clan and became normal people. Their physical condition needs to recover slowly. He was afraid that if he took too much, the Chao family would make up for it all at once. Head over, backfired. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun glanced at everyone again, and said with a smile, "As for how to take these 2 things, I don't think I need to say more." Chao Juanxiong's lips trembled with excitement, and he stretched out both hands, one in each hand, holding 2 kinds of elixir in his hands at the same time. This is a rare panacea. Chao Juanxiong held the 1,000-year-old ginseng and the 1,000-year-old shouwu in front of him. His eyes kept turning, scanning back and forth, and said excitedly. Ling Yan smiled lightly, "These 2 things can be taken together. I think that within 5 days, your bodies will all return to their peak condition, and they will be better than before." This. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, Chao Tianlong, and all the Chao family members, including Lu Qiongfeng, were already incoherent with excitement. This gift is too precious. Chao Xingcheng stared at Ling Yun dumbfounded. He originally thought that Ling Yun could bring their Chow family back to the sky. He had already done the best. How could he know that Ling Yun had brought out such a treasure at this time? Ling Yun said with some embarrassment, "Uncle Chow, compared to the 10 billion that Brother Tianlong gave me, this is actually nothing." Chow Juanxiong stared at him. "You brat is talking nonsense, this is a rare treasure, where can it be bought with money? However, since you are willing to take out such a treasure, it shows your love for Shanshan, so I won't refuse and accept it." Mr. Chow couldn't put it down for these two treasures, and he was afraid that Ling Yun would regret it, so he couldn't bear to let go of them anymore. Ling Yun had a good time, and suddenly changed the subject. "Grandpa Chow, Uncle Chow, I have a small request." Chow Juanxiong laughed and said, say it boldly, let alone one request, even 100 requests, Grandpa Chow will agree to you." Ling Yun thought about it and said, "Grandpa Chow, my father Ling Xiao has been missing for a long time. The most important thing for me to come to the capital this time is to find out the whereabouts of my father. Please help me temporarily keep my identity secret." Needless to say, Chow Juanxiong waved his hands without waiting for Ling Yun to finish speaking, and said solemnly, "Ling Yun, since you told me your identity today and you are from the Ling family, then our Chow family and your Ling family will be in-laws from now on. From now on, your business, your Ling family's business, our Chow family's business. I also know what happened to your Ling family 18 years ago. What happened to the Ling family has a lot to do with the whole of China, especially your father Ling Xiao. Don't say, I'm keeping your identity secret for you, it's just that you have any use for the Chow family. Our Chow family will go through fire and water, and we will do whatever we want." Mr. Chow made the final decision. Because it was related to Ling Xiao's life and death, Ling Yun gave some advice, but he didn't expect the old man to say such a thing. That being the case, there is nothing to say. "Thank you, Grandpa Chow." At this moment, Ling Yun's consciousness suddenly moved, and he noticed 2 cars parked at the gate of the courtyard. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun got up immediately. "Grandpa Chow, someone parked the car at the door, I'll go out and take a look." Unexpectedly, Chow Juanxiong laughed loudly, waved his hand to signal Ling Yun to sit down, and said with a smile, "There is no need to look at it, it must be my chef at this time." Chow Shanshan smiled coquettishly and said to Ling Yun, "Grandpa has not eaten the world's fireworks for so long. After eating breakfast in the morning, he felt that the food was not good, so he asked my brother to call some of his favorite cooks over to help let's make a lunch. Kind of a celebration." "Shanshan, you girl, you dare to make fun of your grandfather, don't you?" Chow Juanxiong blushed after being exposed, and said embarrassingly. It turned out to be the chef. In the first car in front, besides the driver, were 3 middle-aged people, ranging in age from 30 to 50. There was a van behind, and there were 5 young people sitting in the van, and the rest were fresh fish, fruits, and vegetables, and the van was full. The 3 middle-aged people got out of the car, and immediately greeted the people behind in a low voice, asking them to send the ingredients into the courtyard. Obviously, the 3 in front are Mr. Chow's royal chefs, and the young people in the back are their helpers. Ling Yun withdrew his consciousness, and said in his heart that I should be good. This is the noble life of the top families in China. The members of the Chow family have just escaped from the cage, and with just a phone call, they can call 3 chefs to come over with rich ingredients to cook, and they can cook whatever they want. This kind of enjoyment is really unimaginable. Chow Tianlong went out and quickly led the 3 chefs into the living room. When they entered the living room, the 3 of them stood still at the same time and bowed to Chow Juanxiong's family in an orderly manner. Chow Juanxiong sat still, and said with a smile, "Master Huang, it's been a long time, you don't have to restrain yourself. I called you here today because I miss the few dishes you cooked." Chow Juanxiong did not introduce Ling Yun either. After talking to the 3 chefs for a few words, he waved them to go to work in the kitchen. An hour or so later, the food was served on the table. Every dish was full of color, fragrance, and aroma, which opened Ling Yan's eyes and swallowed his mouth water. Chao Juanxiong greeted Ling Yan, "Come here. Everyone sit down. Ling Yan, come and sit next to me. Try Master Huang's craftsmanship, this is our Chinese chef." Indeed, as Chao Shanshan said, not only Chao Juanxiong, but the 10 members of the Chao family have not eaten fireworks for several months. At this time, they can't wait to see the exquisite food on the table. After Ling Yan sat down next to Chao Juanxiong said, "Tianlong, open the wine, I have to drink some wine to celebrate today. I'll bring 3 drinks first. This first wine is to respect Ling Yan, thank Ling Yan for saving our Chao family." Mr. Chao didn't give Ling Yan a chance to refuse at all, and took the lead to drink the first drink. This second wine is to celebrate our Chao family's rebirth, and our Chao family's rebirth after the catastrophe. This time, we have survived the catastrophe of life and death. The third wine is to celebrate the engagement of Shanshan and Ling Yan, and the official alliance between the Chao family and the Ling family. After 3 glasses of wine, they began to toast each other, pushing and changing glasses. The whole restaurant was full of laughter. This was the first meal that Ling Yan and Chao's family ate formally. It took more than 2 hours for this lunch. After everyone had eaten and drank enough, in the afternoon, the Chao family began to prepare for going home. While everyone else was busy, Chao Shanshan quietly pulled Ling Yan aside, and whispered to Ling Yan, "Ling Yan. My mother said that she wants me to go home and stay with her for a few days." Ling Yan thought for a while, and said thoughtfully, "Should I send someone to protect you?" Chao Shanshan said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about me. My grandfather has already analyzed it. Although the capital is undercurrents and turbulent, it is calm on the surface. All of this is related to you and your Ling family. As long as you don't show up, there will be no movement between the Long family and the Yi family, and the other families can only wait and see. So, the capital is actually very safe now, otherwise, my grandfather would not have decided to let us go home together. Besides, as long as my grandfather returns home, it is equivalent to declaring that the Qin family's plan to deal with our Chao family has failed. The Qin family has lost Qin Jiangui, and it is impossible for them to deal with us secretly. The Chao family returns to the family. As long as we make a little noise, the major families in the capital will definitely respond. No matter what kind of reaction, no matter which family jumps out, it will be beneficial to you. Because I was with you all the time when you returned to Qingshui, and my brother went to Qingshui City to celebrate the opening of Tiandi Group, and he has already made a gesture, so no matter who wants to deal with our Chao family, it is tantamount to provoking you. No one would offend a powerful enemy lurking in the dark for the sake of a little profit on the surface. So at this time our Chao family is very safe." After hearing Chao Shanshan's words, Ling Yan thought that Mr. Chao was amazing, and he had no plans left. No wonder he called the cook into his courtyard today. So he nodded, "Okay, then you can go home and stay with your uncles and aunts for a while. Although the Chao family has seen the sun again, your family has lost so many relatives at once. They are happy on the surface, but they are actually very sad in their hearts." With Ling Yan's approval, Chao Shanshan took the initiative to hold Ling Yan's hands, and the two looked at each other. "Ling Yan, promise me, be careful in everything in the capital, and remember to call me no matter what happens, and don't make me worry." Ling Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be fine." In the evening, Ling Yan had another meal with the members of the Chao family. After the meal, 3 black cars stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Of course this is to pick up everyone from the Chao family. Ling Yan's sound transmission was secret, so that Marquis Edward took Chen Jiangui from the basement to the front yard. "Grandpa Chao, this is Chen Jiangui. Now I will hand him over to you. Please dispose of him as you like." Chao Juanxiong stared at Chen Jiangui, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, and snorted coldly, "Tianlong, take him away. Chen Jiangui is really going to hell now." Ling Yan stood at the gate of the courtyard, watched the Chao family's vehicle leave, shook his head slowly, and said with a smile. Of course Ling Yan understood that the moment he handed Chen Jiangui over to the Chao family, Chen Jiangui was already a dead person, and how he died was out of his control. When Chao's car turned a corner and was out of sight, Ling Yan turned back and returned to the courtyard. At this time only he and Edward were left in the courtyard. "Edward, are you the Peak Marquis now?" "Yes, boss." "Well, prepare yourself. I'll help you advance to Grand Duke on the night of the full moon." A look of joy flashed in Edward's eyes. "Thank you, boss. You rest for a while, come and do something with me tonight." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan went back to the room and changed into the black gold magic silkworm night clothes, came out and flew into the room, using the moon and stars in the sky, began to practice the Diyan gathering stars secret art. Now, Ling Yan has cultivated to the peak of the second realm of Dian Juxing Baojue. It is very difficult for him to break through the third realm, but he has to practice it. Because this set of skills can provide a strong defense, whether it is for combat or for Ling Yan's later stage of transcending tribulation, it is too important. Ling Yan practiced for more than 2 hours at a stretch, and it was 11 o'clock in the middle of the night before he stopped practicing. "Let's go." After the practice was over, Ling Yan greeted Edward, and the two of them didn't drive, they just jumped out of the courtyard wall, went directly north, and soon got into a forest. "Okay, right here, let's transform." Edward transformed in an instant, and his stature instantly became taller. At the same time, he flapped his wings, spread his wings, and fluttered into the air. Ling Yan floated up, came to Edward's back, and ordered, "Fly to an altitude of 1,000 meters first, and then head south all the way. Ling Yan is going to the southern suburban courtyard of the Chen family." Edward quickly soared into the sky with Ling Yan on his back, shooting straight into the sky in the middle of the night, and soon came above 1,000 meters, and then flew away towards the southwest of the capital. Edward flew very smoothly, but even so, it was many times faster than driving. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the sky above the courtyard in the southern suburbs of the Chen family. Ling Yan pointed to a hidden mountain forest, let Edward land, and then said to Edward, "Edward, you should know that this is the Chen family. I will go in to do something later, so you can turn into a bat and wait around. Always ready to meet me." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan took out the mask and covered his head and face, only showing a pair of eyes. Then Ling Yan let go of his consciousness, and spread the range of his consciousness towards the villas of the Chen family bit by bit. Sure enough, the defense is tight. As Ling Yan expected, the Chen family's backyard is now almost 1 post at 3 steps and 1 post at 5 steps, and there are secret posts ambushed in many hidden places. However, for the current Ling Yan, this kind of defense is no different from opening his eyes and being blind. He used his powerful spiritual sense to avoid those guard posts and cameras all the way, and sneaked into the backyard of the Chen family. With the realm and skill of those sentries, it is impossible to detect it. This time, Ling Yan didn't come to fight for revenge, but to fetch something. At the beginning, Ling Hao asked Chen Sen for help to kill Ling Yan in Qingshui City. He once gave Chen Sen a check for 20 million yuan. Later, Ling Yan didn't die, so Ling Hao asked for the 20 million check back, but he gave it to Chen Sen again. Chen Sen received a check of 2 million for his hard work. Ling Yan came here this time to take the check signed by Ling Hao himself. Ling Hao is now the son of Ling Zhen, the patriarch of the Ling family. If Ling Yan wants to touch Ling Hao, the testimony of Chen Sen and He San is not enough, he also needs physical evidence. Only when there are all the witnesses and material evidence, Ling Yan can make Ling Hao have nothing to say. Ling Yan sneaked cautiously all the way, and soon came to the place where Chen Sen lived, and found that the window was open. With a flash of his figure, he walked in through the window. After entering Chen Sen's room, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, and sure enough, he found the check in Chen Sen's bedside table. Found it. Ling Yun immediately put the check into the interspatial ring, and was about to leave quickly when he heard a conversation. Hai Peng, did the Yi family give you an answer? Father, the patriarch of the Yi family still avoided seeing us, and didn't give us any answer. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chen Haipeng? Isn't this the patriarch of the Chen family? The father Chen Haipeng spoke of was naturally Chen Jingtian. Hearing the conversation between these two people, Ling Yan's heart moved, and he immediately gave up the idea of leaving. Instead, he held his breath, collected all the breath in his body, and quietly enlarged his consciousness, and slowly explored the past in the direction of the sound. This is called breaking through the iron shoes and finding nowhere to find it, and it takes no effort to get it. The most important task of Ling Yun's trip to the capital was naturally to save Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao was found, the entire Ling family did not dare to act rashly, and Ling Yun himself was unable to surface. Before finding Ling Xiao's whereabouts, Ling Yun didn't want to stir up trouble in the capital and make a big fuss. So, tonight, Ling Yun came here just to get this check, but he didn't expect that there was even a bigger harvest. This was a conversation between the two generations of the Chen family's heads. Ling Yun naturally had to listen. However, Ling Yun knew that Chen Haipeng was at the peak of the 6th level of innate cultivation, and Chen Jingtian was at least above the 8th level of innateness, so even if he used his divine sense, he didn't dare to make a big show of it, but was very cautious. Because at the later stage of congenital, the sense of consciousness, especially the sense of hearing, is already very keen. Even if Ling Yun detects with divine sense, a mistake can be easily detected by the other party. The other party noticed that although Ling Yun was not afraid of being hit, it was easy to leave if he wanted to, but in that case, not only would he not be able to hear the secrets of the Chen family, but it would also be a shock to him, which would be very bad for him, and would even affect his overall plan. Ling Yun changed from external breathing to internal breathing. At this time, his whole body was in a state of tortoise breath, and the divine consciousness released was also ethereal, elusive and non-aggressive. This state of consciousness is like air, which is everywhere, but does not flow, and does not become wind, and people are in it. I can't feel it naturally. As the consciousness slowly extended, two people soon entered Ling Yun's range of consciousness, an old man in his 70s and a middle-aged man in his 40s. The 70-year-old man was tall and thin, with disheveled hair and a long face. He has an inch-long beard and a tall aquiline nose. With sunken eye sockets and sharp eyes like a falcon, this is naturally Chen Jingtian. Chen Haipeng's figure and appearance are 5 or 6 points similar to Chen Jingtian's. It's just that he is in his prime, slightly fatter than Chen Jingtian, with a majestic body, slightly dark eyes, and a low voice. At this moment, Chen Jingtian snorted coldly, "Humph. I didn't expect the Yi family to be so nostalgic. Do you really think that they didn't leave any excuse for the things they did back then?" Chen Haipeng looked ashamed, and gritted his teeth. "Father, it is the child's incompetence and ineffectiveness in handling affairs that caused the Chen family to lose troops and lose their vitality. That's why they were neglected." Chen Jingtian stared at Chen Haipeng with a pair of eagle eyes for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, "Let Jiangue use the method of first embrace to deal with the Chao family. This matter is actually very good, but it's unexpected. Get Qing Yaojin out. I don't blame you for this." Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart, saying that Qing Yaojin, who came out halfway, is now eavesdropping on your conversation right under your noses. But Chen Jingtian changed the subject. "You sent someone to arrest Ling Yu, the second child of the Ling family, in a vain attempt to use him as a threat to make the Ling family submit to our Chen family. It is a big mistake. You don't even think about it, those people from the Ling family. How bloody are they? They were seriously injured at the beginning, and they have collapsed for 18 years, but who have they surrendered in the past 18 years? Even if the Long family has shown favor and power to the Ling family for so many years, and repeatedly wooed the Ling family is only grateful, but they have never really turned to their Long family. Very confused. Extremely stupid. Qin Jingtian became more and more angry as he spoke, and at the end he slapped the coffee table suddenly, leaving a clear palm print on the granite coffee table. Now that the Chao family has not been destroyed, the Ling family has not fallen, but my Qin family has lost troops and lost generals, and its vitality has been greatly injured. Now it has reached the point where the Yi family needs to come forward to support. How passive. Chen Haiping lowered his head and listened to Qin Jingtian's scolding. He didn't even dare to take a breath, and whispered, "It's the child's fault." Humph. Qin Jing snorted coldly again, and asked in a deep voice, "That Ling Yun, what is his identity and background, have you checked it out?" Up to now, it doesn't matter what his background is. The key is whether he is from the Ling family or not. This must be found out. Hearing this, Ling Yun's heart shuddered, knowing that many people were already doubting his true identity. Sure enough, I only heard Chen Haiping say, "Father, it is really hard to explain Ling Yun's origin, his rise is really too sudden, too fast." However, according to the information obtained from various parties, one thing is certain, that is, this Ling Yun, he himself claims, is from a mysterious sect called the Immortal Doctor sect. As for Ling Yun's identity, all parties in the capital are now guessing that Ling Yun must be related to the Ling family, but whether he is a descendant of the Ling family is not sure, because there is no real evidence. Chen Haiping looked thoughtful, and pondered. According to the news from Qingshui City, Ling Yun's Chendi group opened 9 days ago. At that time, 4 special people appeared at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, namely, Qin Chongqing, Lin Hongjun, Chao Tianlong. The last one is Ling Xiu from the Ling family. Qin Jingtian took a breath, and said in surprise, "Have 3 of the 8 major Chinese families gone?" Chen Haiping frowned and nodded, "That's why, and that's why outsiders can't see it clearly, because Ling Xiu and Chao Tianlong went to the ribbon-cutting ceremony together. Because of our Qin family's relationship, the Ling family and the Chao family are now on the same side, it's normal. Both the Ling family and the Chao family have blood feuds with the Qin family, and an enemy's enemy is a friend. And Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan are classmates, and they are openly boyfriend and girlfriend, so it is reasonable for Ling Yun to save Chao Shanshan, and then save the Chao family. Qin Chongqing from the Qin family came forward, of course, because of Qin Chuyua's relationship. After all, that Ling Yun is Qin Chuyua's adopted son. So, Ling Xiu's appearance was so inexplicable and abrupt that it caused speculations from all the major families in the capital. Because she may have accompanied Chao Tianlong to announce that the Ling family and the Chao family have formed an alliance, or it may be to win over Ling Yun. After all, they are all surnamed Ling, and Ling Yun has fully proved his strength. Of course, there is also a possibility that Ling Xiu is going to recognize relatives. It's not just us, everyone is now guessing what is the relationship between this Ling Yun and the Ling family. After speaking, Chen Haiping slowly raised his head, looked at his father, and listened to his decision. Qin Jingtian's hawk eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flickering, and he pondered, "This kind of thing, don't guess, and don't hold illusions, we must consider the most unfavorable situation for us, that is, first assume that Ling Yun must be descendants of the Ling family." Ling Yun, who was eavesdropping secretly, closed his eyes immediately, and said in his heart that I'm going to fuck you. These big families in the capital are not fools if they can stand at the peak of China and survive for many years. Except that they couldn't be sure of this, they almost thought of everything they should think of. Chen Haiping nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, father, if Ling Yun is not a descendant of the Ling family, we still have a chance to find someone to make peace, but if he is really a descendant of the Ling family, then..." Qin Jingtian opened his mouth and continued with a sneer, Hai Peng, you are wrong. No matter whether Ling Yun is a descendant of the Ling family or not, he is the mortal enemy of our Qin family. The only difference is that we deal with him differently. As he spoke, Qin Jingtian suddenly stood up, his beard and hair all stretched out, and said angrily, don't forget, how many good hands of our Qin family have died at his hands. None of the people we sent to Qingshui City has been killed so far. Did not come back alive. Not to mention those dead bats, there are hundreds of ninjas in Dongyang, and hundreds of ancient martial arts masters in the mansion in the southern suburbs. Besides, your elder brother Chen Haiken, your younger brother Chen Haishan, and your three best sons, Jianhao, Jianjia, Jiangui, and Haiken's useless son Chen Sen. Originally, with your uncle in the Huaxia group, our Qin family was expected to surpass the Long family and become the most peak existence in China, but now, we have been severely injured by him alone. Even if we can bear such a bloody feud, your uncle will never bear it. The Ling family and the Chao family want to seek revenge from the Qin family, so why doesn't the Qin family want to seek revenge from Ling Yun? Our Qin family and that Ling Yun have long been sworn enemies, and he's already on your uncle's must-kill list. If it weren't for the consideration of the complicated relationship in the capital, how could your uncle tolerate him until today? Chen Haipeng lowered his head and said, my boy understands. Just now, my boy thought too much, mainly because that Ling Yun was too ruthless, he did things unscrupulously, and did not leave any life for the enemy. My boy is afraid of him. Qin Jingtian gritted his teeth and smiled, why are you afraid of him? Afraid that he will suddenly come to our house? Kill our Qin family? Chen Haipeng lowered his head and murmured for a long time before he could hold back a word, yes. Qin Jingtian suddenly laughed angrily, Hai Peng, don't worry, with your uncle here, Ling Yun alone can't destroy our Qin family. If he dares to come, we guarantee that he will never come back. Chen Haipeng's uncle is naturally Qin Jingxian from Huaxia Group. Chen Haipeng asked, Father, if that Ling Yun is really a descendant of the Ling family. Qin Jingtian narrowed his eagle eyes, the third child of the Ling family, do you have any clues about Ling Zhao's whereabouts? Hearing the mention of Ling Zhao, Ling Yun immediately pricked up his ears, for fear of missing a word. Chen Haipeng shook his head and said, Father, I don't have any clues yet, but it can be confirmed that Ling Zhao is no longer in the capital. Qin Jingtian frowned and said, look for it, hurry up and send someone to look for it. I'm here this time to tell you about it. Right now, the Long family, Yi family, Sun family, and other families, including China's Shenying group, are all looking for Ling Zhao. Whoever finds Ling Zhao first will get the initiative in this family game. If Ling Yun is really from the Ling family, then he must be the evil son of Ling Zhao and Yin Qingxian 18 years ago. Whoever finds Ling Zhao can control Ling Yun. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Yin Qingxian? Ling Yun's chest felt hot when he heard Chen Jingtian's last words. The birth of Ling Zhao and Yin Qingxian. Doesn't that mean that the last generation of the demon sect saint's name is Yin Qingxian? This was the first time Ling Yun heard the name of his biological mother. However, as to whether it is Yin Qingxian or Yin Qingxian, Ling Yun is still not sure which word it is. It turned out that his biological mother's name was really nice, and Ling Yun immediately felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. By eavesdropping now, Ling Yun has really gained a lot and got a lot of news. First of all, the major families in the capital now value Ling Yun extremely, and they either regard him as a strong enemy, or they want to win him over and get acquainted with him. This also reflects from the side that Ling Yun is now strong enough, at least for the secular Chinese family. Secondly, even though the Chen family's strength has been seriously injured, they still don't take the Ling family and the Chao family seriously, even if the two join forces. The real opponent in their eyes is Ling Yun. Moreover, the Qin family also believed that there was someone who could deal with Ling Yun, and that was Qin Jingxian from the Renzai Tian group. Again, all the major families in the capital are vaguely guessing that Ling Yun is a member of the Ling family, but except for the Ling family and the Chao family, the other families are not sure about this. From the current point of view, this is Ling Yun's only advantage, and it is also his purpose of deliberately concealing his identity. In the end, the news of Ling Zhao's disappearance was already known to all the big families in the capital, but they kept it hidden. They were all secretly investigating Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Whoever found Ling Zhao would have the initiative invisibly. Of course, others are just guessing about this point, but Ling Yun is 100% sure. Who is Ling Zhao? That was his real father. Whoever puts the knife on Ling Zhao's neck will make Ling Yun very passive. However, from the conversation between Chen's father and son, Ling Yun can analyze it. Ling Zhao is not in the hands of any family in the capital, otherwise, they would not send someone to look for it. In this case, virtually saved Ling Yun a lot of trouble. Can go on these? But it is not enough to hear the mother's name better than Ling Yun. Make him feel shocked and excited. Ling Yun was in a trance for a moment, and his consciousness was scattered. He almost missed the conversation between the father and son of the Chen family. He quickly gathered his consciousness and listened carefully. My son understands, my son will definitely do my best to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Try to find Ling Zhao as soon as possible. Chen Haiping said solemnly. Qin Jingtian sneered coldly, if Ling Yun is really Ling Zhao's evil son, then as long as our Chen family finds Ling Zhao first, won't that Ling Yun be captured without a fight? Will he kill him? At that time, we will take Ling Zhao. First force Ling Yun to abolish his martial arts, and then destroy the Ling family in one go. New and old grudges will be counted together. Chen Haiping reminded in a low voice, Father, as far as my child knows, that Ling Yun is rebellious, lawless, and never plays cards according to the rules. Even if we catch Ling Zhao, we are afraid that he doesn't care about Ling Zhao's life. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Qin Jingtian laughed wildly, Haipeng, you are wrong again. I think you were frightened by Ling Yun's beating, don't you know, those of the Ling family. Although some people will do wrong things, I haven't heard of them yet. However, who in their Ling family would be unfilial? Don't worry, this is something in the blood of their Ling family. It can't be changed. You only need to think about the current head of the Ling family, and you will understand. Ling Yun's heart trembled again, the current head of the Ling family? Isn't that Ling Zhen? Some people will do wrong things, but they will not be unfilial. Think about the current head of the Ling family. Connecting them together. Ling Yun thought about Qin Jingtian's words for a while, and his eyes suddenly became like blades tempered by ice. Chen Haiping nodded again and again, thank you father for pointing out the maze. Qin Jingtian said indifferently, Jiangui's life and death are unknown now. Without him, those dead bats in the west can't be counted on. Although they are strong, their weaknesses are too obvious to be used. Because of the relationship between Shinnongding, Dongyang will send people over, probably in the past 2 days. Dongyang has killed so many ninjas, and they will definitely take revenge. Now they have the same goal as ours, and they are all Ling Yun. As for your uncle, he has been in Tianzu for so many years, and of course he has many friends. He will definitely help out when the time comes. The Sun family is in trouble now, and they are running around looking for help. I heard that they have put a lot of thought into it. They not only borrowed the shade from their ancestors, found a person from the Tianzu to sit in the town, but also invited a hermit. Family. Although the Sun family did not offend the Ling family, they are more desperate than us in dealing with Ling Yun, because as soon as Ling Yun arrives in the capital, the Sun family will face disaster. So, if Ling Yun moves the Sun family first, let's wait and see what happens. If there is an opportunity, we will directly destroy Ling Yun, they die first. However, this time, I think the Sun family is going to collapse. they won't be able to survive this test. Chen Jingtian briefly talked about his family's situation, then raised his head, looked at Chen Haipeng, and said seriously, Haipeng, what my father told you today is to calm you down, and you must not mess yourself up, but the power behind us is even stronger. Even if it really doesn't work at that time, when the critical time comes, my father will tell some secrets. At that time, we can pull the Long family and Yi family into the water together. At this time, they want to watch the fire from the other side and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Don't even think about it. Ling Yan really wanted to hear what Chen Jingtian said about the secret, what kind of secret it was. Chen Jingtian was so sure to drag the Long family and the Yi family into trouble, but unfortunately, Chen Jingtian stopped talking. The Chen family, Dongyang, Tianzu Chen Jingxian, and the Sun family, these are Ling Yan's known enemies. Ling Yan also vaguely felt that the Long family and the Yi family might also be his potential enemies. Big trouble, plans to change. Now it seems that finding Ling Zhao's whereabouts is imminent. Moreover, Ling Yan has to improve his strength as soon as possible. Father, there is one more thing that I need to report to you. Tonight, all members of the Chao family have returned home. Moreover, Chao Juanxiong deliberately took Chao Xingchong, Chao Tianlong, and his grandfather and grandson to get off the car at the door on purpose. Standing still, it took a while to get in. Chen Jingtian finished listening. He waved his hand calmly. That's Chao Juanxiong's intentional demonstration announcement. I told you that now the Ling family and the Chao family are nothing to worry about. Now the focus of the 8 major families in China is on Ling Yun. No matter who he is now a powerful new rising force in China. This is something that even the Long family and the Yi family dare not underestimate. Finally, Chen Jingtian took a look at Chen Haipeng, and reminded lightly, Child, don't forget the proverb that the emperor of the world comes out of clear water, and the world's disaster depends on one person. Don't forget where Ling Yun came from. Ling Yun was adopted by Qin Qiuyue from the Qin family. He singled out the Sun family and defeated my Chen family. After saving the Chao family, he may be a descendant of the Ling family. He also holds the dark blood demon saber, pulling the nerves of the demon sect. China's 8 sects, and their medical skills are astonishing. This person, even the number 1 person in China, is paying attention. Let him act lawlessly and recklessly. Unfortunately, such a person has inexplicably become the sworn enemy of my Chen family. It can only be said that this is God's will. This time, either he died or our Chen family died. Do you understand? Chen Haipeng respectfully said, My child respects my father's instruction. I must use the strength of the whole family to kill Ling Yun. Chen Jingtian nodded, That's right, Ling Yun is dead. What kind of farts are the Chao family and the Ling family? Your uncle and a few people from the Tian group are still waiting for news from me, so I'm leaving first. Father, I will see you off. When Chen Jingtian came to the door, he suddenly frowned, and suddenly glanced in the direction of Ling Yun. Chen Haipeng immediately asked, Father, what's wrong? Ling Yun instantly gathered all his aura. Even the heartbeat was controlled to be extremely slow, and at the same time, he dispersed his consciousness and breathed out completely. His whole body was like a rock. It's nothing, just now I suddenly felt as if I was being watched. Chen Haipeng turned pale with shock, his lips moved, and he said to Chen Jingtian via voice transmission, Father, do you want to search for it? Chen Jingtian listened carefully for a while, then shook his head and said, No need, I almost never come here. It is impossible for anyone to think that our father and son will meet here. It should be that I have been too tense recently and become too sensitive. Chen Haipeng said with a smile, The child is not filial, and his father has been working too hard recently. Chen Jingtian shook his head with a smile, Families struggle for hegemony, life and death, you can't work hard. After speaking, he stepped out. After the Chen family's father and son had gone far away, Ling Yan came out through the window. Still cautious, he returned along the way he came from. After leaving the Chen's house, his figure flashed and he quickly came to the hidden mountain forest. "Boss." Edward shot into the dense forest like lightning, transformed from a little bat into a big human-shaped bird, and said respectfully to Ling Yun, "Let's go." With Ling Yun on his back, Edward shot high into the sky in the night and flew north. On the way back, Ling Yun took out his mobile phone, called Mo Wudao directly, and asked him to wait in the courtyard first. After eavesdropping just now, Ling Yun has gained a lot. The things that Chen's father and son said have important effects on Ling Yun. Other things are trivial now. I have to find my father Ling Xiao, before anyone else. Imminent. On the way back, Edward flew extremely fast, and Ling Yun returned to the courtyard in less than 10 minutes. "Mo Wudao, how are you preparing? Are you sure you can find my father's whereabouts?" As soon as Ling Yun entered the courtyard, he directly sent a voice transmission to Mo Wudao. The Maoshan Shangqing school, the mountain doctor ordered divination, and the 3 items of order divination are Mo Wudao's housekeeping skills. The most important thing for Ling Yun to bring him here is to let him figure out Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Mo Wudao sat alone in the living room without turning on the light, fiddling with 3 old copper coins in his hands. "Tell me the horoscope of Uncle's birthday, and I'll try." Seeing Ling Yun coming in, Mo Wudao said calmly. Ling Yun had already asked his grandfather Ling Lai about Ling Zhao's birth date, and he had already engraved it in his heart, so he immediately told Mo Wudao. Who knew that after hearing Ling Zhao's birth date, Mo Wudao was stunned. "Uncle Ling is born in Chongyang Jiujiu." Ling Yun smiled wryly, and nodded helplessly. Although Ling Yun is not proficient in divination and physiognomy, even he knows that people born on special days are too tainted with karma, and their own fate is often tortuous, even bizarre. The cause and effect involved are too great, and the secrets are too big. The fate of this kind of person is difficult to calculate. Mo Wudao couldn't keep calm anymore. He frowned slightly, and quickly fiddled with the 3 copper coins in his hand, making a series of crisp sounds in the silent living room. Seeing this, Ling Yun asked, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Mo Wudao pondered for a while, as if pondering over his words, and then said after a while, "Ling Yun, you should know that you carry too much karma, so the fate of anyone who can come into contact with you will often become ups and downs. Strange peaks rise one after another." Ling Yun naturally understood this point, so he silently nodded. The closer you are to the people who have karma with you, the more strongly, or more seriously, their fate is affected by you, so it is more difficult to deduce. When it comes to the relationship between your biological parents, if you want to figure them out, it's really voyeurism. But Uncle Ling was born on the Double Ninth Festival on September 9th, so this is even more difficult to calculate. Mo Wudao said 2 reasons. One reason is that Ling Yun's fate is related to the heavenly secrets, which cannot be guessed at all, and Ling Xiao is Ling Yun's biological father, which is difficult to deduce in itself. The other reason is that Ling Zhao's own birthday is 99 on the Double Ninth Festival. The cause and effect carried by itself is very large, which makes things even more difficult. Ling Yun frowned. Asked, "Then what do you mean, can't figure it out?" If Mo Wudao really couldn't figure it out, of course Ling Yun couldn't really let him live in the kennel. Mo Wudao said seriously, "At least here, I can't figure it out, so I just didn't calculate it, but it's not impossible. Fortune-telling is a spirit that declines twice and declines 3 times. The first fortune-telling is the most effective. The more calculations, the more vague and ineffective." Mo Wudao naturally understood this, so he simply ignored it. Ling Yun's tense nerves immediately relaxed, and cursed, "Speak quickly if you have something to say, fart quickly if you have something to say, and save ink." Mo Wudao thought for a while, and said directly, "To figure out where Uncle Ling is now, it's not enough just to know his birthday. We have to go to the place where he usually lives, and it's best to have his recent photos." In this case, the place where he usually lives has his breath of life, and looking at the photos, I can still try it through his birth date. The breath of life that Mo Wudao mentioned here belongs to the category of looking at the breath, adding photos. This is equivalent to looking at the physiognomy. Look at the breath and add fortune-telling. This is no problem. Ling Yun immediately agreed, and then he took out the communicator, contacted Cui Lao, and briefly explained the situation. When Mr. Cui heard about it, he became very anxious. Said, "I will pick you up now." 20 minutes later, Mr. Cui drove to the gate of the courtyard. Ling Yan's spiritual sense swept him away. Knowing that Mr. Cui was coming, he immediately took Mo Wudao and Edward, jumped out of the courtyard gate, and got into the car. Wait for the three to get in the car. Cui Lao kicked the accelerator, the car turned around, returned along the original road, and drove towards the Ling family's ancestral house. Ling Yan asked directly, "Old Cui, have you told my grandfather about this?" Cui Lao drove the car and nodded. "I said it, he has made arrangements, don't worry." After finishing speaking, Elder Cui groaned for a while, and suddenly his face became embarrassing. He turned his head and glanced at Ling Yun, and said awkwardly, "Fourth young master, but it's so late, I may have to meet someone." Needless to say, the place where Ling Xiao usually lives is naturally where he lives, which is Ling Zhao's own home. Who else is in Ling Zhao's family? Ling Zhao's wife, Ling Shua's mother. Ling Yun naturally thought of this, and remained silent for a while. Fourth young master, Ling Shua's mother is called Dong Rulan, and she is, actually a hardworking person. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't speak, Mr. Cui raised his heart in his throat, pondering over his words. "Old Cui, you don't need to say anything, I understand, it's all right. That happened 18 years ago, and it was about his father, what can Ling Yun say?" But at the same time, a flame seemed to be ignited in Ling Yun's heart. It was the fire of hatred. It had never been so hot. Thinking back then, in front of the good and the evil in the world, and in front of the mother, his father vowed never to see Yin Qingxian again in this life, and that he would immediately marry someone else and give birth to a child. How humiliating was that scene? How heartbroken is Yin Qingxian? And all of this was forced by others. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. This kind of humiliation even surpassed the hatred of killing one's father and taking one's wife away. But that woman named Dong Rulan was innocent. Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that Ling Xiao married her, but didn't love her. Dong Rulan was actually very pitiful. Thinking about this, Ling Yun couldn't help clenching his fists, and the blood in his body surged crazily. 20 minutes later, the group of four returned to the Ling family's ancestral house, and Mr. Cui drove directly into the third courtyard before stopping the car. Ling Lai had already been standing in the yard waiting. Not far behind him, there was a middle-aged woman standing there. Apart from these two, there was no one else in the yard. Ling Yun was the first to get out of the car, came to Ling Lai, and knelt down on one knee. Grandson pays respects to grandpa. Seeing that his precious grandson finally arrived home, Ling Lai was naturally happy in his heart. He immediately stretched out his hand, pulled Ling Yun up from the ground, and looked Ling Yun up and down. "Well, compared to more than a month ago, I have improved again, just go home." Ling Lai raised his hand and patted Ling Yun's shoulder, then grabbed his hand and walked towards the middle-aged woman. Without further ado, now is of course not the time to reminisce about the past, it is time to get down to business. The middle-aged woman is naturally Dong Rulan. She is very well dressed, her figure is slender yet soft, her appearance is also dignified and beautiful, but she is not yet 40 years old. She already has white hair on her head. Obviously, she must have lived uncomfortable. Seeing Ling Yun kneel down to Ling Lai, Dong Rulan couldn't help but tremble. Of course she knew who it was. "Rulan, let me introduce you. This is the third son's son, Ling Yun." This was indeed an extremely embarrassing scene. The old man suppressed a shock and grabbed Ling Yun's hand firmly. introducing Ling Yun to Dong Rulan. Ling Yun. This is. However, when the old man turned his head. When he wanted to introduce Dong Rulan to Ling Yun again, he didn't know how to word it. Said to be Ling Zhao's wife? What is Ling Yun's name? Will Ling Yun call him another name? These are all embarrassing questions. Grandpa Ling Lai also froze for a moment, sweating while holding Ling Yun's palm. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Ling Yun stepped forward quietly and came straight to Dong Rulan. Hello, Aunt Dong, my father has been missing for such a long time and you are worried. I came here today to find a way to find my father's whereabouts. Ling Yun didn't make things difficult for this poor woman. Dong Rulan's delicate body trembled violently. She wanted to say something, her lips murmured for a long time, but she didn't say it, she just nodded blankly. Oh, that's right. Do business first, it's important to do business first, let's go in, let's go in. Seeing that Ling Yun met Dong Rulan just like that, Ling Lai relaxed, and quickly opened his mouth to smooth things over. Did not let this embarrassing scene continue to develop. Dong Rulan stared at Ling Yun deeply, and finally said, come in. Ling Lai, Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Dong Rulan, a group of 4 walked towards the house. Elder Chui and Edward naturally stayed in the yard and waited. When he came to the house, Ling Yun found that the whole room was clean, spotless, and everything was in order, so he couldn't help but nodded secretly. This is a decent woman. Father, sit down and rest for a while, I'll serve tea. As soon as she entered the room, Dong Rulan hurried to serve the prepared tea. Ahem, no need, let them get down to business. Even Ling Lai didn't come to Ling Zhao's room a few times a year, so it was naturally embarrassing to come to his daughter-in-law's room at such a late hour. Dong Rulan stopped immediately, turned around and said, then I'll go get things. Soon, a photo of Ling Zhao, dressed in Ling Zhao's usual clothes, was presented to everyone. Ling Yun noticed that in that photo, not only Ling Zhao was alone, but also a beautiful girl, Ling Shui, whom he had seen at sea. This is the clothes he wore in spring. This photo was taken by Shui with his father when he joined the Condor team. Dong Rulan's eyes were red, she wiped away her tears and said. Ling Yun didn't speak, but turned his head and looked at Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao nodded, got up straight, and wandered around each room one by one, using the method of looking forward to the breath. In the end, he paced back and said to everyone, I'm going to do divination now, old man, Ling Yun, and I invite you all to leave here, at least 100 meters away. The other 3 people in the room now, one is Ling Zhao's father, one is Ling Zhao's son, and the other is Ling Zhao's wife. It can be said that they are all Ling Zhao's close relatives. They are here, and Mo Wudao is worried that it will not count. Allow. It is good. Ling Yun naturally understood what Mo Wudao said. He and Ling Lai looked at each other, and immediately agreed, then the 3 got up and walked out of the house. Let's all go to my backyard. As soon as the 3 of them left the house, Ling Lai said directly that he lived in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family mansion, which was the farthest from here. Ling Yun nodded, and immediately waved to Mr. Chui and Edward, and the group went to Ling Lai's small courtyard. Here, after Mo Wudao confirmed that everyone had gone far away, his face became extremely solemn. He first looked at Ling Zhao's photo carefully for a while, and then picked up 3 copper coins while muttering something. Then he tossed the 3 copper coins in his hand. I don't know what trick Mo Wudao used, but the 3 copper coins kept circling and dancing in the air, colliding with each other, and landed on the coffee table after more than 10 seconds. Puff. As soon as the copper coin fell, Mo Wudao's body trembled violently, he opened his mouth suddenly, raised his head and sprayed out a bloody arrow. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Mo Wudao's big mouthful of blood fell on the coffee table, sofa, and the ground behind the sofa, and it sprayed out more than 2 meters away. The spots of blood looked shocking. Don't look at Mo Wudao's slick tongue, bickering and joking with Ling Yun, but when he really does things for Ling Yun, he is definitely very attentive. After a mouthful of blood spewed out, the corners of Mo Wudao's mouth and chin and Taoist robe were also stained a lot, and his face turned sallow, but he didn't care to wipe it off, and looked directly at the 3 copper coins. Among them, 2 copper coins were interlaced and stacked together, while the other copper coin was left alone. Looking at the direction of the 3rd copper coin, Mo Wudao nodded slightly, thinking that this painstaking effort was finally not in vain. Then he opened his mouth and said in a very weak voice, "Ling Yun, it's all right, you can come here." Mo Wudao's voice was not high, of course he knew that Ling Yun must have heard it. Brush. Ling Yun flew into the air, jumped 100 meters, and landed directly at the door of the house, and then came into the house with a sway of his figure. "No way, are you okay?" Such a person as Ling Yun, ever since Mo Wudao solemnly stated that Ling Zhao's whereabouts were difficult to calculate, he knew that it would definitely cost him a lot to ask Mo Wudao to calculate this hexagram. This is a peeping secret. This affection, Ling Yun remembered it in his heart, but he only asked about it with concern. Look at me like this, do you seem to be all right?" Mo Wudao grinned, looked up at Ling Yun, made a self-deprecating joke, and then said with a chuckle, "However, thanks to you, this blood is not in vain. This hexagram is calculated, at least in terms of physiognomy and divination. In 2 aspects, the realm has made great progress." Ling Yun was grateful, but didn't say much. Just smiled and nodded. While the 2 were talking, Ling Lai had already arrived at the door. When he walked in, he was shocked and dumbfounded when he saw the mouthful of blood. The last one to come in was naturally Ling Zhao's wife Dong Rulan, after she came in. Naturally, the same expression. Mo Wudao staggered and barely stood up. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood from his mouth, and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just peeping at the secrets of heaven, and I've learned some lessons. Heaven's punishment, backlash. This matter is just like Ling Yun's practice, going against the sky. Every time he improves his realm, he has to go through the thunder calamity. The result is not ideal. But it's okay." Mo Wudao knew that everyone was anxious, so he didn't mention those useless things, but said directly, "I threw out these 3 copper coins casually, and they landed in different places. Among them, the direction where the 3rd copper coin is located is the direction where Uncle Ling is now." Mo Wudao used the center point of 2 interlaced copper coins. Towards the square hole in the middle of the 3rd copper coin, a line is drawn imaginary, and that line points directly to the northeast. "Based on the room we stayed in, follow this line to find it. Uncle Ling must be on this line now." Then Mo Wudao kept silent. The other 3 were stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. Ling Yun asked, "That's all? Is it gone? Even if you come out in one direction, without an address, without a destination, let alone how far away, where can you find it?" Mo Wudao's spout of blood was too uneconomical. Mo Wudao said with a sad smile, "If it was an ordinary person, I wouldn't need to spray this mouthful of blood. I can also calculate his exact location, and the error will not exceed 100 meters. But Uncle Ling's karma is too deep, and the secrets of heaven overlap. It's the limit." Ling Lai suddenly said, "Mo Daocheng has worked hard. Don't worry, Yuner. Since Daoist Mo has figured out the direction of the 3rd child, it is better than finding a needle in a haystack. Then our Ling family will follow the map and follow this direction to find it. We must find the 3rd child." Ling Yun pondered and said, "But, now all the major families in the capital are looking for my father. If we search for it on such a large scale, there will be too much noise, and I'm afraid it will be detrimental to my father." What Ling Yun is worried about is not the direction, nor the distance, but the commotion. Since the other party has captured Ling Xiao, they will definitely send someone to watch the Ling family's movements. If you look for someone with great fanfare, won't they change places? Hiding? Once you startle the snake, it will be really troublesome. Ling Lai frowned slightly, obviously, he also thought of this. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Mo Wudao. Can you think of a way to narrow the scope as much as possible? Mo Wudao sighed, shook his head and said, hey, I fell into your hands. Okay, then I'll try, but it's impossible to do divination anymore, I can only measure characters. After Mo Wudao finished speaking, he looked up at Ling Yan. I can't just bleed alone, you should also let some blood out, bite your fingertips, and write any word. Without hesitation, Ling Yan directly raised his right hand, bit his index finger, and after thinking for a while, wrote a bright red word father on the coffee table. He wanted to find Ling Xiao, so he naturally wrote this word. Mo Wudao watched Ling Yan finish writing that word, and his brows were wrinkled into a pimple. The room was silent, no one spoke, waiting for Mo Wudao to speak. That's a good word. Mo Wudao pondered for a long time and finally said, this father and son, there is a character horoscope on the top, and a character on the bottom. Of course, character testing requires dismantling the character, and Mo Wudao directly dismantled the character. This horoscope can be interpreted as the characters forcibly separated. It fits the current situation between you and Uncle Ling. People can't get together, they just can't see each other, and they don't know where to go. So we need to find him. The wording below has two pronunciations. It can be pronounced as E sound or as morning sound. The key to the problem lies in the word E. After Mo Wudao finished speaking, he looked up at Ling Yan, thought for a while and said, when it is read as E, it means proper and stable. This shows that Uncle Ling is still alive, and there is no need to worry about his life for the time being. Hearing this, Dong Rulan's delicate body shook, and it took a lot of effort to stand up straight again. Ling Yan's heart was touched, and he could tell that although Dong Rulan didn't say anything, she was still very worried about her father. But Mo Wudao changed the subject again. The word E is also pronounced morning sound. When pronounced this way, it means repeated governance and punishment. Mo Wudao raised his head and took a deep look at Ling Yan, that is to say, Uncle Ling is in a very bad situation now, and is being tortured repeatedly. Hearing this, Ling Yan was fine, but Dong Rulan, who just breathed a sigh of relief, fell on his back. As soon as Ling Lai raised his hand, he supported Dong Rulan's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Rulan, as Ling Xiao is a man of the Ling family, suffering a little is nothing. Then he looked at Mo Wudao, Master Mo, please continue. Mo Wudao looked at the three people in front of him, with a look of embarrassment on his face, that is to say, the current situation of Uncle Ling is that he is alive, but he is suffering from various tortures, and we must rescue him as soon as possible. Because Dong Rulan was present, what Mo Wudao said was very cryptic and not straightforward, because the word E had another meaning, and he didn't say it out. The word E also means to cut, such as Yitzao and Amai, which means to cut grass and wheat, which means that Ling Zhao's suffering is torture by cutting. Of course Mo Wudao would not say this kind of thing unless he saw it with his own eyes. Once he said it, he was afraid that the three people in front of him would not be able to stand it. Wouldn't it be alarmist? After all, it's just a word test. So he just said that Ling Xiao must be rescued as soon as possible. Ling Yan asked in a deep voice, what about the address? We measure the characters to find out the approximate location of my father. Mo Wudao said, don't worry, I'll say this now. The word X is a cross, because if we are looking for someone, it can be understood as a kind of terrain. This kind of left and right graphics often represent veins on the map, and veins can only be mountains, so if my calculations are correct, Uncle Ling should be in the mountains now, and it should be the junction of the two mountains, or in the valley between two mountains. After saying this, Mo Wudao spread his hands slightly, I can only narrow down the approximate scope of where Uncle Ling is. Mo Wudao really tried his best. Wudao, thank you, this is already very good. Now that the direction of Ling Xiao is determined, it is in the northeast direction here, and it is the junction of two mountains. Just open the map and follow the direction of that line to find the mountains, especially the junction of the mountains. Find Ling Xiao. From the Ling family's ancestral house, all the way to the northeast, pointing directly at the Yanshan Mountains. How many mountains can there be on this road? The range of Lingyun's spiritual consciousness can cover 1,000 meters away. Even if it is the most stupid way, you can find it with a blanket search. Of course, the premise is that Mo Wudao's fortune-telling and word-testing are correct. Master Mo, no matter whether you can find my third son or not, you are the benefactor of my Ling family. Thank you very much today. Ling Lai watched Mo Wudao's performance, and thought that the people Ling Yun made friends with were indeed not ordinary people. He was almost 80, how knowledgeable was that? Unexpectedly, Mo Wudao nodded again and again, but couldn't find a word of rebuttal. Mo Wudao hurriedly stood up, clasped his fists at Ling Lai politely, and said respectfully, Mr. Ling, I was busy with business just now, so I didn't take care of presenting to you. Please forgive me. Ling Yun and I are good friends. Naturally, I will do my best to deal with his affairs. I really feel ashamed when you say that. Don't look at Mo Wudao's slick tongue and never giving in to Ling Yun at all, but he never surpassed the things he should do and the etiquette he should have. Grandpa, you don't have to be polite to Mo Wudao, just treat him like me from now on. Summoning Ling Yun's soul and finding Ling Xiao. After completing the two tasks, Ling Yun has long regarded Mo Wudao as a life-and-death friend. What he said just now was actually announcing that Mo Wudao was his brother. Otherwise, can Ling Lai treat Mo Wudao the same as him? Grandpa, it's not too late, then we will do our best to find my father. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun spent so much effort, spying on the heavenly secrets, through Mo Wudao, and finally found a little bit of Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Of course, he must be rescued as soon as possible, there is no delay. Because, if Mo Wudao's direction is calculated accurately and the character test is correct, then Ling Xiao's current situation must be extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao must have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Ling Lai pondered for a while, nodded and said, worry is to be anxious, but we still need to discuss this matter carefully before we start to act. Before you arrived, I had already asked everyone in the yard to leave. Now there are only a few of us here. Let's go to my room now and have a good discussion. Ling Yun has been in the Ling family's ancestral house for so long, and he has already used his spiritual sense to find out. Indeed, there is no one else in the Ling family's ancestral house now, except for these few people. It seems that old man Ling Lai also understands in his heart that Ling Xiao's whereabouts are very important. He is not at ease with anyone, and has already sent everyone away. Including Ling Zhen and Ling Yu, they were all driven away by him, let alone others. Ling Yu nodded, followed Ling Lai, and was about to walk outside. But at this moment, Dong Rulan suddenly said, Father, I want to have a few words with Ling Yun alone. Just as Ling Lai walked to the door, he paused when he heard the words. He slowly turned his head and looked at Ling Yun. His eyes were very clear, and he was asking what Ling Yun meant. Ling Yun didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Then he heard Ling Lai say in secret, Yuner, Grandpa knows that today's scene is very embarrassing for the three of us, but Grandpa has a few words that should not be said, and I still want to tell you. Ling Yun said directly via voice transmission, Grandpa has something to say, but it's okay to say it. Ling Lai said seriously, Yuner, since Rulan married your father back then, no matter what, she was the wife your father was marrying, and besides, I know that she has had a very hard life over the years. After a pause, Ling Lai seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then said solemnly, if Grandpa's prediction is correct, since Rulan was confirmed to be pregnant with Xia Xue, your father has never touched her again. Roland, in fact, she is also a hardworking person. It's our Ling family. I'm sorry for her. After saying this sentence, Ling Lai turned around directly. Stride away. Ling Lai's words just now were naturally encrypted by sound transmission, and they were only spoken to Ling Yun alone, and it was impossible for others to hear them. Ling Yun was shocked when he heard this. Especially the last sentence to Ling Lai. Ever since Dong Rulan became pregnant with Ling Shui, her father never touched her again. As the saying goes, knowing a son is better than a father, Ling Lai's words can't be faked. 18 years. What is the concept of 18 years? Dong Rulan must be only 40 years old this year, and she married Ling Xiao when she was around 20. Ever since she was pregnant with Ling Shui, she has been a widow for 18 years. A woman, from the age of 20 to 40, is the most beautiful age. She has a husband and normal needs, but she has spent the best 18 years of her life in this way. Ling Xiao to Yin Qingxian. How affectionate is it? Correspondingly, how cruel was he to Dong Rulan? Even, how cruel was Ling Xiao to himself? Ling Yun began to feel sorry for this beautiful, dignified, weak and ordinary woman after getting up. Just for a while. Ling Lai had already brought Mo Wudao, Cui Lao, and Edward out of the third courtyard and went straight to his own small courtyard. Ling Yun turned around slowly, looked at Dong Rulan who was wiping the blood on the tea table, and felt a sigh in his heart. This woman. Really innocent. Ling Yun, sit down first, I'll clean up the blood. Seeing Ling Yun turning around, Dong Rulan said slightly flustered. Aunt Dong, don't be too busy. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Ling Yun didn't sit down either, but spoke directly. Dong Rulan's body froze, she stopped the movements of her hands, she raised her head, and took a deep look at Ling Yun. You and your father really looked alike when you were young. This was Dong Rulan's opening remarks, and then she immediately said, I know everything about your father, you, and your mother. When talking about Ling Yun's mother, Dong Rulan seemed to use a lot of energy. Presumably, you know all about the past by now. Your father is a rare gentleman in the world. When he married me, he had already told me clearly. He told me that in this life, as long as love your mother alone. But I'd still like to marry him. Dong Rulan said this very seriously, then blushed slightly, and said, Your Ling family is very kind to our Dong family. I met your father a few times when I was a teenager. At that time, he was the proud son of heaven is the most watched figure in the entire capital. Needless to say, Dong Rulan's love for Ling Xiao was deeply rooted at the age when her love affair first started, and she couldn't extricate herself. Ling Yun is a junior, of course it is impossible for Dong Rulan to say the next words to him, but Ling Yun naturally understands. Hey, it's all in the past, why should I mention these again? Dong Rulan seemed to be in a daze, she sighed faintly, laughed at herself, and said, I'm keeping you here today because I have something else to say. Ling Yun remained silent and listened attentively. Ling Yun, now you recognize your ancestors and return to your clan. In fact, I have a premonition that there will be a day when you will recognize your ancestors and return to your clan. I have been waiting for this day. You are the son of him and Yin Qingxian. You are very powerful and capable. You are the pride of your parents, and even more so of the Ling family. I also know that my current status is very embarrassing, so I don't expect anything extravagantly now. However, your father and I also have a child, the one you saw in the photo just now, her name is Ling Xue. Ling Yun, if you are really capable, you can bring your father back, rescue your mother, lead the Ling family up and down, and resist the attacks of those people back then. Then, on the day your mother comes back, I will withdraw voluntarily and choose to divorce your father. But Ling Xue is innocent. As a mother, I hope she can live a happy life. I hope you can treat her well. I only have this one request, can you promise me? Ling Yun listened to Dong Rulan's words from the beginning to the end, but he didn't say a word, but his heart was shocked. Xuanhuan said that this woman really understands the truth, she has seen everything clearly and thought clearly. Seeing that Ling Yun did not speak, Dong Rulan thought that Ling Yun would not agree. She felt anxious and blurted out, Ling Yun, Ling Shui is the same father as you after all. Ling Yun suddenly smiled. Red mouth and white teeth, smiling brightly. This was the first time he smiled at Dong Rulan. Aunt Dong. What are you talking about? I came here today not to listen to what you said, but to find out the whereabouts of my father. My father, my mother, and your affairs are matters between you elders, and should be handled by the three of you. As a junior, I have no right to intervene. As for Ling Shui, that's my own sister. You don't need to tell me, I will protect her for the rest of my life and promise not to let others bully her. In the end, Ling Yun insisted on the word sister very strongly, telling Dong Rulan that not only would he treat Ling Shui well. You have to love her like your own sister. Do you still need Dong Rulan to explain it specifically? When Ling Yun returned from Daogui Island, he met Ling Shui for the first time on that boat, and he treated her as his own sister in his heart. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun smiled brightly again, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and asked, Aunt Dong, do you have anything else to do? Dong Rulan's eyes were moistened by Ling Yun's words, and the tears rolled down like broken beads. This child Ling Yun is very sensible. Every word spoke to her heart. Okay. Dong Rulan wiped away the hot tears on her face, said 3 good words in a row, and then said, Auntie, I really can't think of it, you are such a sensible child, then I can rest assured. I can't speak clearly. Things are not clear, once the words are spoken, the great embarrassment will naturally disappear. Ever since Dong Rulan met Ling Yun, the invisible wall of embarrassment between the two made it impossible for them to speak, but now, that wall is completely gone. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely be able to save my father. Besides, I won't let Sister Ling Shui stay in the Shenying team to work. She is only 17 years old and runs around all day. Our Ling family, it's impossible, and it's not safe. Ling Yun was talking, and with a thought, he took out a Polygonum multiflorum, which was the last Polygonum multiflorum he brought out from Shenangjia. Aunt Dong, this is a Polygonum multiflorum plant that has grown for more than 2,000 years. Just a little bit of it can turn white hair into black. Look at my grandfather's situation like this. It's the first time we met, this is a gift from me to honor you. Ling Yun practiced against the sky, and his heart is very hard, but it is for the enemy, and his heart is very soft for his own people. Especially a sensible person like Dong Rulan is simply Ling Yun's weakness, he can't see such a person suffering. If Dong Rulan wasn't such a person, and hadn't behaved like today, even if she showed a little dissatisfaction or resentment after seeing Ling Yun, and made irresponsible remarks as Ling Zhao's wife, Ling Yun would have directly slapped her. But Dong Rulan was not at all. From the beginning to the end, what she did was very decent, which made Ling Yun very satisfied. A good person, a decent woman, but also a poor person, a miserable person, but a sensible woman. For Ling Yun, this is enough. Regarding his father's matter, he believes that his father will solve it by himself, and there is no need for him to point fingers. This is Ling Yun's principle of doing things. No, this gift is too expensive, Auntie can't have it. Dong Rulan stayed in Ling's house for 18 years, and when she heard that the Polygonum multiflorum plant had grown for more than 2,000 years, she naturally understood how precious it was, so she immediately refused. Ling Yun smiled brightly, it's not for outsiders. You can keep it, I'm going to see my grandfather. After speaking, Ling Yun turned and left. Dong Rulan stared blankly at Ling Yun's back, letting the tears flow wantonly on her face. But in Ling Lai's small courtyard, Mr. Ling, who had been eavesdropping all the time, showed a gratified smile on his face. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Grandpa. Ling Yun left Dong Ruolan's room, walked through the five-tiered courtyard with only one leap, came to Ling Lai's small courtyard, and greeted him. "Good boy, you did the right thing. Grandpa is very happy." As soon as Ling Yun entered the room, he saw Ling Lai sitting on the teacher's chair, stretching out his thumb to him and smiling at him. It can be seen that the old man is very satisfied with the process and result of the conversation between the two. The grandparents and grandchildren smiled knowingly. "Grandpa, it's not good to eavesdrop on other people's conversations." Ling Yun sat down on the sofa carelessly, next to Mo Wudao, directly grabbed Mo Wudao's hand, sent spiritual energy into his body, and teased Ling Lai at the same time. "Brat, how dare you talk to Grandpa like that? See if I don't hit you." Ling Lai pretended to pre-fight, but how could he be willing to actually fight? In the past few months since Ling Xiao disappeared, Ling Lai spent every day in worry and anxiety. Now that Ling Yun came, there was a glimpse of Ling Xiao's whereabouts, which relieved the old man's mood a lot. Although the person has not been rescued, but there is a glimmer of hope after all, isn't it? "Hey, being with you guy, I guess this is the biggest benefit, no matter how badly injured you are, just agree." With Ling Yun conveying spiritual energy, Mo Wudao's sallow complexion gradually turned rosy, and the backlash internal injury caused by peeping at the secrets soon healed. "Let's talk business." Seeing that Mo Wudao was fine, Ling Yun immediately withdrew his palm and said seriously, "The only thing right now is how to find Ling Xiao as soon as possible and rescue him from the clutches of the clutches." Elder Cui sat across from Ling Yun, and spread out a map of the capital, including its surroundings, with both hands. This is a large military map. The urban buildings, mountains, rivers, roads, and bridges depicted on the map are all extremely clear, which is far beyond the comparison of the kind of maps that ordinary people buy on the market. At this time, on that map, a straight line has been drawn. The starting point is the third courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house, pointing straight to the northeast. The line is so long that it goes outside the Great Wall. "Fourth young master, this is what I drew just now. This line is the direction calculated by Mo Daochong. This is where we are now. The Ling family's ancestral house." Elder Cui and Ling Xiao had a very good relationship, and when he heard that Ling Xiao was going to be rescued, of course he put a lot of effort into it. He was so anxious that he had already prepared everything. Ling Yun stared at the map, and asked, "Is there no deviation in the direction of this line?" Mo Wudao nodded, "I have seen it, there is absolutely no deviation." Cui Lao said, "Fourth young master, start from our Ling family's ancestral house. Follow this route to the northeast, and the mountains you pass along the way are." Cui Lao's fingers kept moving on the map, and he told Ling Yun in detail. Ling Yun remembered everything in his heart. Within the 7th Ring Road, the line passes through 3 mountains, but they are all independent hills, and 2 of them are still in urban parks. Those 2 mountains were clearly out of the question. Cui Lao also said, "I have analyzed it. These 2 mountains are in the park, so the enemy cannot hide the third master there. As for the mountain between the 6th ring and the 7th ring, it is a dirt mountain. From here, if you go further northeast, you will enter the Yanshan Mountains. This is Yunming Mountain. This is Longyun Mountain. These 2 mountains intersect here. According to our analysis, the most likely hiding place of the third master is here." Cui Lao pressed his index finger on the junction of Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain, and roughly drew a range. The straight line marking the direction on the map just goes through there. Ling Yun frowned slightly. "Is it Yunming Mountain again?" Of course Ling Yun was familiar with this mountain range. Back then, Chao Shanshan was hidden in a cave in Yunming Mountain. Ling Yun traveled over mountains and mountains to find him, so he was naturally familiar with the terrain in that area. However, Ling Yun was able to confirm the location of Cui Lao's finger now. He had never been there, and he hadn't even been there. Because the last time he rescued Chao Shanshan and tracked down Chen Jiangui, Ling Yun used the 1,000 miles of chasing soul incense, and followed a straight line to find it, instead of searching the entire mountain range. I am familiar with this place. There are dangerous peaks, canyons, and torrents. There are many village residents at the foot of some mountains, and there are some houses built in the mountains. Ling Yun looked at the place on the map, and calmly told the general situation in the vicinity. Once the place is confirmed, it will be easy to handle, and the next step is action. Ling Yun turned his head directly and looked at Ling Lai. Grandpa, this matter is urgent. I want to go and look for it now. Ling Lai stood up, bursting out with the aura of the late 8th level, and said in a deep voice, since the scope has been narrowed to such a small area, then there is no need for others to do this matter, we just need to find it. Ling Yun also stood up, but shook his head with a smile. Grandpa, it's just such a small place, I can go there by myself. Ling Yun was afraid that if there were too many people, he would attract the attention of interested people, and he was also afraid that the enemy would find out and startle the snake. Grandpa, I have divine consciousness, and the range of divine consciousness is now within 1,000 meters. Naturally, Ling Yun and Ling Lai had nothing to hide. He transmitted his voice into secrets, which made it very clear. He had divine sense and could detect the enemy's traces from 1,000 meters away, but the enemy couldn't find him. A hint of worry flashed across Ling Lai's expression. Yuner, I'm worried that if you really find your father, you won't be able to handle it by yourself. Ling Yun said with a smile, Grandpa, please rest assured, my father's life is at stake. I will not be reckless. Even if I find my father, if I am not absolutely sure, I will not act rashly. Ling Lai thought for a while, and finally nodded. Then you have to be careful in everything. If you can find your father, tell me first, and I will take him there immediately. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun shook his head again. Grandpa, you'd better not arrange others for this matter, it's useless if you are weak. What I mean is, on our Ling's side, only you and Mr. Cui will go there, that's enough. Since the enemy dared to take Ling Xiao away, they were blatantly opposing the Ling family. Could their influence be so small? If you go below the 3rd level of innate realm, you are probably going to die. Then Ling Yun revealed his plan. I will take Edward tonight, and we two will look for it. After we find it, I will notify you and Mr. Cui, and you will rush to the scene with Pierce and Joyce. In addition, I will let Jester go to the courtyard and wait for my aunt. When the 4 of us, plus 4 blood races, it should be no problem to save my father. Ling Yun, Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, Cui Lao, plus the 4 major blood clans, this combat power is definitely strong enough. If these people can't save Ling Xiao, then it's useless to go with more people, because Ling Xiao is in the hands of the enemy. If you have too many people, if the opponent finds out that they are invincible, they will definitely threaten Ling Xiao's life, and things will become worse instead. Very passive. Okay, then do as you said. After you leave in a while, I will arrange it right away. After Ling Lai heard Ling Yun's plan, he thought for a while and agreed directly. What about me? When Mo Wudao saw that there was nothing to do with him, he couldn't help asking. Ling Yun smiled and patted Mo Wudao's shoulder. It's none of your business to save people, go back to the hotel and sleep well. For things like fighting, Mo Wudao knew that he couldn't help Ling Yun, so he nodded and stopped talking. Ling Yun put Mr. Cui's map in the space ring, and before leaving, he asked Ling Lai secretly through voice transmission, Grandpa, where are the 4 prisoners? Ling Lai said with a smile, Oh, just now I ordered the Qin people to let your 4 blood clans, 1 for each, escort them to the weapon workshop. Only then did Ling Yun feel relieved, and he said with a smile, Okay, then let them come back now, let Paul watch over them, and don't let anyone approach them. After rescuing Ling Xiao, Ling Yun's identity can be disclosed to the public. The first thing he has to do is to deal with Ling Hao. Chen Sen and He San are witnesses. Ling Yun is afraid that Ling Hao will kill him if he finds out. So he had already explained to Elder Chui that, except for Ling Lai, no one was allowed to get close to these 4 people, not even Ling Zhen, the patriarch of the Ling family. For Dong Rulan, Ling Yun can give her an ant every bite, and even give her a meeting gift, but for someone like Ling Hao who wants to kill him, even if it is an uncle or brother, what should I do or what should I do? You respect me 1 foot, I respect you 10 feet, if you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me, no matter who it is, it's the same. This is why Ling Yun left Paul alone to watch over the 4 prisoners. Of course, before Ling Xiao was rescued, these things were insignificant, so Ling Yun didn't even mention them to Ling Lai. Grandpa, it's past 1 o'clock in the morning, and there are at most 3 hours of search time, so I'm leaving first. Ling Yin went to Chen's house at 11 o'clock, and returned to the courtyard at 12 o'clock. After the toss just now, it took another hour, which was more than 1 o'clock. It was dawn at 4 o'clock in the morning, and Ling Yun still had 3 hours to search. Ling Lai patted the shoulder that was afraid of Ling Yun. Son, be careful in everything. After you find your father, even if you see him suffering, you have to be patient. Do you understand? I will arrange everything at home, just waiting for your news. I see, Grandpa. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he waved his hand and took the Marquis Edward with him. The 2 of them shot out of the Ling family's ancestral house in a flash, and fell directly into the dense forest outside the wall. Entering the woods, taking advantage of Edward's transformation, Ling Yun took out the communicator and sent Qin Dongxue a message. Auntie, I'm going to save my father now, you go back to the courtyard now, Jester will wait for you there, waiting for my news. After sending the message, Ling Yun waited for a while, and immediately received a reply from Qin Dongxue, just 1 word, okay. Ling Yun smiled slightly, put the communicator into the interspatial ring, jumped, and his vigorous figure rose into the air, rushed over the treetops, and came to Edward's back. Without waiting for Ling Yun's order, Edward flapped his wings, and the strong wind blew the treetops swaying for a while, shooting straight into the sky at a height of 1,000 meters. Fly higher, so as not to be noticed. After Edward carried Ling Yun to an altitude of 2,000 meters, he flew towards the northeast like an arrow. Ling Yun's goal is exactly the dirt mountain between the 6th and 7th rings that Mr. Chui said. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Just when Ling Yun took Mo Wudao from the courtyard to the Ling family's ancestral house to figure out Ling Zhao's whereabouts, there were also 2 conversations going on in 2 other places in the capital, so I had to confess. Copy address access. Within the 3rd Ring Road, in an extremely luxurious villa, there were 2 people sitting opposite each other on the sofa in the living room. It was Ling Zhen, the patriarch of the Ling family, and his eldest son, Ling Hao. This luxury villa was bought by Ling Hao for himself, so that he can enjoy himself in the bustling area within the 3rd Ring Road. Ling Zhen has been here for a long time, and since he entered the room, he hasn't said a word, just sat silently on the sofa, staring at Ling Hao without saying a word. Ling Hao saw that his heart was trembling. Being stared at by Ling Zhen, Ling Hao fidgeted, and asked tremblingly, "Father, you came to look for me so late, what on earth?" Ling Zhen waved his hand, directly stopping Ling Hao from speaking. He pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "I'm here this time, I have a few things to tell you." Ling Hao immediately stood up, bowed his head and said, "My child is willing to listen to my father's teachings." Ling Zhen sighed, and beckoned to Ling Hao for him to sit down and talk. "It's very difficult for me to stand like this." Ling Hao sat down according to his words. "This first thing, let me ask you again for the last time, did you wipe your ass clean on that one?" Ling Hao's heart suddenly jumped. Of course he knew what Ling Zhen was talking about at the beginning, and it was naturally that he sent someone to assassinate Ling Yun. Starting from Chen Sen, who was looking for the Chen family, to Huang-level killers Li Yi and Jiao Fei, then to mysterious level killers Xian Qi and Xian Jiao, then to Earth-level killers Di Ba, and finally to 3 sky-level killers. The Heavenly Killer Organization Tiandi Xuanhuan had a total of 4 levels of assassins, and Ling Hao hired them all. A total of 5 waves of people assassinated Ling Yun before and after, but they were all resolved by Ling Yun one by one. Ling Yun did not die, but rose against the sky in repeated life and death crises, and successfully rose against the sky. Now of course it was Ling Hao's turn to suffer. Hearing Ling Zhen asking him this suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Ling Hao's body. His eyes were chattering and wandering, and his thoughts flashed. Ling Zhen stared at Ling Hao's eyes, slammed the table suddenly, and said in a deep voice, "Say." Ling Hao was so frightened that his body trembled. He opened his mouth and said, "It's clean. It's very, very clean." "Humph." Ling Zhen snorted coldly, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't leave any clues?" Ling Hao thought hard again. Finally, he nodded his head and confirmed, "My child can confirm that there are no clues left behind." Ling Zhen sneered again and again, "I'm afraid not necessarily." Ling Hao was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Ling Zhen shook his head, and said lightly, "I asked you to go to the Shenying group, and you have been there for almost 2 months. Don't you know that Chen Sen from the Chen family was captured by Ling Yun and taken to Qingshui City?" Ling Hao was sweating frequently, his Adam's apple trembled, and he swallowed hard. "Difficult to say, boy, no." Ling Zhen gradually became stern. "Since you know, then you still said you wiped your butt clean? And you said you didn't leave any clues?" While speaking, Ling Zhen leaned back on the sofa. "Do you think that Ling Yun defeated so many masters of the Chen family in the Sun family's Imperial Food Workshop? Why did he only capture Chen Sen, that trash? Do you think Chen Sen can survive Ling Yun's hands for a few minutes with Ling Yun's means? Do you think Chen Sen will betray you?" Ling Zhen's few light words made Ling Hao speechless. His face was pale, and he was at a loss for what to do. Because there was no need to think about it, according to Ling Hao's understanding of Chen Sen, unless Ling Yun didn't ask about it, but as long as Ling Yun asked, Chen Sen would definitely tell the whole thing without hesitation. Tell Ling Yun exactly. But if Ling Yun didn't want to ask about this matter, why did he take Chen Sen away? Ling Hao's face was pale, and he was dumbfounded. With Ling Hao's IQ, in fact, he had thought of this matter a long time ago, but up to now he was still taking chances, deceiving himself and deceiving himself. When encountering danger with an ostrich, I buried my head in the sand, thinking that as long as I closed my eyes and couldn't see it, the danger would disappear. Ling Hao was in a daze, only to hear Ling Zhen's voice sound again. "Last night, Elder Cui and Ling Xiu came back from Qingshui City on your grandfather's plane, and brought back 4 prisoners at the same time, a family of 12, all left from Ling's other courtyard and returned to their own home. They showed up in public, and everyone is normal." "Ling Hao, do you know what this means?" Ling Zhen had no expression on his face, just looked at Ling Hao indifferently, and asked softly. Ling Hao had been dumbfounded for a long time, and asked blankly, "What does it mean?" Snapped. Ling Zhen struck like lightning, and slapped Ling Hao across the face, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face. He snapped, "What do you mean? Ling Yun is in the capital now. Furthermore, among the 4 prisoners brought back by Mr. Cui, there must be Chen Sen. Also, Ling Yun has already restored the vampires of Chao's family to normal people through astonishing medical skills." Ling Zhen's slap finally woke Ling Hao up. He ignored the burning pain on his face, left his seat suddenly, came to the open space next to him, and knelt down in front of Ling Zhen with a plop. Ling Hao knelt and climbed a few steps, then hugged Ling Zhen's leg. "My child, please father save me." "Humph. Trash." Ling Zhen lowered his head, looked at his son with cold eyes, snorted and cursed. "It's just a daydream if you want to compete for the future head of the Ling family with your cowardly appearance. You are not even as good as your brother Ling Yong." After Ling Zhen cursed a few words, a look of complete disappointment flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, go back to the sofa and sit down, I'm annoyed when you look like a bear. Ling Hao still wanted to beg Ling Zhen for a few words, but seeing Ling Zhen's appearance, he knew that he still had something to say to him, so he quickly gathered his mind and went back to sit on the sofa. This time, he only dared to sit on the side of the sofa, was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe, his face was full of horror. After Ling Hao sat down, Ling Zhen seemed to have calmed down, and instead of being harsh, he said slowly, "Hao, there is something I want to tell you in advance. Our Ling family is about to rise." Ling Zhen's tone was very light, but in Ling Hao's ears, it was no less than thunder on the ground. "Although you dare not go home for a while, I believe that after staying in the Sheniying team for so many days, you will not be ignorant of Ling Yun's deeds. Ling Yun doesn't use our Ling family at all now. With his own power, he can already compete with the superficial power of the Long family and Yi family. In your grandfather's eyes, the future head of the Ling family has long been Ling Yun. This point, let alone you, not to mention the entire Ling family, even me, fully agree. Do you understand?" Speaking of this, Ling Zhen looked into Ling Hao's eyes. Ling Hao tremblingly said, "My child has understood this for a long time, and now I don't dare to covet the position of the future head of the Ling family." Ling Zhen chuckled, "It's good that you understand. Last night, while your grandfather was meditating, I went to the Ling's dungeon. I wanted to see who the 4 prisoners in our dungeon were. However, what I didn't expect was that I, the patriarch of the Ling family, was shut out and couldn't even enter the door of the dungeon." Ling Hao was stunned, and asked, "Huh? Father, you are the head of the Ling family. Does anyone dare to stop you?" "Patriarch of the Ling family, ha 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 ha." Hearing Ling Hao's question, Ling Zhen looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, "My silly son, I didn't expect that you can't even understand this until now. My hard work these years is really in vain. Father was able to take the position of the head of the Ling family, one is because I am the eldest son of the Ling family, and the other is because after the accident in the Ling family, I am the only one in our Ling family who has the 2nd level congenital realm and has the highest martial arts. That's because your grandfather can't help it. He picked the tallest one among the dwarfs, so I can only let me maintain the facade of our Ling family. But what about now? Not to mention Ling Yun, even your grandfather has reached the 8th level innate realm, and Elder Cui has already reached the 5th level innate realm. In the past, Mr. Cui could still listen to a sentence or two of what I said, but now he only listens to your grandfather. Now our Ling family really has the final say. There are only 2 people, one is naturally your grandfather, and the other is Ling Yun. No matter when and where, personal strength has the final say, understand? Last night, I tried to enter the dungeon. If Qin Sen is really in the dungeon, I will take action. Even if I risk offending your grandfather and offending Ling Yun, I will kill him and help you kill someone." Ling Hao was dumbfounded, his eyes were red, he choked up and said, "It's the child who embarrasses the father." Ling Zhen shook his head slightly, and sighed, "This is the last thing my father wants to do for you in order to protect you. Who made you my son?" Unfortunately, Ling Yun was already prepared, and I didn't have any chance. Hearing these words, all the strength in Ling Hao's body seemed to be sucked out, like a deflated ball, his face was ashen. Ling Zhen continued, "Tonight, just now, your grandfather suddenly ordered that all the people in our ancestral house be evacuated. I knew that something serious must happen to our Ling family, so after I came out, I came to find you." Ling Hao asked hesitantly, What's the matter?" Ling Zhen laughed at himself and said, "What else can happen to the Ling family? Ling Yin will go home and find your 3rd uncle." Ling Hao was stunned. Look for my 3rd uncle? Now all the major families in the capital are looking for my 3rd uncle, and our Sheniying team is also looking for it. After searching for so long, we haven't found it. Could it be that Ling Yin will find it as soon as he comes back?" Ling Zhen glanced at his son, and said calmly, "I can't find your 3rd uncle, that's not the point. Find your 3rd uncle, the Ling family will rise. If you can't find your third uncle, or only find your third uncle's body, the Ling family will rise even more, and it will rise very quickly. Son, this is the point, understand? Ling Hao was dumbfounded when he heard that. He thought of himself in an instant, and hurriedly asked, then, father, what should I do now? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Plop. Ling Hao knelt down in front of Ling Zhen again, begging bitterly, Father. The child doesn't want to die, so I beg the father to show the child a clear path. This time, Ling Zhen ignored him, but looked at Ling Hao blankly with sadness on his face, the expression in his eyes flickering. In Ling Zhen's eyes, his eldest son has completely become an abandoned son. Nothing can be done, lose the car and save the handsome. If the fact that Ling Hao sent someone to assassinate Ling Yun is revealed, let alone Ling Yun, even Ling Lai, the ancestral family law of the Ling family, and the current Ling family will not be able to spare Ling Hao. Even if Ling Zhen has the power to reach the sky, he can't protect Ling Hao. Get up for me first, you are the man of my Ling family, what's the matter if you kneel on the ground every now and then? Ling Zhen felt extremely depressed, and berated Ling Hao to stand up and speak. Ling Hao had no choice but to stand up obediently. As a big family, it is normal for brothers to compete for power, and it is also a means for a big family to maintain its long-term prosperity. For example, in the ancient royal family, which prince didn't step on his brother's bones to climb to the emperor's throne? Your grandfather will not fail to understand that. You were the first to find out about Ling Yun's clues, but you didn't report it. Instead, you sent someone to assassinate him. The method was indeed a bit harsher, but because Ling Yun is too strong, it is not an order of magnitude with you, so you lost. A man, if you dare to do it, you must dare to be it. If you lose, you must dare to admit defeat. If you are wrong, you must dare to admit it. After teaching Ling Hao a few words, Ling Zhen suddenly changed the subject. Ling Hao, do you know what the day after tomorrow is? Ling Hao is now in a state of fright and stupidity. He listened to Ling Zhen's question suddenly, and thought hard for a long time, but he didn't remember what an important day the day after tomorrow would be. I had no choice but to answer honestly, my child forgot. Ling Zhen said indifferently, the day after tomorrow is August 20th. That is, on the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, our Ling family will worship our ancestors. The 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar is the Hungry Ghost Festival. On this day, the gates of hell are opened, according to tradition. Every family has to go to the grave to worship their ancestors, and a big family like the Ling family does it every year, never once. If my predictions are correct, Ling Yun will definitely be there on the day of ancestor worship. In other words, the day after tomorrow at the latest. Ling Yun's identity as a descendant of my Ling family will be revealed to the public. The Ling family worshipped their ancestors. Naturally, everyone in the family had to be there, at least all the males had to be there, so no matter how much Ling Hao wanted to hide, he couldn't hide. Thinking of meeting Ling Yun, Ling Hao was so scared that his calves turned. He swallowed hard and asked Ling Zhen, Father, then I? It would be a lie to say that he is not afraid, now Ling Hao is in front of his father. He can't be a hero, he just wants to save his life. Ling Zhen sighed, raised his hand lightly, and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 paths. First, no matter what evidence Ling Yun finds out, or what he gets from Chen Sen, you can deny it to death. Deny it to death. Because after all, you have never personally dealt with him, and you have also erased some traces. Now the Chen family and our Ling family have a sworn feud. Either you die or I die. The Chen family will naturally use all means to deal with us. You can just say that Chen Sen was assigned by the Chen family. Framing you. After saying the first point, Ling Zhen immediately said the second point. Secondly, from now on, you can go to see your grandfather at any time and tell him everything about you and Ling Yun. Admit your mistakes to the old man and ask him for forgiveness. If you do this, it can be considered that you have repented and dared to act. You are the eldest grandson of the Ling family. Your grandfather has loved you since you were a child and has been nurturing you with all your heart. As the saying goes, a tiger does not eat its son. You are the grandson of his old man. Seeing you admit your mistakes, maybe he will spare you. Oh, by the way, haven't you been flattering your third uncle all these years? It would be even better if Ling Yun could save him. Your third uncle is a first-class gentleman in the world. He has a hard face and a soft heart. He will definitely not just let Ling Yun kill you. As for me, don't even think about it. With Ling Yun here, if I protect you, you will die faster, but if your grandfather and third uncle protect you, maybe you can live. After all, it is true that you want to kill Ling Yun, but he is still alive and well, right? Ling Zhen, the head of the family, was definitely not for nothing. He was eloquent, and he analyzed everything thoroughly for Ling Hao. Ling Hao asked hesitantly, then, what about the third one? The third rule is very simple, just one word, escape. You run away now, I won't stop you, the farther you run, the better. However, if Ling Yin wants to overturn the case, I, as the head of the Ling family in name, will be the first to declare my position and arrest you. Moreover, everyone in the Ling family I won't let you go. From now on, you can only die in exile, and what happens in the future depends on your own fate. If you think you can escape from Ling Yun's grasp, you can escape now. After Ling Zhen finished speaking, he didn't say another word. He looked at his son indifferently, giving Ling Hao enough space to think. Even if Ling Hao has become an outcast, Ling Zhen has clearly analyzed these 3 ways for him, without any concealment. Talking about his own life and death, Ling Hao's eyes flickered, and he repeatedly calculated in his heart. Forget about the third one, escape? Ling Zhen had told him that the Ling family was about to rise. If the Ling family ordered him to be killed, where could he escape? Moreover, he was desperate, and every day was precarious. He couldn't bear that kind of suffering, let alone live a day like that. It is impossible for Ling Hao to escape. If he escapes, it will be tantamount to not calling on himself, and if he absconds in fear of crime, he will definitely die. So, is it to refuse to admit it, or to plead guilty? These are obviously 2 completely opposite paths. If you don't admit it, you will be stubborn to the end. To plead guilty is to tell all your sins, and you have to say it in advance. The later, the worse it will be for him. However, if he really wanted to take the blame, even if Ling Hao survived, he would be completely finished in the Ling family in the future. Ling Yin had the final say in the future of the Ling family, and he tried to kill Ling Yin time and time again, so what will he do in the future? Thinking of the fact that after he pleaded guilty, the entire Ling family hated him, looked down on him, and was cast aside. Without the appearance of any status, Ling Hao shuddered in his heart. In Ling Hao's heart, there is not much difference in the end between absconding in fear of crime and pleading guilty. This is judging others by oneself. Ling Hao himself is this kind of person, that's why he thinks so. So he forgot another point, the members of the Ling family are all passionate. As the saying goes, you can't leave your brother even if you beat him to death. Got it wrong, what else can the Ling family do to you? At most, it is to abolish martial arts and drive him out of the house. So Ling Hao gritted his teeth and made up his mind, and chose the first option. Father, I have made a decision, I will not admit it. I don't believe that Ling Yin can do anything to me. Ling Zhen froze, and sighed deeply in his heart. Since you want to decide your own destiny, Father won't say anything. However, you have to think about it. If you choose this path, you will stand completely opposite Ling Yun. If you can't beat him, you know what is waiting for you. When the day comes when the matter is revealed, Father will definitely intercede with you. However, it will definitely be useless. This time, Ling Hao knelt on the ground respectfully and kowtowed 3 times to Ling Zhen. Father, it's the child who is incompetent, which makes you worry about it. However, one person is responsible for everything. If the child really can't beat Ling Yun this time, and if the child loses again, please don't plead for me, Father. I am willing to let the family deal with it, will definitely not implicate Father. It seems that Chen Jingtian was right, the filial gene of the Ling family. It is engraved in the bone, it is flowing in the blood, this point, he is sure. Ling Zhen finally got up, came to Ling Hao, and pulled him up from the ground. Get up, get ready for the next 2 days, wait until the day of worshipping the ancestors, and see what Ling Yun really wants. Father's position in the Ling family is already in jeopardy. There is only so much I can help you with. Pulling up Ling Hao, Ling Zhen's face was gloomy, his eyes flickered, no one knew what was going on in his heart. At the same moment, in the eastern outskirts of the capital, in the dense forest of the mountains, a beautiful and graceful black figure was walking through the night. She tapped lightly on the treetops with her bare feet, and she was only 100 meters away. Her movements were fast, like a wisp of green smoke. After the black figure rushed several thousand meters in an instant, it finally stopped helplessly. She stood barefoot on the top of the tree, following the ups and downs of the branches. The black gauze skirt wrapped around her body was fluttered by the mountain wind, and she looked around. Hey, I lost it again. This woman is none other than the demon sect saintess, Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, looking at the lightness kung fu, it must be Aunt Qingyao, but why does she always refuse to see me? After pausing, Yi Xingchen stretched out again and went to another place. 3 minutes later, her figure appeared in front of an ordinary house, glanced around, and floated into the hospital. Slave Xiaomei pays homage to the young master. In this courtyard, there is also a stunning woman in black gauze. The difference from Yi Xingchen is that she is not masked, it is Xiao Mimi. Get up. Yi Xingchen glanced at Xiao Mimi, and blinked her big beautiful eyes. Did Ling Yun touch you? Xiao Mimi's delicate body trembled. Report to the young master, no. Yi Xingchen showed doubts on his face, it shouldn't be. Every time Ling Yun sees me, he always asks about your situation, but now you have been back with him for 10 days, and you can resist touching you? Why? Xiao Mimi lowered her head and said, I don't know, but, he is very busy now, so he probably doesn't have such thoughts. Yi Xingchen was puzzled for a long time, and finally shook his head and said, forget it, let's ignore this matter. Xiao Mei, have you confirmed now, is Ling Yun a descendant of the Ling family? Xiao Mimi replied, reporting to the young master, this matter, the servants still dare not confirm it. Yi Xingchen frowned and said, he came back by plane with Ling Xiu from the Ling family and Cui Zhongwu. Didn't he tell you anything? Xiao Mimi's delicate body trembled again and she shook her head. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, I understand, Ling Yun doesn't believe you now. Xiao Mimi's heart was shocked, and she answered with difficulty, yes. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. If Xiao Mimi could choose, if she had to choose again, she would rather not come back. At least not back like this. She can escape back, then Ling Yun will feel sorry for her, get angry for her, and seek justice for her. She can also wait for Ling Yun to rescue her, then she can lie in his arms like Chao Shanshan and watch him fight for her, or they can fight side by side. Even, she would rather be killed by Yi Xingchen or someone from the demon sect. In that case, she will definitely be missed by Ling Yun for a lifetime. Only, Xiao Mimi didn't want to come back like this, even if she was unscathed, even if she was more beautiful, even if she appeared at the ribbon-cutting ceremony of Tiandi Group and gave Ling Yun a big surprise. But after the surprise, it was left in the cold. In fact, it can't be regarded as being indifferent, because Ling Yun has never deliberately avoided her no matter what he does these days. Xiao Mimi's basic necessities of life were well arranged by Ling Yun. she could watch, listen, and observe Ling Yan's affairs from the sidelines. What's more, Ling Yan's trip to the capital didn't include Ling Xiao, the eldest sister of the Ling family, who returned from the same city. She only brought 3 women with her, Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, and her, Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi knew that Ling Yan had so many women in Qingshui City, almost every one of them wanted to follow Ling Yan to the capital. Qin Dongxue is Ling Yan's aunt, so it doesn't count if she goes out, but Chao Shanshan has to come because of the Chao family's affairs. Therefore, Xiao Mimi was the only woman that Ling Yun deliberately brought to the capital, which inevitably made her feel sweet. Even Ling Yan's 10 people who rescued Chao's family did not let Xiao Mimi avoid them. However, at least up to this moment, Xiao Mimi was extremely clear in her heart that from the moment she came back to see Ling Yun, until now, she could never walk into Ling Yan's heart again. Of course, Xiao Mimi would not naively think that Ling Yun brought her to the capital this time because he had a soft spot for her. Maybe Ling Yun has something to ask her, and it is even more likely. Maybe to keep an eye on her. Ling Yun was surprisingly calm and restrained in front of Xiao Mimi. There was no sweet talk, no intentional greetings, and no one even asked her what she had experienced or who she had met after being kidnapped by Yi Xingchen. What martial arts have you learned, and what is your current state? Ling Yun didn't ask a single question. Xiao Mimi could tell. In terms of trust, she is now in Ling Yun's heart, not to mention incomparable to Qin Dongxue and Chao Shanshan, even Mo Wudao. Xiao Mimi has no father and no mother, and became a killer of heaven. She met Ling Yun because of an assassination mission, and after she was captured by Ling Yun, she won Ling Yun's approval because she fought side by side with him once again. Her status was no higher than Zhuang Meifeng's. But when Ling Yun asked her and Zhuang Meifeng to meet Qin Qiuyue at Villa No. 9 in Qingshui Bay, Xiao Mimi knew that after going through all kinds of hardships, she finally got into Ling Yun's heart. Then Ling Yun disappeared, Zhuang Meifeng had an accident, and Xiao Mimi was taken away. Come back now, everything is different. This kind of pain is hard to bear. What exactly is Ling Yun going to do, what is his purpose, and what is his plan when he comes to the capital this trip? Xiao Mimi didn't know anything. What she knows is what she saw, and the rest can only be guessed by herself. Of course Xiao Mimi knew why Ling Yun did this to her, because she was abducted by Yi Xingchen and trained in the main altar of the demon sect. Then came back unharmed. And Xiao Mimi knew better about her current identity, she was the servant girl of the demon sect Saintess Yi Xingchen. Given a choice, Xiao Mimi would rather kill herself than die, even if the people from the demon sect did not abuse her and taught her to practice martial arts to elevate her realm. But Xiao Mimi accepted it silently, because she had something to hide and had to obey. Because someone told her that if Ling Yun was really from the Ling family, then the last generation of demon sect Saintess, Yi Xingchen's master, was Ling Yun's biological mother. Yi Xingchen was the only disciple of the previous generation of the demon sect Saintess, and the previous generation of the demon sect Saintess had already said that if Yi Xingchen wanted to marry in this lifetime, she could only marry her son. In other words, Yin Qingxian raised Yi Xingchen as her daughter-in-law. If Ling Yun is really a descendant of the Ling family, then Yin Qingxian is Ling Yun's biological mother, and Yi Xingchen is Ling Yun's real wife. How dare Xiao Mimi not agree to the orders of these two people? So Xiao Mimi is now willing to bear the humiliation, just to wait for one thing to be confirmed, that is Ling Yun's identity. If Ling Yun is that person, all the suffering she has endured will eventually pay off, and everything will be happy. If Ling Yun is not, then she is willing to commit suicide and die for Ling Yun. But now, Ling Yun doesn't trust her, Yi Xingchen still can't confirm Ling Yun's identity, Xiao Mimi is caught between these two people, the pain can be imagined. On this side, she couldn't betray Ling Yun, on the other side, she had to obey Yi Xingchen's order, Xiao Mimi was enduring suffering. It's painful, isn't it? Yi Xingchen looked at Xiao Mimi, who was trembling all over, with a half-smile in her bright eyes. Xiaomimi bit her lip and said tremblingly, yes. Yi Xingchen suddenly raised his slender neck, looked up at the night sky, looked at the quiet night sky, sighed and said, me too. If Ling Yun is not a descendant of the Ling family, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Hearing this sentence, Xiaomimi suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Xingchen for the first time. She suddenly smiled charmingly. He said word by word, if he is not, if you want to kill him, you have to kill me first. Xiaomimi did not call herself a slave this time. For Ling Yun, she can bear the humiliation as much as she wants. She doesn't care if Ling Yun is a descendant of the Ling family. If not, she feels at ease. Anyone who wants to kill Ling Yun has to step over her corpse. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, and said teasingly, hey, if you dare to talk to me like that, aren't you afraid that I'll be jealous? Xiaomimi sneered and said, when you arrested me back then, I was not afraid of death, but I was afraid that you would be jealous. Seeing Xiaomimi's appearance, Yi Xingchen's smiling branches trembled. He leaned forward and back together, and said, okay, I know you have a deep affection for him, and I also know that you are not afraid of death, but before confirming Ling Yun's identity, let's say that there is nothing wrong with it, any sense. Xiaomimi nodded in agreement. Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped his smile, straightened his face, and asked, so, what's Ling Yun's plan now? And you don't even know what he's doing? Xiaomimi said, I don't know. Yi Xingchen said lightly, I have 3 things to do when I come to the capital. The first thing is to confirm Ling Yun's identity, the second thing is to kill 2 people and take control of the capital branch of the Heavenly Killing Organization, the third thing is to find someone. That person is my master's personal servant girl, the person who led Ling Yun to escape from the main altar of the demon sect, called Qingniao. Ling Yun's identity is unknown now, but this does not hinder the cooperation between me and him. If I want to attack the Tiansha capital branch, you can tell him for me, and let him come to see me. If Ling Yun is my master's son, then everyone will be happy, if not, then the joy will be great. Xiaomimi, tell me, could Ling Yun be my master's son? Xiaomimi was silent for a long time, and finally shook her head, I don't want to guess. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, okay, it's almost time, I have other things to do, you go back first. Remember to keep in touch with me at all times. After finishing speaking, Yi Xingchen twisted her tender body and left the house. Xiaomimi was stunned in place, 2 lines of tears fell silently on her glamorous and charming face. After a long time, she murmured to herself, Ling Yun, what is your identity? Do you know that I don't want to endure this kind of pain for a day? So, is Ling Yun a descendant of the Ling family? No need to ask, at this time, Ling Yun was standing on the back of Marquis Edward, searching for his father Ling Xiao. Edward, pay attention to always keep a distance of about 500 meters from the ground. At an altitude of 500 meters above the ground, Ling Yun took his mobile phone, turned on the map software on the mobile phone, turned on the navigation, and flew northeast along the route he had set. Because he was looking for someone, Ling Yun didn't let go of any clues, even the 2 mountains in the park. Ling Yun used his spiritual sense to investigate. Now Ling Yun has searched the dirt hill, between the 6th and 7th rings, but found nothing. He is flying to the outside of the 7th ring. Dayong Mountain, Huashan Mountain, all the way to explore. Ling Yun has entered the boundary of Huairou, and further outside, there are lofty mountains below, and the rolling Great Wall has been reflected in Ling Yun's eyes. After crossing the majestic Muxianyu Great Wall, and further to the northeast, there are Shantanjiu and Baiquan Mountain. Ling Yun occasionally stops to open the map to take a look, and then continues to search. During this search, Ling Yun flew strictly in the direction calculated by Mo Wudao, without any deviation, because this is the continuous Yanshan Mountains, the place is really too big. Moreover, Ling Yun fully believed in Mo Wudao. He believed that Mo Wudao would be accurate in his calculations. The reason is very simple, if Mo Wudao's calculations are not accurate, he will not suffer backlash, spying on the secrets, only if the spying is successful will he suffer backlash. Going forward, it will be Yunming Mountain. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, Lingyan came to the sky above the southwestern foothills of Yunming Mountain. As for Yunming Mountain to the northeast, it is naturally Longyun Mountain. This area is the intersection of the two mountains that Mo Wudao pointed out through the character test, and it is also the most likely place where Ling Xiao was imprisoned. Lingyan told Edward to stop, looked at the navigation on his phone, and confirmed that he was on that line now. Both Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain are scenic areas, but Lingyan looked at the map and found that the line passed through are all dangerous peaks and high cliffs. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary tourists to come to these places. Fall down, land 100 meters away from the top of the mountain, and fly close to the mountain. Lingyan ordered decisively. Of course he must search the area in front of him carefully. In this kind of place, as long as there are houses or caves, they are the targets that Lingyan must explore. While Lingyan was worried, the blood in his body began to boil, and there was a hint of excitement in his heart. Because the moment Ling Xiao was found, as long as Ling Xiao was rescued and father and son recognized each other, his identity would no longer need to be concealed. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At the northeastern foothills of Yunming Mountain, there are dangerous peaks everywhere, deep mountains and dense forests everywhere, and on the opposite side are two dangerous peaks of Longyun Mountain. Copy address access. These 7 or 8 perilous peaks form a ring, forming a large basin in the middle. It is said to be a basin, but that is relative to the peak of the mountain. Compared to the sea level, the altitude of this basin is also more than 700 meters. This kind of place is what people often say is the real deep mountains and old forests, which are inaccessible all the year round. But right here, there is a deep courtyard. This courtyard faces south and is built on the hillside. Even if the area is compared with the Ling family's ancestral house, it won't differ too much. To build such a house in this kind of place, it is of course impossible to bring building materials in from the outside, but to use local materials directly. The main materials are rocks and wood. But even so, it would take a lot of manpower and material resources to build such a house here, which shows how powerful the owner of the house is. Here, of course, is the headquarters of the Demon Sect's Heavenly Killing Organization, the capital branch. In this big mansion, there are now more than 100 killers of the Heavenly Killing Organization, and there are also 8 killer kings. The Heavenly Killing Organization, from the 1st level to the 6th level, is collectively called the Heavenly King. These people are used to assassinate people from the ancient martial arts sect and the hermit family in China. And once the Heavenly King breaks through the innate 7th level, he will automatically become the King of Assassins. These people will only be dispatched when there is a major event in the Heavenly Killing, or when they want to assassinate some sect guardians, elders, or heads. Otherwise, they usually live here all year round, responsible for managing and training those killers. In addition to these more than 100 king-level killers and 8 killer kings, there are also 2 leaders of the capital branch of Heavenly Killers. The 2 chief and deputy commanders are called Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan respectively, and they are the other 2 sons of Xikong II. Now, Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan were sitting outside the secret room where Ling Xiao was imprisoned, drinking tea leisurely, waiting for their father to come out of the secret room. Brother, Xikong Wuji went to Qingshui City to deal with Ling Yun. It has been more than a month, and there is still no news. Do you think he died? Xikong Wuhan has a majestic figure. It was the size of a bear. He was wearing a black suit, and his muscles were knotted and bulging like a dragon. With indifferent eyes, he asked, while drinking tea. Of course he used sound transmission to enter the code. Xikong Wuqing, Xikong Wuji, and Xikong Wuhan, although they are all sons of Xikong II, are not born to the same mother at all, so there is almost no affection between them, talking about each other's life and death. It's the same as talking about a stranger. You ask me, Who should I ask? Anyway, I have arranged for people to investigate for more than a month, but nothing has come of it. There is no news at all, from the Hudong branch. Xikong Wuqing was also dressed in a black outfit. He was tall and thin, with disheveled hair. With a blank face and sharp eyes, he said lightly. After finishing speaking, Xikong Wuqing snorted coldly, "Humph. He wants to covet the dark blood demon knife? We have so many heavenly sons, and he wants to become the devil's lord and our boss. Even if he really dies, he is courting death. I don't know if he's dead or not, but..." As Xikong said ruthlessly, he raised his chin lightly, pointed towards the door of the secret room, and said with a sneer, "The one inside is already crazy now." Xikong Wuqing was not called for nothing, even his father didn't bother to call Sakongtu in the secret room. The expression on Xikong Wuhan's face was somewhat gloating. Yin Yang said strangely, "Hey, he brought his rival here, because of the big lump in his heart, but now a son is missing. It's strange if he isn't crazy." Xikong Wuhan teased their father, then changed the subject and asked, "Brother, you said the old man called us here suddenly today, what's the matter?" Xikong Wuqing frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I heard that there are many things. You know one thing, that old opponent who has fought against him for 18 years, hidden dangers are still there, and he came to him again these days. Half a month ago, killed many of our heavenly king-level killers, before and after." Xikong Wuhan chuckled and said, "Hey, life and death go hand in hand gu, this woman has given her life for Yin Qingshuan's son." Speaking of this incident, Xikong Wuqing was also very moved, shaking his head and said, "Yes, as for the mating Qingxian brought out, this blue bird is naturally the strongest. In order to keep Yin Qingshuan's evil seed, she did not hesitate to use the demon explosion to protect her. The law of the body, hugging the old man and falling off the cliff to die together, and planting the life and death companion gu on the old man, this kind of ruthlessness, even we can't compare. Women from Miaojiang are ruthless." Xikong Wuqing emphasized again, then smiled and said, "However, although the old man has been tortured by her for so many years, she is not much better. Not only the meridians of the whole body are retrograde, but the face is completely destroyed, and the whole person has become crazy. The only obsession in her heart is to chase and kill the old man. I guess she doesn't even know who she is now. This blue bird can't beat the old man, but Yin Qingshuan's true inheritance of her lightness kung fu has been passed on. It's really great. Her body skills are better than ghosts. Once she escapes, the old man can't catch up with her, so he called us over. If she dares to come again, the old man wants the two of us to help, and the three of us will work together to kill her in one fell swoop." Xikong Wuhan heard this, and nodded with a smile. "Well, it's fine to kill him, it's clean and tidy. Otherwise, the old man will probably be completely driven crazy by her." "Then, what about other things?" Obviously, Xikong Wuhan had absolute confidence in the three of them working together to kill the blue bird, so he casually said something before asking other questions. Xikong Wuqing said indifferently, "The other two things, which are more important, are for the two of you. One is Ling Yun, that scoundrel, and the other, of course, is Yi Xingchen, that rambunctious hoof. Ling Yun has risen strongly in Qingshui City, but his identity is unknown, but according to my estimation, 99% of him is the evil seed born by Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. In the past few months, Ling Yun has suddenly risen like a comet against the sky, defeating the 8 great sects of Huaxia, and Yi Xingchen has put aside his business and frequently appeared in Qingshui City." "What does this mean?" Xikong Wuhan made a cruel sneer like a jackal, "That is to say, if Ling Yun is really Ling Zhao's son, then he will definitely come to the capital to recognize his ancestor and return to his clan, and once he recognizes his ancestor and returns to his clan, Yi Xingchen will completely stand by his side, then." Xikong continued ruthlessly, "Then. It's the time when the Ling family is truly extinct." A cruel sneer flashed across Xikong Wuhan's face, "Hee hee, no wonder the old man asked us to come back at this time. Brother, let's make an agreement first. After we wipe out the Ling family, Yi Xingchen's hoof is mine. You don't grab me. Xikong Wuqing turned his ears sideways, listening to the muffled groans coming from the secret room. There was a happy smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, I'm not interested. At this time, in the secret room next to the two, Ling Xiao was naked and nailed to a cross made of wood. His hair was disheveled. He had already been tortured to the point where he was inhuman. That's right, the whole person was nailed to the wooden cross with 20 centimeters long steel nails, and the whole person was nailed to the wood forcibly. Ling Xiao's hands, palms, 2 arms, and 2 legs, as well as the insteps of both feet, nails were nailed on. The big steel nail passed through the belt, bone and flesh, and was firmly nailed into the wood behind. Ling Xiao couldn't move. For more than a month, he has been eating, drinking, and drinking in this state, and the whole secret room has already been filled with stench. Ling Xiao's lower jaw, it had already been picked off by Xikong too, and his dantian was sealed at the same time. It was impossible to kill himself by biting his tongue or cutting off his meridians. At this time, Ling Xiao was all over his body. There is no complete place on his body anymore, even the originally handsome and extraordinary face, the skin of the flesh cut by the knife is rolled outwards, and as he trembles in pain, the bloody rotten flesh hangs there non-stop dangling. The face is like this. Ling Xiao's appearance can be imagined. There are stab wounds everywhere. It is often the old wound that has not healed, and the skin is cut open again in an instant. As long as it is not a vital place on his body, it is the same, and there is almost no good piece of meat. And pain is just one of them. You know, in the past more than a month, but in summer, this house is located in the mountains and forests, so mosquitoes are indispensable, especially at night. Ling Xiao is covered in flesh and blood, and he still has to bear the bites of mosquitoes. The itching and pain of the blood-eating flesh are even more endless torture. Now if ordinary people come in and see Ling Xiao's appearance, the timid ones will definitely be scared to death. This secret room, where it is still in the world, is simply a skinning hell. But even so, Ling Xiao still couldn't die, because the person tormenting him was Xikong Tu, who was born on the 9th floor. Hiss! Xikong Tu stretched out his hand, and forcibly tore off a piece of flesh from Ling Xiao's shoulder, and said with a sinister grin, he, Ling Xiao, how does it feel to be hacked into pieces by me? After taking my medicine every night, I can't move even if I'm burned, and I have to bear the bites of countless mosquitoes and ants all over my body. Is it so good? Yes, there is still one place on Ling Xiao's body that is fine until now, and that is his lower body. In order to torture him, Xikong Tu arranged for someone to give him medicine every night, and give him the antidote in the morning, once a day. Chi. Xikong Tu grinned grimly, stretched out both hands, and pulled out the 2 steel nails that had been nailed to Ling Xiao's elbow, puffed twice, moved another inch, and stuck them in again. Ling Xiao finally let out a muffled groan, and he shook his hair with difficulty, his tiger eyes weeping blood, staring at Xikong Tu. Stare at me. Humph. Xikong Tu grinned grimly, and said cruelly, if you dare to rob a woman from me, this will be your fate. As he was talking, he lowered his head, stared at Ling Xiao's lower body, and said with a smile, it doesn't hurt here, does it? It's hard to hold back, right? Hey, don't worry, let you feel good for a few more days, and then I will cut it off and feed it to the wolves. See, Xikong Tu, you will definitely die. Ling Xiao's eyes were about to burst, and he used all his strength to curse every single word. Xikong Tu laughed wildly, hey, I don't know how I died, but your Ling family is going to be wiped out soon. Let me tell you. At this moment, Xikong Tu, who was surrounded by a cloud of black mist, suddenly stopped speaking, and turned to look outside the courtyard. At this time, in a dense forest outside the house, a thin black figure, with a black veil, appeared there like a ghost. Humph. The haunted soul is still there, Bluebird. Today I, Xuanhuan, want you to come and go. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, left Ling Xiao alone, and walked to the door of the secret room, opened the door and walked out. Ruthless, no hate, follow me. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Well, it's all big, orgasm, and tide. You can vote monthly. If the monthly pass is strong enough, it will explode again tonight. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, who were outside the secret room, had already sensed that someone was coming, and they both stood up already. Xuanhuan didn't seem to take the visitor seriously at all. He stretched lazily. Father, what should we do here? Xuanhuan smiled coldly. Don't worry, he won't die. I'll deal with him when I come back. Obviously, there are 8 killer kings, and more than 100 king-level killers in this deep house compound. Xuanhuan is not worried about whether Ling Xiao will be rescued, but whether he will die or not. Who? Ah. 2 heavenly king-level guards at the innate level discovered the trace of the Bluebird, and just asked a question, and were immediately killed by the Bluebird's 2 palms. Humph. Bluebird, I will kill you tonight. Xuanhuan was furious, he yelled, and rushed out of the door first, then twisted his tall and thin figure, and rushed to where the Bluebird was wrapped in a cloud of black mist. Brother, go kill someone, let's go. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up when he thought of killing someone, and he flew out after Xuanhuan. It's true that there is a way to heaven, you don't go. A look of playfulness flashed across Xuanhuan's sharp eyes, and he also flew out, even faster than Xuanhuan, who came first. The Bluebird instantly killed the 2 of them, saw Xuanhuan rushing out, followed by 2 people rushing out. She didn't fight, stretched her figure, turned her head and left. Bitch. In the past 18 years, the Bluebird has tossed Xuanhuan so many times, otherwise Xuanhuan would not be so crazy. He snarled, used his lightness kung fu to the limit, and headed in the direction where the Bluebird was going. Just chased after it. Brother, there is a cliff ahead, let's block her on both sides. It is good. I go to the left to outflank. Although Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan don't live here for a long time, they often come to deal with things, so they are very familiar with the terrain in this area. That's it. 1 first and 3 later, Qingyao led Xuanhuan, father and son. As he fought and walked, he got farther and farther away from the house. Hey! There are sounds of fighting and shouting ahead. At this time, Ling Yan had just flown over a dangerous peak and arrived at the northeast foothills of Yunming Mountain. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was the darkest time before dawn. There was complete silence in the deep mountains and old forests. Coupled with the openness of the valley, the sound naturally spread far away. As soon as Marquis Edward flew over, Ling Yan heard the sound. With a move in his heart, he immediately pushed his spiritual consciousness to the limit. Then, he was shocked to see that in this deep mountain and old forest, there was actually a deep house. Ling Yan followed a straight line and came all the way from the southwest across the mountains, except when passing through 2 scenic spots. The farmyards and other ordinary farmhouses he saw were random thatched wooden houses. This was the first time he had seen such a deep house. Coupled with the sound of shouting and fighting in this valley, with Ling Yan's IQ, if he still can't guess Ling Xiao, he will be imprisoned here. That's not Ling Yan anymore. That's Mo Wudao, the calculation is really accurate. Ling Yan secretly praised, and quickly told the Marquis Edward through voice transmission, I found it, it is the compound, do you see it? It is in the dense forest at the front and lower, you have to land slowly. Don't be noticed. The Marquis Edward nodded. He looked in the direction of the house, then silently landed straight against the dangerous peak, and then approached the house almost close to the treetops. Ling Yan is here to save people, not to fight. The fights of others have attracted the attention of the people here. Although he is grateful, he doesn't bother to care about it. At least until Ling Xiao was found and rescued, Ling Yun was not in this mood. The mountains were undulating, and once the Marquis Edward landed, the house could not be seen. Fortunately, the direction was right, and the two flew closer and closer. 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Ling Yun always put his spiritual consciousness to the maximum, and soon, that house reappeared in the range of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness. Fuck, there are so many masters hidden in this house. Thousands of meters away, although Ling Yun couldn't hear the breathing of those people, his spiritual sense could detect their clothes and even their every move. The Marquis Edward was afraid of being noticed by the opponent. He flew more and more slowly, flapped his wings lightly, and dived forward for more than 200 meters. The whole house immediately entered the range of Ling Yun's consciousness. The next moment, Ling Yun's eyes were about to burst. Fuck you. In the secret room of the deep house, Ling Zhao's miserable appearance was instantly reflected in Ling Yun's mind. Now, Ling Xiao has been tortured to the point where he is inhuman. If you just look at it, even if Ling Lai is standing in front of Ling Xiao, it is difficult to recognize who is in the secret room. But Ling Yun didn't just look at it, but judged it, because Ling Xiao was the only prisoner in the entire compound of the deep house. If that wasn't Ling Yun's father, Ling Xiao, who else could it be? Seeing his biological father being tortured like this, Ling Yun's soul trembled and trembled, the blood in his body boiled instantly, and his eyes immediately turned red. Calm down. Be sure to be calm. Ling Yun, let me tell you the fuck, you must calm down. Ling Yun's eyes were full of tears, his hands clenched into fists, his nails dug into his palms deeply, blood flowed out. Edward, stop flying and land. At a distance of 700 meters from the deep house compound, Ling Yun stopped Edward from flying, and the two fell into the dense forest silently. Saving people is the most important thing. Ling Yun forcibly suppressed his passion and anger, and tried his best to calm himself down as soon as possible. Ling Xiao wants to be rescued, and even more so, there must be no one left here, and all of them will be wiped out. This was the decision Ling Yun made the moment he saw Ling Xiao. Of course, there must be a clear order. This deep house compound was heavily guarded to such an extent, no matter how fierce Ling Yun was, he would not dare to rush in. Because as soon as the enemy sensed his arrival, he would definitely put a knife on Ling Zhao's neck. He couldn't be faster than the enemy. At the same time, Ling Yun also thought that among the two fighting parties, one of them must be the one that imprisoned his father, and the other party, no matter who the other party is. They all helped him a lot invisibly. Because Ling Yun noticed that the door of the secret room was open, and there was no one around Ling Xiao at all. This is an opportunity. Only at this time, it is Ling Yun's initiative to sneak in quietly, rescue Ling Xiao first, and fight or leave at that time. And Ling Yun understood better. Opportunities are fleeting. Edward, you are so. Ling Yun thought for a moment. Direct voice transmission into the secret told Edward in detail the location of the secret room where Ling Xiao was, and then told him what to do. The next moment, in the dark night, Edward turned into an inconspicuous little bat, fluttered out of the dense forest, and flew towards the house. It must be inconspicuous, because it is in the mountains and forests in summer. It's normal to have bats. Bats eat insects, and they are mainly mosquitoes. There are the most mosquitoes in the mountains and forests. 1 or 2 bats flying in the sky will not attract anyone's attention. Watching Edward fly away, Ling Yun took out the communicator without hesitation. He sent 2 messages directly. Grandpa, I have found my father, follow the plan. Be quick. Auntie, come here. The sooner the better. After sending the 2 messages, Ling Yun did not put away the communicator, but walked silently for another 300 meters towards the courtyard. Then he turned on the positioning system of the communicator. Put the communicator behind a hidden rock. The function of this kind of communicator is very powerful, and the signal is far beyond that of ordinary mobile phones. As long as the positioning system is turned on, Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue and others will definitely be able to come here at the fastest speed. It is only 400 meters away from the deep house compound, Ling Yun is sure. By the time Ling Lai and the others arrived, he had already rescued Ling Xiao. The house would be in chaos, and they might not be able to see it. After doing this, Ling Yun took a light breath, and began to use body skills, walking through the dense forest. His figure was as fast as a ghost, but without a trace of wind. This is the ultimate movement technique of the phantom fish dragon step, shapeshifting, and Ling Yun, who has practiced Qi at the first level, is almost teleporting when he uses it. Ling Yun's target is naturally the backyard of the deep house compound, which is also the highest building, the secret room where Ling Xiao was imprisoned. At this time, the bat transformed by Edward had already arrived above the building. With a deft turn, he seemed to have found a mosquito. With one swipe, it shot into the building. The three of Sekontu, father and son, all came out, and the other killers of the Heavenly Killing Organization saw the enemy coming, and they were all carefully guarding the front yard at this moment. Of course, no one would care about such a small bat. After Edward successfully entered the house, his purple eyes blinked, and with a slight flap of his wings, he rushed into the secret room where Ling Xiao was. However, after he entered, he did not immediately rescue Ling Xiao, but directly threw himself on the wall of the secret room, and then remained motionless. This is the first step of Ling Yun's plan. First, let Edward enter the secret room where Ling Xiao is, to protect Ling Xiao's safety and prevent any changes. Edward is the pinnacle of the Marquis, and his true strength is no less than that of the masters at the early stage of the 9th level of innate. This is still a way to challenge the opponent. Moreover, he is extremely intelligent and can fly, so he can protect Ling Xiao's safety, so he is naturally worry-free. In his consciousness, seeing that Edward had successfully flown to his father's side, Ling Yun's tense nerves relaxed a bit. At this time, Ling Yun had already arrived at the backyard of the mansion. He held his breath, retracted the range of his consciousness to within 30 meters, and came to the edge of the wall outside the secret room with only one shift. The range of spiritual consciousness narrowed, and naturally became extremely condensed in an instant. Ling Yun opened his mouth sharply, and with a thought, a blue shadow flew out, swaying in the wind, and turned into a flying sword more than 1 foot long and 1 inch wide, standing in the air. Then Ling Yun gathered his voice into a thread, and said to Ling Xiao in the secret room, "Father, don't be surprised, baby Ling Yun, come to rescue you." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took out the dark blood demon knife from the space ring, cut a big hole in the stone wall several times in a row. Ling Xiao is right in front of him. Ling Yun rushed to Ling Xiao's side in a flash. With tears in his eyes, he shot like lightning, quickly pulled out all the steel nails on Ling Xiao's body, and then grabbed a large number of 6th-level healing talismans. Touching Ling Xiao's head and face, as well as Zhou's body, he quickly pasted the healing talisman all over Ling Xiao's body. Ling Yun swept his consciousness, to confirm that there were no omissions. He suddenly opened his mouth and said softly, "Come on." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The 6th-level healing talisman is already dead. Using the 6th-level healing talisman, new flesh and blood can grow from a white bone. As Ling Yun approached with a violent shout, the healing talisman that almost covered Ling Xiao's whole body simultaneously exerted a healing effect, and the terrifying wounds on Ling Xiao's face and body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In recovery, the healing talisman not only has the effect of healing wounds, but also has the functions of washing wounds, clearing sores, removing toxins, etc. Therefore, the filth and mosquito toxins in the wounds on Ling Xiao's body are also cleaned up. Clean. Muscles healed, severed blood vessels were reconnected, though severed nerves began to function again, meridians returned to normal, Ling Xiao's skin returned to smoothness. The effect of the 6th level healing talisman is very overbearing and powerful, but no matter how fast the healing is, it still takes a certain amount of time. But Ling Yan's shout was not a sound transmission, but a violent shout directly from his mouth. As soon as this violent shout came out, his whereabouts were immediately revealed. Who? No, someone broke in. Who dares to break into the sky at night and kill the headquarters? Following a burst of noisy and ups and downs of surprise, there were dozens of figures passing by the yard and came directly to the outside of the building. At this time, Ling Xiao is still in the process of healing. Of course, Ling Yun doesn't want to expose Xingzong, so he can use talismans. The sound of coming is an inevitable way to communicate with the world and let the talismans work. If you call quietly, those healing talismans will not change in any way. However, since Ling Yun dared to expose Xingzong, he was naturally not afraid of being exposed. Edward, go to the door and block the door. Protect the law for me. Good boss. As soon as Ling Yun came in, Edward immediately completed the transformation, from a small bat to the strongest fighting state of a humanoid bird. Edward at this time. He was nearly 1 foot tall, with purple-blue skin all over his body, and his lavender wings were slightly spread behind his back. With a blue face and long fangs, he looks like a demon god who came out of hell. Boom! Edward broke through the door of the secret room directly. Then with a dash, the tall body blocked the door of the building. As soon as Edward appeared at the door, he immediately saw a crowd of people in the yard outside, each holding a sword and about to rush in. He appeared suddenly, and his terrifying appearance directly shocked the killers who rushed over, and the few killers who rushed in the front suddenly stopped. Edward didn't care whether the other party was afraid or not, and he directly acted first. In the name of the Lord, grant me the power of darkness. Blood arrows. Boom! A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded in Edward's hands, turning into 5 or 6 poisonous blood arrows, and the first few people shot at them in a fan shape. Ah! 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 The few killers who rushed to the front were caught off guard and didn't even have time to dodge. They were directly shot by blood arrows, and at the same time they let out several screams, staggering and falling to the ground. All this happening at the door. They were all reflected in Ling Yan's consciousness. He knew that Edward could stand it for the time being, so he began to concentrate on treating Ling Xiao. Father, please be patient. Ling Yan supported Ling Xiao carefully, seeing that the wounds on his body had almost healed, and then he shot like lightning. Touching Ling Xiao's chin, he gently lifted it up. There was only a soft sound of ka-bung. Ling Xiao's chin, which was removed, was successfully restored by Ling Yun. Yuner, let's go, this is not a place to stay for a long time. Ling Xiao's jaw closed and he was finally able to speak. He kept looking at Ling Yun. The tiger's eyes were full of tears, but the first sentence was not about himself, but for Ling Yun to leave this place as soon as possible. Now that Ling Xiao is already by Ling Yun's side, Ling Yun has no worries anymore. He is now full of anger and pride. Father, let's not go. I'll cure you right here, and let's see how the child avenges you. Is Ling Yun the kind of person who suffers? Ling Xiao suffered such ordeal, since he saw it, how could there be any reason not to take revenge immediately? As he spoke, Ling Yun frantically circulated the xuanhuan mantra, and the huge xuanhuan true qi in his body poured directly into Ling Xiao's body. After the fierce and domineering xuanhuan zhenqi entered Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao's sealed dantian and meridians burst open, and the acupoints on his body were naturally unlocked. Of course, Ling Xiao practiced the xuanhuan scriptures. The xuanhuan zhenqi of father and son came from the same source. At this time, the xuanhuan zhenqi entered the body, not only did not have any repulsion, but also immediately transformed into one place, and began to travel through Ling Zhao's meridians. The new injury has healed, and Ling Yun is using his spiritual energy to treat Ling Zhao's old illness. Of course Ling Yun knew that Ling Xiao cut off his meridians and abolished his martial arts 18 years ago. His internal injuries have never healed. Can cultivate to the 5th level of the acquired state. Ling Yun, who is in the middle stage of qi training, has a vast and majestic spiritual energy in his body, which is like a vast ocean, flowing continuously. He circulates and condenses his spiritual consciousness, and directly inspects Ling Zhao's body. It's like seeing it with your own eyes, and the disease is cured by hand. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth tightly, cold sweat broke out on his face, but he suppressed the pain so as not to groan. I'm sorry, father, the child is too impatient. The true qi in Ling Yun's body is really too strong. Ling Xiao is only at the 5th level of acquired cultivation now. Such a powerful true qi travels through the meridians, and he has not regained his vitality, so he can't bear it. Ling Yun knew what was going on at a glance, and quickly slowed down the speed of instilling Zhenqi. However, after this period of treatment, the old illnesses in Ling Zhao's body have recovered to a minimum. At least the dantian and meridians are no longer broken. At this time, the healing talisman attached to Ling Zhao's body has completely disappeared, and it has completely turned into healing spiritual power, and Ling Zhao's trauma has all healed. There is not even a scar left on his body, and his skin is like new life, fresh and smooth as a baby. This whole process sounds slow, but it is actually very fast, only 3 minutes. Father, let me wash your body first. Ling Yun took out a clear water talisman, raised his hand and placed it on top of Ling Zhao's head, and said again, come on. A huge blue water polo appeared out of thin air above Ling Zhao's head, and with a splash, it poured over Ling Zhao's whole body from top to bottom. Ling Yun was afraid that using a clean water talisman would not clean the water, so he immediately used another one to confirm that Ling Zhao's body was thoroughly washed, and then circulated the pure yang qi, and the hot Zhen qi quickly evaporated Ling Zhao's body. In the end, Ling Yun took out another 6th-level cleansing talisman, and hit Ling Xiao directly on the head. Ling Xiao was instantly refreshed, sweeping away the gloom, as if he had changed into a different person. Under the treatment of Ling Yun's powerful spiritual energy, coupled with the effects of the clear water talisman and the pure God talisman, all the potency of the medicine that Sikong Tu gave Ling Xiao had already been eliminated, and everything in Ling Xiao returned to normal. Ling Yun didn't shy away from it, and directly stretched out his hand to copy Ling Xiao from the secret room to the outer room, leaving the stinking place. Then, Ling Yun took out another set of Wu Jing Demon Silkworm Night walking clothes from the space ring, complete with hat, shoes, and socks, and said to Ling Xiao, please change your clothes, father. Good boy. Seeing Ling Yun's actions, Ling Xiao was shocked, but he felt more at ease, knowing that Ling Yun must have confidence in coming here to save him, so he nodded and began to put on clothes one by one. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun are about the same height now, about 1.83 meters, and the clothes fit them just right. Boom! A large hole was punched out of a stone wall, and a black-cloaked killer rushed in through the hole. Disturbing my father's dressing, courting death. Ling Yun's expression turned serious, his sword eyebrows frowned slightly, and with a thought, the blue shadow flying sword suddenly flew out, and disappeared in a flash, scoff. It went straight through the man's throat. The black-cloaked killer spurted blood wildly, clutched his throat, his eyes popped out, and fell to the ground, dying of breath. Since Ling Yun's Qingying flying sword started to move, there was no reason to stop. After passing through the killer's throat, under Ling Yun's control, it flew out of the big hole. Chi chi chi. The Qingying sword vibrated and sang softly, and it was as fast as a black lightning in the night. As soon as it came out of the yard, it pierced the throats of the 3 killers again. Qinjiangjian killed 3 people in a row, and the hundreds of king-level killers outside the courtyard couldn't see where the enemy was for a while, and they were all a little dazed, frightened and alert. In this way, the pressure on Marquis Edward, who was blocking the door, was naturally greatly reduced, and his spirit was greatly lifted. The Ling family in the capital, Ling Yun, is here. From now on, within 2 feet of the door, kill without mercy. Ling Yun's icy voice was transmitted word by word, and it was clearly sent to the eardrums of every killer in the Deep House compound. With Ling Yun guarding him, Ling Xiao is completely safe, Edward can fly, and Ling Yun can let his father leave at any time. Now that father and son recognize each other, Ling Yun finally doesn't have to hide his identity anymore. What? The Ling family in the capital? Ling Yun? Ling Yun is indeed from the Ling family. As soon as Ling Yun said this, there was an uproar in the courtyard. The shadow of the famous tree, Ling Yun's brilliant achievements in the capital and Qingshui city have already spread throughout the ancient Chinese martial arts world, and now he is the first time to report his family, which immediately shocked the crowd of killers. After the uproar, there was silence. These more than 100 killers are now leaderless, and it seems that Ling Yun is the one who saved them, so they don't know what to do. Bang. Among the killers, a black-clothed and masked killer king fired a flare into the night sky in silence. The signal bomb went straight through the sky for 200 meters, and exploded suddenly, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Ling Yun sneered, he was waiting for this moment. Edward out of the way of the door. Father, please go out with the child. Tonight, father and son will fight side by side. Ling Xiao had already put on his clothes at this time, and his whole body was completely new. With a smile on his face, he nodded to Ling Yun. It is good. Facing more than 100 killers in the courtyard, Edward had no fear on his face. He rushed out of the door and came into the courtyard. Ling Yun and Ling Xiao, the father and son, looked at each other and smiled, and walked out side by side. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun didn't kneel and kowtow to Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao didn't ask Ling Yun anymore. They were biological father and son, connected by blood, which was enough. What's more, now is not the place to talk, let alone the time to talk. Now is the time to kill. 7 or 8 minutes had passed since Ling Yun broke into the secret room to save Ling Xiao. Ling Yun counted the time silently in his heart, thinking that it was almost time. The straight-line distance from here to the Ling family's ancestral house is only 80 kilometers. It has been 10 minutes since Ling Yun sent a message to Ling Lai and Qin Dongxue. According to the flying speed of Jester and the others, they will definitely arrive here in 20 minutes at most. In other words, in 10 minutes at most, his reinforcements will arrive. Ling Yun leisurely strolled to the outside of the courtyard, took 3 or 5 steps forward and stood still, facing the dark crowd in front of him, calm, but there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Hearing the commotion here, all the killers from the Heavenly Killing headquarters in Beijing, including the 8 kings of killers, and more than 100 killers at the level of kings, have all come here at this time. Most of them are dressed in black, cyan, or gray samurai outfits, holding various weapons such as swords, guns, swords, and sticks. Most of them gather in the courtyard, and a small number of them stand on the roof or wall, concentrating on guard. As if facing an enemy. Counting the one who died in the house, there are already more than a dozen king-level killers dead here, lying in a pool of blood. As soon as Ling Yun and his son came out, the two sides formed a confrontational situation. There are more than 100 assassins on Tiancha's side, and Ling Yun's side has only 3 people including Ling Xiao, who is at the 5th level of Hotian. However, Ling Yun is very calm, because he has seen this kind of scene too much. From the Battle of Fishing Turtle Island, to the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs of the capital, to the rescue of Chao Shanshan at Yunming Mountain, and then back to the battle at Xianrenling in Qingshui City, the battle at Longmen Mountain, and the battle at Villa No. 1. Has Ling Yun ever faced more than 100 enemies? What's more, Ling Yun has now reached the stage of qi refining. Although it is only the first level of qi training, compared with the peak of the 9th level of body refining, there has been a qualitative change. Rotate. In the Dantian, the yin and yang qi spurt out and generate themselves endlessly. A steady stream. His spiritual consciousness is condensed, pure and powerful, and another drop of divine essence has been condensed between his brows. What's more, there are countless pills in the space ring. More than a dozen bundles of 6th-level combat talismans, and the dark blood demon knife. Plus Feijian Qingying. It can be said that below the peak of the 8th level of Xiantian, there is no one who can combine with Ling Yun. Now Ling Yun stood empty-handed, and Feijian Qingying stopped in the air 1 meter in front of him. It was this hand. It was only then that everyone in the heavenly killing group on the opposite side was completely shocked. Flying sword. Supernatural powers. At this time, the 3 assassins who were killed by Qingying instantly and fell to the ground in a pool of blood, the blood in their throats was still gurgling out. The heavenly killing group includes more than 100 super killers, including the 8 kings of killers, and no one dares to come within 2 feet of Ling Yun at this moment. Ling Yun glanced at everyone in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched, showing a contemptuous smile, and said lightly, "This is the Tiansha group, the capital branch, right?" Still no one dared to speak. "I came here tonight to save people, not to kill people. I also know that. Most of the killers here have no grievances or enmities with me." After a pause, Ling Yan's expression turned cold. "But, someone here has arrested my father. So, I now announce that the heavenly killing group, the capital branch. From this moment on, it will be gone." Brush. The dark blood demon knife suddenly appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. Ling Yan moved, he held the dark blood demon knife, and started to move forward, just walking normally, strolling in the courtyard. Ling Xiao naturally followed closely behind, and the Marquis Edward was at the end. Needless to say, Ling Yan knew that he had to do his best to protect Ling Xiao comprehensively. Under the control of Ling Yan's mind, the Qingying sword began to kill all directions. Swipe, swipe. Feijian Qingying opened the way ahead, shuttled back and forth like lightning, and quickly pierced through the flesh and blood of 7 or 8 people in the midst of appearing and disappearing. The killer of the heavenly killing group never expected that Ling Yun would kill as soon as he said it. 7 or 8 people fell to the ground moaning. A killer who practiced hard work tried to block the flying sword with his hand, but his arm was cut off by the unparalleled green shadow sword, and then his throat was pierced. Someone wanted to knock the Qingying sword into the air with the weapon in his hand, but the Qingying sword seemed to have eyes, dodged around and pierced through his body again. Ling Yun manipulated the flying sword with his thoughts, so what moves were needed? The Qingying sword flew up and down, coming and going freely, and soon beheaded 5 or 6 people. The courtyard is full of super killers, but no one can resist the sharpness of the Qingying sword. Fuck, how can you fight this? This is a magical power, it can't be stopped at all. Those who were not attacked by the Qingying sword had already lost their courage. They were in a mess and retreated in panic. Some people began to hide quietly in the distance, for fear of being targeted by the Qinjiangjian. Did you run away? Ling Yan kept walking, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and swiped the dark blood demon knife infused with cold and true energy to the left. The dark blood demon knife sent out a icy blade, like a black rainbow, instantly cutting off 4 or 5 heavenly king-level killers in front. Ling Yan handed the dark blood demon knife to his right hand, and then moved his mind again, took out a 6th-level fire amulet from the space ring, raised his hand and swung it out in a rainy way. Pro. Bang 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 bang. More than a dozen 6th-level fire talismans fell into the crowd in front of them, and exploded with a bang. Countless arms and limbs were blown away, but was also blown away by the blast wave. Ling Yan walked 7 steps forward. There were already 30 or 40 people dead or injured. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Tigers join the sheep. In this way, there is no need to worry about Ling Zhao's safety at all. Everyone wants to hide away. How can anyone dare to think about Ling Xiao, who sneaked behind Ling Yan? What's more, behind Ling Xiao is a blood marquis who looks like a demon god. Ling Yan didn't walk fast, so Ling Xiao was able to keep up. He watched his son's invincible performance, dumbfounded in shock. Ling Yan's medical skills, Ling Yan's flying sword, Ling Yan's sword, Ling Yan's fire charm. This son is simply against the sky. This is still a fight, isn't this just chopping melons and vegetables? It's like a giant broke into the kindergarten, killing whoever it sees, and killing whoever it wants. In the name of my lord, grant me the power of darkness, the spear of blood. Seeing the majesty of his master, Ling Yan, Edward felt itchy, so he directly used blood to melt a red spear more than 4 meters long, and followed behind to make up the knife. When you see someone who is not dead, just shoot them directly, leaving 2 more holes in the opponent's body. Give you a good thing to use. As Ling Yan walked forward, he took out the blood yuan bead, threw it directly to the Marquis Edward behind him, and said casually, "Swallow it in your mouth, and then you will know how to use it. Let's suck blood tonight." The Blood clan practiced the art of blood control, and with the help of the blood element beads, it would definitely make Edward even more powerful. When Edward saw the blood yuan bead, his eyes lit up immediately. He grabbed it and swallowed it into his stomach, and then he was pleasantly surprised to find that his ability to control blood had become several times stronger in an instant. Puff! The blood spear stabbed a seriously injured killer to death again. Most of the blood in that killer's body was sucked out instantly, and injected into the red spear. The spear became thicker obviously. The blood race can use the blood in the body to transform everything, but there is one thing, the more the blood is used, the less it is, but now, Edward has the blood yuan bead, and it is reversed, the more it is used, the more it is. A vampire at the pinnacle of Marquis is not afraid of blood loss, so what is there to be afraid of? Evil eye. Edward was as big as a copper bell, with slightly purple eyes, and stared at the 3 killers who were watching him retreat in horror. The 3 killers were caught in the attack instantly, each raised their swords, chirped and hacked at the people beside them. Ling Yan smiled slightly, took 3 steps forward, and killed another 10 people. Within 15 meters of Ling Yan's body, the green shadow flying sword flew back and forth with lightning, and Ling Yan's fire talisman shot out towards crowded places one after another, with Edward, the Marquis of the Blood race behind him making up the knife. The speed of killing was really similar to cutting leeks. A lot of scythes. Ling Yan walked out more than 10 steps, and nearly half of the king-level killers of the Heavenly Killing Group were dead. Marquis Edward's bloody spear also became longer and longer due to the continuous blood-sucking, reaching 6 meters. Where he walked, there was no living person within 6 meters. Heavenly Killer listens to the order, "Don't worry about the injured, the others retreat to the front yard. Wait for our commander to come back." 4 people swooped down from the roof, standing in a fan shape, blocking Ling Yan's body. This is the king of 4 killers. "Humph, are you finally willing to come down? You are the ones waiting." Ling Yan no longer cared about those who were retreating. He held the dark blood demon knife, and performed apparatus. Slash the universe with a knife. Ling Yan turned into 4, as if he had become 4 people in an instant, came to the side of the 4 killer kings, and slashed at each of them. Each knife has a force of 10,000 caddies, the force is heavy, and the knife roars, people in the distance can't even open their eyes. Ling Yan turned back in a flash, as if he hadn't moved at all, and kept walking slowly forward. 4 kings of killers, who were born at the peak of the 7th level, were cut in half by Ling Yan. Ling Yan returned to Ling Xiao, and took 2 steps forward. The bodies of the 4 people were separated from each other, and the viscera were scattered all over the ground. Edward, clean up the battlefield. In the name of my lord, sour arrow. Edward fired more than a dozen acid arrows, shooting to death all those people who fell to the ground in this yard, but survived. So far, in the courtyard where Ling Xiao was imprisoned, everyone was dead, and there were more than 50 corpses lying around. Ling Yun passed the corpses of the 4 killer kings and walked slowly to the gate of the next courtyard. He ignored the frightened birds in front of him, turned his head and said to Ling Xiao, "Father, you are imprisoned here by them. Today, father and son, you have to walk out of here openly. Gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Yunner, the man who arrested my father, is called Seekong Tu. He was the former heavenly son of the demon sect, and he is also one of the biggest enemies of our Ling family. However, 18 years ago, Seekong Tu had already reached the 8th level of innateness. Now that I think about it, for my father, he must have reached above the 9th level of innateness. Therefore, don't be careless and be careful. It was he who tortured his father like that. Just now he seemed to be lured away by an enemy who had been entangled with him for many years. Someone sent out a signal flare. I guess he will come back after seeing it. Seeing that Ling Yun is so powerful, Ling Xiao was relieved, but at the same time, he did not forget to remind Ling Yun who the real enemy is. Seekong Tu? When Ling Yun heard this name, his body froze suddenly. He immediately thought of the night of heavy rain 18 years ago. According to Master Xuanji of Lingjue Temple, that night, Qingniao, the maid of his mother Yin Qingxian, was chased and killed by Seekong Tu all the way to Lingjue Temple in Qingshui City. He was the one who abolished his own male veins. He was the one who hunted down the blue bird 18 years ago. It was he who abducted his father and tortured him so badly. Seekong Tu is not dead? Instead of being surprised, Ling Yun was overjoyed, because he finally had a chance to kill his enemy. But, since Seekong Tu is not dead, what about Aunt Qingniao? An enemy who has been entangled with Seekong Tu for many years? Not good. Ling Yun's heart was suddenly anxious, and he immediately thought, since Seekong Tu is not dead, then there is a high possibility that the blue bird is not dead, so who could be the person who lured Seekong Tu away just now? Thinking of this, Ling Yun raised his skill to the limit without any hesitation, and shouted loudly, "Seekong Tu, Ling Yun from the Ling family is here. By the way, your useless son, Seekong Wuji, is here with me. Hands! This dragon, hell!" The roar of the tiger and the chant of the dragon, in this quiet night, is like thunder on the ground. It resounds through the sky. Seekong Tu! Seekong Tu! Ling Yun's voice. It filled the entire valley in an instant, and sent countless echoes from the surrounding dangerous peaks. Ling Yun knew. With Seekong Tu's realm, he can definitely hear him shouting like this. In fact, while Ling Yun was killing people just now, he could still vaguely hear the sound of fighting and shouting from far away, but he thought that the heavenly killing group must have countless enemies to assassinate everywhere, and it is normal for sects or families to seek revenge. As the saying goes, it's none of your business. Although Ling Yun will definitely go to help, but that will have to wait until the people here are killed. But now it's different. Because he felt that the person who inadvertently lured Seekong Tu away was probably Qingniao. Without Blue Bird, there would be no Ling Yun. An enemy who must be killed, and a benefactor who must be repaid. How could Ling Yun allow Jade Bird to have an accident? So he called out without hesitation, and directly called out his name. He also said that Seekong Wuji was in his hands. Ling Yun believed that Seekong Tu would definitely hear it, and after hearing it, he would definitely drop everything and come here quickly. The person Seekong Tu wanted to kill back then was not Qingniao. It was Ling Yun. Edward, the plan has changed. Listen, from now on, you don't need to kill people, just protect my father with all your strength. If you really feel that there is danger, you have to fly away with my father without hesitation. Do you understand? After Ling Yun yelled at Seekong 2, he immediately sent an encrypted voice transmission to Edward, giving instructions. Please rest assured, boss, Edward will protect your father's safety with his life. Of course Edward remembered the purpose of coming here tonight, so he quickly agreed. Father, you and Edward are waiting here. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stretched out his figure and landed directly in the front yard, appearing in front of a group of killers like ghosts. Slash the world with anger. Holding the knife in both hands, Ling Yun slashed down in the air, and the terrifying knife turned into a black knife curtain 20 meters long. Chi. With a single slash, the 7 or 8 people standing within 20 meters in a straight line in front of Ling Yun were all split in half by Ling Yun. A huge crack more than 20 meters long was split open in the ground under the feet in front of it, as if it had been torn apart. How mighty and overbearing is this knife? Slash the universe with a knife. Ling Yun was still holding the saber in both hands, and he slashed to the left and to the right respectively. These 2 sabers cut down more than a dozen people. Qingying, kill. Someone flew up and wanted to escape. Ling Yun's mind moved, and the blue shadow flying sword flashed back and forth several times, killing the person who rose into the air directly in the air. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. The 6th level fire talismans were thrown out one by one, and there were flames and explosions everywhere, and the broken arms and limbs were blown up, screaming again and again. Ling Yun didn't stop for a moment, aiming to quickly harvest life. He wanted to kill all these little guys before Seekong 2 rushed back. It's because Ling Yun understands that it's not scary to be outnumbered. What's scary is that the opponent has someone as strong as you. Once this person entangles you, then these little guys will have room to play. Ling Yun killed more than 20 opponents in seconds almost as soon as he landed, and the rest of them knew that they were invincible, and took advantage of Ling Yun's lack of time to make a move. They immediately scattered and fled. No matter how strict the discipline of the Heavenly Killing Organization is, it is not as important as running for your life now. Want to leave? Ling Yun raised his hand, grabbed the void, and directly shot a nearby person in the air. The vortex of yin and yang true energy was reversed, and directly sucked out all the skills of this innate 6th level killer. Crazy killings are accompanied by huge consumption, but Ling Yun has a great method of absorbing energy, and he replenished his energy in an instant. Apparate. Swipe swipe. Ling Yun transformed himself into 12, and chased after the fleeing people, and stabbed each of them in the back. Those people rushed more than 10 meters away before their bodies were divided into 2 halves, and fell to the ground separately. After a few ups and downs, Ling Yun killed 33 people within a minute of rushing out. So far, more than 90 people in the Beijing Tiansha headquarters have been beheaded by Ling Yun. Now there are only 4 kings of killers, and about 20 killers at the level of heavenly kings. But these 20 or so killers are all heavenly kings above the 5th innate realm, and basically in the 6th innate realm. Needless to say, those who can survive this kind of battle must be of high realm. However, for Ling Yun now, as long as you can't reach the peak of the 8th level of innate, it's useless to have a higher realm. At most, it is the difference between ants and cockroaches. Taking advantage of Seekong 2's failure to rush back, Ling Yun rushed left and right in the sea of flames, killing all directions, trying to kill as many as he could before he rushed back. To the south of the Xinzhai compound, at a distance of more than 3,000 meters in a straight line, there is a steep cliff with a height of 200 meters. At this time, at the bottom of the cliff, Blue Bird is in a hard fight. Seekong Wuqing and Seekong Wuhan took advantage of their familiarity with the terrain. After successfully completing the outflanking of the Blue Bird, Seekong Tu and his son surrounded the Blue Bird under the cliff. Seekong Tu only lost to Qingniao with lightness kung fu, but now there is a cliff in front of him blocking Qingniao, and his 2 sons are blocking the way on the left and right, so Qingniao can't run away. Bitch, I asked you to give me the life and death companion goo, which has tormented me for 18 years. Now I see where you can escape. Seeking too was originally above the jade bird, but now he is aggressively attacking, not giving the jade bird any chance to breathe. If it wasn't for you being crazy and forgetting the way you came here, you would have let me run away just now. Amidst the black mist, Seeking too's face was covered with a sinister smile. He made unscrupulous moves, forcing the blue bird to the edge, back again and again. Qingniao was surrounded almost as soon as she reached the bottom of the cliff. She was able to survive under the siege of Seeking too, father and son, and still survive until now. It was the goo worms hidden in her body. Seeking Wuqing and Seeking Wuhan, under the threat of the bluebird goo, did not dare to use their full strength. Although it was a siege, they mainly focused on blocking. They were afraid of being poisoned by the bluebird's goo poison. Boom! A palm wind from Seeking too hit Qingniao's left shoulder, and she was directly sent flying by the palm wind. Although the bluebird was injured, it took advantage of its strength to float away, rushed out of Seeking Wuhan's encirclement, and then galloped away. Can you still run away? Bitch, you don't even know who you are now, and you have tortured me for so many years, I will cut you into pieces. As soon as Seeking too succeeded in one blow, he was about to catch up and capture the blue bird alive to vent his anger. But at this moment, a roar of tigers and dragons came from his ear. In fact, Seeking too, father and son, all saw the flare just now. They knew that something happened at the headquarters, but he didn't go back in order to kill the blue bird. In the past 18 years, the blue bird has really tortured Seeking too crazy. Until Ling Yun's dragon howl sounded. What? Ling Yun from the Ling family? It turned out to be that evil seed? He was able to find this place? Seeking too froze suddenly, turned his head to look in the direction of the Xinzhai compound. Wuji really fell into his hands. Seeking Wuhan asked, Father, what should we do now? Rush back quickly. Compared to that evil breed, the troubles of that bastard, Qingniao, are nothing. Since that evil species can catch Wuji, he must be able to slaughter this place. Let's go. Seeking too looked bitterly at the direction in which the blue bird was escaping, and immediately used his agility to bring the two sons back to the deep house compound. Ling Yun's guess was right. In Seeking too's heart, Ling Yun was the real serious problem. Ling Yun's Shenlong's howl that resounded for 10 miles attracted more than just Seeking too, his father and his son. At this time, Yi Xingchen, who had just separated from Xiao Mimi and wanted to come to the Tiansha branch in the capital to investigate, happened to come to the southwest of a dangerous peak, and was galloping on the mountain with his peerless lightness kung fu. Then she heard Ling Yun's voice. Ling Yun from the Ling family? How could Yi Xingchen fail to recognize that it was Ling Yun's voice? When he heard that Ling Yun from the Ling family, his heart trembled suddenly. Confirmed, Ling Yun is indeed a descendant of the Ling family. Seeking too? No, Seeking too is hiding here too. Yi Xingchen turned pale with fright, and without thinking about anything else, he directly used his lightness kung fu to the limit, and climbed to the top of a mountain in a few vertical leaps. Then she saw a sea of flames in the distance below. Ling Yun, a very familiar name, why can't I remember anything? With the help of Seeking too's palm, the blue bird escaped from Seeking too's siege. The petite figure immediately disappeared into the dense forest, and quickly traveled 1,000 meters, but when she heard Ling Yun's name, her figure stopped immediately. Then, she couldn't help but drifted towards the direction of the sound. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Deep House Compound. I won't kill people anymore. Damn, I won't kill people anymore. Woohoo. Killing God. He is the real killing God. A heavenly king-level killer who was born at the peak of the 6th level, took advantage of Ling Yun's ability to chase and kill others, managed to escape from the hellish house in the Sea of Fire, and was rushing towards the mountains. He was so frightened that he couldn't even use lightness kung fu. He cried bitterly and used all his hands and feet. He just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. The farther he went, the better. Vomit. This king-level killer was already full of chi and blood, but now his emotions were agitated, as if he had killed someone for the first time. While stumbling and running wildly, he clutched his stomach and vomited. But that's all. Zheng. A sharp arrow shot from the back of his chest and pierced out from his chest, nailing the killer's body to the rock. The body of this king-level killer trembled violently twice, 2 eyeballs protruded, bleeding came from the corner of his mouth, and he died on the spot. But that's okay, his nightmare is over. Whoosh whoosh. In the courtyard of the deep house, Ling Yan stood on a roof, bent his bow and set his arrows, using his yin and yang eyes, aimed at the fleeing killers, and shot wildly. Arrows go like shooting stars. While the bowstring was buzzing and trembling, 4 more killers died under his bow and arrows. In just a short while, Ling Yan killed more than a dozen people in one breath, including a king of killers. There are 6 courtyards in this deep house compound. At this time, except for the front courtyard and the last courtyard where Ling Xiao is located, the quadruple courtyard in the middle has been turned into a sea of flames. The flames are everywhere, and there are mutilated corpses everywhere, being burned by the fire. Has an unpleasant burnt smell. Now, except for Ling Yun and his son, and Marquis Edward. The entire compound of the deep house was empty, and those killers should have already died, and they should have fled. Whether it is a king-level killer. It doesn't matter if he is the king of killers, compared to Ling Yun who kills people, he seems like a pure child in kindergarten. No one dares to stay here. The killers of the Heavenly Killing Group are just like the killer of the Heavenly King who was shot to death just now. They were all overwhelmed by Ling Yun. I still ran away with 11 people, forget it, this is the only way for the time being. Ling Yun put away his golden bow and silver arrows, and frantically operated the yin-yang art, quickly recovering the consumed yin-yang qi in his body, and said lightly. After all, Ling Yun only had one person, even if he tried his best, it was impossible to kill them all when the opponents only wanted to run wildly for their lives. The current situation of Ling Yun is. I am not afraid that you will fight, but I am afraid that you will not fight. There are 3 killer kings, seeing the situation is not good, the soles of their feet are smeared with oil, and there are also 8 heavenly king-level killers who are born with 6 levels, and they have become leaked fish. Yuner, rest for a while. Sikong too should be here soon. After all, Ling Xiao has the realm of the acquired 5th level. He performed lightness kung fu and came to Ling Yun's side, and said with a smile. Seeing Ling Yun possessing such combat power, after the initial shock, Ling Xiao felt relieved, he knew it. Even if Ling Yun couldn't beat Sikong too, at least he didn't have any problem protecting himself. Well, it's okay, Grandpa and the others should be here soon. Ling Yun panted slightly, trying to regulate his churning qi and blood, waiting to meet the strongest enemy, while not forgetting to comfort Ling Xiao. Just this massacre. A total of 50% of Ling Yun's true qi was consumed successively. However, his strange dantian can generate true qi by itself, so it naturally replenished 20 to 30% of it. During the battle, Ling Yun absorbed the skills of 3 innate masters. The qi is full, but the qi and blood are churning. The big battle is coming soon, so it is natural to calm down the blood and raise one's own state to the peak. Your grandfather? When Ling Xiao heard that Ling Lai was coming, he was a little anxious, thinking that the old man was only at the 1st level of innate state, and his body still had old diseases, so what's the use of coming here? Father, don't worry, Grandpa is already in the late stage of the 8th level of congenital. What? Ling Xiao was stunned again. The scoundrel of the Ling family, Hugh is going crazy, Sikong too, are here. While Ling Yun and his son were talking, Sikong too had already rushed back, and the words came to the fore. He was covered in a cloud of black mist, his figure cut through the sky, and came straight to Ling Yun on the roof. "Edward, protect my father." When Ling Yun saw that his sworn enemy had finally arrived, he was instantly enraged, and fighting spirit rose. He sent out a gentle palm wind and sent Ling Xiao to Edward's side. "Go straight to Xikong too, who was rushing from a distance." Illuminated by the blazing fire, two black figures pierced the sky like meteors and crashed into each other at the same time. Boom! At the moment when the two were about to collide, both sides moved at the same time, one punched and the other palmed, and the punch and palm collided fiercely. At this moment, Lingyun Dian Juxing Baojue protects the body, and the yin and yang Zhenqi in the body circulates rapidly. What he uses is the Tian Gang Fumo Fist, and he has a head-on confrontation with Xikong too. The two energies collided with each other, exploded, and made a loud bang, which shook the heavens and the earth, and the strong wind swept the earth. This is really jealousy when enemies meet. After each of them unleashed their most powerful and fierce blows, their bodies were shocked by the opponent and flew back, and one of them flew upside down out of a courtyard before landing on the ground separately. The first 9, definitely the innate 9th floor. Ling Yun touched Xikong Tu's realm with only one punch. In the past 2 months, Ling Yun has fought against the top 8 masters, and there are too many half-step 9 masters. He has so much experience against the enemy. He has already touched the respective strengths of the ancient martial arts masters from the 7th to the 9th level of the innate realm. Clearly. Without using all kinds of magic treasures and talismans, without taking panacea, without relying on combat secrets, only relying on her own pure strength, Ling Yun is now unarmed, and can fight first 8 peaks or half a step first 9. This is Ling Yun's assessment of his pure combat power. His evaluation standard, of course, is the peak battle against Qin Jianhao, who is half-step ahead of the Qin family, on Xianren Ridge. At that time, Ling Yun was still at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body training, but in the battle with Qin Jianhao, he relied on drinking dragon saliva to replenish his skills, and using the fire magic talisman, he almost exhausted all his skills to kill Qin Jianhao. It was very difficult for Ling Yun to win against Qin Jianhao. If he didn't drink dragon saliva and use the fire talisman, the battle would at most be an even split between the two, and no one could do anything to the other. But now, Ling Yun has crossed a great realm, from the body training stage to the qi refining stage, and has already refined qi to transform into a god, and Rendu's 2 channels have been opened up, and the true energy in his body has formed a real big cycle, which can live forever. There is a steady stream of interest. Therefore, if he meets an opponent like Qin Jianhao now, he can definitely beat him to the ground with his bare hands. So, what about the real innate 9-level master? Innate 9th level realm, but I don't know how much is the 9th level? Ling Yun knew the lower limit of Xikong Tu's strength, but he was not afraid at all, because he didn't fight Xikong Tu with bare hands. This is not an exchange of martial arts, this is a sworn enemy. The moment he saw Xikong Tu coming, Ling Yun had sworn in his heart that even if he played all his cards tonight, he would capture Xikong Tu. Kill him? How could it be possible? Xikong Tu tortured Ling Xiao like that, it would be too cheap to kill him with one knife. This big enmity, Ling Yun got a penny, and Xikong Tu will settle it slowly. Thinking this way, Ling Yun used the Qi Yin Yang art to dissolve all the dark energy that Xikong Tu had hacked into his body, and then his eyes became ruthless. Fly up again. Come again. Ling Yun's figure was like a shooting star, piercing the night sky again, and pounced on Xikong Tu, who landed in the front yard. What the hell, back then I failed to cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, so I really raised tigers. Xikong Tu was also shaken by Ling Yun's fist, and his blood was churning. He didn't make any money from the crazy collision between the two just now. For no other reason, Ling Yun's power is too great. With that punch just now, Ling Yun carried the momentum of a mad rush, and raised the strength of his arm to the limit. The strength of one arm was 9,000 kilograms, plus the bonus of Tiangang Fumiquin. To put it simply, that punch is equivalent to the force of a full-speed collision with a large stair truck loaded with goods. What Xikong Tu wins is skill, what he loses is strength. It seems that this villain said that Wuji is in his hands, and he didn't lie. This power is too great. Xikong Tu's heart trembled, seeing Ling Yun rushing towards him again. He didn't choose to take it hard, but avoided it with a flash of his figure. As one of the protectors of the demon sect, Xikong Tu has many ways to fight the enemy, so there is no need to confront Ling Yun head-on. Attacking the enemy's strengths with one's own weaknesses is an act of brain damage. But if he dodged like this, he lost to Ling Yun in terms of momentum. Ling Yun had just finished killing 100 people, and his whole body was full of murderous and evil spirits. His killing intent had reached its peak, and his invincible domineering aura directly stomped Xikong Tu down. Xikong Tu didn't accept the move. Ling Yun floated to the ground, and confronted him head-on. Ling Yun said calmly, "Why, dare not answer?" At this moment, Xikong Tu's two sons, Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan, both arrived. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Was the family wiped out? Xikong Wuhan's burly figure like a bear flew across the air, only glanced at the courtyard in the air. He was stunned, and said dumbfounded. It was expected that the capital branch was slaughtered by him alone. The corner of Xikong Wuqing's mouth twitched, but he didn't look at the mountains of corpses and flames in the yard, but stared closely at Ling Yun, who was confronting Xikong Tu in the front yard. Damn it, won't our two brothers become bear commanders in the future? Xikong Wuhan landed, came to Xikong Tu, stared at a pair of bear eyes, and asked Xikong Wuqing. Xikong Wuqing ignored him. Edward spread his wings and flew to the front yard with Ling Xiao on his back, but he was stuck at a height of tens of meters, but he couldn't come down. 3 against 3. The two sides formed a confrontational situation. Xikong Tu, who was wrapped in a cloud of black mist, naturally saw Ling Xiao on Edward's back, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. Incest smiled and said, "Ling Xiao, I never thought that you could survive like this. Your life is really big enough." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. "Well, I didn't expect that either, but who made me give birth to a good son?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Xiao stood in the sky. He was high above, the mountain wind blew his black night clothes flutteringly, and at the same time, his long clean hair was blown away. Although his temples were white, he was indescribably handsome and elegant. That kind of natural and unrestrained temperament seems to have returned to his youth. He was talking to Xikong Tu, but his eyes, which had experienced many vicissitudes, were staring at his son Ling Yun below. His eyes undisguisedly radiated boundless pride. At this moment, Ling Zhao's mood was extremely turbulent, and there was only one sentence in his mind: "Qing Xian, our child has grown up." Father and son are united. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness covers a radius of 100 meters. Of course he felt Ling Zhao's excitement and pride. He smiled slightly, raised his head and shouted, "Father." This is the blood connection. After Yiming's past life merged with this life, no matter how Ling Yun reminded himself, it was still useless. The feeling of blood connection told him that he was the descendant of the Ling family and the son of Ling Xiao. Even if he has the soul of the transcending tribulation period, he can't resist this. Only in the hands of Ling Yun, Willow, the inheritance god of the Ling family, can be stimulated to sprout and grow leaves. The only exercise of the Ling family, xuanhuan Jing, Ling Yun just practiced it casually, and he achieved great success, directly surpassing everyone in the Ling family who had practiced for many years. Like this phenomenon, Ling Yun has discovered many. Ling Yun can't explain it, can't refuse it, and don't even want to refuse it. No matter how strong a person is, it is really good to have a family and the feeling of relatives. Xikong Tu failed to gain advantage from Ling Yun in the fight, and lost his momentum first, just now he wanted to get back a little psychological advantage by ridiculing Ling Xiao, but was slapped back in the face by Ling Xiao with a single sentence, and he was immediately furious, sad to want to vomit blood. Of course, Ling Xiao was fighting back against Seekong Tuesday. He was also an outstanding and peerless talent back then. Now that Ling Yan's invincible aura has aroused his lofty arrogance back then, it is impossible for him to be overwhelmed by a word from Seekong Tu. Humph. Relying on the woman back then, now relying on the son, Ling Xiao. Don't you feel that you are blushing? Seeing Ling Xiao's suave manner, Seekong Tu was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and sneered again. Ling Xiao smiled again. My woman is very powerful. At least stronger than you. My son is very good, at least I have captured one of your sons. I am very pleased. Why did you blush? Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, talking and laughing happily. Soldiers come to block, water comes to Tuten. Because of Ling Yan's relationship. Ling Xiao's current state of mind has completely changed. He is also a first-class figure in the world. He has already realized that his son recognizes his ancestors and returns to the clan. With Ling Yan and the Ling family, many things will become possible instead of impossible. Ha 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 ha, father said it well, a few words can stop a million soldiers. I don't think I need to do anything, Seekong Tu will be pissed to death by you. Ling Yan noticed the change in Ling Xiao's mood, he clapped his hands and laughed loudly, adding fuel to the fire. He didn't pay attention to Seekong Tu, father and son at all. The best way to fight is to attack the heart. Ling Yan won the momentum first. His father, Ling Xiao, helped him make another victory in terms of words. Seekong Tu's momentum and mood were unstable, and there would definitely be flaws. Through Seekong Wuqing and Seekong Wuji's posture and movement, Ling Yan has already seen that none of these two people is below the peak of the 8th level of congenital. It seems that Seekong Wuhan has the lowest realm. But at least it is half a step ahead. This battle is difficult to fight with Ling Yan alone. If he wins, he may not necessarily kill the other party, because he can escape. At this time, Ling Yan and his son sang together. The one who killed Seekong was like one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, and he was about to go crazy. Humph. Father, that kid has taken over our lair, what are you talking about with them? Go straight up and kill them, I'll take the lead. Seekong Wuhan was very angry. Ling Yan slaughtered his power all by himself. He felt pain in his heart when he thought about it. He couldn't hold back for a long time, clamoring to come forward and lead the battle. Seekong Tu was wrapped in a cloud of black mist. No one could see his appearance. His thoughts flashed, and he felt that it would be good to let Seekong Wuhan test Ling Yan's strength, at least consume Ling Yan's strength first besides. Okay, but you have to be very careful, the strength of that evil species is no less than yours. Seekong Wuhan glared, isn't your strength weaker than me? Ha, how is it possible? Watch me crush him to death with my fist. Seekong Wuhan was tall and big, as strong as a wild bear. He was born with divine power, and he cultivated the power of a wild bear. He didn't believe that Ling Yan's strength was stronger than his. Ah! With a groan, Seekong Wuhan twisted his majestic figure, opened his arms, and rushed towards Ling Yan. Bear pounce. Really stronger? Ling Yan sneered, seeing Seekong Wuhan's approach. He did not dodge or dodge. When he rushed in front of him, Ling Yan stomped on the ground with one foot. Boom! The rocky ground under his feet was instantly torn apart, and then Ling Yan suddenly threw out a punch, and punched Seekong Wuhan. Seekong Wuhan's eyes lit up, he aimed at Ling Yan's fist, and he also punched him. Boom! 2 fists. This was a showdown without fancy. The fierce fists of the two formed 2 tyrannical air currents, which exploded in all directions, blowing away the gravel on the ground and splashing everywhere. After the blow, Ling Yan didn't take half a step back, his body didn't move, but Seekong Wuhan's bear-like body took half a step back before he stood still. Fuck, how is this possible? Xuanhuan's arm was numb from the shock of Ling Yun's Tiangang Fumo fist. He couldn't help shaking his arm, and the way he looked at Ling Yun changed. This guy was born with supernatural power. He has been infinitely powerful since he was a child, and he has cultivated the power of a savage bear. Now that he has barely reached the 9th level of the innate, he can have a strength of 8,000 kilograms with a single arm. Comparing strength, you can't do it. You father and son can't do it either. Ling Yun looked at Xuanhuan's astonished expression, smiled lightly, and continued to attack. Xuanhuan was aroused by Ling Yun to become ferocious. He shouted angrily, took a breath suddenly, his huge body swelled up in an instant. His whole body was like an inflated balloon, his eyes, face and body were emitting the evil spirit of the bear. Then, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his arms, and rushed towards Ling Yun in front of him. The power of a wild bear, bear hugs. Xuanhuan once used this trick to hug to death an ancient martial arts master who was born at the peak of the 8th level. Even if it is a copper pillar, he can break it like this. I see you are not afraid of death. Ling Yun chuckled. Still not dodging or dodging, he poured his energy into his feet, his waist and horse became one, and his feet stomped on the ground at the same time. Dian Juxing Baojua's body protection is still Tiangang Fumo fist. Bang bang. Ling Yun's fists were thrust out shoulder to shoulder, directly hitting Xuanhuan's bulging chest like a dragon. Ling Yun has a strength of more than 10,000 kilograms in one arm, but what about his arms? Xuanhuan was beaten like a kite with broken strings by Ling Yun's 2 punches. Flew out. Hudong. Crack. Xuanhuan's huge figure squatted on the ground, smashing the rock sitting under him into pieces. A big hole was smashed. Ling Yun took 2 steps back. His body flickered and he immediately stood firm, his face still not red and he was not out of breath. Then he spread his hands lightly, and said with a hey smile, look, I told you that you can't do it, right? Roar. Xuanhuan's physique is extraordinary, he was not injured after being hit by Ling Yun's 2 punches, he flew into a rage. Up in the air. The Zhenqi in Xuanhuan's body suddenly left the body, but it condensed outside the body without dispersing, and soon condensed into a savage giant bear with a height of 3 meters and a width of more than 1 meter. The giant bear transformed by true energy can be seen with the naked eye, and its appearance is vivid, with its teeth and claws open, and a pair of bear eyes are shining with fierce light. Stare at Ling Yun in front of you. Supernatural powers. This is the supernatural power practiced by Xuanhuan. The wild bear is violent. Roar. Xuanhuan roared angrily, and the 3-meter giant bear transformed by true energy actually rushed towards Ling Yunfei. Ling Yun won both moves and successfully forced Xuanhuan to display his magical powers. Yuner, be careful. Ling Xiao saw it clearly in the air, and felt anxious. Remind Ling Yun to be careful. Father, don't worry. These are leftovers from children's play. Ling Yun laughed, and suddenly there was a dark blood demon knife in his left hand, and he swung a black knife directly at the giant Zhenqi bear that was rushing towards him. Cut the world with a knife. The black sword slashed past, and slashed fiercely on the left shoulder of the giant bear, Zheng. There was a sound of gold and iron clanging. Yi Xingchen is right. It seems that this is a supernatural power. Ling Yun tried a knife, and he knew it immediately. The supernatural power of the 9-level innate master is the separation of true qi, which is controlled by the caster to transform everything, and use the natural ability of the transformed object to enhance one's own combat power. Some people like to use knives, so they turn their Zhenqi into knives. Some people are good at using swords, so they turn their Zhenqi into swords. Xuanhuan lived with bears since he was a child, so he used his Zhenqi to transform into a giant bear. Being able to separate the true energy from the body and manipulate the true energy to transform everything, this is the realm of a martial arts master. With supernatural powers, the biggest advantage is being able to fight in the air. The effect of controlling the flying sword with Ling Yan's mind is actually the same, but controlling the flying sword with mind is the method of a cultivator. Compared with the two, the flying sword is of course stronger. The giant Zhenqi bear was slashed by Ling Yan, and Xikong Wuhan's own Zhenqi was naturally damaged. He let out a muffled grunt, but continued to urge his Zhenqi, making the giant bear continue to pounce towards Ling Yan. Well done! Ling Yan had the sharp and unparalleled dark blood demon knife in his hand, so he was not afraid of this stupid bear, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward to meet the giant bear. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Slashing the world with anger, cutting the universe with a sword, rolling the triple waves with a sword, sweeping away thousands of armies. Clang, 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 clang. A series of metal and iron cries sounded, and the giant bear was thrown forward and backward by Ling Yan, and its huge figure kept retreating. Although it was roaring and screaming, it couldn't break through Ling Yan's fierce knife. Xikong Wuhan naturally retreated again, and finally his body directly hit the courtyard wall. With the help of the stone wall, he managed to stabilize his figure. At this moment, Xikong Wuhan was struggling to control his violent qi, and the corner of his mouth was already bleeding. Go to hell. Ling Yan felt that it was almost done. He suddenly poured the cold air in his body into the blade, raised the blade with both hands, and aimed at the giant bear's head, from top to bottom, with a single stroke. This knife, with the icy cold blade wrapped in it, directly split the giant Zhenqi bear in half. Puff. Boom. The giant bear split, his true energy dissipated, and Xikong Wuhan spewed blood, his body smashed through the stone wall behind him, and he fell to the ground. Mystical powers are nothing more than that. Ling Yan sneered in his heart, and slashed out a knife like lightning at Xikong Wuhan, who was seriously injured. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Not good. Xikong too is so sophisticated, he knew that his son was defeated when he saw Ling Yan splitting the giant Zhenqi bear with his knife. When Ling Yan slashed out the second knife at Xikong Wuhan, how could Xikong too stand aside and watch? With a flash of Xikong too's figure, he stood in front of Xikong Wuhan, and with a sweep of his palm, Ling Yan's sword was scattered, and then he picked up Xikong Wuhan with one hand, and quickly retreated. Of course Ling Yan knew that Xikong too would save his son, so his last stab was not for hurting the enemy, but for self-defense. It was a means to encircle Wei and save Zhao. The giant bear was transformed by true energy. Ling Yan's fight with that giant bear was actually fighting with Xikong Wuji. The other party was a master of supernatural powers. How could that giant bear be so easy to deal with? The sharpness of the dark blood demon knife alone could not break through the giant bear's defense at all. Therefore, every knife Ling Yan swung was infused with his own yin and yang true energy, and when he finally split the giant bear in half, in fact, 70% to 80% of his true energy has been consumed. But at this time, the opponent still had two masters, Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuqing, by his side. As long as anyone rushed over, Ling Yan would be in danger if his true energy was exhausted, so he made that knife. Of course, Ling Yan's knife had a bigger purpose. It should be noted that since a supernatural power master can separate the true qi from the body, there is naturally a way to take the true qi back into the body. Otherwise, such a pure innate true qi can't be taken back when it is released. How can an ancient martial arts master survive, can live in such a waste? Using supernatural powers to fight, regardless of whether you win or lose, after the battle, as long as you are not dead or controlled by the opponent, the first 9 powerhouses can immediately take back the Zhenqi released. Of course, there is a saying about the speed. In between, there will definitely be a natural consumption. But this kind of natural consumption between retracting and releasing is not combat consumption. For Xianjiao masters, they can replenish it by practicing the exercises and running their true qi for a few big circles. If it weren't for this, no one would use such supernatural powers to fight, because if they can't be recovered, once they use supernatural powers to fight, the loser, after the true energy is exhausted, there is no doubt that he must die. At the beginning when Ling Yun fought against the master brother of Xinjian Villa, Guo Xiaotian was an example. He was not good enough, and he forcibly used the ground sword's supernatural power, and the innocence from the body could not be recovered at all. Therefore, after being defeated by Ling Yun, he ran out of fuel. Died on the spot. Therefore, another purpose of Ling Yunbu's knife. It is to prevent Xikong Wuji from taking back the detached Xinqi. In order to achieve his goal, he also deliberately poured yin and cold true energy into the blade, temporarily freezing the chopped true energy. True qi is also air flow, since it can be seen, of course it can also be frozen. After Ling Yun swung his knife, a shape-shifting shadow penetrated into the pure Xinqi that was still in the form of two halves of a giant bear, directly turning his dantian around. The vortex of yin and yang Xinqi reversed, and he performed the great method of absorbing energy, inhaling the pure congenital Xinqi cultivated by Xikong Wuhan into his body to replenish himself. This out-of-body true energy has its master. There is no owner, as long as it is guaranteed to be digestible, whoever has the ability to absorb it will belong to him. Moreover, absorbing true energy in this way is of course much easier than grabbing the opponent's wrist or sucking against the opponent's skin. And faster too. Some people may ask, since you can absorb this kind of off-body true energy, wouldn't it be over if you just absorbed the opponent's true energy during the battle? Okay, of course. But there are two prerequisites. First, you have to ensure that your defense will not be killed by the opponent's magical powers. And second, you have to ensure that your spiritual power is stronger than the opponent's mind to control their own true energy. In the battle just now, Ling Yun used the dark blood demon knife at the beginning, but he couldn't even break through the defense of the giant Xinqi bear. How could he absorb it? Once that giant bear got close to Ling Yun's body, just a paw would be enough for Ling Yun to suffer. Therefore, Ling Yun can only take advantage of this after defeating his opponent. It's so cool. Ling Yun opened his hands, as if he was holding half a giant bear in one hand, and inhaled those innate qi into his body, and then those zenqis were instantly transformed by yin and yang Xinqi. Father, he actually knows how to absorb energy. Seeing this scene, Xikong Wuqing was so shocked that he could hardly speak, so he hurriedly informed Xikong Tu. Xikong Tu had just given Xikong Wuhan some pills. When he heard this, he immediately turned his head around, and was shocked when he saw it. Wuqing, what are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up. When Xikong Tu saw that the giant bear transformed by Xinqi had been absorbed by Ling Yun, it was no longer bear-like, and its size had already shrunk by more than half, so he became anxious and immediately ordered Xikong to attack ruthlessly. Just kidding, Xikong Tu asked Xikong Wuhan to test Ling Yun in order to consume his skill. Now that he had just finished the fight, Xikong Wuhan was seriously injured, and let Ling Yun replenish his skill in an instant. Wouldn't all previous efforts be wasted? Chi. Xikong Wuqing shot without hesitation, but what he shot was a hidden weapon. A flying needle enveloped Ling Yun in an instant. The hidden weapon of a supernatural powerhouse, Ling Yun didn't dare to use his body to carry it even though he was wearing the Wu Jing demonic silkworm night clothes and possessed the body protection of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju needle, and then pointed at the two groups of innate qi that had no longer formed with both hands, and grabbed the void. Now that Ling Yun's yin and yang Xinqi vortex has reached a high level, he can already capture people in the air, so it's no problem to suck two qi. Like a giant whale sucking water, the two balls of true energy instantly turned into a flying rainbow, which was ingested by Ling Yun. Comfortable. After Ling Yun absorbed the huge amount of pure innate Xinqi, he felt that his limbs were unimpeded, and the yin and yang Xinqi in his body was filled again, and 50% of the consumed 80% of his power was replenished in an instant. Now you. Having recovered to 7 successes again, Ling Yun naturally has no worries. He smiled faintly, and said ruthlessly to Xikong. Ling Yan could tell that, compared to Xikong Wuhan's savage bear, this Xikong Wuching had a higher realm, and was much smarter than that savage bear. Swipe, swipe. Just at this moment, 7 or 8 black figures jumped into the yard one after another. They were the killers who escaped just now. Ling Yan took a closer look and saw that the 3 killer kings were all there, and they all came back again. See the guardian, see the commander. The subordinate is incompetent, please punish the guardian and the commander. After the 8 killers jumped into the courtyard wall, they glanced at the battlefield, and immediately knelt down on one knee facing Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuching. Get up. With a wave of one hand, Sakanta lifted the 8 killers up, and said flatly, knowing that you are invincible, it is the best policy to preserve your combat power. I don't blame you for what happened tonight, it's my deity's carelessness. Xikong Tu was very clear about rewards and punishments. After the battle between Ling Yun and Xikong Wuhan, he already understood that if these people stayed here, they would all be killed by Ling Yun in an instant. You 3, protect your deputy commander. He was seriously injured just now. Xikong Tu handed over Xikong Wuhan to the 3 killer kings, then turned around and walked towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you little bastard. If you didn't leave just now, don't even think about leaving now. I'll crush you to ashes. Then kill your father and destroy your Ling family. Ling Yun was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect what he was most worried about to happen. After finally seriously injuring a strong enemy of the opponent, who knows that the opponent has 8 helpers, and all of them are above the 6th level of innate. Although Ling Yun was able to instantly kill those 8 people, but now that Xikong Tu and his son were blocking him, he knew it was impossible. Ruthless, you just saw that this little villain not only possesses the dark blood demon knife, but also can absorb energy. If we don't kill him tonight and let him grow up, he will definitely be our enemy. We, father and son, use thunderous means to kill him on the spot. Xikong Wuhan was protected, so Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuching would naturally be free to deal with Ling Yun. He didn't believe that the 2 of them, father and son, one at the 2nd level of supernatural powers and one at the 1st level of supernatural powers, could not capture and kill Ling Yun on the spot with their joint efforts. Xikong Tu, you want to kill my Ling Yun, have you asked your aunt? However, before Xikong Tu and his son could make a move, they heard a scolding sound from the dense forest in the distance, and then everyone heard the sound of piercing through the sky. Brush. As soon as the words fell, a figure wrapped in black gauze, and with a peerless and enchanting figure suddenly floated down into the courtyard, twisted her delicate body, and came to Ling Yun's side. When Ling Yun looked at the person, he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. Wrapped in black gauze, with a seductive figure, masked and barefoot, who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Xingchen? I said, beauty, you really know how to join in the fun. When did I become your family? Ling Yun never expected that Yi Xingchen would appear here, and that he arrived before Ling Lai and Qin Dongxue, but now that he had strong support, his mind suddenly relaxed, and he couldn't help teasing Yi Xingchen. Go away, I don't have time to talk to you. Yi Xingchen glared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, raised her head to look at the sky, and stared directly at Ling Xiao, who was standing on Edward's back in the air, her eyes full of respect. Then she actually knelt down on both knees, facing Ling Xiao. Yi Xingchen, the saint of the Mazong generation, pay my respects to Uncle Ling. High in the sky, Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm, but his eyes completely betrayed him. Ling Xiao was on a high place, and when Yi Xingchen walked out of the dense forest, he had already seen it. Ling Xiao saw Yi Xingchen's outfit, and he was already stunned after just one glance. 20 years ago, when Ling Xiao saw Yin Qingxian for the first time, Yin Qingshuan's clothes were exactly the same as Yi Xingchen's now. It's so similar. Tears completely blurred Ling Xiao's eyes, and in the dim eyes of tears, everything seemed like a world away. Ren's whereabouts are slim, and she has been trapped in the forbidden area of the demon sect for 18 years. I would rather bear the sky than lose Qing. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, let the mountain wind dry the tears on his face, then took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Mr. Edward, please send me down." For the saintesses of the Mazong generation, Ling Xiao knew, without even thinking, that it was Yin Qingxuan's true disciple who had arrived. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Xiao could naturally see that the Marquis Edward, who was willing to let him step on him, obeyed Ling Yan's orders all the time, but his politeness to Edward was purely due to his personality. Different from Ling Yan's arrogant and domineering character, Ling Xiao is more gentle and elegant, with a strong breath of life. Hearing Ling Xiao's request, Edward was quite embarrassed. He could tell that among the two opposing sides below, including the 8 people who had just arrived, the opponent could fight a total of 10 people, while Ling Yan only had 2 people. And there was another one who was kneeling on the ground. Of course Edward knew Ling Yan's strength, but he was not sure that he would be able to protect Ling Xiao's safety after he went down. Ling Yan's voice sounded, "Edward, bring my father down." Ling Yan was shrouded in spiritual consciousness, and he knew from Ling Xiao's resolute expression that his father would definitely come down. Even if Edward didn't send him down, he would definitely jump down. When Yi Xingchen arrived, this respectful kneeling was no longer a matter of safety to Ling Xiao. Edward fluttered his wings lightly, landed slowly, and soon reached 10 meters above the ground. Ling Xiao jumped down without waiting for him to land. At this moment, Xikong Wuqing, who had been silent all along, made a sudden move. Boom! He didn't move, but raised his hand suddenly, and shot a pear blossom needle at Ling Xiao in the air. Xikong Wuqing grasped the timing very well, and he shot suddenly again. The pear blossom needle went extremely fast, and it was about to hit Ling Xiao all over the body. Daydreaming. Ling Yan had been on guard for a long time. Before the pear blossom needle could touch Ling Xiao's body, he stretched out both palms, sending out 2 forceful palm winds. The pear blossom needle was shocked without a trace. Ling Xiao landed safely in front of Yi Xingchen. Gently stretched out his hand to pull Yi Xingchen's arm, trying to lift her up from the ground. "Good boy, if you kneel down, Uncle knows he can't afford it, so get up quickly." Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen was kneeling with his head bowed. But as if she had eyes on her head, she twisted her left arm slightly. Quietly avoiding Ling Xiao's hand, he said respectfully, "Uncle Ling, Yi Xingchen still has something to say, so he dare not get up." Although there are powerful enemies around at this moment, after Yi Xingchen knelt down, she remained silent all the time. She completely entrusted Ling Yun with her safety. As soon as Ling Xiao landed, Marquis Edward also landed on the ground immediately, and he directly spread his wide lavender wings. Standing in front of Ling Xiao and Yi Xingchen. Ling Xiao wasn't that kind of affectation either. Since Yi Xingchen didn't want to get up, he stopped insisting, but straightened up, smiled and said kindly, "Okay, then you just say it, uncle, listen. Since Yi Xingchen is Yin Qingxuan's true disciple, how can Ling Xiao not be worthy of her kneeling? Uncle Ling, before Xingchen left Master gave me 4 major tasks. First, to find the whereabouts of Master's son Ling Yun. Second, to protect Uncle Ling's safety. Third, to find the whereabouts of Aunt Qingyao, the chief culprit who forced you and Master to be punished. However, Xingchen hasn't done one thing well so far, so I ask Uncle Ling to punish him." When Ling Xiao heard this, he chuckled, "Xingchen. That's not right. You see, Ling Yun you're looking for is right beside us? Also, Uncle is fine now, so why isn't it safe? You did both of these things very well. As for the last one, let's not worry about that, take your time. But, isn't your Aunt Qingyao always by your master's side? What happened to her?" "Qingyao is Yin Qingxuan's personal servant girl, but she and Yin Qingxian are usually like sisters. Ling Xiao naturally knew each other, so she asked with concern. When Ling Yan heard this, no matter how stupid he was, he would have understood it long ago. No wonder Yi Xingchen knelt down on his knees when he saw his father, and he was so respectful. It turned out that he guessed right at the beginning. Yi Xingchen was his mother. Personal disciple. Oh, I know this, father. 18 years ago, less than a month after I was born, Sekontu attacked me secretly and abolished my Yan Qiao veins. My mother was afraid that I would not be able to grow up if I stayed in the demon sect, so she sent Auntie Qingniao took me away from the main altar of the demon sect, but in the end, I was chased and killed by Sekontu, who was ruthless, and fled to Lingjue Temple in Qingshui City, where I was finally caught up by the old thief Sekontu. I will die with Sekontu, and fall off the cliff. Since then, Aunt Qingniao's life and death are unknown, and her whereabouts are unknown. Ling Yan understands this tragic past better than anyone else, so he has the most right to speak, and he can clearly describe the ins and outs of the matter in a few words. What? After hearing Ling Yan's words, Yi Xingchen looked up in shock for the first time. She only knew that the blue bird disappeared after taking Ling Yan out of the forbidden area of the demon sect, but she never thought that there would be such a sad and tortuous past. Sekontu. Sekontu. Ling Xiao and Yi Xingchen clenched their fists almost at the same time, and shouted Sekontu's name angrily. Then Ling Xiao said angrily, Sekontu, you don't even want to let go of a newborn baby, you are absolutely devoid of conscience and inhuman. Compared to Ling Xiao and Yi Xingchen's anger, Ling Yan was very indifferent. At this time, the sworn enemy was right in front of him, he just killed him, what's the use of scolding? Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, Sekontu listened to Ling Yan's story with amazing patience, and after hearing Ling Xiao's furious scolding, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Little Ling Yan, I didn't expect you to know a lot. It's not bad. The process you said is indeed not very different from what happened back then. However, the old man has a big life, and Qingniao, a small maid, can't kill me. Since you are all here today, the old man might as well tell you all that not only I am not dead, but also that bitch Qingniao is still alive, but now she is completely crazy, so crazy that she doesn't even know who she is. Got it. Moreover, she used the method of exploding the body of the heavenly demon on me back then, causing my meridians to go backwards, and I became obsessed with fire, and the whole person became an ugly monster. Thinking about it, it's such a pity for her pretty face. If she hadn't become too ugly, we would have had children long ago, ha 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 ha. Sekontu thought of the torment that the blue bird's life and death companion Gu had caused him in the past 18 years, and hated him so much that his whole body was trembling. At this time, he said it in front of everyone in Ling Yan, it was more like venting. By now, everything has been revealed. Hearing Sekontu's wild laughter, Ling Yan gritted his teeth loudly. His eyes were as cold as a knife's edge, but he didn't say anything. Now there is no need to say anything, the next thing is revenge. Xingchen, get up, don't talk about it here, as the saying goes, the pain of a family, the speed of an enemy. Our suffering is just the happiness of an enemy. If you have something to say, you will talk about it in detail with your uncle when you get home. Ling Xiao endured his grief and persuaded Yi Xingchen to get up, this is not the place to talk. Yi Xingchen shook his head again, Uncle Ling, Master, I have to tell you something on behalf of Master. I dare not get up until I finish speaking. Ling Xiao was shocked. Yi Xingchen paused word by word, and said clearly, Master, she said, Brother Ling Qingxian is waiting for you in the forbidden area of the demon sect. Remember to bring our child, and the family will be reunited. I would rather bear the heavens than my Qing. With these words, both Ling Xiao and Ling Yan's father and son trembled violently at the same time, and Ling Xiao burst into tears instantly, even for someone with such a strong heart like Ling Yan. Eye sockets are moist. The next moment, both father and son raised their heads to the sky and screamed at the same time. Qing Xian. Mother. 18 years. The husband does not see his wife, the father does not see his son, and the son does not see his mother. What 18 years it has been. Hearing Ling Zhao's father and son screaming up to the sky, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but have red eyes. Qing Xian endured hardships, just like her own mother. After carefully training her for 18 years, how could she not know the suffering of this family of 3? Good boy, my uncle heard what your master said and wrote it down. Get up quickly. Ling Xiao managed to calm down his turbulent mood, stretched out his hand, and pulled Yi Xingchen up from the ground. Xingchen, the letter from your master that uncle received back then, was it you who sent it? Yi Xingchen's pretty face blushed slightly, she nodded slightly, and said, well, it's just that it was inconvenient for Xingchen to show up because of uncle's safety at that time. The letter Ling Xiao mentioned was naturally written by Qing Xian himself, asking him to look for Ling Yun. Okay. Ling Xiao was excited, and said 3 good days in a row. If it wasn't for that letter, how could father and son reunite today? With a son so brave and unparalleled, are you afraid that he won't be able to save his biological mother? Qing Xian, that bitch. You have been imprisoned for 18 years, and yet you still miss him, expressing your affection. On the other side, Sekonto heard the words that Yi Xingchen sent to Ling Xiao, and was so jealous that he was about to go crazy, and couldn't help but yell. What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Hearing Sekonto scolding Qing Xian, Ling Yun, Ling Xiao, and Yi Xingchen's cold voices sounded at the same time. Ling Yun couldn't take it anymore. Now that he heard Sekonto scolding his mother, he was about to pounce. Even if he was going to lose both with Sekonto, he would slap him. But at this moment, a black figure appeared in the courtyard like a ghost, and his movement was as fast as a ghost, no less than Ling Yun's phantom fish dragon step. Ling Yun, a very familiar name. Qing Xian, why are you so familiar? Ah, my head hurts so much, why can't I remember anything? What's my name, who am I? The masked, slim black figure muttered to herself, turned her head slightly, and glanced at the people in the yard. Finally, she set her eyes on Ling Zhao's face, and then she stopped talking, but there was something in her eyes. A look of bewilderment. Blue bird. Ling Xiao recognized this figure, recognized those eyes, trembling all over his body. With trembling lips, he called out Blue Bird's name. Aunt Blue Bird. Yi Xingchen saw that the person who came was the woman she had been following so hard in the first half of the night. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Blue Bird, you call me Blue Bird. The Blue Bird turned a deaf ear to Yi Xingchen's call, and kept looking straight at Ling Xiao with its eyes. I feel like I've seen you before. You know who I am, so can you tell me, who is Ling Yun? Who is Qing Xian? Why do I know all these names? Ah. My head hurts. Why can't you remember anything? Qing Miao raised her right hand and covered her head, her eyebrows were tightly frowned, as if she wanted to remember something desperately, but because she couldn't remember, she had a splitting headache and her eyes showed pain. Ling Yun noticed that Qing Miao's raised right hand was actually glowing with an ugly gray-blue color, which was the color of death. At this moment, his mood is agitated and his blood is boiling. Since his father said that this woman is a blue bird, there must be nothing wrong. Seeing that the blue bird who desperately rescued him has turned into this appearance, Ling Yun is extremely heartbroken. At the same time, the anger in his heart has never been. What used to rise up? Bluebird, you are Bluebird. Ling Xiao became even more excited. He took 2 steps forward suddenly, but he noticed the vigilant look in the Bluebird's eyes, and stopped quickly. Ling Xiao told Qing Miao's name again, and then tried to calm down his excitement, and then said with heartache, Sister Qing Miao, don't you even know me? I am Ling Xiao, your big brother Ling Xiao. Qing Xian is your young lady, she has been your sister since childhood, She is the one who asked you to send Ling Yan out of the forbidden area of the demon sect. Look, Blue Bird. Aren't you going to ask who Ling Yan is? Ling Yan is here. He is the son my sister and I had, and he has grown up now. Ling Xiao pointed at Ling Yan, and answered all the questions that Jade Bird asked in one breath, and then he was afraid that she would not believe her, and added, Sister Qingniao, do you still remember that after you took Yunar and left the demon sect, you were met with after being chased by Sikong too, and then in order to protect Ling Yun, you did not hesitate to use the method of exploding the body of the sky demon, and you fell off the cliff with Sikong too and died together, and you became what you are today. While speaking, Ling Xiao waved his hand again, pointing at Sikong Tu who was wrapped in a cloud of black mist in the distance and said, Ling Yun. Sikong Tu. The blue bird followed the direction of Ling Xiao's finger. Turning his head slightly, his dull eyes stopped for a while from Ling Yan's face. Finally, it stopped on Sikong Tu's face. Sikong Tu, oh, his name is Sikong Tu, and I always forget his name. But he has my goo worm on him, and the goo worm on my body tells me that I must kill him. He is a bad person, so I kept looking for him. But he runs very fast, I can't always beat him. Blue Bird's eyes were dull, and he was talking to himself intermittently. Ling Yan was shocked when he heard this. What an obsession. At first, when Qingniao planted the life and death accompanying Gu on Sikong Tu, how determined was his mind? Ling Yan didn't need to think about it to know that the blue bird must be using the method of exploding the body of the demon, and when he was carrying Sikong Tu to the cliff and died together, he decided at that moment that if Sikong Tu could not die, he must be found. Kill him. That's why the blue bird planted the life and death companion Gu on his body. Qingniao did all this to fulfill Yin Qingshuan's entrustment, and to protect the infant Ling Yun. Qingniao exchanged Ling Yan's life with her own life. At this moment, Qingniao covered her head with her hands again, and said in pain, but, I still can't remember anything, my head hurts. Ling Yan stepped forward resolutely, his movement was mysterious, but his foothold was in the field between the two hostile forces. He successfully brought Ling Xiao and Jade Bird into his protection range, preventing the possibility of the enemy's sneak attack. In this way, no matter who the enemy wants to attack, he must first break through Ling Yan's block. Aunt Qingniao. Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can hurt you. Ling Yan was not as eager as Ling Xiao. He knew that although Qingniao was unconscious now, under her obsession, she was extremely vigilant, so he used words to stabilize her first. Qingniao saw Ling Yan's figure flicker, and sure enough, her figure instinctively floated backwards, but after hearing Ling Yan's words, she stopped again. At this time Ling Yan said slowly, Aunt Qingniao, you can't remember anything now, it's just because you are sick. If you believe me, I can treat you right now. As long as your illness is cured, you can remember everything. There was a trace of doubt in Qingniao's sluggish eyes. You said I was sick? Ling Yan tried his best to maintain a friendly smile and nodded. You can really heal? Ling Yan nodded again, with a sincere and firm tone. Aunt Qingniao, trust me, I can cure it. Of course he can cure. When the ordinary clinic opened, Ling Yan was able to cure a patient who had been insane for many years. Now that he has practiced qi at the first level, it is no problem to treat the blue bird. However, now that the strong enemy is Huan, and Ling Yan's strong support has not yet arrived, it may be difficult to completely cure Qingniao once and for all, but as long as she can wake up for a while, it will be enough. Aunt Qingniao, look. As Ling Yan said, he took out the dark blood demon knife with a thought, without waiting for anyone to react. Without hesitation, he smacked the back of his right hand violently with the blade like lightning. A deep gash immediately appeared on the back of Ling Yan's hand, and blood flowed horizontally. Ling Yan didn't care about the pain at all. He retracted the knife instantly, took out a level 6 healing talisman, stuck it directly on the wound under the watchful eyes of everyone, and shouted. The healing talisman took effect immediately, and Ling Yan's wound healed almost instantly, as if he had never been injured. Seeing this scene, Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuqing were shocked. The father and son looked at each other, and finally understood why Ling Xiao recovered from such a miserable state without any injuries. The rumors about the name of Ling Yun, immortal physician, are true. Aunt Qingmiao, did you see it just now? I can really cure your illness. Ling Yun smiled, raised the back of his right hand, and shook the blue bird, trying to make her believe in him. Ah, you really know how to cure diseases, then I'll let you cure. A look of surprise finally appeared in the blue bird's eyes, and she flew towards Ling Yun as soon as she floated. If you want to treat that bitch, don't think about it. Xikong Tu had seen Ling Yun's medical skills, so he couldn't help but watch Ling Yun treat Qingmiao's illness. He shouted violently, his body rose violently, and he rushed towards Ling Yunfei. Xikong Tu flew into the air, and a jet-black palm suddenly protruded from a mass of human-shaped black mist, and grabbed at Ling Yun void. The big handprint of Haisha demon hand. In an instant, a big black hand transformed from black true energy, turned into a huge eagle claw, covering towards Ling Yun's body. Go back and stay here for me. Ling Yun yelled, and the Qingying Feijian spat out from his mouth. Flicking against the wind, it quickly grew bigger, and the cyan sword shadow flashed, and rushed towards the big black hand. Chi 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 chi. Under the control of Ling Yun's mind, the Qingying Feijian quickly submerged into the black palm shadow, cut back and forth suddenly, chopped the black handprint into pieces, and then the sword shook, and flew towards Xikong Tu again. Ling Yun's Qingying flying sword has been used just now. Originally Ling Yun was going to use it to intimidate Xikong Tu, but now that the 8 escaped killers have returned, Ling Yun knows that those killers will secretly tell Xikong Tu and his son, so there is no need to hide it. Seeing that a cyan sword light broke his big black handprint and shot towards him again, Xikong Tu didn't dare to take it hard, and sure enough he made another turning point in the air. Fly back. Xikong Tu landed on the ground, and then looked at Ling Yun, his expression became more dignified. Xikong Wuqing was also shocked by the sudden flying sword, but his face was expressionless, and he was secretly thinking. Ling Yun's aim is to force Xikong Tu to retreat, as long as he doesn't make trouble. He didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, but his mind controlled Qingying to fly back and hover beside him. Aunt Qingmiao, look, Xikong Tu and I are also enemies, once I cure you, let's kill him together. Ling Yun made a complete gesture, coaxing Jade Bird as if coaxing a child. Ling Yun sighed. Both Ling Xiao and Yi Xingchen remained silent, sweating for Ling Yun in their hearts. It is good. Seeing that Ling Yun was really beating Xikong Tu, Qingmiao finally believed in Ling Yun completely and came to his side. Aunt Qingmiao, you take this first. With a thought, Ling Yun took out the god of refining Taishu stone and stuffed it directly into Qingmiao's hand. The moment Qingmiao took over the Taishu stone of refining god, her delicate body shook immediately, and a gleam of clarity flashed in her dull eyes. The god-refining Taishu stone is also known as the god-cleaning stone. Ling Yun's consciousness is so strong now that he can use it throughout the entire Qi refinement period, not to mention handing it over to Qingmiao. It really has an instant effect. Then Ling Yun kept moving, and directly took out a level 6 purity talisman, and stuck it on Jade Bird's forehead. Aunt Qingmiao, don't be afraid, she will be fine soon. Pro. With Ling Yun's soft cry, the pure talisman instantly disappeared from Jade Bird's forehead, turned into bits and pieces of spiritual power, and directly penetrated into the middle of Jade Bird's eyebrows. Then, Ling Yun was carefully on guard against Xikong Tu's sneak attack, but stared at Qingmiao without blinking, watching her reaction. The spiritual power of the purification talisman entered between the eyebrows, and it immediately took effect, and the eyes of the blue bird began to gradually become clear from a dull state. A figure was reflected in the clear pupils of the blue bird. It was Ling Xiao. He left Edward's protection, and walked slowly towards the blue bird. Ah. Brother Ling. Blue Bird looked at Ling Xiao who was approaching, and suddenly her delicate body trembled, her sanity became much clearer, and she even recognized Ling Xiao immediately. Blue Bird, you have suffered. Ling Xiao's body trembled, with tears in his tiger's eyes. He walked up to Jade Bird, carefully stretched out his trembling hand, and put it on Jade Bird's emaciated shoulder. Brother Ling. You are really Brother Ling. Blue Bird's eyes became brighter and clearer, and under the dual effects of the Taishu stone and the purification talisman, she finally fully recognized Ling Xiao. Blue Bird, that's right, it's me, Ling Xiao, your useless brother Ling. Ling Xiao choked up and said. The next moment, Qingmiao's whole body trembled, tears overflowed from her bright eyes, and she threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms, crying bitterly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing that Qingmiao recognized his father, Ling Yin relaxed and finally let go of a big stone in his heart. The enemy is now, and the battle of life and death is imminent. There are 3 reasons why Ling Yin chooses to save Qingmiao first at this time. First of all, Ling Yin was worried that the delirious Blue Bird would be startled away again. If that was the case, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, at least it would take a lot of trouble. Secondly, Ling Yin already knew that it was Qingmiao who lured Sekontu, father and son away just now. Since Qingmiao was able to persist for so long under the siege of Sekontu, father and son, it means that she and Sekontu had the power to fight back and restore Qingmiao's sanity. Ling Yin's fighting power will undoubtedly increase greatly. Sekontu has a little more confidence. In the end, with Ling Yin's vision, he has already seen that Qingmiao's old illness has reached the point of being incurable, and if it is not treated in time, Qingmiao's life will be in danger. Of course, the old disease mentioned here is not about Qingmiao's mind, but about her body. Qingmiao's madness is actually not as serious as imagined at all. Ling Yin guessed that when she fell off the cliff, she hurt her head and just lost her memory. Just looking at the clothes that Qingmiao is wearing, and she still knows that she needs to wear a veil on her face, it shows that she still has basic life skills. The reason why the Blue Bird goes crazy is firstly that the memory is damaged, and some things are forgotten, and then because of the method of exploding the body of the demon, it causes the meridians to go backwards, and then has an obsession to kill Sikon Tuesday things, so it will become like this. Therefore, Qingmiao's insanity is not a big problem in Ling Yin's eyes. The real problem of Qingmiao is that her meridians are retrograde and she is insane. Going crazy doesn't necessarily lead to death, nor does it necessarily reduce combat power. For example, Ouyang Feng, after he practiced the 9 mantra and went crazy, even though he was crazy, his combat power increased greatly. Can't beat him. This is undoubtedly the case with Jade Bird. But this kind of combat power has greatly increased. The price to be paid is too great, that is, he may die suddenly at any time. Because Qingmiao has an obsession in her heart, it is not easy to persist until now. Since Ling Yin saw her today, she will never allow her to be in any danger. If the Blue Bird is not treated, she will be stimulated when she is unconscious during the big battle later. Disappeared again. In case the old disease in the body breaks out. If something goes wrong, Ling Yin will regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Ling Yin must restore the Blue Bird's sanity first, and then engage in a life-and-death decisive battle with Sikong too. Time was running short. Ling Yin knew that the cleansing talisman just now could not completely cure Qingmiao's madness, but it would definitely be no problem to keep Qingmiao awake for an hour or two. The 6th level cleansing talisman can save bones. Then the effect of the 6th level cleansing talisman is naturally not much worse. Seeing Qingmiao and Ling Xiao hugging each other and crying. Ling Yin didn't care about it, nor was he in a hurry to recognize the Blue Bird, but turned around lightly, faced Sikong Tu, and took a step forward abruptly. Sikong Tu, you should die. Ling Yin was no longer agitated, nor did he curse out loud. Even the burning anger subsided, and at this moment, his mind was as calm as water. Because at this moment, in Ling Yan's eyes, Seekong too has become a dead person. Must kill Seekong too. However, Ling Yan would definitely not let Seekong too die happily. Ling Yan will definitely get back his own vengeance, parents' vengeance, and Jade Bird's vengeance 1,000 times over. Seekong laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Okay, yes, I have heard about the Lingyun immortal medicine in Qingshui City for a long time, and today I have finally seen it. Haha. You can cure that bitch's madness, at least let her die in a sane state, and let her watch you and your father die in front of her, so that the old man can appreciate her pain. Old man, I feel happier. Lingyun smiled lightly, and didn't bother to refute this perverted madman. Really? Then let's fight. Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, the endless murderous aura accumulated in Ling Yan's body suddenly exploded, and his whole body was enveloped in murderous aura. With a move of his mind, the blue shadow flying sword rushed out like lightning. A ray of blue light flashed and disappeared, directly hitting Seekong Wuqing's face. When Seekong Wuqing's aura changed on Ling Yan's body, he had already been 100 times more careful. Now that he saw the flying sword flying towards him, he pulled out his unique weapon without hesitation at his waist. It was actually a black long whip more than 3 feet long. The whole long whip was as thick as a thumb, and the whole body was woven with black gold demon silk, with a black and translucent luster. Seekong ruthlessly flicked his wrist, and the soft long whip, more than 3 feet long, was shaken straight by him, like a long black stick, ruthlessly lashing towards Qingying Feijian. However, under the control of Ling Yan's thoughts, the Qingying Feijian did not shake the long whip head-on, but circled lightly, from the side of the long whip, and went straight to the 3 killer kings behind Seekong Wuqing. The 3 killer kings didn't have Seekong Wuqing's means, they were terrified by Ling Yan's killing, and when they saw Fei Jianben coming, they raised their qinggong to the limit without hesitation, and flew back. Snapped. Seeing that the long whip had failed, Seekong ruthlessly flicked his wrist again, and the long whip made a bursting sound, as if alive. The scabbard of the whip was drawn towards Qingying again. Kill. Seeing Ling Yan's attack, Yi Xingchen moved almost at the same time. With a wave of her arms, the 2 black demon belts spit out like poisonous snakes, and suddenly rolled straight towards Seekong Wuqing. Yi Xingchen once teamed up with Ling Yan on Xianren Ridge to fight against Chen Jianhao of the Chen family, Tokugawa Mudo of Toyo Ninja, and Marquis Scott. Yi Xingchen knew that no matter where Ling Yan was, as long as her heavenly demon belt successfully entangled Seekong Wuqing, Ling Yan's dark blood demon saber would definitely strike Seekong Wuqing on top of his head. Seekong Wuqing knew Yi Xingchen's realm and strength very well. Seeing Yi Xingchen attack with all his strength, it was naturally impossible for her to be entangled by her demon belt. Brought to Zhenfei, at the same time his figure fluttered, and he rushed towards Ling Xiao, who was in the distance. Humph. If you want to kill me, brother Ling, you deserve it. The battle had already started, and Jade Bird didn't have time to catch up with Ling Xiao. Seeing a tall and thin figure rushing towards him, she immediately floated away from Ling Xiao's embrace, and rushed towards Seekong Wuqing, sending 2 palms in succession. Just like that, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and Qing Yao all made their moves, fighting with Seekong too, his father and son, and the other 8 killers in one place. Mr. Ling, it's not safe here, please let me take you away first. The Marquis Edward kept Ling Yan's order in mind, and when the battle started, he came directly to Ling Xiao without Ling Yan's orders, and said respectfully. Also, Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He was a genius, so he naturally understood that not only would he not be able to get in his way here, but he would also become Ling Yan's fatal burden and weakness, so he went directly to Edward's back. Edward immediately soared into the sky, flapped his wings, and shot straight into the sky. He slowed down when he reached the 100-meter night sky, and finally stopped in the air, watching the battle situation below. Edward had fought against Ling Yun before, and based on his understanding of Ling Yun, he knew that in this position, he would definitely be able to protect Ling Zhao's safety. Mr. Ling, the master is very powerful, you don't have to worry about his safety at all. After Edward stopped, he said to Ling Xiao. I know. Ling Xiao stood on Edward's back, watched the fierce battle below, and said with a smile. Below, the Shenjai compound. Wuqing, you go and pester that bitch Blue Bird first. The king of the three killers obeys orders. The three of you are all innate 8th level realms. Together, the three of you can block Yi Xingchen for me. You 5, please protect your deputy commander. If he has any questions, I will ask you. Xikong too had already fought fiercely with Ling Yun, and while flashing around, he did not forget to order his subordinates to fight. You just need to hang on to those 2 sluts for me. I'll kill Ling Yun, that little bastard first, and then I'll come back and deal with them. Kill me. At this time, both sides of the battle knew in their hearts that the key to this battle of life and death depended on the outcome of the battle between Ling Yun and Xikong Tu. Because these two are the strongest in the field, as long as there is a winner in this battle between the two of them, the loser will have only 2 ways to go, escape or die. The Battle of Focus, Ling Yun vs Xikong Tu. Ling Yun shot first, and after Qingying launched his attack, he himself rushed towards Xikong Tu, choosing to confront Xikong Tu head-on. However, after dozens of punches between the two, Ling Yun found that he could no longer focus on 2 things, so he had no choice but to give up using Qingying to chase and kill other people, and instead concentrated on fighting Xikong Tu. Against Xikong Tu, Qingying is not very effective, because Ling Yun's current mind is not strong enough, and Qingying's flying sword cannot be faster than Xikong Tu's reaction speed. Moreover, the sharpness of the Qingying Feijian couldn't break Xikong Tu's innate Qi protection. Xikong Tu could either dodge the flying sword's attack, or he could choose not to dodge, so it would be impossible for Ling Yun to use his blue shadow to injure Xikong Tu. Little villain, I didn't expect you to be a cultivator. Xikong Tu was forced to face Ling Yun again, and the two backed away at the same time, Xikong Tu said with a grin. With Xikong Tu's realm and insight, he naturally already saw that Ling Yun was a cultivator. There are still many things you can't think of. Have you ever thought that you will not be able to leave tonight, no matter what? As soon as Ling Yun retreated, he drew back and went up again, launching a new round of attacks on Xikong Tu, while saying lightly, "Ha ha ha ha. I can't leave? Are you dreaming? However, if you are willing to hand over the dark blood demon knife and tell me the method of absorbing energy, I can spare your life tonight." Xikong Tu couldn't stop sneering, and dealt with Ling Yun's stormy attack lightly, negotiating terms with Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled calmly, "It's not necessary for you to spare my life, but you can rest assured that if I win, I will definitely spare your life temporarily." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun suddenly put his index and middle fingers together during the battle, and pointed at Xikong Tu. Stab! A thumbthick lightning shot out from Ling Yun's fingertips, and slammed into Xikong Tu's body. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Thor finger. Ling Yun was able to look inside, and after confirming that he had the power of lightning in his body, he had been thinking of using this trick to kill people, and today he finally used it against Xikong Tu. He named his move the Thor finger. Thunder God's finger is not very powerful for a master above the 9th level of innate, but this move is a bit terrifying. It can penetrate the defense of the body's true energy and directly hit the opponent. In the battles of masters, the winner is often determined between life and death. Ling Yun doesn't want to hurt the enemy with the Thor finger. As long as he can paralyze the opponent for a short while, that's enough. Sure enough, Xikong Tu was caught off guard and struck by the lightning from Ling Yun. He was shocked suddenly, his whole body trembled, and even the hair on the top of his head stood on end like an explosion from the electricity. Not to be missed. Taking advantage of Xikong Tu's body trembling, Ling Yun swung his saber suddenly, and the dark blood demon saber carried Ling Yan's blazing murderous intent, flashing red and black blades, and slashed directly at Xikong Tu's face. Oh no! Xikong Tu was so shocked that his whole body went numb. Before he could react, Ling Yan's blade had already arrived at his face. The saber aura is cold, with boundless murderous intent and evil spirit. The two were fighting hand to hand, and Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife appeared out of nowhere, and the speed was really too fast. Xikong Tu knew that he couldn't dodge this tyrannical and fierce knife, so he could only use his whole body's power forcefully to force the black evil energy to leave his body, piled up on his right shoulder, and then suddenly turned his head to the left partial. In his busy schedule, this is already the limit of what he can do. Clank, clank, clank. Ling Yan's nether blood demon knife slashed straight down, slashing fiercely on Xikong Tu's right shoulder. The black blade overbearingly cut through the black evil energy piled up on Xikong Tu's shoulder, and finally cut into Xikong Tu's right shoulder. The blade penetrated an inch into the shoulder. The blade of the blood demon knife. When cutting through the layers of black evil chi defenses, there was a tooth-piercing sound of gold and iron clanging. Puff. Blood splattered on Xikong Tu's right shoulder. What? Xikong Tu was injured, and under the severe pain, he let out a scream, and sent out a palm wind with all his might, shaking Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife away, while leaning back. Fly back. When Ling Yan gained power, Xikong Tu retreated. Ling Yan stepped into the palace and rushed straight in. Woo! Cut the world with a knife. Ling Yan waved another knife. Boom! Xikong Tu saw that Ling Yan could really break his body-protecting true energy, so he dared to resist. His figure was still flying backwards at a high speed, directly smashed through the courtyard wall of the courtyard, and actually exited the courtyard. Ling Yan slashed again, and the Mietian sword technique was fully deployed, and at the same time he used the phantom fish dragon step, which followed like a shadow. The sword never leaves Xikong Tu's vital points, and he doesn't even give Xikong Tu a chance to turn around. He possesses the dark blood demon knife, of course to bully Xikong Tu because he has no weapons in his hands. At the same time, Ling Yan is also forcing Xikong Tu to leave the battlefield of the Xinjai compound. Yi Xingchen confronted the other party's 3 innate 8th-level killer kings. Although it was difficult to win for a while, he could protect himself without any worries. Bluebird is in a state of insanity. If they can survive Xikong Tu's hands, then there will be no danger in fighting Xikong Wuqing. His father, Ling Xiao, was in the sky, guarded by Edward, the Peak Marquis, so there was no danger. Therefore, when stepping on Ling Lai, a big bird in human form, when he suddenly appeared within the range of Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness, Ling Yan decided to force Xikong Tu to leave the battlefield. Ling Lai and Chui Lao each stepped on a humanoid bird, and Pierce and Joyce, who were both Peak Earls, finally arrived. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue and Jester would definitely come here soon. There was Bluebird against Xikong Wuqing, and Yi Xingchen against the 3 kings of assassins. Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, Chui Lao, and 3 blood counts joined forces to surround and kill the 5 king-level killers. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. Ling Lai is at the late stage of the 8th-level Xiantian, and Qin Dongxue is at the peak of the 5th-level Xiantian, but he possesses the dragon pattern sword and the Dianju Xingju, plus the 9-kill sword technique. He can fight against the masters of the 7th-level Xiantian. The two of them worked together to fight against 5 heavenly king-level assassins who were seriously injured and burdensome, and they could already win the victory. Ling Yan has every reason to believe that with Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, and Yi Xingchen around, they will definitely be able to work together to wipe out their opponents. What's more, there is still Edward the Marquis, the peak of the Marquis, who is eyeing up in the sky. However, there was one thing Ling Yan knew very well in his heart: these people who came were indeed strong supporters, but compared to Xikong Tu here, they also became Ling Yan's weakness at the same time. At least except for the blue bird, Seekong 2 can seriously injure anyone he wants to attack with a single move. In Seekong 2's eyes, Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, and Shui Lao are almost the same as Ling Xiao from the 5th floor of Hotian. Because this style of play is originally the most common method when Ling Yan fights more with less, roaming and killing the opponent's minions first, and finally killing the strongest. Therefore, in order to protect the safety of Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, Shui Lao, and others, and let them exert their maximum combat power, Ling Yan decisively forced Seekong 2 out of the battlefield. He wants to single out Seekong 2. Xingchen, my grandfather, and the others are here. You have to come up with a reasonable way to wipe out your opponents as much as possible. When Ling Yun was about to leave, he did not forget to send Yi Xingchen a secret message. Okay, you have to be more careful. Seekong 2's realm is the first 9 and 2nd level, and he is practicing the Haisha demon art, and there are endless tricks. Don't worry, I have more means than him. In just a few words of conversation, Ling Yan swung his knife and slashed at Seekong 2 from left to right. The blades crisscrossed and woven into a hemispherical black knife curtain, which was completely impenetrable. It had already forced Seekong 2 to stay away from the deep house. More than 100 meters. Little bastard, you seek death. Seekong 2 didn't expect Ling Yan to gain momentum with one move, and he pressed him every step of the way, forcing him to this point, and finally became angry from embarrassment. Seekong 2 had no chance to take a breath as he retreated sharply on the road cut by Ling Yan. He flew upside down on this road, and he didn't know how many big trees and boulders he smashed. The two retreated and chased, and they came to an open space. The area was very large and there were few trees. All around are bare rocks. Black Fiend mirror image. Seekong 2 was finally forced out of his housekeeping skills by Ling Yun. Suddenly, the black mist covering Seekong 2's body became much thicker, and the range of the black mist expanded rapidly, blocking Ling Yun's body, forming a smooth line. Black air wall. More like a transparent mirror. The scene in front of Ling Yun changed rapidly, and Seekong 2 was right in front of Ling Yun. But it seems to be the person in the mirror, which is illusory. It seemed to have turned into a shadow. How do you kill a shadow in a mirror? Ling Yan slashed at the black mirror image 3 times in a row, each of which pierced into the black mirror, but none of them hit Seekong 2. Ling Yan knew that as soon as the mirror image of Haisha appeared, Seekong 2 was no longer there. He stood with the saber in his hand, focused on his vigilance, raised the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure to the limit, and waited for Seekong 2 to make a move. At the same time, Seekong 2 surrounded Ling Yun in the arena. Exercising body skills to spin rapidly, at the same time, the body is also spinning rapidly, like a spinning top. The black evil energy in his body gushed out wildly, forming black mirrors one after another around Ling Yun's body, and finally formed a circular mirror wall. Inside each Haisha mirror, there is a rapidly spinning figure of Seekong 2, exactly the same. Can't tell the truth from the fake. In this way, Ling Yun's spiritual sense will no longer work, but Ling Yun is not afraid. He runs a yin and yang formula, and displays the yin and yang eyes. The yin-yang divine eye cultivated to the extreme is the eye that breaks delusion. Can see through the void. Seekong 2's tricks can't hide it from Ling Yun at all. Blade of Black Fiend. At this moment, Seekong 2 finally made his move. Ling Yan's yin and yang divine eyes saw countless black air blades breaking through the wall from the mirror image. It spun rapidly and slashed towards his body. Ling Yan smiled. Isn't this the wind blade? Laugh. The Qingying Feijian flew out of the body again, and under the control of Ling Yan's thoughts, it moved with lightning, directly passed through the mirror of Haisha, and chased and killed Seekong 2. At the same time, Ling Yun urged the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure to the limit to protect himself, and swung the dark blood demon knife imperviously, slashing at the flying black evil blades. These black evil blades are formed by Seekong 2's black evil energy, they are tangible and qualitative, extremely sharp, and extremely fast. As long as Ling Yun is not careful, he will be slashed at himself. Clank, clank. Ling Yun's knife gang and Xikong Tu's black blade collided together, and there were bursts of metal and iron sounds. Those black blades were split into balls of black air, but they immediately condensed into shapes. Spinning quickly again, he chopped towards Ling Yun. I can't go on like this. Ling Yun murmured in his heart. Just now he forced Xikong Tu back more than 500 meters in one go, hacked thousands of knives along the way, half of his true energy was consumed, and it was less than 40%. But Xikong Tuxian was 92 heavy, so much stronger than Xikong Wuhan. Ling Yun hacked for a long time, and found that the opponent's true energy seemed to be endless, and there were more and more black evil blades. Chi-chi. As soon as Ling Yun was distracted, the movement of the saber in his hand slowed down by 2 points. Xikong Tu caught the opening, and the 2 blades of black evil slashed on Ling Yun's back. The Wujing Demon Silkworm Night Clothes was easily cut through, and at the same time, there were 2 more blood grooves on Ling Yun's back, bleeding profusely. This black evil blade can actually break through my double defense. Ling Yun's expression suddenly became serious. Without hesitation, he took out 2 talismans, a 6th-level Vajra talisman, and a 6th-level defensive talisman, sticking them behind his back, and shouted. After adding 2 more defenses to himself, Ling Yun used the Phantom Ichthyosaur step, and rushed straight to the black evil mirror in front of him. No matter what else, go out first and talk later. Humph, little evil, go back to me. Before Ling Yun rushed to the front of the Haisha mirror image, Xikong Tu was already standing there, and Haisha's big handprint suddenly slapped Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun aimed at the big black hand, swung his knife and slashed wildly. Boom! Dao Gang and the big handprint collided violently, and Ling Yun was shocked and flew back. And Xikong Tu in the mirror image of Haisha also let out a muffled snort. Chi-chi-chi. There were 7 or 8 black evil blades that cut through Ling Yun's night clothes, but this time Ling Yun had 2 more defenses, and Ling Yun was not injured. Can't rush out. Ling Yun's thoughts flashed, and he suddenly retracted the dark blood demon saber. The next moment, the demon sword Dark Storm appeared in his hand. Swipe, swipe. Ling Yun used the Dark Storm to slash wildly at the Haisha blades flying around, turning them all into balls of black air currents. Then Ling Yun used the magic sword Dark Storm in one fell swoop. The strange Dantian is retrograde, and the vortex of Yin and Yang true Qi is reversed, turning the Dark Storm of the magic sword into a vortex of true Qi. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net.